Chapter 1. Becoming a prince from today onward. Cheng Yan felt someone calling him. "Your Highness," awakened. He turned his head away, yet the voice persisted, growing increasingly louder. He sensed a hand reaching toward him, gently tugging at his sleeve. "Your Highness, Prince, Your Highness." Cheng Yan abruptly opened his eyes, and the familiar screen had vanished, along with the office desk and the paper-laden walls. In their place was an odd landscape of low stone houses, a bustling circular square, and a gallows erected in the center. He found himself seated upon a high platform opposite the square, not upon a soft swivel chair, but on a cold, hard iron seat. Surrounding him were a circle of individuals, their eyes fixed upon him, some dressed like medieval noblewomen, stifling giggles behind their hands. What is this strange place? Shouldn't I be focused on completing the architectural drawings? Cheng Yan's mind was a haze. 3 consecutive days of overtime had pushed both his mental and physical limits. He could barely recall that he had ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, his heartbeat becoming erratic, longing to rest his head upon the desk for just a moment. "Your Highness, please announce the verdict." The speaker was the very individual who had been tugging at his sleeve, an elderly man of perhaps 50 or 60, clad in a white robe, resembling Gandalf from the Lord of the Rings at first glance. Am I dreaming? Cheng Yan licked his parched lips. A verdict? What verdict? However, he soon grasped the situation as the onlookers in the square turned their attention toward the gallows, shaking their fists and shouting, occasionally hurling stones in its direction. Cheng Yan had only seen such archaic instruments of execution in films. The gallows featured 2 pillars approximately 4 meters high, with a wooden beam spanning the top, its center adorned with rusted iron rings. A yellowed, coarse rope threaded through the iron ring, one end secured beneath the gallows while the other was looped around the neck of the condemned. The prisoner, wearing a hood, had her hands bound behind her back, clad in a filthy gray tunic that resembled a rag. She appeared emaciated, her exposed ankles seemingly fragile enough to be snapped with a mere touch. Her chest was slightly rounded, indicating she was a woman. She trembled in the wind, yet she made an effort to stand tall. What crime could this person have committed that had stirred such outrage among the crowd, awaiting her execution with fervor? As this thought crossed Cheng Yan's mind, it felt as if a connection in his brain had suddenly been established, and the answer emerged almost simultaneously. She is a witch, seduced by the devil, and now a manifestation of impurity. "Your Highness?" The elder urged cautiously. He glanced at the man, realizing he was not Gandalf, but rather Burov, the assistant to the Minister of Finance, dispatched to assist him with administrative matters. And he, Cheng Yan, was the 4th prince of the Grey Fortress Kingdom, tasked with governing this region. The residents of the border town had apprehended the witch and immediately brought her to the court for judgment. The execution orders for witches were typically issued by local lords or bishops. Since he was in power here, it fell upon him to issue such decrees. Despite the apparent poverty and backwardness of this kingdom, the name Grey Fortress had never graced the pages of history. What should I do next? The phenomenon of time travel, which defies scientific understanding, is a subject for future exploration. However, the farcical events unfolding before us must be brought to a halt. Attributing calamities and misfortunes to certain unfortunate individuals is a hallmark of uncivilized societies. Yet, to condemn someone to death merely to satiate the dark inclinations of the onlookers is an act of folly that Cheng Yan finds utterly intolerable. With a swift motion, he snatched the handkerchief from Barov's grasp and cast it to the ground, stretching languidly. "I am weary. We shall resume this judgment another day. Let us disperse for now." The nobles seated upon the dais wore expressions of indifference, save for a tall man clad in armor, who stepped forward. "Your Highness, this is no jest. Once the witch's identity is confirmed, she must be executed immediately. Otherwise, what shall we do if other witches come to rescue her? The church will not turn a blind eye to this matter." Carter Lannis, this ostensibly virtuous man, was indeed his chief knight. Cheng Yan furrowed his brow. "What do you fear?" The scorn in his tone was no longer mere pretense. A man of such formidable stature, with arms thicker than most, was genuinely concerned about a witch's potential escape, as if she were a harbinger of doom. Would it not be better to capture several at once? Seeing that Carter had fallen silent, Cheng Yan waved his hand, summoning the guards to escort him away. After a moment's hesitation, Carter joined the procession, positioning himself beside the 4th prince. The other nobles rose and bowed, Yet Cheng Yan caught glimpses of undisguised contempt in their eyes. Upon returning to the Palacia, castle, situated to the south of the frontier town, instructed the guards to bar the anxious aide from entering the hall, allowing himself a moment of relief. For someone accustomed to spending 90% of his time interfacing with technology, to perform so adeptly in front of an audience was an impressive feat. Cheng Yan found his way to his bedroom, according to the memories he possessed, sitting on the bed to rest for a while until his racing heart calmed. The most pressing matter now was to ascertain the situation as a prince. Why had he not remained in the royal city, but instead ventured to this remote location? To his astonishment, the answer struck him with a jolt of realization. Roland Vimberton had come to vie for the throne. The origin of this predicament lay in the peculiar edict of King Vimberton III of Grey Castle. The right to inherit the kingdom did not belong solely to the firstborn prince. Rather, it was to be granted to the one deemed most capable of governing the realm. He dispatches 5 adult children to various territories under his rule, planning to select the heir based on their governance after 5 years. To each their merit, and with gender equality, it sounded like a remarkably progressive idea. Yet, the reality of its implementation was starkly different. Who could guarantee that the starting conditions for all 5 would be equal? This was not a game of real-time strategy. To his knowledge, the second prince was allocated a territory far superior to that of the frontier town. Thus, it seemed that among the 5, there was no place worse than the frontier town. It was as if he had begun with a significant disadvantage. Cheng Yan sighed. It was evident that this was a barbaric and dark feudal era, as evidenced by the rampant witch hunts. Being transformed into a prince was already a high starting point. Moreover, even if he did not attain the throne, he remained a scion of the Grey Castle royal bloodline. As long as he survived, he could still attain a title and land, becoming a lord in his own right. And what does it matter to be a king? Without the internet, devoid of the nurturing touch of modern civilization, he would merely find himself amongst these natives, frivolously burning witches, residing in a city where filth is cast aside without consequence, ultimately succumbing to the ravages of the Black Death. As for the reason behind his transmigration, Cheng Yan surmised it was likely due to the heartless pressure from his employer for expedited progress, leading to a tragic incident of overwork, a fate not uncommon among programmers, mechanical engineers, and project managers. Nevertheless, he reasoned that this was, at the very least, akin to an additional life, and he ought not to complain excessively. In the days to come, he might gradually alter this existence, but for now, his paramount task was to embody the role of the 4th prince earnestly, ensuring that no one discovered his true identity, lest he be branded a devil and bound to the stake. Then, let me simply strive to survive. He inhaled deeply, murmuring to his reflection in the mirror, from this moment forth, I am Roland. Chapter 2. The Witch Anna Part 1. Driven by an intense desire to survive, Roland forcefully suppressed his fear and discomfort in this unfamiliar environment. He understood clearly that acquiring more intelligence as swiftly as possible would mitigate the risk of exposure. It appeared that he was utterly devoid of any prospect for the throne. Perhaps the king of Grey Fortress was aware of this as well, thus casting him into such a wretched place, where his capricious antics would pose little threat. His elder brother was formidable, his second brother cunning, his third sister deadly, and his 5th sister exceedingly clever. This was the impression that the 4th prince had. Left behind? What could he possibly say? After years of interaction, his final impressions were encapsulated in mere phrases. He was ignorant of the factions they had cultivated, who their capable subordinates were, or their respective specialties. Having spent merely 3 months in this border town, the local nobility no longer concealed their disdain, a clear indication that the 4th prince was indeed not suited for leadership. Fortunately, upon departing the royal city, Wimbledon III had provided him with both a martial and a scholarly aid. Otherwise, he would have been utterly lost. The following morning, the maid Teal repeatedly reminded Roland that the minister's assistant wished to see him. It seemed he could no longer postpone the encounter. Recalling a familiar routine, he playfully patted the maid's backside and instructed her to inform Barov that he should await him in the parlor. As Teal exited, her cheeks flushed, Roland suddenly wondered if, in this agrarian life, he might be granted some sort of system to assist him. He yawned and mentally chanted system numerous times, yet nothing transpired. Indeed, novels can be deceiving. Barov, already a bundle of nerves in the parlor, approached Roland the moment he appeared. "Your Highness, why did you not order the execution by hanging yesterday? What difference does a day make?" Roland clapped his hands, signaling for the attendants to serve breakfast. "Sit down and let us discuss this calmly." It seemed his recollections aligned with reality, he thought. The chief knight often preferred to confront issues directly, while the minister's assistant would address matters privately with him. Regardless, their loyalty to him appeared dependable, albeit likely due to their allegiance to the king, that a delay of even a day may invite other witches. "Your Highness, this is not like those previous trivial matters. You cannot indulge in whimsy. Why do you echo this sentiment?" Roland inquired, furrowing his brow. "I thought you could distinguish between rumor and reality." Bearov appeared utterly perplexed. "What rumors? The wicked witch, the devil's emissary," Roland replied dismissively. "Isn't this merely the church's propaganda? If we wish to dissuade their interference here, I believe a contrary approach would be more effective. They proclaim witches as malevolent, and we shall not hunt them. Instead, we shall enlighten the people of the realm that these are nothing but the church's shameless fabrications." Bearov was taken aback. But witches indeed malevolent?" Roland retorted. "For instance," the assistant minister fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering whether the prince was jesting at his expense. "Your Highness, such matters can be discussed later. I understand your disdain for the church, but this confrontational approach will only yield counterproductive results. It appeared that altering entrenched beliefs was not an endeavor that could be accomplished overnight." Roland grimaced, but chose not to pursue the matter further. At that moment, breakfast was served: a plate of fried bread, a dish of scrambled eggs, and a can of milk. He filled a cup for the assistant minister and pushed it toward him. "You haven't dined yet, have you? Let us converse whilst you eat." According to the maid, Bearov had arrived at the palace at dawn seeking an audience and had likely not consumed anything. Though he had resolved to emulate the fourth prince's mannerisms, change must be approached incrementally. The assistant minister served as an excellent target. He believed that by demonstrating his regard for his subordinates, they would be more motivated to serve him. Subjective initiative has always proven to be the most efficient, has it not? Bearov accepted the cup, but did not drink. He spoke anxiously. "Your Highness, we are in trouble. 3 days ago, a soldier reported the discovery of a suspected witch encampment in the western forest. They left in haste, failing to clear away traces. The soldier found this at the camp. He produced a coin from his pocket and placed it before Roland. It was not a common currency. At least, it was unfamiliar to Roland, who had never encountered such a coin, which even lacked the characteristics of a metallic item. As he held it, he was astonished to find it radiating warmth, definitely not from the assistant minister's residual heat, but at least 40 degrees Celsius. This momentarily reminded him of a heat pack. "What is this? I initially thought it to be merely a trinket crafted by some witch, but the situation is far more grave than I anticipated." Bearov wiped his forehead. "The design upon it. It bears the emblem of the holy mountain and the eye of magic, which is the insignia of the witch's covenant." Roland traced the uneven surface of the coin, surmising it was likely fashioned from ceramic. The center indeed depicted a mountain motif comprised of 3 triangles, with an eye at the heart of the design. The outlines of the pattern were quite rough, indicative of handcrafting. Bearov did not expect Roland to comprehend, and he continued, "Your Highness, you have yet to encounter a true witch, which is why you regard them with such indifference. Indeed, they too can be injured and bleed, and are no more difficult to kill than ordinary people. But these are the witches who cannot resist. Those who are summoned by the devil possess a fleeting lifespan, yet they gain formidable powers that mere mortals cannot hope to rival. Once a witch reaches maturity, even an army will pay a heavy toll. Their abilities are nearly uncontrollable, and ultimately, they fall into the clutches of the devil. The church has thus formed an inquisition. Should a woman be suspected of transforming into a witch, she can be arrested and executed. The king concurs with this approach, and in truth, these measures have proven effective, as incidents of witchcraft have diminished significantly compared to a century ago. The tales of the Holy Mountain, or the gates of hell, originate from ancient texts of that era. Roland chewed on a piece of bread, inwardly scoffing. Although the backdrop of this world diverged greatly from his own knowledge, the trajectory of historical development remained astonishingly similar. The church, once again the church, he knew that religion was but a servant of the devil, the true source of evil. To execute based on mere suspicion, to amalgamate the roles of legislation, apprehension, judgment, and execution in the name of God is, in itself, a form of depravity. The ancient texts state that witches can only attain true peace by journeying to the holy mountain. There, the backlash of magic does not torment them, nor are they ensnared by overwhelming forces. Undoubtedly, the so-called holy mountain mentioned in those texts is the very source of evil, the gateway to hell on earth that I surmise that only in hell are these fallen beings unpunished. And what of the witch's covenant? What is its relation to the holy mountain? Bear grimaced, saying, previously, witches acted alone whether in fleeing or hiding. However, the covenant that has emerged in recent years is different. It seeks to gather all witches in pursuit of the holy mountain. For this purpose, its members even entice others to transform into witches. Just last year, there was a collective disappearance of infants in Bluewater Harbor, and it is rumored that they were involved. Chapter 3, Witch Anna Part 2. Roland swallowed the last piece of fried egg and wiped his mouth with a napkin. After all this talk, it seems you are concerned that the witch's covenant will hear of her survival and rush to rescue her? Precisely, Your Highness, Berev exclaimed, stamping his foot. They are acting hastily, likely in transit. If that witch were dead, it would be one thing, but she is still alive. Those madwomen would not hesitate to seize a fallen comrade. Not even a baby. Roland felt a sense of confusion. Something seemed amiss. Why did the ministerial assistant and the chief knight react with such alarm at the mere mention of witches? The woman destined for execution was indeed a witch, was she not? She appeared so emaciated that she seemed as if she would collapse at the slightest breeze. If she possessed such dreadful power, why did she stand there, awaiting her fate? No, she would not have been captured according to the church. She is the embodiment of the devil, and mortal armies would pay a heavy price before her. Yet this devil had been apprehended by the townsfolk of the border settlement, subjected to unspeakable torment, until she was led to the gallows, without a trace of that formidable power in sight. How was she captured? I heard that during the collapse in the Northern Slope mining area, she revealed her identity in a bid to escape and was captured by furious villagers. Roland pondered for a moment. Indeed, this incident transpired just a day before his own traversal. How was her identity exposed? Well, I am not entirely certain, the minister's assistant replied, shaking his head. The situation was chaotic. It seems that someone witnessed her employing sorcery. Roland frowned. You did not investigate this matter thoroughly? Your Highness, restoring production in the mining area is our foremost priority, the assistant protested. Half of the financial revenue for the border town relies on this iron ore, and the prosecutor has confirmed that someone perished at the scene due to sorcery. What kind of sorcery? Roland's interest was piqued. That it was as if they had been melted to head, and a significant portion of the body lay sprawled on the ground, reminiscent of a burnt-out black candle, the assistant remarked with disgust. Your Highness, you would not wish to behold such a sight. Roland toyed with a silver fork in his hand, deep in thought. Historically, most victims of witch hunts were innocent souls, scapegoated by the church and ignorant populace, while a small fraction brought their demise upon themselves. These individuals adorned themselves in bizarre attire, incessantly tossing a myriad of strange ingredients into cauldrons, claiming to prophesy the future and determine life and death. They had indeed deciphered certain methods, such as employing flame tests to assert that they had acquired divine powers to modern eyes. These acts are mere chemical tricks, yet in that era, they could easily be misinterpreted as miraculous phenomena. As for the notion of melting a person, Roland's mind immediately conjured the image of chromic acid solution, though its preparation is cumbersome, requiring complete immersion of the body, and the decomposition it induces is far from resembling that of a candle. Other strong acids would be even less effective. How then did this witch accomplish such a feat? If she relied on alchemy, she would be a rare chemist in the territory if not. With this thought, Roland resolved firmly. Take me to see her. Wait, Your Highness, you wish to meet a witch? Berev stood up in a flurry, knocking over the untouched glass of milk. As he reached the door, he paused suddenly. By the way, I have always wanted to ask why the gallows. What? Why the gallows? Shouldn't a witch be bound to the stake and burned to death? Berev's face was a picture of bewilderment. Is that so? But she does not fear flames. The border town possessed but a single dungeon. Its barren land could not sustain many prisoners, and most offenders face trial or release within days or execution. Accompanying the prince into the dungeon were not only Barav but also the chief knight, the warden, the jailer, and 2 guards. Such a crude establishment, of course, lacked adequate drainage. The ground was damp and filthy, with murky wastewater seeping down the steps. The witch was confined in the deepest level of the dungeon, and with each descent, the stench in the air intensified. Your Highness, your actions are exceedingly perilous. Even though she is bound by the chains of divine punishment, safety is not assured. The speaker was none other than Carter Lannis, the chief knight, who had rushed to dissuade the prince. Upon learning of his intention to visit the witch, his efforts had been relentless, and the king's command held no sway over him. He categorically refused to accept any directive that would jeopardize the prince's life, rendering it impossible for the prince to depart. Despite possessing an aloof and handsome visage befitting a demigod, why did he incessantly chatter? Roland found himself wishing someone would sew his lips shut. If one cannot confront evil directly, how can one possess the courage to triumph over it? I had thought you understood this. Engaging with evil must also be done within the bounds of one's capabilities. Recklessness does not equate to bravery. Are you suggesting that one may uphold justice against foes weaker than oneself while turning a blind eye to those stronger? No, Your Highness, what I mean is, previously, you feared the witch's prison break, and now you tremble at the thought of meeting a mere girl. Truly, my chief knight is unparalleled. Though the knight was verbose, he was no match for Roland's eloquence, and he found himself defenseless against the barrage of words. Meanwhile, the group had reached the depths of the dungeon. This chamber was considerably smaller than the upper levels, containing only 2 cells. The jailer ignited the torch affixed to the wall, dispelling the darkness, and Roland beheld the witch huddled in the corner. Now, deep into autumn, the temperature in the dungeon was low enough to render visible the breath one exhaled. He was clad in a plush overcoat with a silk lining. Feeling no chill, however, she wore only a single garment that failed to adequately cover her body, leaving her exposed arms and feet pale and devoid of color from the cold. The sudden illumination made her turn her head, her eyelids fluttering shut momentarily. Yet, she soon opened her eyes again, meeting his gaze directly. Her eyes were a pale blue, tranquil as a lake before a storm. There was no trace of fear on her face, nor any sign of anger or hatred. Roland felt a peculiar illusion, as if he were gazing not at a frail girl, but at a shadow consuming flames. For a fleeting moment, he sensed the glow of the torches on the wall dimming slightly. She struggled to lean against the wall, rising with movements so slow it seemed she might collapse at any moment. However, she ultimately stood upright, staggering towards the area where the light could touch her. Such a simple act prompted gasps from the onlookers, who instinctively recoiled 2 steps, save for the knight, who stepped forward to shield Roland. "What is your name?" Roland asked, patting the knight's shoulder, signaling for him to ease his tension. Chapter 4. Flames. What transpired during the collapse of the mine? Anna nodded and began to recount the events. Roland was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated silence, grievances, or curses from her, yet she merely responded to his inquiries, answering each question posed to her. The narrative was not overly complex. Anna's father, a miner, had been working within the mine when the disaster struck. Upon receiving this news, Anna immediately joined other miners' families in an attempt to rescue their loved ones. The North Slope mine was rumored to have once been a lair for subterranean monsters, riddled with numerous paths leading in all directions. Due to the lack of a unified command among the rescuers, they dispersed upon entering the mine in search of survivors. When Anna finally located her father, only their neighbor, Aunt Susan, and Uncle Hank were present. She discovered her father trapped beneath a cart laden with ore, his leg crushed and immobile, while a miner squatted beside him, rifling through his pockets for coins. When the miner realized he had been caught in the act, he brandished a pickaxe and lunged at Uncle Hank, knocking him to the ground. Just as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow, Anna preemptively killed him. The neighboring couple vowed to keep her actions a secret, and together, the 3 of them managed to free Anna's father. However, before dawn the next day, Anna's father, leaning on a cane, ventured out to report to the patrolling guards that his daughter was a witch. Why? Roland could not help but inquire at this juncture. Barav sighed. Perhaps it was for the bounty. Reporting a witch could earn 125 gold dragons. For a man with a broken leg, that amount could secure his future. Roland fell silent for a moment, contemplating the strength of the man Anna had slain. How did you manage to kill him? At that moment, Anna smiled, causing ripples on the surface of the lake as the flames of the torch flickered. It is what you refer to as the power of the devil. Silence. Sorceress. The warden barked, yet anyone could detect the tremor in his voice. Is that so? I would like to see it. The fourth prince remained unfazed. Your Highness. This is not a matter to be trifled with. The chief knight turned, frowning. Roland stepped out from behind the knight, advancing towards the cage. Those who are frightened may leave. I do not require your presence here. Do not panic. She still bears the chains of divine punishment. Bearav loudly reassured the crowd, as if to comfort himself as well. No devil, however powerful, could shatter divine protection. Standing before the prison bars, Roland and Anna were separated by merely an arm's length. He could clearly see her face, marred by dust and scars. Her youthful features indicated she was still a minor, yet there was not a hint of childishness in her expression. Moreover, even her anger lacked the dissonance he had only witnessed on television, those forlorn orphans, ravaged by poverty, hunger, and cold, who displayed a hunched demeanor and downcast eyes during interviews. Anna, however, stood resolutely upright, her gaze slightly elevated, meeting the prince's eyes with unflinching composure. She did not fear death. Roland realized she was waiting for it. Is this your first encounter with a witch, my dear sir? Your insatiable curiosity may very well lead to your demise. The flickering light of the cage suddenly dimmed. And this was no mere illusion. It was as if the flames were being suppressed by an unseen force, dwindling to a mere flicker. He heard hurried breaths and whispered prayers behind him, accompanied by the muffled thud of someone stumbling in panic. Roland's heart began to race, for he sensed that he stood at a peculiar threshold, a divide between the world of reason, governed by its meticulously defined constants and laws, and an extraordinary realm teeming with mystery and the unknown. He now found himself at the very gates of this new world. Is that the chain of divine punishment adorning her neck? What a rudimentary shackle it is, a segment of red-painted iron chain suspending a crystalline pendant. If not for the fact that it bound the witch's hands securely behind her back, one might easily sever it with a mere tug. Come forth, he whispered. Are you a charlatan, an alchemist, or a true sorceress? Should you produce your vials and begin concocting caustic acids, I shall be sorely disappointed, he mused. Then, Roland heard a crackling sound, the sound of steam expanding upon heat, as a white mist ascended from the ground, and the temperature around them soared. He beheld flames rising from beneath her feet, caressing the exposed skin of her calves, and soon the very ground upon which she stood ignited. The torches behind her erupted as if infused with pure oxygen, bursting forth in a dazzling display of light. The entire cell was momentarily transformed into a realm of daylight, accompanied by the terrified screams of the onlookers. The witch stepped forward, the flames dancing in her wake, and as she approached the prison's edge, dozens of iron bars morphed into pillars of fire. She exhibited no fear of the flames, and at that moment, Roland recalled the assistant minister's words. Finally grasping their true meaning, she was, in essence, fire itself. How could she possibly fear her own nature? In no time, the iron bars shifted from deep crimson to a brilliant yellow, beginning to melt and warp. This indicated they had been heated beyond 1500 degrees Celsius, an astonishing feat accomplished without any form of thermal insulation. Like the others, he had retreated from the cell, pressing against the farthest stone wall. Failing to do so would expose them to the intense heat radiating from the molten iron, capable of igniting their garments. For instance, Anna's prison attire had already turned to ash, her body enveloped in searing flames. It was impossible to ascertain how long the inferno endured, but eventually, the flames receded. Save for Roland and the knight, all others lay collapsed on the ground, including the warden, who had soiled his pants in terror. Naked, Anna now stood outside the cage. The shackles that had bound her arms vanished without a trace. She made no effort to conceal her form, her hands naturally falling at her sides. And her azure eyes regained their former tranquility. I have satiated your curiosity, sir, she declared. May I now be put to death? No. Roland stepped forward, wrapping his coat around her shoulders, his voice as gentle as possible. Miss Anna, I wish to employ you. Chapter 5. Reasons. The second law of thermodynamics states that it is impossible to transfer heat from a lower temperature body to a higher temperature body without producing other effects, or to extract heat from a single heat source and convert it entirely into useful work without generating other consequences. Additionally, the infinitesimal increase in entropy during irreversible thermodynamic processes is always greater than zero. Roland meticulously transcribed this law in the local script. At first glance, it resembled a form of worm-like writing, and he found it perplexing how the locals managed to learn such an intricate form of communication. If one were to identify the most mundane of all physical laws, Roland would undoubtedly select the second law of thermodynamics. It conveys the notion that in this world, heat perpetually flows from high to low, disorder supplants order, and entropy continues to rise. Ultimately, everything shall succumb to oblivion, and the universe will descend into a profound silence. Yet, in this realm, the burden of increasing entropy has been transcended. Magic can conjure existence from nothingness. A feat far more remarkable than the invention of a perpetual motion machine. The power of the devil? Roland scoffed at such notions. They failed to grasp the essence of this force, which, on a grand scale, could even alter the cosmos itself. Of course, for now. One might start by transforming the border town. Humming a cheerful tune, Roland tore the paper and cast it into the fireplace, relishing the sensation of obliteration as it turned to ashes amidst the flames. The assistant minister gazed at the fourth princess' inexplicable actions, utterly bewildered. Fortunately, such eccentric behavior was characteristic of the prince, who approached tasks with a carefree demeanor, and he could perceive that Roland was in good spirits. The witch had been executed at noon, Berov reported. Well, I trust no one has discerned anything amiss? Roland lightly tapped his pen. After all, they were all wearing hoods. To prevent the church and the witch coven from seeking retribution, Roland instructed the warden to find a similarly built death row inmate to replace Anna. And he generously compensated everyone except the chief knight and the assistant minister with 20 golden dragons as a silencing fee. This sum was a considerable windfall for them. Berov had previously suggested whether they should ensure the witnesses remained forever silent, but Roland vehemently rejected the idea. He understood that these secrets would not remain concealed for long. Yet he did not mind. Rather, he hoped the news would eventually spread, just not at this moment. A confrontation with the church was inevitable. No one could tolerate the wasteful squandering of resources by those fools. What would the witches think when they learned of a small town on the kingdom's border that allowed them to live freely and even offered them generous treatment? Regardless of the era, talent remains of utmost importance. Very well then, Roland commanded. Next, I want a comprehensive summary of the annual trade, taxes, and necessary expenditures for the border town, along with statistics on the workshops in the city, such as ironworks, textiles, and pottery, including their quantities and scales. Compiling these records would require 3 days, but Berov initially nodded, then hesitated, his expression indicating he had more to say. What else is there? Roland inquired, knowing the moment to test Berov's rhetorical skills had arrived. Naturally, there would be questions regarding everything that transpired yesterday. A dandy may be a dandy, but a vile temperament does not equate to a lack of intelligence. The idea of harboring witches seemed to Berov nothing short of a declaration of war against the world. Your Highness, I failed to comprehend. Berov pondered his words. In the past, your mischief was merely harmless folly. Yet, why would you take such a perilous risk to save a witch? While the hunt for them is a decree established by the church, your father, His Majesty King Wimbledon, is also in full accord with it. Roland reflected for a moment before retorting, do you believe that Bordertown is a favorable place? It is exceedingly dreadful. In comparison to Golden Grain City and Sapphire Harbor, what are my chances of surpassing those siblings of mine? Nearly non-existent. Thus, I must adopt an alternative approach. Roland gazed impassively at Berov, watching him gradually fall into the trap he had meticulously set, a method that would leave a lasting impression on his father. He chose the perpetual conflict between secular authority and divine power as his entry point. The burgeoning influence of the church had become a thorn in the side of King Wimbledon III. The church asserts that the world operates according to divine will, with the Pope as God's envoy. Should the populace discover that his claims are not the truth and are riddled with contradictions, the dominion of religion would be profoundly undermined. The assertion that witches are not malevolent beings would likely fail to convince Berov. Instead, framing it as a means to challenge the church would deftly guide Berov toward the conclusion he had predetermined. Regardless of how splendidly my siblings govern their territories, they remain mere pawns of the church. They have been vociferously promoting the divine right of kings, yet if only those crowned by the Pope are deemed legitimate monarchs. Are we truly the rulers of this land? Roland paused, perceiving that his father could see in him a glimmer of hope, a kingdom unshackled from the church's constraints, where the royal family possesses all rights. Thus, his decision became evident, transforming an adversarial stance against the entire world into one solely against the church rendered it far more palatable, especially since Berov himself stood with the crown. Moreover, should he realize that these individuals with extraordinary abilities could be the keystone to undermining the church, the decree to hunt them would merely be a farcical document. On one side lies an impossibility, while on the other, a possibility that is not entirely absent. Do you believe I am worth such a risk? Roland fixed his gaze on the ministerial aide, articulating each word with deliberation. Do not doubt my decision, Barov. You have served as a ministerial aide for 20 years, correct? Should I ascend to the throne as Wimbledon IV, your title of aide could be cast aside. Or perhaps something even grander, say, the king's hand? As he observed Barov's retreating figure, Roland let out a quiet sigh of relief. It was evident that Barov did not place much weight on his promise, which was entirely understandable. Even Roland himself had never truly believed that this recently concocted audacious scheme could come to fruition. Yet, that mattered not. The crux lay in persuading Barov that this simplistic plan, conjured by a wayward youth, not only aligned with the fourth prince's aversion to the church, but also paved the way for future recruitment of more witches. As for his true intentions, even if they were to uncover them, they would remain unfathomable. Roland summoned a maid, instructing her to bring Miss Anna to him. Now, it is time to attend to serious matters, he thought with eager anticipation. Chapter 6, Training, Part 1. In the castle's rear garden, a shed had been erected, surrounded by wooden planks that left only 2 openings for windows. At the center of the shed stood a square pool constructed of blue bricks, measuring approximately 3 meters in length and width, filled with yellow clay. When water was added in moderation, it not only became difficult to ignite but also possessed a certain malleability, allowing one to carve out ideal shapes with a small spade. On top of the yellow clay rested several iron ingots, which Carter Landis had dragged from the blacksmith shop. Beside the pool was a well, a feature that Roland had recognized as advantageous, prompting him to have the shed constructed at this location. However, as a laboratory, it remained rather rudimentary. He shook his head. The makeshift setup he had assembled over the course of a single night could hardly be deemed ideal. The actual workshop would have to await Barov's completion of data collection before a site could be selected for construction. How did you sleep last night? He turned and inquired, smiling at the bewildered Anna. The witch's appearance now was a stark contrast to her former state in the prison. After a thorough cleaning, her flaxen hair cascaded smoothly, glistening with health, and although her skin had not been meticulously maintained, her youth lent her a vibrant charm. The faint freckles on her nose further enhanced her youthful vitality. Though her figure remained slender, appearing as though it could topple with a mere push, her cheeks had taken on a rosy hue, and the bruises and marks on her neck were noticeably fainter than the previous day. Roland suspected that the magical force, aside from bestowing extraordinary powers upon the witches, also improved their physical condition. At the very least, in terms of recovery, Anna seemed to surpass ordinary individuals significantly. After enduring such harrowing experiences, you should have had a few days to rest, but time is exceedingly pressing. I shall have to compensate you later. Roland circled the girl, assessing her attire. Does this outfit still fit you? The clothing Anna wore was meticulously chosen from various options to cater to his peculiar tastes. The ironworker's full protective gear was far too cumbersome for her, while the mage's robe from the game, though aesthetically impressive, severely restricted movement, with its enveloping hem easily susceptible to catching fire. As for the mage's dress, was there anything more befitting? Even if true maid costumes had yet to emerge in this world, it was hardly a concern. The servant uniforms already bore a resemblance to the future maid outfits. Thus, Roland had directly instructed Tyr to tailor a set of his own clothing to Anna's measurements, shortening the hem, converting long sleeves to short, transforming a round neckline into a folded one, and adding a bow, thus giving birth to a novel witch's uniform, complemented by a pointed witch's hat, custom-made, black knee-high boots, ready-made, and a knee-length cloak, custom-made. A character that had previously only existed in films now stood vividly before Roland. Your Highness, what would you have me do? Anna found herself unable to keep pace with the thoughts of this esteemed individual, feeling as though she were on the verge of losing her capacity for rational thought. When she had been dragged away in a sack from the dungeon, she believed that her cursed existence was soon to find liberation. Yet upon removing the hood, Anna discovered not a gallows or guillotine, but a grand and opulent mansion. Subsequently, a throng of people surged in, undressing and bathing her. From her armpits to the spaces between her toes, every inch was scrubbed meticulously clean. Next came the dressing. She was taken aback to discover that even the act of donning garments required assistance. She had not anticipated that clothing could be so comfortable, softly embracing her form without the slightest hint of friction. Finally, an elderly gentleman with graying whiskers entered, commanding everyone to withdraw before placing a contract before her. At that moment, she realized that it was none other than the fourth prince of the kingdom who had expressed interest in employing her during her time in the dungeon, and that his words were no jest. The contract clearly stated that if she served the prince, she would receive a monthly remuneration of 1 gold dragon. Anna understood well the significance of a gold dragon. Her father labored in the mines, with his pay determined by the quantity of ore extracted. Even during the most fruitful periods, he earned no more than a silver wolf. 100 silver wolves could be exchanged for a single gold dragon, and that was contingent upon the silver wolves being of sufficient quality. Thus, what would her role entail merely accompanying the prince to bed? She had indeed overheard the maidens whispering such insinuations during her bath, yet she could not fathom that she was worth such a price. Corrupted by a devil's bloodline, a fallen and impure being, anyone who learned her true identity would surely shun her. Even if the prince's curiosity was insatiable to such an extent that he feared not even the devil, there would be no need for him to offer her any recompense. That night, no one sought her out, and she fell asleep on what was undoubtedly the softest bed she had ever encountered, sinking into slumber almost instantaneously. When she opened her eyes the following day, it was already noon. Lunch was delivered to her quarters, a loaf of bread, cheese, and a steak. What reminiscence could one have of this world when they had resolved to embrace death, having decided to relinquish their very life? Such were her thoughts. Yet, as she placed the steak into her mouth, tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes. The juices mingled with pepper dissolved in her mouth. A rich and spicy flavor laced with a hint of sweetness assaulted her taste buds, lingering even after she swallowed. In that moment, she suddenly felt that this world still held some remnants of beauty. If she could partake of such sustenance daily, even in the depths of her despair, she might summon the courage to resist the encroaching darkness. Standing in this peculiar wooden shelter, which resembled neither a palace nor a prison, she silently resolved her determination. Since there was a need on the other side, she was willing to embrace the peculiar garments and summon the extraordinary powers required. Thus, she repeated her question, this time without hesitation. Your Highness, what would you have me do? For now, you must learn to control your power, practicing it repeatedly until you can wield it with ease. You mean the devil's? No, Miss Anna, Roland interjected, it is your power. The witch blinked her striking blue eyes. Most people in this world harbor prejudice against you, believing that a witch's power stems from the devil and is inherently wicked. In truth, they are mistaken. Roland knelt to meet her gaze. And you do not believe this, do you? He recalled Anna's light laugh in the dungeon. How could one who considered themselves evil produce such a sound, rich with irony? I have never used it to harm another, she replied softly, except for that robber. Resisting infringement is by no means a fault. You have acted rightly. The fear that people harbor towards you stems from their ignorance. They are aware that relentless training can forge a robust warrior, yet they remain oblivious to the path of becoming a sorceress. The unknown invariably evokes trepidation. You are not afraid at all, Anna remarked. Because I know it belongs to you, Roland chuckled. If that brigand possessed such astonishing power, I would not dare to stand before him. Very well, let us commence, he declared. Chapter 7, Training Part 2. Flames rose from beneath her feet, only to quickly fade away. This marked the 23rd attempt, yet once again, she had failed. Beads of sweat formed on Anna's forehead, and she wiped them away with the back of her hand, causing the heat to surge and emit a hissing sound. Without a moment's pause, she commenced her next practice. The witch's attire was neatly folded and set aside. Had she not insisted on maintaining its condition from the outset, it would have long since been reduced to ashes in the flames. Fortunately, Roland, as the fourth prince, found it easy to procure several spare garments. He had Tilly deliver an entire barrel of robes, all hastily collected from the maids. At last, the 24th practice bore fruit. The flames no longer erupted from beneath her feet, but instead materialized in the palm of her hand. She cautiously lifted her arm, attempting to guide the fire to her fingertips. However, the flickering flame wavered, suddenly leaping up her arm, igniting her sleeve, and swiftly consuming the rope. Anna extinguished the fire and, with an impassive expression, tore off the charred half of her robe, turning to rummage for a new one. At such moments, Roland would avert his gaze, choosing to focus on something else, despite the fact that Anna remained indifferent to his discomfort. In truth, had Roland not insisted so fervently, she might have practiced in her entirety unclothed. However, that would have rendered it impossible for him to watch calmly, particularly when the sight of the bear girl transformed into flames possessed a peculiar allure. After the 30th failed attempt, Roland called a halt to her efforts. Let us take a break. Anna stared at him, momentarily dazed, unresponsive. Roland approached, took her hand, and guided her to a chair, compelling her to sit down. You are fatigued. You should rest when you are weary. There is no need to push yourself too hard. We have ample time. He wiped the sweat from her brow. Let us enjoy some afternoon tea. Roland was aware that the nobility of the Grey Castle Kingdom did not partake in the custom of afternoon tea. The productivity of this world was so meager that it was a rarity for individuals to have leisure to savor exquisite food. Regular meals were not even commonplace, let alone four. As for the idle young scions, they typically congregated in bars or casinos at this hour. Let us create a new custom, he declared. For there were treats readily available, and though tea was lacking, it could be substituted with ale. Knowing he was heading to a remote border town, the fourth prince brought along his maidservants, attendants, and chefs. Thus, in a simple wooden shed in the castle's back garden, the first afternoon tea gathering was held. Anna gazed at the array of exquisite pastries, scarcely able to believe her eyes. How could food be made to look so splendid? Though unable to name the specific confections, the combination of pure white exteriors and vibrant red fruits was utterly appetizing, especially with the delicate patterns adorning the pastries, which profoundly reshaped her worldview. Roland looked on with delight at Anna's bewildered expression. It's merely a strawberry cream cake, yet it seems to have astounded you, my rustic friend. Moreover, the strawberries were preserved in sugar, their freshness long gone. More captivating than the act of eating was the expression on the witch's face. Roland observed as the other person cautiously placed a slice of cake into their mouth, their azure eyes sparkling with delight, and their hair swaying gently, evoking an illusion akin to watching a culinary animation. Truly, dishes that do not shimmer are hardly worthy of acclaim. Well, this nurturing experience was rather pleasing in its own right. Thus, witnessing Anna practice and accompanying her for afternoon tea became a cherished routine in Roland's life. As for his political duties, even if he chose to remain uninvolved, Berov would manage them with remarkable efficiency. 3 days later, Berov delivered a meticulously organized dossier regarding the border town to Roland's office. This was previously an unfathomable occurrence. The fourth prince demonstrated the patience to sift through such a daunting pile of tedious reports. In truth, he still lacked that patience. After perusing merely 2 lines, Roland felt dizzy and promptly instructed Berov, "Please read it to me." After spending an hour listening to the assistant's report, he discerned an anomaly. Why were the annual winter taxes and trade from the border town recorded as 0? While it was understandable that the frigid winter temperatures would diminish yields, a complete cessation was perplexing. Did the local populace hibernate? Berov cleared his throat. "Your Highness, have you forgotten? Winter is the month of malice. The border town lacks the capacity for defense, compelling all residents to relocate to Longsong Fortress. Rest assured, your safety is of utmost priority." During his studies at court, the history instructor had elaborated on the month of malice. Each winter, when the first snow fell, the sun dimmed, and the gates of hell within the Dragonspine Mountains would open. "Have you ever seen it?" Roland inquired. "Your Highness, how could an ordinary person possibly witness it?" Berov shook his head fervently. "Not only is the dragon's spine insurmountable, but even proximity to the mountain subjects one to malevolent energies, resulting in excruciating headaches or, in severe cases, madness. Unless what?" Roland pressed. "Unless the individual is a witch. Only witches can behold the gates of hell, as they have already succumbed to the devil's thrall and are thus impervious to such malevolence." At this, Berov glanced towards the rear garden. "And what of the malevolent beasts? Surely you have encountered them?" Roland rapped his fingers discontentedly on the table. "Ah, I have not. Like your Highness, this is my first visit to the borderlands. In the heart of the kingdom, at Grey Castle, it is rare to encounter genuine evil. How can this place develop if the residents are forced to migrate annually? I initially believed the border town merely suffered from barren soil, yet it seems a veritable pit. The Longsong Fortress can withstand the malevolent beasts, indicating they are not invincible." Roland exclaimed, "Why can we not vanquish them in the border town?" Berov elucidated, "Longsong Fortress boasts formidable walls and is garrisoned by the elite troops of Duke Ryan, far surpassing the capabilities of a small settlement like the border town. From the outset, the purpose of establishing the border town was to provide early warning for the fortress. Strategically positioned between North Slope Ridge and the Redwater River, it serves as a buffer, much like cannon fodder, obstructing the enemy's inevitable advance." Roland scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Chapter 8. The Sinister Moon, Part 1. To foster genuine development, one must firmly establish roots in this land. If the soil is poor, it can be cultivated. If the territory is too small, it can be expanded outward. However, if people abandon it, all discussions become futile. When a domain can be relinquished at any moment, who would wish to invest in it or engage in productive endeavors with peace of mind? After the ministerial assistant took his leave, Roland summoned his chief knight, Carter Lannis. Bring your men and seek out some local guards, hunters, or farmers who have resided here for over 5 years and have experienced the sinister moon. It would be preferable if any have battled the vile beasts. As the knight departed to fulfill his duty, Roland rubbed his temples and resumed his examination of the compiled data. The primary outputs of the border town were minerals and animal pelts, with grain being the major import. All transportation flowed directly via the Redwater River to the Longsong Fortress or Willowleaf Town. The mineral resources included a variety of ores: iron, copper, sulfur, crystal, rubies, sapphires, surpassing the mere concept of associated minerals. He recalled Anna once mentioning that the North Slope mining area was rumored to be a lair for unknown subterranean monsters. And even now, the depths of the mine remain largely unexplored. Flipping to the grain section, Roland frowned. Most of these minerals were sold to the Longsong Fortress. Yet payment was rendered not in royal gold dragons but in grain. Logically, gemstones could be considered luxury items, yet after years of trade, the border town had scarcely retained surplus grain, and its financial income was meager. In other words, the annual mineral output of the border town merely sufficed to provide for the sustenance of its 2,000 residents. Considering that the lord of this land had historically been a scion of the Longsong Duke before the prince's arrival, the self-sufficient trade was somewhat understandable. In their eyes, any surplus grain merely benefited the monstrous beasts. The fur trade, however, constituted an income source for the local populace, who ventured west into the mysterious forest to hunt various creatures, selling their captures either to the buyers at Longsong Fortress or to the residents of Willowleaf Town. The border town imposed no taxes on this trade, as it was virtually impossible to regulate. After a moment of contemplation, Roland concluded that, since he was now present, the mineral output could no longer be exchanged for grain. The branches of the Redwater River nearly traversed the entire kingdom, ensuring accessibility. With this transportation artery, even if Longsong Fortress ceased its provision of grain, he could procure supplies from other regions, provided he could fend off those accursed monsters here in the border town. Carter acted swiftly, returning the next day with 2 guards and a local hunter. These individuals were the leaders of the border patrol, responsible for lighting the signal fires each year. The hunter claimed to have encountered the vile creatures and had personally severed the head of one. The trio bowed in unison. Roland nodded and asked them to step aside, allowing each to approach in turn. Although the other guard exhibited signs of nervousness, he at least did not stutter. "Your Highness, it should be manageable." They were originally just ordinary animals of the forest, albeit now driven mad and ferocious by the taint of hellish energy. Nonetheless, they are still killable. Every year, following the malevolent month, the Longsong Fortress dispatches a cavalry unit to purge the remnants of sinister beasts along the roads leading to the border town. How long does this malevolent month last? Typically, it endures for 2 to 3 months, though the precise duration is contingent upon the sun, as Brian explained. Upon inquiring about the sun, Roland expressed his confusion. "Yes," the guard elucidated, "Your Highness, since you have recently arrived, you may be unaware. Once the border town is blanketed in snow, it does not cease until the sun regains its brilliance, allowing the snow to melt away." Indeed, I experienced the longest malevolent month 2 years ago. It lasted nearly 4 months, and many could not endure it. Why does Longsong Fortress lack an additional month's worth of food supplies? Roland queried. Brian's countenance darkened slightly. They do possess some provisions. However, the municipal officer in charge of supplies, Ferrino, claimed that the autumn yield was only sufficient to purchase food for 3 months, with the 4th month's supplies contingent upon the arrival of a new batch. Yet, the malevolent month is not yet over, and we cannot vacate the fortress. I understand now. It is sheer folly to sever ties with the populace. If Longsong Fortress treated these border inhabitants with warmth akin to spring, retaining them would be a daunting task. However, it appears that those cowering behind the city walls are not virtuous either. Roland, maintaining a stoic expression, summoned the final individual to speak, quietly committing this name to memory. The third individual, robust in stature, towered nearly 6 feet when standing, which imposed a sense of pressure upon Roland. Fortunately, upon approaching, he knelt on one knee. "You claim to have slain sinister beasts?" "Indeed, Your Highness," he replied in a deep, gravelly voice, having dispatched a wild boar type and a wolf type. "Type?" Roland echoed, perplexed. "This is the term hunters use for sinister beasts." "Your Highness, the more ferocious the creature prior to mutation, the more formidable it becomes afterward. Moreover, their inherent advantages are exponentially amplified. For instance, the wild boar type possesses exceptionally tough hide, making it difficult for crossbows to penetrate from 50 meters away. The wolf type, on the other hand, is even more cunning. With astonishing speed, one must set traps in advance to kill it. The strong become stronger, and the swift become swifter, Roland remarked, yet they remain merely animals. Precisely. They are not the most terrifying foes, the hunter continued, swallowing hard. The most fearsome are the hybrids. They are the very embodiment of devils. Creatures that only hell could conjure. I once beheld a hybrid. It possessed the robust physique of a beast and sported enormous wings that allowed for short flights. Moreover, it seemed to know my whereabouts. No matter how I concealed myself, it would inevitably flush me out. It was not hunting, Your Highness. It was merely toying with its prey. The hunter lifted his garment, revealing a massive scar stretching from his abdomen to his chest. I survived only by leaping into the Red River before losing consciousness. Such monsters exist? Roland pondered, finding this world increasingly fantastical. A sturdy city wall may repel all ordinary types of sinister beasts, but what of those that can fly? Hybrids must be exceedingly rare, no? Chapter 9. The Evil Moon, Part 2. Not many, Your Highness. During the Evil Moon, there are typically only 2 or 3 of these monstrous beasts. Otherwise, the Longsong Fortress would face significant peril. Very well, you observe keenly. Roland commanded the hunter to rise. What is your name? You do not appear to be from Grey Fortress. I possess half Moggan blood. The townsfolk refer to me as Iron Axe. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The border town does not concern itself with lineage. Roland clapped his hands. That will suffice for today. Carter, reward each of them with 10 silver wolves and escort them below. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. The 3 responded in unison. Roland remained noncommittal. What do you think? This is absolutely unacceptable, Your Highness, the knight exclaimed. According to the hunter, even dealing with the wild boar types of evil beasts is a formidable challenge. A crossbow can barely penetrate at 50 paces. One must wait until 40 or 30 paces to shoot, a task only the elite soldiers of the fortress can manage. Furthermore, given their overwhelming numbers, without a robust wall for support, relying solely on local guards would likely result in a casualty rate exceeding 10%, leading to a rout. You expressed a similar sentiment before meeting the witch. Must we not consider the optimistic side? Roland sighed. This, though the witch is malevolent. Miss Anna does not appear to be so. As your knight, I must be pragmatic. Is that so? What if I were to provide you with a wall? What? Carter, momentarily stunned, questioned his own hearing. I shall give you a wall, situated between the northern slope and the Red River. Roland articulated each word carefully. Though not as grand as the walls of Grey Fortress, it should suffice to deter the aberrations. Your Highness, do you comprehend the implications of your words? The knight chuckled in disbelief. There must be limits to such folly. Should you choose not to depart when the time comes? I can only beg your forgiveness for my impudence. There are 3 months remaining, are there not? My review of past records indicates that the first snowfall here typically arrives at the end of February. 3 years is insufficient. Carter shook his head vehemently. Constructing a wall requires a substantial workforce, beginning with compacting mixed earth from the foundation. Every 1 to 2 feet must be compacted, otherwise, the risk of collapse looms. This pertains to the simplest of earthen walls. A stone wall would take even longer, necessitating hundreds of stonemasons to meticulously shape the stones into squares before assembling them piece by piece. Your Highness, every wall is built in this manner. There are no exceptions. To raise a city from the ground overnight is a tale reserved for myth and legend. Roland gestured for him to cease. I understand. You need not arrive at hasty conclusions. If, in the end, a reliable wall is not constructed, I shall withdraw with you to Longsong Fortress. I have no intention of sacrificing my life in this wretched place. The knight knelt on one knee. I will vow to protect you with my life. In the castle garden, Roland took a sip of bitter ale, gazing at Anna, who was engrossed in her cream pastries, and his spirits lifted considerably. He had resolved to thwart the evil beasts at the border town. If they could not defend even their stronghold, what hope remained for agriculture? To erect a wall connecting the northern slope and the Red River within 3 months would necessitate a pragmatic approach and groundbreaking techniques. Roland's thoughts were not born of sudden inspiration. He had thoroughly surveyed the outskirts of the border town, albeit not in person, and in his memory remained vivid images. The foot of the northern slope was a mere 600 meters from the Chishui River, a veritable natural pass. Due to years of mining, the area surrounding the northern slope's cave was littered with debris from the extracted rock layers. These fragments displayed a grayish-white cross-section, rich in calcium carbonate, which, when crushed, could serve as limestone. And with limestone came the promise of cement. Indeed, this hydraulic material, which has transformed the course of human construction, boasts a widespread source and simple preparation, making it one of the farmer's essential tools. In Roland's mind, he calculated that producing concrete was out of the question, not due to a lack of technical ability, but because the quantity of cement required was simply too great. He doubted he could burn enough cement powder within 3 months. Moreover, the poor ductility of concrete necessitated the incorporation of steel reinforcements to achieve structural integrity, rendering the construction of concrete walls quite impractical. While the overarching plan had been set, the actual implementation would likely require his direct involvement, he mused. Whether it was the calcination of cement or the masonry of rough stones, both were entirely novel endeavors. No one but himself had witnessed such things, nor did anyone know how to proceed. It seemed the coming 3 months would be quite busy. "Look," came Anna's clear voice from behind. Roland turned to see a small flame flickering delicately in her palm. Despite the stillness around them, the flame danced up and down, as if acknowledging her presence. She wiggled her finger, and the flame, akin to a toddling infant, gradually moved towards her fingertip. Eventually, it settled atop her index finger, calming itself. "You did it." Roland marveled inwardly at this incredible scene. This was no mere sleight of hand or chemical trick. It was a genuine manifestation of supernatural power. Yet, what captivated Roland even more than the flame was Anna's expression. She gazed intently at her fingertip, her eyes reflecting the flickering flame, reminiscent of a spirit encapsulated within a sapphire. The scars left by her imprisonment had faded, and though she still seldom smiled, her face radiated a newfound vitality. A few beads of sweat formed on her petite nose, and her cheeks glowed with a vibrant hue, exuding an infectious joy that uplifted the spirits of those who beheld her. "What's wrong?" "A nothing." Roland suddenly realized he had been staring at her for too long and averted his gaze, clearing his throat. "Now, let us attempt to use it to melt some iron blocks." During these past few days, aside from eating and sleeping, she had tirelessly practiced in the shed, her dedication leaving Roland feeling somewhat ashamed. He had never been so fervent even in the face of examinations. It seemed that before long, she would master this newfound power. Roland thought. With that, his long-conceived new project could finally be set into motion. Chapter 10. The Mason. This week, the weather has been rather dismal. With a perpetual grayness overhead, Carl Vanbert's mood mirrored the bleakness of the sky, sinking to an all-time low. As he traversed the damp cobbled streets, passers-by occasionally greeted him. In this small town, Carl operated an academy. Unlike the institutions in Grey Castle, which catered exclusively to the offspring of nobility, his academy welcomed the children of ordinary citizens. Consequently, he enjoyed a considerable reputation in this frontier settlement. "Good morning, Mr. Vanbert. How is my son faring, sir? Whenever you find the time, Carl, let us go fishing." Since witnessing Anna's execution, Carl felt as though his perception of the world had fractured, a fissure that had likely existed since his departure from Grey Castle. Although he had chosen to ignore it, he busied himself with work to numb his senses, while the innocent smiles of his students somewhat masked the emerging cracks. It was only after Anna's demise that he realized the world had not changed at all. That crack had not only persisted but had widened. His memories of Anna were frozen in time, dating back 6 months. Among the 30 children at the academy, she had been rather unremarkable in appearance, reserved in her speech. Yet, one thing left a profound impression on Carl. It was her fervor for knowledge. Regardless of the subject he taught, be it literature or history, she was invariably the first to grasp it. Even the dry history of religious evolution, which he found tedious, captivated her for an entire day as she immersed herself in the text. He had once observed the young girl tending to a neighbor's sheep under the sun, gently brushing the lamb's wool with the same tenderness one would afford an infant. That scene remained vividly etched in his memory. Her sweet, serene smile could never be associated with malevolence. Later, a fire ravaged the neighborhood, claiming the life of Anna's mother, and Anna ceased to attend the academy. Just a week ago, she was declared a witch and hanged in the town square. Tempted by the devil? An impure soul? A villain? Such accusations were absurd. For the first time, Carl felt a flicker of doubt towards the church and the teachings he imparted. Whether Anna was indeed a witch was uncertain, but she could not possibly be deemed evil. If a curious, innocent girl on the cusp of adulthood could be labeled as malevolent, then the officials of Grey Castle must surely be demons from the netherworld. For the sake of a few hundred gold coins, they had deliberately substituted substandard stone, resulting in the collapse of the new theater mid-construction claiming the lives of over 30 members of the Masons Guild. Yet, had any of them faced the gallows? Not a single one. The judge ultimately ruled that the guild's leader was guilty of poor construction and sentenced him to exile, dissolving the guild altogether. Knowing the truth, Carl fled Grey Castle with his family, journeying westward until he reached this border town. He established the academy, garnered numerous students, and made new neighbors and friends. Yet the crimes perpetrated in Grey Castle lingered in his mind like a haunting specter. Now, he felt once again the world's derision. What truly constituted evil? Did the deities above truly possess clarity of vision? The final straw that broke Carl's resolve was Nanawa. Her face was perpetually adorned with a smile, as if it were her inherent nature. In this tragic and tormented world, she remained unaffected, at least within the confines of the academy. She could continue to laugh with carefree abandon. Carl even felt a flicker of curiosity about whether Naneva had ever shed a tear since her birth. It was not until 2 days prior that Naneva, with a sorrowful countenance, approached him, asking, "Teacher, will I meet the same fate as Anna?" It was then that he realized his student, Naneva Payne, had also become a witch. "Ah, is that not Mr. Van Bert?" Someone called. "Come here and help us decipher what is written." Carl felt a tug on his sleeve. When he lifted his gaze, he discovered he had unknowingly wandered to the town square. A throng of townsfolk surrounded the bulletin board, bustling with chatter. Upon hearing Van Bert's name, they instinctively parted to make way for him. "You arrived just in time, sir. Do lend us your insight," they urged. On any other day, he would have nodded with a smile and elaborated on the contents of the bulletin to the eager crowd. However, at that moment, Carl found himself unable to reciprocate their joy. Their genuine smiles and enthusiasm felt far more unbearable than any facade of cheerfulness he could don. The notice regarding Anna's execution was affixed there as well, and the crowd was equally animated in their discussions about it. In a certain light, he thought, "You are all complicit in her demise. Your ignorance and folly have slain her." Suppressing his emotions, Carl inhaled deeply and approached the bulletin board. "The prince is calling for laborers to construct the frontier town. A variety of positions are available," he read aloud. But what right did he have to cast blame upon them, when he himself was one of the culprits? Was it not he who proclaimed that witches were malevolent? A bitter taste flooded his mouth as he reflected on the words he had imparted to the children, reciting the church's doctrines as if he understood them well. What madness! Stone mason, male, ages 20 to 40, strong and able-bodied. Daily wage, 25 copper eagles. Bricklayer, gender non-specific, 18 and above, with masonry experience. Daily wage, 45 copper eagles. Laborer, male, 18 and above. Daily wage, 12 copper eagles, but what could he possibly do? Should he flee the frontier town with Naneva? He had his own family. They had endured great hardship to arrive here from Grey Castle, and just as circumstances began to improve, he would be forced to leave again. Moreover, Naneva hailed from a prosperous family. Could she endure a life of instability? Stone mason, gender non-specific, age unrestricted. Anyone who has participated in municipal construction, fortifications, or similar endeavors is welcome to apply. The town hall is perpetually recruiting. Monthly salary, 1 gold dragon. Additional stipulations. Those with extensive experience and exceptional performance may be granted official positions. Once he finished reading the notice, the crowd erupted into lively discussion. A monthly pay of 1 gold dragon rivals that of the cavalry at Longsong Fortress. But could you even manage that? You struggle to build a latrine, and you wish to construct a fortress? Do not fixate solely on this. The preceding positions are quite commendable as well. If they pay daily, it amounts to a sum not far removed from hunting. Indeed, hunting carried the risk of losing one's life. The Hidden Grove was not a place to be taken lightly. Did the prince not realize that the month of evil was fast approaching? Regardless of what he wished to construct, embarking on such an endeavor at this moment was far from opportune. It appeared that His Highness, the Duke of Wimbledon, possessed little knowledge of construction. A sudden notion struck Carl. Perhaps by invoking the name of the Masons Guild, he could capture the prince's attention. This thought ignited a flicker of hope within him. Could he persuade the prince that witches are not inherently malevolent? Whispers suggested that the young prince harbored unique ideas. His character markedly distinct from that of ordinary men, and he held a profound disdain for the church. Perhaps this could work, he mused. Even though it was Prince Roland who ultimately ordered Anna's execution, it was evident he did so with reluctance. The prince, merely in his early 20s, might indeed grasp the notion that those tender maidens, still in the bloom of youth, could not so suddenly transform into irredeemable evildoers. Of course, There existed the possibility that he could be perceived as an accomplice to the witch, equally condemned to the gallows. The ecclesiastical laws were explicit. Anyone who sheltered a witch or interceded on her behalf was deemed a depraved sinner. Karl could only hope that the prince's aversion to the church rendered those laws mere scraps of paper. In his heart, he offered a silent prayer. Though uncertain to which deity he should direct his supplications, he closed his eyes and sought blessings. For the departed Anna, for the living Naneva, and for the fissures within his heart to cease their expansion, he resolved to take this risk. Chapter 11. The Third Princess. As the sea breeze turned chilly, gazing at the seemingly endless ocean, Garcia Wimbledon brushed aside her wind-tousled hair and remarked with a hint of regret. 2 months and 4 days, the man replied without hesitation. If all goes as planned, they shall arrive at Bluewater Port in 3 days. Garcia burst into laughter, hoping they would bring me ample surprises. Farron Cobain observed the flamboyant woman before him, his heart filled with profound reflections. Her long, gray hair shimmered with silvery strands under the autumn sunlight, her light green eyes, with their elongated corners, emanated an indescribable sense of pressure when fixed upon someone. Having spent considerable time by the sea, her skin bore a slightly rough texture. Lacking the porcelain fairness of other royal women, yet Farron found no fault in this. In his eyes, the aura that Garcia possessed eclipsed any mere beauty. Unlike the foolish scions bred from close kin in Grey Castle, the third princess of Wimbledon was a true prodigy. She possessed the wisdom and pride of nobility, yet diverged from the conventional norms of aristocracy. In this regard, she mirrored the common folk's eager anticipation for breaking monotony, displaying a remarkable spirit of adventure. Naturally, no commoner could boast her height or vision. Even dukes and lords appeared short-sighted in her presence. The mere act of investing all the trade revenues of Bluewater Port into the construction of her fleet, leaving not a single coin in her treasury, was a feat far beyond the grasp of those miserly guardians of wealth. In contrast to the royal nobles who spent their days tallying their accumulating fortunes, Farron believed this to be the essence of true leadership. Thus, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to Garcia, following her to Bluewater Port. Upon arriving, Farron soon discovered that the third princess's ambitions extended far beyond mere aspirations. She not only possessed ideals, but also the resolve to act upon them. She had formulated the Black Sail plan around this core principle and meticulously executed it step by step. 5 years prior, Garcia's influence had already infiltrated Bluewater Port, laying the groundwork for the formation of the Black Sail fleet, even before King Wimbledon III had broached the subject of the royal decree. In other words, she had long been ahead of all other heirs. Now, after 5 years of diligent effort, the trade at Bluewater Port had begun to flourish. With a 3-masted ship launched from the dock every 6 months, and he had gained initial trust from his counterparts. Seizing upon the favorable mood of the third princess, Farron hesitantly voiced the greatest doubt that had lingered in his mind over the past few months. "Your Highness, I find myself puzzled," he said, closing the door to shield them from the roaring sea breeze. "You mentioned," she nodded with a smile. "Why were you able to foresee all of this before the king issued the royal decree?" He had speculated whether King Wimbledon III had informed her in advance, but upon closer examination, it was evident that such a possibility was implausible. Everyone knew that the second prince was the king's favored heir, and the decree was intended for him, as evidenced by the second prince's fiefdom in Golden Spike City. Yet, to deduce all of this solely through one's own insight and begin planning 5 years ago, good heavens, she was merely 18 at that time. Foreseeing? She laughed lightly. "Do you take me for a witch? I possess no such supernatural abilities. However, I was utterly unprepared for my father to conceive such a ludicrous idea as the royal rivalry decree to pave the way for his cherished second son. In truth, what bearing does the existence of the decree have on my actions? None at all." Suddenly, Farine appeared to have an epiphany, her mouth agape in astonishment. Witnessing Farine's incredulous expression, Garcia chuckled. "Must I await my father's proclamation that I am entitled to vie for the throne before I earn such a right? By the same token, does the one who governs the city most effectively necessarily ascend to the Grey Castle throne? I had presumed you would grasp this upon observing the Black Sail initiative." "Ah, I see," Farine murmured, realizing that her fleet was not merely established for the sake of wealth. This fleet belonging to the third princess would don black sails after completing trade, embarking on a campaign to plunder merchant vessels from other cities or nations. Similarly, the third princess encouraged her subjects to set sail, participating in the Black Sail initiative. She promised that any spoils acquired would belong to the ship's captain, with no taxes levied by the Bluewater Port on such profits. This strategy yielded immense riches, prompting her to command the Black Sail Fleet to head south, raiding any vessels traversing the Endless Cape, as well as the southern sands. These actions were driven by motives beyond mere financial gain. Garcia did not invest the plundered wealth into the city's development or expanding land trade. Instead, she reinvested it into shipyards, continuing to construct larger vessels. Over the years, she amassed a considerable number of seasoned sailors, fierce warriors, and the adoration of the populace. If she were to lose her grip on power, all those engaged in the plundering would find themselves facing the gallows. Does the one who governs the city best ascend to the Grey Castle throne? No, Farine now comprehended that the true contender for the throne was Garcia Wimbledon, who possessed an abundance of ships and soldiers capable of navigating the Three-Bay River, reaching the very gates of Gold Ears City. So, do you realize you are to be assigned to Blue Waterport? This was indeed unexpected, merely a trifling addition to a transaction. Garcia shrugged, originally suspecting the church was attempting to deceive me. Related to the church? Noting the other party's reluctance to elaborate, Farine refrained from probing further. Yet she understood that even if Garcia did not arrive at Blue Waterport, this place would still adhere to her will, progressing in the direction she desired. Setting aside these thoughts, she poured herself a cup of red tea, realizing that her earlier ploy had evidently failed. The absence of news likely indicated that her brothers had dealt with it, as anticipated. Originally, these were mere pawns, inconsequential to the greater scheme, simply employed to pass the time during this period of waiting. However, she shifted her tone. While other pawns faltering is quite normal, I did not anticipate that even the fourth prince would emerge unscathed. To be honest, I am somewhat disappointed. The Kingfisher mentioned in the confidential letter that the pill was indeed consumed. But failure is failure. I do not wish to hear explanations, Garcia interrupted. Soon, the month of evil will arrive, and our beloved prince shall seek refuge at the Longsong Fortress, shall he not? By that time, should the fiendish beasts invade, the fortress will likely descend into chaos. Write to her, urging her to seize the opportunity. I am curious to see if Lady Luck will once again favor the fourth brother. Indeed, Your Highness. You may leave now. Garcia waved his hand. Just as Farion was about to take his leave, the third princess called out to him. Ah, by the way, I recall that the pill was purchased from the alchemist in Bizar, correct? Farion nodded. What did he say at the time? Colorless and tasteless, dissolving like water. Guaranteed to be fatal upon ingestion, with no remedy available? Or was it one of his latest alchemical creations? Garcia yawned. Let him be strangled. Chapter 12. The firing Roland stood in the courtyard of the firing chamber, eagerly awaiting the first batch of cement to emerge. This brick structure had been meticulously designed for cement production, measuring approximately 15 meters in length and 4 meters in width. It featured doors at both ends. The front door was deliberately spacious to facilitate the transportation of materials, while the back door was narrow enough for Anna to enter discreetly. To ensure her secrecy, he constructed a surrounding wall midway through the building, enclosing the rear section of the firing chamber, with knights stationed at the entrances, all loyal subordinates of Carter. Their fidelity unquestionable. The process of cement production may seem straightforward. Limestone is crushed into a fine powder, then mixed with clay and iron powder, before undergoing calcination through either dry or wet methods to produce clinker, which is then finely ground with gypsum for use. The raw materials are quite ordinary, with iron powder being difficult to produce in large quantities and thus often omitted. The critical factor lies in the calcination temperature of the clinker. Roland could not recall the specific temperature required for cement firing, and even if he could, he lacked the means to measure or control it. Both infrared thermometers and thermocouple guns were exponentially more complex than cement production. He only knew that this temperature was nearly equivalent to the melting point of iron, and the calcination process presented a formidable challenge in cement production. In an era where metallurgical technology was underdeveloped, maintaining high furnace temperatures had always been a concern. Conventional open furnaces suffered significant heat loss, making it arduous to sustain temperatures above 1,200 degrees. Reflecting furnaces required high-temperature resistant linings, and he could not immediately conceive a method to produce refractory bricks. Traditional blast furnaces were even less suitable, while they might achieve the necessary temperature. Relying solely on their elongated chambers to calcine cement would likely yield insufficient quantities even after the passing of many moons. Consequently, Roland's firing chamber lacked any heating apparatus. He relied solely on Anna. The manually crushed limestone particles, mixed with clay and water, were stirred into a slurry and evenly spread across the chamber floor. The knights then secured the main entrance and dismissed the laborers. Anna entered through the back door, igniting flames to heat the slurry until the iron rods placed within the chamber melted. Roland felt a sense of unease. This was his first step in securing the border town. If he could not produce cement, the ambitious plan to erect a city wall within 3 months would remain mere idle talk. Without a wall to defend, it was likely that no one would be willing to remain in this desolate place. Whether in historical reality or fictional narratives, a stable stronghold is indispensable for successful agriculture. Your Highness, does this substance truly possess the capability to bind stones together? Carter Lannis, who stood beside the fourth prince, inquired. Although the prince had assured him that this was the latest research outcome from the Grey Fortress Alchemy Workshop, he remained skeptical, as that group had yet to deliver any genuinely reliable alchemical products. Who knows? That is merely what they claim, Roland replied with a shrug. In this world, alchemy was often paired with astrology, collectively referred to as the arts of the sages, and was quite popular among the continental nations. Royal families typically trained their own alchemists and astrologers for the purposes of concocting potions and predicting destinies. For the common folk, these studies seemed so grandiose that they fostered a blind faith. Given this context, Roland naturally directed the question of the cement formula's provenance towards the alchemy workshop, indifferent to whether the chief knight believed him or not. The flames that had been flickering from the window gradually extinguished, indicating that the firing process was complete. Roland sprang to his feet, ushering Carter out of the yard, and took his position by the back door of the brick house, awaiting Anna's emergence. The iron door creaked open, and Anna stepped outside. Without hesitation, Roland draped a robe over her shoulders and brought her a cup of water. "How are you?" he inquired. The witch's face was covered in a layer of dust. Although the wet cement process produced minimal dust, the searing air during firing still stirred up particles. For someone who could not wear a mask, spending several minutes inside was evidently uncomfortable. She coughed twice and nodded. The slurry is turned into powder. Roland, unable to wait for the kiln's temperature to drop sufficiently, wrapped a damp towel around his head, seized a shovel, and ventured through the back door. The intense heat enveloped him instantly, making it difficult to breathe, and his skin felt scorched. Fortunately, shoveling the ash did not take much time. Otherwise, remaining in such an environment for even a few minutes might lead to heat exhaustion. "Is this what you wanted?" Anna asked. Her witch's attire now dawned as she leaned in to inquire. "It certainly resembles it," Roland replied, spreading the powder and feeling its residual warmth with his fingers. The true test of its efficacy would come later. What is its purpose? To build houses, construct bridges, and pave roads. Its applications are numerous. If successful, the dwellings of the people will be impervious to cold winds, torrential rains, and heavy snows. He gently patted the little girl on the head, adding, "It is thanks to you that this was achieved." Anna lowered her gaze. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but he sensed a quickening in her breath. The chief knight had no qualms about engaging in manual labor for him. Such tasks were far preferable to brawling on behalf of the prince or courting noble ladies during his time at Grey Fortress. As the mixture lacked iron powder, the resulting cement had a lighter hue, appearing grayish-white. Roland poured it onto a stone slab and placed another slab atop it. The cement required approximately 4 hours to set. And considering the instability of the prototype, he decided to wait until the following day to assess the results. Early the next morning, Roland hurriedly led Carter and Anna to the kiln's backyard. Upon opening the door, he observed that the cement's exterior had solidified, binding the 2 stone slabs together tightly. The hardened surface appeared uneven, with some areas exhibiting a white frost. Kneeling down, Roland scraped away the white frost produced by the alkali reaction. Pressing his finger into the cured cement, a wave of joy surged through him. The surface felt robust and unyielding, entirely dissimilar to the texture of compacted soil. Even when he pressed with his fingernail, he could not leave a trace. Following a signal from the fourth prince, Carter initially attempted to lift the stone slab, but failed. He then kicked at the sides with considerable force until the bond between the cement and the ground broke. Yet the 2 slabs remained firmly attached. Ultimately, he struck them with the hilt of his sword, managing only to chip away a small fragment from the edges. Is this the effect of cement? Carter suddenly grasped its significance. It was nothing short of astonishing. What had flowed like molten wax just the day before had become as solid as rock overnight. With such a resource, the construction of walls can proceed at an astonishing pace, provided there are sufficient stones. We could even erect a barrier encircling the borders within 5 years. But what purpose does that serve? Roland remarked dismissively, asserting that no towering wall can shield against foes from within. I would much prefer to transform the dilapidated wooden houses in the border town into sturdy concrete dwellings. ensuring my subjects need never fear homelessness in the wake of a calamity. The chief knight was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that the fourth prince, embodying the myriad vices of nobility, would utter such sentiments. You will witness it in due course, Roland reaffirmed his chosen path, for to many traversers, technology stands as the foremost productive force. Yet here, it is the witch who reigns as the primary catalyst of productivity. Chapter 13. The city walls. The production of cement swiftly entered a stable phase. To ensure Anna received ample rest, the kiln operated only once every 2 to 3 days. During the periods of inactivity, efforts were made to prepare a greater supply of raw materials. To this end, Roland issued another recruitment notice, doubling the number of stoneworkers. However, he was acutely aware that he could not perpetually rely on Anna for these tasks. Prolonged exposure to dust-laden environments could lead to silicosis. And with the anticipated expansion of production, one Anna would be far from sufficient to meet the burgeoning demands. The witch should not be treated as a mere consumable, but rather as a catalyst for the advancement of civilization. Though Roland understood this implicitly, he had no choice but to devote all his energy to the construction of the city walls. Without the ability to fend off the vile beasts, all else was moot. The foundation of the city wall connecting the North Slope Mountain to the Red River had commenced excavation. In accordance with the practices prior to his crossing, he, as the project's chief overseer, personally wielded the spade to dig the first scoop of earth before a crowd of astonished onlookers. As a draftsman, Roland, while often compared to the civil engineering laborers next door as a pair of technical workers, found their disciplines to be worlds apart. Moreover, none of the hired masons had any experience with large-scale projects, rendering them less capable than himself. Consequently, the progress of the wall's construction was exceedingly slow. After a week, only a shallow trench had been excavated. Once a project slips from control, it is difficult to predict the nature of the final product. For instance, the hard-won shallow trench resembled a mere drainage ditch more than a foundation for a wall. Despite having indicated a general width during the excavation, the trench's dimensions deteriorated, becoming progressively narrower. Viewed from a distance, it resembled a serpentine creature. Even so, Roland was reluctant to halt work. Embodying the spirit of making progress, no matter how slight, he remained at the base of North Slope Mountain, adjusting the direction of the excavation with his naked eye, slowly pushing forward as long as the kiln was inactive. Simultaneously, he doubled the remuneration for the stone masons in the recruitment notice. Fortunately, this awkward situation did not last long. While overseeing the preparation for the 6th batch of cement in the kiln, the assistant minister Berev reported that a stone mason had responded to the recruitment call, claiming to have previously worked at the Grey Fortress Mason Guild and was now waiting outside for an audience. "Bring him in," Roland instructed, feigning a calm demeanor as he nodded. He initially considered asking Anna to step aside, but then dismissed the thought. With over 2,000 people in the border town, few had witnessed the witch's true visage. Moreover, Anna's appearance had transformed dramatically since her previous despair, and clad in her peculiar attire. Even those who had seen her might not recognize her. His heart racing, he bowed, and when he lifted his gaze, he was struck by the familiarity of the girl standing beside the prince, inducing an almost dreamlike illusion. Carl rubbed his eyes and looked again, unable to contain his exclamation. Anna. Oh no, Roland thought, alarmed at the sheer coincidence. Randomly recruiting a mason had led to encountering the witch's neighbor? It was evident that the individual was well acquainted with Anna. Otherwise, such immediate recognition would have been impossible. He turned to Carter Lannis, who, understanding the situation, immediately secured the door, blocking the sole exit. "Teacher, is it truly you? Anna?" Carl felt a warmth welling up in his eyes, followed by a stream of tears. Weakly, he sank to the ground, repeatedly murmuring, I'm sorry, it's so wonderful. So wonderful." After a considerable time, Carl Van Bert managed to compose himself, slowly rising to his feet. He once again bowed to Roland, apologizing profusely. "I beg your pardon, Your Highness, I have lost my composure." He recounted in detail his journey from Grey Fortress to the border town, including his establishment of an academy and the discovery that the student Nanawa Payne had also become a witch. In conclusion, he implored the prince to shelter Nanawa within the palace, lest she suffer persecution should her identity be revealed. Standing nearby, Anna listened intently, her face reflecting a desire to intercede for Nanawa, yet she remained voiceless. Another witch, indeed a momentous revelation, yet the surname Payne seemed familiar. Roland discreetly summoned an assistant to inquire further, discovering it belonged to a minor noble family in the border town. "You may bring her to me. If she is indeed a witch, I assure you she will come to no harm," Roland promised. However, I cannot extricate her from the Payne household, especially before any tangible threat to her family arises. Furthermore, my rescue of Anna is not as you might presume. He paused, deciding it best to clarify. I require her assistance. Rather than the nonsensical notion of demonic evil, I hold a greater belief that the powers of witches, irrespective of good or evil, can be harnessed. Thus, whether it be Anna or Nanawa, any witch who has committed no unlawful act shall not be deemed guilty in my eyes. Indeed, Carl nodded. Though the fourth prince did not accept Nanawa as he had anticipated, the need for a witch's assistance was perplexing. Yet he was grateful that the prince was willing to safeguard Nanawa's well-being. That was sufficient. Very well. I intend to construct a wall along the Redwater River and at the foot of the northern slope to defend against the invasion of malevolent beasts. This project shall now fall under your purview. Chapter 14. Abilities, Your Highness. What height and width do you intend for the city wall? At least 15 feet high and 6 feet wide, allowing 4 individuals to march side by side, Roland mused. Approving of the professionalism displayed in the inquiry of technical specifications before settling on a construction plan. A mere trench would not suffice to deter the malevolent beasts, he pondered. Indeed, if the upper portion of the wall is to be constructed of stone, it will require 3 years. However, if the sole purpose is to keep the foul creatures at bay, the wall need not be so tall. Approximately 12 feet will suffice. And the width can be reduced by 1/3, bringing the base down to 6 feet. Excavating the trench and erecting the wall can proceed concurrently, increasing the workforce by 200. In this manner, I could complete it before the arrival of the month of demons next year. If we follow your suggestion, how long will it take to excavate the trench for a wall that stands 12 feet high and 4 feet wide? Then let us proceed with this plan, Roland declared, interrupting Carl, who was about to speak. I understand your concerns. First, take a look at this, an innovative creation from the alchemical workshop of Grey Castle. He had no time to demonstrate the adhesive to the stonemason again, merely showcasing the 2 previously adhered blocks. Fortunately, when a prince speaks, few dare to question him. When Carl learned that this substance, referred to as cement, could transform from liquid to solid within a day and night, exhibiting exceptional adhesive strength, his face displayed disbelief and astonishment. Roland observed Carl's reaction with satisfaction and inquired, "What do you think? Is 3 months sufficient?" Carl Vambert's voice trembled slightly. "If what you say holds true, no, I mean, if the alchemical workshop's description is accurate, I am willing to give it a try." "Excellent," Roland replied. "I will have someone prepare detailed instructions on the use of cement for you. Should you require anything else, discuss it with my assistant minister. Mr. Carl, you are now a member of the administrative hall." The following afternoon, Roland met Nana Vier in person. The young girl looked bewilderedly at Anna, clutching the hem of her garment, finally managing to utter, "Have I died?" Upon first sight of her, Roland had to concede that the witch's power not only bestowed upon them wondrous abilities but also altered their appearance and aura to some extent. She and Anna were of entirely different types, yet both exuded a unique charm. This sensation transcended age and life circumstances, even in the throes of awaiting death in prison. Anna's radiance remained undiminished. In all his memories, whether of the street songbirds of Grey Castle or the well-bred noblewomen, he had never encountered such a feeling. To describe it, placing them alongside the witches felt akin to introducing vibrant colors into a black and white photograph. Carl Vambert, who had brought her, discreetly excused himself, leaving only Roland, Anna, and Nana Vier in the palace garden. "You are not dead. Anna is quite well," Roland said, suppressing a smile. "I am Roland Wimbledon, the 4th prince, and you are?" "I am Nana Vier Pine," the young girl responded, her expression brightening upon hearing that she was not dead. She dashed straight to Anna's side, chattering away without a care for Roland, the prince of Grey Fortress. Naturally, Roland had no desire to quibble with a mere girl of 14 or 15 years. He settled down beside the round table, poured himself a mug of ale, and quietly observed the daily exchanges between the 2 witches. It was only when Nana's speech began to slow that he cleared his throat twice and inquired, "Miss Payne, I hear from your teacher that you have awakened as a witch?" Rather than the commonly used term fallen, Roland preferred awakened. He was not naive enough to believe that all witches were pure and innocent. Those with malicious intent would only wreak greater havoc upon acquiring power. Much like weapons, which can either perpetrate violence or serve as a means of resistance, the impact of power depends entirely upon who wields it. While there may be factual basis behind the church's accounts of witch hunts, using these as evidence against the entire witch community is profoundly unjust. Nana's expression faltered slightly as she whispered, "Will you hang me?" No, of course not. Only the most heinous criminals face the gallows. You are not one of them. Nor is Miss Anna, so there is no need for concern. She inhaled deeply and nodded. I'm not certain. My teacher said that the powers of a witch are bestowed by the devil's temptation, but I have never encountered a devil, have I? When did you realize you were different? Perhaps about a week ago, Nana mumbled. I saw a little bird with a broken leg and wanted to help it. Then, I felt something escape from my hand. Something escaped from your hand. Roland pressed, intrigued. What happened next? Could it be that her power was of a healing nature? His heart raced at the thought. He understood all too well what such an ability could signify. In an era devoid of antibiotics and modern medicine, where wounds and infections often led to death, the capacity to swiftly heal injuries was tantamount to possessing an additional life. While this ability might not significantly advance civilization, its implications for individual lives were monumental. He immediately approached the door and summoned the knight stationed outside, requesting a live chicken. If she could substantiate her claims, he might very well leverage this to alter the relentless persecution faced by the witches in the border town. Chapter 15. Self-deception. The teacher had once said that witches possess abilities beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, and though they may not always appear malevolent, they are traps set by the devil to ensnare the unwary. The girl's voice faltered. I swear, I have never encountered the devil. Of course, you have not. That is merely a fabrication of the church, and your teacher is among the deceived, Roland reassured her. The church deceives? Why? Nana was aghast, her mouth agape. Roland shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. Even if he spoke, they would not comprehend. When civilization has not yet evolved to a certain level, such bizarre occurrences are inevitable. People, lacking a motive, often attribute natural disasters or inexplicable phenomena to imagined malevolent forces. Historically, the burden of such beliefs has predominantly fallen upon women. In a world where witches wield enigmatic, tangible powers, they become easy targets for the church's ire. It is evident that the church would never allow such anomalies to persist unchallenged. They would either canonize all witches, proclaiming it a divine blessing, or hunt them down, branding them as agents of the devil. However, should they choose the former, the authority of monotheism would be severely undermined. For the emergence of witches is entirely unrelated to the church. If other faiths were to also sanctify witches, claiming them as chosen ones, then which deity would be the one true God? The coexistence of polytheism relies on the genuine existence of the gods, each capable of balancing the others. Since the gods do not exist and are merely constructs of rhetoric, what justification is there for sharing this world? Thus, any monotheistic faith will assert that theirs is the only true God, leaving only one path for heretics, annihilation. Consequently, they too are compelled to choose the latter, relentlessly pursuing the eradication of witches. This is not a matter of preference, but a pursuit of self-interest. In the castle kitchen, a live chicken was prepared, and as the knight held it by its wings, it flailed and kicked in protest. What transpired next left Nana in stunned silence as Roland produced a small silver knife from his waist. After ensuring the knight had a firm grip, he plunged the knife into the chicken. Following this, he instructed Nana to heal it, and once restored, they would repeat the process, time and again. When the beleaguered chicken finally succumbed to its fate, Roland gained a clearer understanding of Nana's abilities. She could restore damaged parts, including lacerations, fractures, and bruises. However, if a part was entirely missing, such as a severed foot, she could not regrow it. Yet, if the severed limb were reattached, her powers could render the wound as good as new. Ultimately, she could not reverse death. Once the chicken had perished, her healing was rendered ineffective. Throughout the entire healing process, Roland observed none of the viscous fluid she had described. She merely placed her hands over the chicken's wounds, and they visibly healed at an astonishing rate. After a series of experiments, it became evident that Nana's physical exertion was minimal, certainly not comparable to Anna's training sessions, which left her drenched in sweat. The only discontent arose from Nana herself, who felt the treatment of the chicken was excessively cruel, pouting and glaring at Roland even until the conclusion of the trials. After enjoying some pastries, Roland instructed that Nana be sent on her way. Anna, perplexed, inquired why he did not keep her. She is a witch, just like me, is she not? She has family, and her family has yet to discover her true nature. Anna whispered, it's only a matter of time. Indeed, just a matter of time, Roland sighed. So, a delay, however brief, is preferable. Do you miss your father? She shook her head, her eyes as tranquil as a still lake, betraying not a hint of turmoil. It seemed that the betrayal by her father had left her utterly disillusioned. Yet, devoid of kin, she could still have friends. Naneva would visit frequently. In fact, He intended for her to come every other day to hone her abilities. Upon hearing this, Anna blinked rapidly and nodded eagerly. This situation shall not endure for long. As long as I am present, you will eventually lead lives akin to those of ordinary folk, free from the fear of being seized and condemned to the gallows. That day will arrive, Roland stated emphatically, I assure you. Since Karl Vambert took over the project, Prince Roland found himself with ample leisure. Each afternoon, he spent time in the castle gardens, practicing with Anna or Naneva. Now, Anna no longer needed to prepare additional garments for her training. Even with flames dancing upon her fingertips, she adeptly controlled them without the previous mishap of igniting her witch's hat. Naneva had also donned a matching witch's uniform. Though she was reluctant to practice, she complied with a sulky pout, motivated by the prospect of afternoon tea. Observing the two witches meandering about the courtyard, Roland derived immense satisfaction from his wicked amusement. Occasionally, he would venture to the foot of the northern slope to inspect the progress of the construction. After more than 2 weeks of labor, the walls had risen to about 100 meters. In an era devoid of theodolites, Karl directed the craftsmen to use a wooden pole, measuring distances and straightness according to the shadows cast by the sun at the same hour each day. Every 10 poles, a watchtower was erected to stabilize the wall. Such extensive manpower naturally attracted the attention of the local nobility, yet they merely sought out Barov to inquire about the situation. Remaining otherwise inactive, as if this matter bore no relevance to them, Roland paid them no mind. Their estates lay within the Longsong fortress, and they would not remain here to safeguard the border town for him. He could even envision them gathering in private, mocking his audacity. Thus, amidst the whispers and speculations of others, Roland welcomed his first winter after crossing over. Chapter 16. The road ahead. The fire in the hearth blazed warmly, dispelling the chill that seeped through the cracks of the doors and windows. Atop the fireplace hung the head of a deer with magnificent antlers, casting a shadow on the wall that resembled colossal claws in the flickering light. Opposite stood a long wooden table, dark red in hue, laden with scrolls of parchment and books, most of which awaited the inscription of administrative decrees. In this space, Roland conducted his official duties. Having transformed the 3rd floor of the castle into his office, a change he had gradually come to appreciate. Through the expansive windows behind him, he gazed upon the town stretching before him, leading to the undulating mountains in the distance. These were the formidable mountains of the Desolation Range, which divided the kingdom of Grey Fortress from the wilderness beyond. The North Slope Mountain was merely a branch of this imposing range. Below, a garden enclosed by a wooden fence came into view. The shed used for Anna's training had been dismantled, and the brick pool had been converted into a long table for the convenience of afternoon tea. On pleasant days, he would descend to bask in the sunlight or recline in a custom-made rocking chair for a brief nap. Though the castle was modest in size, it could be deemed a medium villa with an independent garden. In a previous life, the dream of owning a true stone castle seemed utterly fanciful. Merely visiting one required the purchase of an entry ticket. Yet now, he not only possessed this castle but also governed an entire town. My lord, the expenses incurred in recruiting craftsmen and laborers have been quite substantial, and this expenditure is drawn from your coffers. If this continues, we may not endure until next spring. Barov reported to Roland, clutching a stack of parchment as he outlined the recent financial situation. The income and expenditure of the frontier town were originally quite straightforward, revolving around the trade of ores and gems. This trade was monopolized by the Longsong fortress, which exchanged the North Slope's resources for wheat or bread, with no taxes imposed. As representatives from the fortress facilitated the resource exchange. To put it plainly, the North Slope mines were a shareholding venture of the nobility of Longsong Fortress. The nobles stationed in the frontier town could be regarded as overseers sent by the shareholders, most of whom resided east of the fortress and merely transiently visited this area, with varying individuals arriving each year. In truth, the history of the frontier town was less than 30 years, a mere infant compared to the nearly 200-year-old Longsong Fortress. Originally, Duke Ryan intended to establish a forward outpost here for early warnings against beastly incursions. However, the pioneers stumbled upon abundant mineral resources in the North Slope Mountains and decided to establish a town, naming it the Frontier Town. In a sense, it was the North Slope mines that birthed the town, to prevent theft and misreporting. The Duke did not heed the advice of the nobles to send their own personnel for mining. Instead, he uniformly employed local residents, nearby drifters, and even convicts as miners, distributing the mined ores according to the proportion of resources each house invested. The fortress merely needed to provide the miners with food for the entire year and a modest commission, which remained fixed regardless of the output from the mines. Of the over 2,000 residents in the frontier town, a significant majority served the mining operations. Thus, if Roland wished to hire workers for the construction of the walls, he could only draw from his own funds. Had it been the previous fourth prince, he would undoubtedly have refused any proposal vehemently. However, for Roland, as long as he could establish a foothold in the border town, expending all his wealth would be worthwhile. After all, the future trade of ores would no longer be settled in grain. In terms of currency, this investment was merely a trifling sum. The only concern lay in whether Longa Fortress would be willing to relinquish its monopoly and engage in normal trade with the border town. This felt akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth, yet the data provided by Barav indicated that, constrained by inefficient manpower and inconvenient transportation, the annual yield of ores from the mining area was merely valued at a little over 1,000 gold dragons, insignificant compared to the overall revenue of the fortress. The only parties affected would be the noble investors involved. As Roland pondered over the list, Barav observed him intently. Over the past 3 months, particularly in the most recent month, the fourth prince had undergone some indescribable transformations. While outsiders might remain oblivious, Barav, having been by the prince's side daily, could not overlook these changes. Long before, in Grey Fortress, he had heard of the notorious reputation of Roland Wimbledon, headstrong, reckless, and devoid of noble demeanor. In summary, while he had avoided grave mistakes, he was prone to numerous minor blunders, falling far short of his 2 brothers. Upon being dispatched here by His Majesty, Barav had felt a profound sense of disappointment. Had it not been for the king's promise to appoint him as the official minister of finance once the war for the throne concluded, he might have considered abandoning the endeavor altogether. During the initial 2 months in the border town, the fourth prince had continued to display extreme immaturity, offending every local noble possible. Fortunately, the town was so small that even if all administrative positions were vacated, he and the few civil servants he had brought along could easily fill the gaps. However, things began to change thereafter. When did this transformation occur? Barav speculated it was perhaps when the prince saved that witch. He had harbored doubts about the possibility of demonic possession or the prince being manipulated by another hidden witch. Yet, such possibilities seemed negligible. If demons and witches possess such power, why target the fourth prince? Would it not be more prudent to control the king or the pope directly? Furthermore, Barav's suspicions were alleviated when he witnessed the prince grasp the divine punishment lock, a weapon the church wielded against witches, capable of dissipating any malevolent power. Roland had held it directly. In other words, if he were not the fourth prince but a demon lord unafraid of divine power, there would be little need for revelation. Preserving one's life would take precedence. The prince's conduct remained resolute and reckless, yet the sensations they evoked were markedly different. No, Barav contemplated. They were indeed entirely contrary. This was the most perplexing aspect. The throne could emerge from any of the Roland siblings. Yet it would decidedly not be the fourth prince himself. He must be well aware of this. Discussing development in such a small place as the border town? Even the gods would find it impossible. What kind of audacious scheme did Roland conceive? One so extravagant that it could enable a town situated beyond the borders to flourish more splendidly than Golden Grain City, while also convincing himself of its inevitable success. Among the Barav family, there are alchemists, yet he had never heard of an alchemical workshop producing such a contraption. Establishing a wall-building plan based on something unseen by anyone. Does this reflect confidence or sheer recklessness? Extending to the entirety of Roland's intricate design, what other secrets does the fourth prince harbor that remain unknown to him? He found himself subtly intrigued by the days to come. Chapter 17, The Envoy, Part 1. As Ambassador Pedro stepped out of the ship's cabin, he was immediately greeted by the pungent scent of decaying wood. The surrounding air was heavy and damp, inducing a pervasive discomfort. He inhaled deeply, lifting his gaze to the overcast sky, which seemed to be brewing a tempest. "It has been a year since your last visit, hasn't it?" his assistant inquired, diligently draping a woolen coat over the ambassador's shoulders. "There is nothing here but stones." "Actually, it has been a year and a half," Pedro corrected. "The Duke summons different individuals each season. My last visit to the border town was during summer. Moreover, besides the stones, there are also various high-quality furs, and—" "What?" The assistant looked perplexed. "The only drawback is the need for 3 to 5 years of management and substantial initial investment. Regrettably, when it comes to the foresight of investments, most nobles are outshone by a mere mediocre merchant." "Why is the yard empty?" The assistant pointed toward a distant clear patch. "Shouldn't they have prepared the yard by now?" Pedro sighed softly. "Let us proceed to the castle to meet His Highness." "Wait, Ambassador, Aren't you going to wait for their reception party? He thought to himself, uncertain of their presence, yet refrained from voicing it. Let us go. The stables are just ahead. The troubles stemming from the division of two independent territories were evidently upon them. The king's decree had cast the fourth prince into this desolate land. What would a normal noble or royal sibling do? Naturally, they would seize everything in this place for themselves. Would they trade or in jewels for food and bread? The prince's eyes would likely only perceive golden dragons. If it were he would do the same. Witnessing the produce of one's domain exchanged at such a meager price would be intolerable for anyone. Furthermore, the prince need not confine himself to the fortress. His family had largely overlooked a salient fact. The Red River did not solely flow past Longsong Fortress. He could sell the ore at market prices to Willow Town, to Dragonfall Ridge, to Redwater City, and then lead his people to those places for refuge, albeit with a longer journey. What could Longsong Fortress possibly do? Block the river and intercept the prince's entourage? That would be an outright defiance of the Grey Castle royalty. It was common knowledge that the fourth prince was not favored by the king, yet he was undeniably of the king's bloodline, a fact beyond dispute. The two rode rented horses along the cobbled path by the river, the stables housing worn-out steeds, their coats a patchwork of colors, emaciated and quivering even at a slow pace. For these two fools, he had to part with 2 gold dragons as a deposit. Look, sir. Is that a ship from Willow Town? Upon hearing his assistant's exclamation, he turned in the indicated direction to see a single-masted sailboat adorned with a green leaf and crescent blade flag gliding smoothly along the river. The ship's waterline was notably high, indicating it was laden with goods. Pedro nodded impassively, yet a weight descended upon his heart. The opposing party was moving faster than anticipated. If the prince had begun to establish connections with the towns downstream along the Red River, his own leverage would diminish further. He initially intended to persuade his father to agree to acquire, or at a price 30% lower than the market rate, which would still yield a profit, especially considering the luxury of gemstones that could multiply in value several times after refinement. Unfortunately, this monopolistic venture was not solely at his discretion, nor was it governed by the Jininhua family. 6 noble families were involved in the mining of the border town, and without the majority's consent, no resolution could be established. If they were to negotiate based on the previous monopoly scheme, it was highly unlikely, no, it was certain, that such an agreement could not be realized. Pero mused that the desolate dockyard indicated the prince had no intention of trading these stones for inferior wheat. He was already in contact with other buyers. If he wished to maintain control over this trade route, the 30% discount was his final bargaining chip. The distance between Liuye Town and the border town inflated transportation costs, and moreover, Liuye Town had multiple sources of ore. Their offered price could very well be half of the market value. As for the Zhulong Ridge and Chishui Fortress, they would likely offer even less. Thus the fourth prince might agree to allow Chang'e Fortress to monopolize, particularly in the gemstone trade. Yet, the question remained if he were to unilaterally sign a contract. Would his father approve? And what of the other 5 families? Would they perceive his actions as a capitulation to the border town, relinquishing their familial interests? After all, in their eyes, the border town was still a pasture controlled by the fortress, to be exploited at will. The two gradually approached the castle located in the southeastern corner of the town. This was not Pero's first visit, but this time, the ownership had changed. Upon presenting the ambassador's credentials, the guards promptly entered to notify the lord. The fourth Prince Roland Wimbledon soon summoned Pero, and as they were ushered into the reception hall, the prince awaited them at the head of the table. "Mr. Ambassador, please take a seat," Roland beckoned, clapping his hands to summon a maid who brought forth a sumptuous feast. There were roasted whole chickens, mushroom-stewed wild boar legs, buttered bread, and a large bowl of vegetable soup. Clearly, in this remote land, the personal indulgence of royal offspring was not diminished in the slightest. Pero, naturally, did not hold back. The journey from the fortress to the border town by water, even with favorable winds, took 2 days. If it was a multi-masted cargo ship, it would be slower, requiring 3 to 5 days. The ship lacked a kitchen, and they typically subsisted on their own provisions of dried meat or wheat cakes. Seeing the steaming dishes before him, he felt his mouth watering. Nonetheless, years of noble upbringing ensured he maintained impeccable dining etiquette, in stark contrast to the prince's rather poor manners, particularly in his use of cutlery. Pero noticed that aside from using a knife for cutting meat, the fourth prince accomplished all other tasks with a pair of small wooden sticks, which appeared to be far more convenient than forks. "What do you think?" Roland suddenly inquired as the meal was nearing its conclusion. The ambassador was unsure how to respond. He did not fully grasp the implication of illness entering through the mouth. But from the preceding remark, it seemed to suggest that eating food contaminated by dirt could lead to illness. Yet, everyone had grown up this way, and he had not seen anyone perish from it. A pair of oak sticks could be found in abundance within the mysterious forest, clean and easily obtainable. I plan to promote this in the town, the prince said, taking a sip of wine. Of course, my subjects currently have very little meat to eat. Things will gradually improve. Perozan let out a sigh, fully aware of how to respond to that remark. After routinely expressing his agreement and best wishes, he couldn't help but feel a sense of skepticism within. Providing meat for all the subjects? Such a notion was utterly fanciful. Even Grey Fortress was far from achieving that, let alone this remote border town. Chapter 18. The Envoy, Part 2. Despite the murmurs of discontent beneath the surface, the banquet proceeded with a semblance of harmony. The fourth prince refrained from discussing the matter of the oars, and it would be impolitic for him to elaborate further. When the prince instructed the maidservants to present the dessert following the main course, Pero cautiously broached the subject. Your Highness, according to customary practice, today should mark the day for the oar delivery. However, I have not observed any oars at the dockyard. Roland set aside the small wooden stick he had been toying with and nodded. Regrettably, there was a collapse at the North Slope mine recently. My workers have been endeavoring to restore production for the past month. Yet, the debris from the collapse has not been fully cleared, and at this rate, operations in the mining area may be delayed until next year. A collapse? Pero paused momentarily, incredulous at the coincidence. Yet, he swiftly recognized that the prince had no reason to deceive him. A visit to the North Slope would clarify the situation, and fabricating such an obvious falsehood would only serve to undermine oneself. What about the previous 2 months? Not much, Roland replied, placing emphasis on the word customary. Sir Ambassador, you ought to recall the month of demons 2 years prior. Yes? Of course, Pero remembered. The prolonged chill that lasted 4 months had resulted in the deaths of nearly 1/5 of the border town's populace, all due to the avarice of the municipal officer, Ferry. There had indeed been dissent among the nobility, with some calling for punishment against Ferrying, but ultimately, the matter was swept under the rug, as he was the husband of the Duke's second daughter. Now, with the prince bringing up this incident, an ominous feeling began to stir within Pero. This time, it is worse, Roland sighed. If we proceed with the previous method of delivery, we may only secure a small portion of wheat for 2 months. My people cannot endure another winter, sir. The past trading practices must be abolished. Pero opened his mouth, unsure of how to counter this assertion. He was not a seasoned diplomat, and faced with such compelling reasoning, he found himself at a loss for words. Reluctantly, he deferred, Your Highness, I express my regret regarding this matter. This tragedy shall not repeat itself. I will arrange for the 6 houses to jointly lend a month's supply of grain, allowing your subjects to repay gradually once production resumes next year. If I were to sell to Willow Leaf Town, I would not require such gradual repayment, Roland interjected. However, there is no however, Roland interrupted. They are willing to purchase ores with gold dragons, while simultaneously offering wheat, cheese, bread, honey, anything that can be acquired with gold dragons. They are prepared to sell. To take a step back, Sir Ambassador, even if you are willing to lend a month's supply of grain, will the other 5 houses concur with your decision? As far as I am aware, Duke Lion is not easily swayed into agreements. Pero fell silent. The fourth prince's words rang true. Not only the other 5 houses, but he even lacked the confidence to persuade his own father to maintain a monopoly. The trading terms must be revised, yet he lacked the authority to make definitive decisions. Though titled as an ambassador, he was merely a conduit for communication. Perhaps the Duke did not wish for anyone to independently forge agreements with the border town, regardless of whether the counterpart was the previous lord or the fourth prince. This might explain why he appointed different individuals each year and season, none of whom were ever the influential figures within the family. Regardless of the outcome, he had to give it a try. With that thought, Pero revealed his final card, a 30% lower price. He extended 3 fingers, proposing to the fortress to acquire ore and gemstone raw materials at a price 30% below the market rate. I believe this price should be more favorable than what is offered in Willow Leaf Town, Your Highness. Roland gestured with his hands, affirming that indeed it was higher. Yet the perennial issue remained. Can your words form a unanimous decision among the 6? However, my people cannot wait that long. You must understand. It often takes considerable time for nobles to reach a consensus. Your Highness, collaborating with the fortress would be a superior choice for both you and your subjects. Willow Leaf Town is too distant, Although it offers refuge from the demon moon, the journey poses significant dangers. At this point, Pero felt a dryness in his throat. Questioning his own audacity, was he threatening a prince? To his surprise, Roland did not erupt in anger but instead burst into laughter. Ambassador, it seems you have misunderstood. I had no intention of going to Willow Leaf Town. What do you mean? Of course, I did not plan to visit Longsong Fortress either, Roland replied, regarding the ambassador with a bemused expression. I'm not going anywhere. Pero briefly doubted his own hearing. Fortunately, the prince did not allow the strange silence to linger. Continuing his explanation, this winter, I will remain in Border Town, which will serve as the new frontier of the Grey Fortress Kingdom. Do not be so astonished, my friend. This is no idle talk. Later, I can take you to see the newly constructed walls at the foot of North Slope Mountain. Walls. Yes, a stone wall connecting North Slope and Redwater River, standing 12 feet high and 4 feet wide. With this, we can vanquish the evil beasts in Border Town. Wait a moment. What did His Highness just say? 12 feet high, 4 feet wide, connecting North Slope and Redwater River? Pero calculated in his mind that such a wall could not possibly be completed in less than several years, especially since there were not enough stonemasons to quarry the stones. Border Town was not Grey Fortress. Most of its inhabitants were merely laborers. Before he could fully digest this information, Roland's next statement left him equally astonished. As for the sale of ore, starting next year, I am willing to lower the price to 50%, sir, but not all to be sold to Longsong Fortress. You may not require that much, or I suspect you would prefer some finished metal products, such as shovels and spades, over the less profitable raw ore. He paused, seemingly awaiting Pero to grasp the implications of his words. Regarding gemstone raw materials, they would be auctioned to the highest bidder. Although I would love to wait until the gems are cut to secure a better price, unfortunately, Border Town currently lacks that capacity. So you have the ability to construct a wall in a few months. Pero silently screamed, and what did he mean by not needing that much ore? A mere 1,000 gold dragons produced per year. Even if production doubled, could the fortress not consume 2,000 gold dragons? How presumptuous. Certainly, Roland chuckled. Yet there is no need for haste. It would not be too late to embark after savoring these delectable delicacies of the royal capital, wouldn't it, Mr. Ambassador? Chapter 19. The lesson: the first rain of winter finally descended, drenching the landscape for 2 consecutive days. Roland leaned against his desk, gazing out at the misty town beyond the window. The rain was whipped up by the wind, crashing against the glass in relentless waves, creating rippling patterns. Under the refracted light of the ripples, the contours of the town became distorted. The houses and streets twisted and morphed, losing their former order. Due to inadequate drainage, water pooled and flowed over the cobblestone paths, resembling numerous shimmering streams from a distance. The distant mountains and forests were shrouded in mist, appearing ethereal, as if they belonged to a dreamlike realm. In modern times, such a scene would undoubtedly attract tourists. However, Roland found himself yearning for the steel and concrete jungle instead. The rain also necessitated a halt in the construction of the city walls, slightly diminishing his joy from successfully dissuading the fort's envoy the previous day. Did you just say that the air around us is composed of various gases? Is that true? A clear voice interrupted Roland's reverie. Anna blinked her beautiful blue eyes and inquired. Ahem, Miss Anna, you should address His Highness with proper respect, the chief knight reminded her. He had initially intended to call upon the ministerial assistant, but the latter had recently been preoccupied with governmental affairs and politely declined. For some reason, Roland felt that Berev had become particularly motivated since winter began, nearly single-handedly shouldering the daily management of the border town. Upon hearing that there was new knowledge to acquire, Anna instantly brightened, her eyes seemingly sparkling with excitement. Nanawa was also pleased that she was not required to tend to various experimental animals, while Carter approached with a demeanor suggesting that he had nothing better to do than to join in their antics. However, not long after the lesson commenced, the knight's gazes began to drift. Nanawa wore a perplexed expression, staring blankly at the words nature and science. Although Anna appeared only partially comprehending, she diligently attempted to memorize everything she heard. Roland found it necessary to pause, allowing the three of them a moment to digest the information. In response to Anna's question, he smiled and nodded. Indeed, although they may seem identical. Your Highness, I do not understand. If they all appear the same, how do you know they are different gases? Carter expressed his skepticism. I can demonstrate it for you, Roland replied, aware that merely speaking about such seemingly esoteric theories would likely bewilder most listeners. He decided to conduct a simple experiment to pique their interest. A candle, a glass cup, a wooden basin. and a bowl of clarified lime water were the items he had prepared beforehand. Although the glass cup was a pale brown and far less transparent than the beakers of the future, it sufficed for this straightforward experiment. As observing the process of change was unnecessary, Roland had already conducted the experiment once prior, confirming that while magic existed in this world, the other natural laws remained akin to those on Earth. He instructed Anna to light the candle and place it in the wooden basin. Combustion requires the consumption of a particular gas, which is also essential to all life. If we cease to breathe, we will extinguish like this candle. Observe closely, he said. As he inverted the glass cup over the candle, the flame flickered twice before quickly extinguishing. It has depleted the air, Your Highness, the chief knight remarked dismissively. Without air, we would undoubtedly perish, much like if we were to fall into water. Naneva nodded repeatedly. So, do you believe that the cup contains nothing at all? Roland inquired as he poured lime water into a wooden basin, the liquid swiftly rising to engulf the rim of the cup, ultimately halting at the halfway mark. This experiment is so classic that most elementary school teachers favor it as an introductory trial in natural science. Roland still vividly recalls the awe he felt during his teacher's demonstration and explanation at the podium, a moment that irrevocably set him on the path of science and engineering. He gently lifted one edge of the cup, and instantly, several bubbles emerged from the rim, breaking the surface of the water. Subsequently, the once clear lime water became slightly turbid, as a few white particulates slowly dispersed from the cup's opening. If the cup contained nothing, we would not witness the bubbles or the alterations on the water's surface. This indicates that the air comprises at least two distinct gases. In actuality, the candle consumes only a portion of the air, while another portion remains unburnable. Although it is colorless and odorless like the former, its properties are entirely contrary. If we could extract the first gas, we could prolong the flame, and conversely, if we obtained the latter gas, we could extinguish the flame rapidly. Anna suddenly interjected. Absolutely brilliant, Roland mused inwardly. Although there was a minor inaccuracy, her ability to immediately connect the differing properties of gases to the concept of separation and purification was nothing short of genius. It is noteworthy that she had not received any formal modern education. Her quick thinking illustrated her logical prowess, far surpassing that of her chief knight. Indeed, since humanity learned to wield fire, we have distinguished ourselves from animals, originating from mere chance. Perhaps lightning ignited trees, or sparks from clashing stones kindled flames. However, had no one noticed this phenomenon or attempted to harness it, we would still be akin to beasts, he elucidated gently. The purpose of this experiment is to convey that curiosity and contemplation are the driving forces behind human advancement. The natural world harbors countless latent powers, awaiting our discovery and utilization. Upon concluding his remarks, Carter remained skeptical, while Naneva appeared to be in a daze, gazing intently at Roland. Only Anna lowered her head, seemingly deep in thought. Very well, Roland sighed. Indeed, concepts that are too avant-garde do not evoke awe. They merely leave one feeling bewildered. The elevation of thought determines their inability to grasp the magnitude of such power. Only when tangible evidence is presented before them will they comprehend the wondrous forces lurking within nature. At that moment, the kettle hanging from the fireplace began to clatter, the sound resonating from steam striking the lid. Ah, the water has boiled, the knight declared as he approached and retrieved the kettle with a fork, the noise subsiding swiftly. Wrapping a cloth around the handle, he filled the cups of everyone present. For instance, Roland said, grasping the cup to feel the warmth radiating from its walls. From the very first day that fire was harnessed, its principles had already matured. Boiling water is a phenomenon witnessed and experienced by countless individuals. Yet few have contemplated the astonishing energy encapsulated within those delicate tendrils of rising steam. This primal force, which humanity would not master for centuries, swiftly transformed the course of history. Although the underlying principle is straightforward, due to limitations in craftsmanship, it is not the preferred choice for most agrarians. However, he was different. He pondered the existence of witches in this world. The notion of wielding magic for combat is merely a barbaric idea. True mastery lies in utilizing magic to create and to supplant certain key crafts that hinder the advancement of civilization. In this era, nightlife is virtually non-existent. Without the prospect of procreation, everyone retires early. He had considered whether to leverage the prince's privilege to summon a maid for some exercise, but ultimately, his modesty prevented him from voicing such a desire. Just as he lit the candle in his chamber, he heard a series of applause behind him, followed by someone speaking, expressing delight at this unconventional lecture. And to his astonishment, the fourth prince was indeed a learned individual. Chapter 20. Nightingale, please, do not act impulsively, Your Highness. I harbor no intention of causing you harm. I have merely come to engage in conversation. Damn it, is this how one invites another to converse? Roland swallowed hard and slowly turned around. Under the threat of the dagger, he had no choice but to comply with her request. In the dim candlelight, he beheld her sitting by the edge of his bed. Her entire form cloaked beneath her robe, a hood obscuring her features from view. The flickering light cast her silhouette upon the wall behind, dominating a considerable portion of its surface. Who are you? I possess no name, but my sisters refer to me as Nightingale. She rose gracefully, pulling up the hem of her robe and kneeling in a half-crouch, executing a quintessential noble courtesy. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to you, Roland, Prince of Wimbledon. Gratitude? Roland noted the unique patterns on her robe shimmering in the firelight, 3 parallel triangular shapes resembling eyes. He felt a sense of familiarity. He had seen such imagery before. The emblem upon the coin. It bore the insignia of the Sacred Mountain and the Eye of Magic, the mark of the Witches' Assistance Society. Suddenly, Barev's words flashed through his mind. You are a witch. He, she chuckled lightly. Your Highness is indeed well-versed. Upon her admission, Roland exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. She was not one of the assassins dispatched by those siblings. You have come to this remote town seeking the witch of the North Slope mines? Although I am unsure how you acquired such knowledge, your arrival comes rather late. If I truly intended to execute her, she would have perished long ago. A naked threat. Yet, oddly enough, Roland felt reassured. She was alive and well. I am aware. Besides her, there is also a little girl named Nanawa. She nodded. I arrived here a week ago, but simply did not meet with you until now. I have witnessed all that you have done, though I do not quite understand why you do not harbor the typical animosity towards witches. Regardless, I express my gratitude on behalf of the Witches' Assistance Society. A week ago, you have seen everything? Roland wiped his forehead, pondering whether this individual had been tailing him all along without his awareness. Very well, you claim you wish to converse. Surely it is not merely to express thanks. Are you not weary of standing while speaking to me? She asked, removing her hood. Please, come closer. I am not as fearsome as you might imagine. I shall not frighten you. Not merely unappealing. She could be described as truly beautiful. The moment her hood fell away, cascades of golden curls tumbled down like a waterfall, the candlelight illuminating shimmering flecks of gold. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Unlike Anna and Nanawa, whose faces bore a youthful innocence, her features exuded a mature allure. Although the dim light prevented a thorough examination, the play of shadows across her face was sufficient to testify to her beauty. Roland slowly approached, taking a seat beside her on the bed. He was not drawn to her appearance, casting aside danger. Rather, he simply sensed no malice from her. Now, you may speak. Indeed, you do not fear me. The woman's voice seemed to carry a hint of joy. You are unlike those I have encountered before. They harbor hatred towards us, born from their fear. I can perceive their terror in their eyes, yet you. She could not help but extend her hand, gently caressing Roland's cheek, filled only with curiosity. Roland awkwardly cleared his throat twice, turning his head away. Hey, let us not shift the atmosphere so abruptly. It was just an assassin's creed, and now it suddenly feels like a domineering CEO narrative. Fortunately, the other party quickly reined in her emotions. I have come here to inform you that I intend to take Anna and Nanawa away. No. Roland was startled and blurted out immediately. Then, concerned that his outright refusal might provoke her ire, he added, They are doing quite well here. No one can harm them. Besides, where do you plan to take them? No place could be safer than here. To the cooperative, where they truly belong. Nightingale did not retaliate upon being rejected. She continued in a calm tone. The members of the cooperative are their companions, free from discrimination and persecution. They need not disguise themselves any longer. Where is the cooperative? You have no fixed base, do you? A month ago, my guards discovered your camp in the Maze Forest, and the footprints indicated your movement northward. What lies in the north? Only boundless mountains. You are correct. The cooperative is currently situated somewhere in the Desperate Mountains, a place that is undoubtedly safe for witches. How can living like savages in the mountains be considered safe? Is there clean drinking water? Are there sufficient provisions? Is there warm shelter? Furthermore, the month of evil is approaching, and the entire Northwest will become a perilous realm. What are you thinking? At this point, Roland suddenly paused. Wait. What did Barev say? Witches can only attain true peace by journeying to the Sacred Mountain. The cooperative was established with the aim of gathering witches to seek the Sacred Mountain together. Good grief. Are you planning to search for the Sacred Mountain in the Desperate Mountains? I'm afraid I cannot divulge that, Nightingale replied with a wry smile. Yet her expression clearly indicated to Roland that he had guessed correctly. In that case, I shall never agree to this, Roland firmly rejected. In 2 months, the entire outland will be the domain of evil beasts. Even if one can evade humans in the mountains, they cannot escape the malevolent creatures. How about this? The sacred mountain can be sought at any time. You all could simply come to the border town for the winter, and it would not be too late to search afterward. As long as we can safely endure the month of evil with the witch's assistance, my people will realize that they are not malevolent beings. However, before Roland could speak further, she interrupted him. Additionally, there is another reason I wish to take them. Anna is on the verge of adulthood. Adulthood? Indeed. Sensing the puzzlement in Roland's heart, Nightingale calmly elucidated, adulthood is the first formidable hurdle that all witches must overcome. The earlier one becomes a witch, the more arduous it is to endure this trial. Your Highness, do you know why we are perceived as incarnations of demons? Chapter 21. Your desires. When the Nightingale concluded her tale, silence enveloped the room once more, interrupted only by the occasional crackle of the burning candles. Roland's expression turned grave as he began to grasp the essence of the witching community. Most witches awaken during the month of evil, a time believed to coincide with the opening of Hell's Gates. Generally, the threshold of adulthood marks a significant divide. Women who fail to awaken by the age of 18 are unlikely to ever become witches, whereas those who awaken prior to this age endure the torment of the evil consumption on their awakening day each year. This anguish is beyond the comprehension of the average individual. As the Nightingale recounted this part, her voice trembled with emotion. From her personal experience, it felt as though something were striving to break free from within, with every vein and tendon throbbing painfully, ultimately causing blood to seep through the skin and the eyes to bulge from their sockets. Should one endure this ordeal? A period of rest lasting 4 to 5 days may allow for gradual recovery. However, those unable to withstand the torment often perish in a gruesome fashion. The Nightingale had witnessed the demise of several companions, their bodies succumbing to the inability to support themselves, transforming into grotesque, swollen masses. Blood and viscera would erupt from their bodily orifices, coalescing into swirling black mist upon contact with the air. Ultimately, when all that could be expelled was released, only a charred layer of skin remained on the ground. This gruesome spectacle serves as irrefutable evidence of the witch's demonic nature. The average onlooker, upon witnessing such horror, would be paralyzed with fear, indifferent to the true cause of death. Coupled with the Church's fervent assertions that one's allegiance to the devil leads to such fates, the reputation of witches became irrevocably tarnished, branding them as embodiments of evil. Regardless of external perceptions, this suffering is undeniably real, contributing to the witch's generally short lifespans. As time progresses, the ordeal intensifies, leading many to choose to end their own lives. The trial of the evil consumption upon reaching 18 is deemed the most formidable challenge. In truth, the mystical powers witches acquire prior to adulthood remain incomplete. It is only upon their coming of age that these abilities solidify. After this stabilization, their powers experience a significant enhancement, often leading to the emergence of new abilities. Regrettably, the process of solidification is excruciating, with the strength of the consumption surpassing the limits of human endurance, resulting in many witches perishing on their day of maturity. After a prolonged silence, Roland finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. Ancient texts claim that witches attain eternal peace only upon reaching the sacred mountain, freeing them from the torment of the evil consumption. Is this true? No one can say for certain, as the sacred mountain has only appeared in legend. However, bringing them to the communal camp would increase their chances of survival. If witches need not conceal their identities and can live freely, the power of the consumption diminishes significantly. Roland found himself in a tumult of thoughts. His plans hinged upon the assistance of Anna and Nanawa, yet the risks involved in his scheme weighed heavily upon his conscience. Finally, with a sense of resignation, he stated, "Anna is downstairs. I shall summon her. If she is willing, you may take her away. As for Nanawa, I won't see her until tomorrow. Thank you for your understanding. I knew I could count on you," the Nightingale replied as she rose to pay her respects. At this hour, Anna had yet to succumb to slumber. When Roland approached her, she was bent over the table, meticulously transcribing something. Upon noticing Roland, a flicker of surprise crossed her countenance. When informed of their destination to the prince's chamber, Anna posed no further inquiries and obediently ascended the stairs. Upon entering the room and discovering another presence, the young girl was genuinely startled. Roland grasped her hand and briefly introduced her to the third party, and the trio settled around a round table. The Nightingale reiterated her previous remarks, explaining that there were many individuals in the camp akin to Anna, all of whom were her allies. That is essentially the situation, Miss Anna. Although I have entered into a contract of employment with you, I must honor your wishes in circumstances that may jeopardize your life. If you agree, I shall not depart. Roland paused, momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? I mean I will not leave, Anna swiftly interrupted, asserting her intent to remain. Anna, I am not deceiving you, the nightingale replied, her brow furrowed. I can sense the surging magic within you. It is nearing maturity. The demon moon in 2 months marks your coming of age. Arriving at the camp earlier would afford you greater safety. She disregarded the nightingale's words and turned her gaze towards Roland, who nodded in response. Initially, Roland believed he understood Anna's psyche, yet he now realized his comprehension was profoundly lacking. Within her eyes, he discerned no emotions, neither dependence nor affection, merely an unfathomable tranquility. He recalled their first encounter, characterized by a similarly serene gaze. However, unlike then, her visage now radiated vitality, akin to a bud poised to bloom. She remained undaunted by death, yet she no longer yearned for it. The demon cannot slay me, Anna declared resolutely. I shall triumph over it. The nightingale closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. Very well, I understand. Will you depart alone? Roland inquired. No, I shall remain here as well, she responded, drawing up her hood and rising to her feet. In any case, the camp will not relocate before the demon moon concludes. Why? Roland exclaimed in astonishment. Did she intend to surveil him throughout the entire winter? She approached the door, removed her dagger, and once more knelt before Roland, bidding him farewell. With that, her form gradually faded into the darkness, leaving no trace, akin to mist dissolving into the air. Is this the extent of the nightingale's abilities? Roland pondered, contemplating her silent art of concealment, truly the hallmark of a born assassin. Moreover, judging by her adeptness with the dagger, she had undoubtedly undergone extensive training. Did the Witches' Coalition not only harbor its kin, but also cultivate its own power? Or had she acquired these skills prior to her induction into the coalition? The intelligence regarding this organization was exceedingly scarce. Roland found no useful information in his recollections. Yet, he sensed an inevitable encounter with this faction in the future, provided he continued on the path of witchcraft and agriculture. To his surprise, Anna brushed past him, exiting the room in silence. She closed the door, leaving the light behind. Enveloped in shadows, leaning gently against the door, the tranquility that once graced her lake-like eyes had vanished. She lifted her head, shielding her face with her arms, and finally whispered in barely audible tones, "Fool." Chapter 22 Declaration. The day after the rain ceased, the border town buzzed with activity once more. A throng of villagers congregated in the square, eagerly awaiting the speech of the fourth prince. To entice attendance, Roland had posted a notice on the bulletin board the day prior. Any who came to the square to listen would receive a portion of wheat porridge and half a loaf of bread. For the townsfolk, this was akin to a complimentary lunch, resulting in a turnout far exceeding that of a public execution. As noon approached, Roland ascended the makeshift platform. Facing the sea of dark heads below him, it would be a lie to claim he felt no anxiety. Previously, his interactions had been predominantly with computer monitors. Even during meetings, he merely applauded from the sidelines. This moment, requiring his direct engagement, was unprecedented. Yet, he had no choice to retain the populace in the border town. A rallying call was imperative. He waved his hand to silence the crowd. This scene had been rehearsed countless times in solitude, yet as he stood on the stage, his mouth felt parched. My dear subjects, good afternoon. I am Roland Wimbledon, the fourth prince of Grey Castle. I have summoned you at this moment to convey an important message. For days prior, envoys from Longsong Fortress arrived, tasked with the delivery of ore. It was well known that a month ago, we faced an unfortunate incident. A collapse occurred in the Northern Slope mine. As of today, the mining area has yet to fully resume operations. This calamity resulted in only 2 months' worth of ore production last quarter. I explained the situation to the envoys, hoping they would allocate sufficient food to the border town, with the shortfall of ore to be compensated after winter. However, they refused. There was no room for negotiation. Their denial to allocate more grain echoed the events of 2 years ago. Gasps rippled through the crowd, clearly resonating with their memories of the food shortages from 2 years prior. This time, the situation appeared even graver. The astrologers of Grey Castle have foretold that this winter will be longer than usual, with the month of demons potentially extending beyond 4 months. This means that everyone may confront a 2-month food deficit. 2 years ago, you lost 20% of your companions. Some lost brothers, others, children. How much more must you prepare to lose this time? No. Your Highness, save us. Someone cried from the crowd, prompting a chorus of similar pleas. Your Highness, we beseech you, help us. It seemed prudent to have prepared a few supporters in advance. Roland raised his hand to quell the clamor. Of course, I will not abandon my subjects, none of you. You may not be aware, but the wheat and bread transported from the fortress each year do not equate to the ore they take away. At normal market prices, just 2 months' worth of, or could procure half a year's supply of food. I have already sold the ore to merchants from Willowleaf Town, and their ships laden with provisions will soon arrive in the border town. In addition to bread, there will be cheese, honey wine, and jerky, enough to sustain everyone throughout the winter. A wave of cheers erupted from the square. However, this would sever all ties with the fortress of Longsong. They would no longer shelter a single soul. Thus, this winter, we shall endure in the border town. Most have already observed that a formidable wall is being erected to the west of the border town. I know there are concerns about whether we can withstand the onslaught of the vile beasts. Allow me to assure you that these creatures are not significantly more formidable than the beasts that roam the forest, despite their tough hides and robust physiques. They cannot scale the walls or bite through stone. At best, they are merely a pitiful target. Tell me, my subjects, would you prefer to cower in the fortress's confines, languishing in hunger, or, under my leadership, protect your loved ones and children, defending the border town until the very last moment? I hereby pledge that should we hold steadfast until the month of the fiends concludes, every townsfolk who fights upon the walls shall receive a reward of 25 silver wolves. Those who tragically fall in battle will have their families compensated with 5 golden dragons. Who among you will fight for our sovereign? Under the guidance of Tor. The crowd fervently vowed to fight to the death. Seeing the atmosphere swell with fervor, Roland timely ordered the distribution of lunch. He did not expect all to remain in the border town. As long as half were willing to stay, he was confident in halting the advance of the vile beasts. You speak of that Na'vi prince who dares to cast us aside and act independently? Should I commend his bravery in attempting to repair the wall before winter descends? Or mock his hubris? It is well known that His Highness the Great Prince is unmatched in courage, since when has the 4th prince possessed such audacity? Pure ignorance. Indeed. He lacks even a stonemason, relying solely on unrefined stones piled together, with wet mud smeared in between. I fear that should he pile them too high, the entire structure will collapse. The Duke, who had been deep in contemplation, suddenly spoke. Pello, what are your thoughts? Pello was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected the Duke of Longsong to seek his opinion. Well, I initially intended to maintain our monopoly. As long as we sell below the market price by 30%, it remains a worthwhile venture for us. However, his mind raced to organize his thoughts, yet His Highness does not intend to let the fortress exclusively handle the ore. He is willing to reduce the selling price by 50%, indicating a plan to significantly increase next year's ore output. If production can reach twice that of the past, we may profit more than ever before. He also intends to produce ironware for sale. Iron goods are always in demand and can be resold with ease. But that is not the crux of the matter. Oh, what is the crux? You are correct, the Duke smiled. But these are merely the thoughts of a merchant, focused solely on gain and loss. At this, he straightened, his gaze sweeping over the other attendees, his tone growing grave. However, I did not ascend to my current position by measuring everything solely by profit. Why should I engage in business with someone I cannot control? Certain rules must be upheld. To violate them is to invite punishment. Whether the border town thrives or languishes is of little consequence. What matters is that it is my domain, and no one shall meddle, not even a prince. Chapter 23. The source of power come. Let us attempt to fuse these 2 iron plates together, Roland proposed. Anna extended her finger and pressed it against the seam of the plates. Flames erupted from her fingertips, melting the joint at a visibly rapid pace. Reduce the intensity of the flame. Let us try again from the back. She nodded and complied. The 2 plates, joined at a right angle, were firmly welded together. Roland meticulously examined the joint and found it to be as flawless as he had envisioned, a perfect seam devoid of any blemishes. With a bit of polishing to remove the traces of molten iron, the 2 plates would be indistinguishable from a single forged entity. Excellent work, Miss Anna. Simply remarkable, Roland exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Now, let us attach the other 2 plates. What is this? An iron bucket? She inquired. No, it is a cylinder. He corrected her. A cylinder? Anna repeated, perplexed. Indeed, it is designed to hold air, Roland explained, pointing to another square iron plate. Do you see that small hole? Air enters the cylinder through this orifice, propelling the piston. The piston is merely a slightly smaller iron plate that can move freely within the cylinder. Even Anna found herself bewildered by the plethora of newly coined terms. But what purpose do these cylinders and pistons serve? They are intended to construct a machine capable of autonomous movement. The steam engine, which provides the primal force necessary for humanity's first industrial revolution, liberating mankind from the toil of manual and animal labor. Its schematic is well known to every mechanical enthusiast. To put it simply, it resembles an enlarged kettle. The steam generated by boiling water is directed into the cylinder, pushing the piston and connecting rods, thereby converting thermal energy into mechanical energy. The principle is exceedingly straightforward. Yet it does not imply that its manufacture is simple. The challenge lies in ensuring the airtightness of the cylinder and piston, as well as the production of the air supply pipe. Attempting to forge a competent cylinder by hand without sufficient metalworking skills is akin to a fanciful dream. However, Anna's abilities perfectly compensated for these technical shortcomings. Roland merely needed to design 4 iron plates of identical dimensions, have the blacksmith cast and polish them, then use a right-angle fixture to stabilize the shape, allowing Anna to perform the welding, thereby achieving a highly rigid square cylinder. With the witch's assistance, he need not follow the traditional manufacturing process of first constructing a boring machine for cannon barrels and then machining a circular cylinder. The same principle applied to other major components. They could be fabricated in smaller pieces and then assembled, enabling even a modest blacksmith shop to collaboratively produce all the necessary parts for the steam engine. In fact, prior to the invention of welding, people could only connect smaller components using bolts or rivets, while the interior of the cylinder required a smooth finish, something conventional connections could evidently not achieve. The only challenge lay with the air supply pipe. Its method of fabrication was rather unremarkable. A long iron plate was heated until red hot, then placed into a grooved mold, hammered into shape, a technique reminiscent of constructing the barrels for earlier flintlock firearms. However, the barrels required subsequent straightening and rifling, making the process somewhat more intricate. The trouble lies in the fact that Roland cannot summon the blacksmith to his garden. The witch remains in the shadows, and forging metal is certainly not his forte. In utter exasperation, he resorts to having the chief knight assist him while he directs the operation from the sidelines. After 3 arduous days of toil, Roland finally assembles the first steam engine in his backyard. "Is this your so-called marvel of boundless power?" Carter inquires, scrutinizing the peculiar contraption with a furrowed brow. He is certain that this device bears no relation to any cultic ritual. Each iron piece has been meticulously affixed by his own hands, resembling a sealed furnace. It would be utterly absurd if the devil were drawn to it. However, how does one set this heap of iron in motion? It appears clumsy, devoid of legs. Does it possess the ability to fly? Yet, in Roland's eyes, this seemingly rudimentary machine radiates the beauty of industry, standing on the shoulders of giants. He has eschewed the path of Newcomen or Watt steam engines, crafting a prototype that features a double connecting rod and a sliding valve, a high-pressure steam engine. Its construction is not significantly more challenging than that of the most primitive steam engines. The key lies in innovative thinking. "Wait and see," Roland remarks, pouring a barrel of water into the steam chamber, prompting Anna to ignite the firewood. Within mere minutes, the water reaches a boiling point, bubbling vigorously. Soon, a crackling noise emanates from the cylinder, signaling the expansion of the heated body. The piston, with its thinner iron plate, will expand more significantly than the cylinder itself, ultimately pressing firmly against the cylinder wall. "Isn't this merely boiling water?" Carter mutters, surprised to find that it indeed resembles a furnace. The machine emits a deafening roar, with the exhaust vent puffing out white steam, exuding an unstoppable force. "Is this the power you speak of, concealed within nature?" Anna asks, wide-eyed. The chief knight is filled with disbelief. The large iron wheel, which he had labored over to install, now spins with feather-like swiftness. Standing nearby, he can feel the rush of air generated by the wheel, indicating that this iron contraption possesses an astonishing degree of strength. A sense of unease begins to creep into his heart. The prince claims it can replace human and animal labor, if not a self-deception. Then when it supplants horses and pulling chariots, its sheer brute force might prove insurmountable for even 10 knights. Training a competent knight takes 15 years. Yet crafting such a furnace requires merely 3 days. Even accounting for the blacksmith's time to forge the components, it amounts to just a week. It demands no sustenance, fears neither cold nor hunger, and is impervious to arrows and blades. With a ram affixed to its front, it could rampage across the battlefield. In light of this, is there still a necessity for traditional knights to exist? She sits at the table, devoid of her hood. a smile gracing her face as she fiddles with several sheets of parchment. The rumors circulating outside, it seems, are indeed misleading. They say the fourth prince is unlearned and of a vile temperament. In truth, he proves to be no less capable than the court's masters. Is this parchment depicting the design of that iron furnace? You refer to it as a steam engine, correct? What can it accomplish? In various domains such as mining, drainage, metallurgy, and forging, wherever considerable effort is required, it proves to be invaluable. I accept your offer, Nightingale said, carefully rolling up the parchment and tucking it into her robe. There are also individuals within the association who possess the ability to manipulate flames. Hold on. She waved her hand, silencing Roland's objections. I am not merely taking your belongings. First, take a look at this. She placed a small white object on the table. Roland approached, pinching it between his fingers, only to discover it was a rolled-up note. He gently unfolded it and glanced over its contents. This is a secret message intended for carrier pigeons, Nightingale remarked with a teasing tone. The recipient is your headmaid, Teal. TSK. It seems your harem is not as stable as one might think. I have not laid a hand on her, Roland frowned. Teal, he recalled, had been by his side for quite some time. The fourth prince had once shown interest in her, but his attempts at harassment had proven futile. Upon arriving in the border town, he had promoted her to headmaid, placing her in close attendance to himself, with her chambers situated adjacent to his. To his surprise, could she be a spy arranged by his royal siblings? Although the letter bore no signature, the content suggested it was likely penned by those very siblings. The note indicated that the last failure had greatly displeased their master and instructed that the next attempt should coincide with the chaos at Chang'e Fortress. With no room for further failure. Well, in truth, you have already succeeded, he mused, as otherwise he would not have become Roland Wimbledon. It was improbable that Nightingale had forged this letter, as only those involved in the conspiracy would possess detailed knowledge of the initial assassination plan. If Nightingale wished to eliminate him, there would be no need for such intricacy. Did you steal this from her? Your headmaid is not so foolish. She intended to burn it after reading. Unfortunately, I happened to be right behind her at that moment, she replied with a sly gesture. So, what do you intend to do? Do you need my assistance in handling it? Roland understood the implications of her suggestion and, after a moment's hesitation, nodded. I appreciate your help. I lack the confidence to manage this on my own. If possible, please inquire about the identity of the person behind her. As you wish, Your Highness, Nightingale said, smiling as she bowed. Then, this scroll shall serve as your reward. Chapter 24. Development Plan. When Roland awoke in the morning, he was attended not by Tyre, but by an elderly maidservant. Upon exiting his chamber, he found the chief knight, Carter, waiting outside. Your Highness, I have some unfortunate news. He spoke solemnly. Your headmaid has passed away last night. What? Roland's eyelids fluttered. Although he had anticipated this outcome, it still left him feeling a tinge of discomfort. After all, this individual had perished because of him. She had fallen from the balcony of her room. And there were no signs of a struggle. Guards had not witnessed anyone entering or leaving. Thus, it was deemed an accident, a misfortune. As the knight recounted the findings of the investigation, his gaze towards Roland bore a peculiar intensity. Roland was well aware of Carter's thoughts during their time at Grey Fortress. It was widely known that the fourth prince had repeatedly attempted to seize Tyre for himself. In this era, it was not uncommon for princes to engage with the maidservants around them, a natural consequence of a life with little entertainment, where nightlife was virtually non-existent. With ample food and nothing to occupy their time, thoughts would inevitably drift toward procreation. Not only did they seek to beget children, but princes and the upper echelons of nobility would exchange women, even convening to host procreation parties. Thus, the chaotic nature of their circles was not merely a jest. The fourth prince was relatively restrained in this regard, unlike Roland, who had yet to lay hands on any woman aside from Tyre. The others among the maidservants were indeed lacking in appeal. Moreover, having to confront the impending threats of the demon moon, Roland's mind was consumed with agricultural plans, leaving little room for the indulgences of noble life. What a pity, Roland feigned a mournful expression. Let the elderly maidservant who attended me this morning handle Tyre's funeral arrangements. She shall assume the role of head maid. Carter nodded respectfully and departed. As Roland stepped into his office, he spotted the Nightingale perched upon the mahogany desk. Did you glean any information? None whatsoever, she replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. She took her own life upon seeing me. So swift, not a moment's hesitation. I had bound her. The Nightingale leaned closer. Yet who could have anticipated the poison hidden in her teeth? I had no choice but to stage it as an accidental fall. I had thought you were experienced. Do you still feel deserving of your reward? Come now. Do not speak so harshly. The nightingale chuckled lightly, placing a folded paper before Roland. This was discovered in her chamber. Roland sighed gently. Indeed, the struggle for the throne would not conclude so easily. Even if he chose not to contend, it did not mean he could remain detached. For the sake of the crown, his siblings harbored no reservations, and similar incidents would likely recur. Ah, someone approaches. I must take my leave, Your Highness. The nightingale teased as she blew a breath towards Roland, then vanished into thin air. Though this was not their first encounter, witnessing such a spectacle in broad daylight startled Roland nonetheless. He hesitated, extending a tentative finger toward the now empty space on the desk. Midway through the gesture, a soft hand intercepted his. Your Highness, such actions may cause Anna distress. Well, it seems her ability is to become invisible rather than to vanish, Roland mused. For otherwise it would be too terrifying. A knock resounded from outside the door. Your Highness, it is Barov. Overall, the finances of the border town have improved to a certain extent, primarily due to the sale of ore and unrefined gemstones to Willow Leaf Town, which has netted nearly 200 gold dragons. After purchasing provisions and distributing wages, there remain 90 coins. Barov was also in high spirits, with surplus funds. Enduring the winter would not be overly arduous. However, Roland was determined not to let him idle away. I intend to select a group from our subjects to combat the evil beasts. They must begin concentrated training immediately. The chief knight will serve as the instructor, and I shall brief him on the specifics. You need to devise a procurement plan. This group must be equipped with sturdy leather armor and a long spear, as well as 2 sets of changeable winter garments. Your Highness, this, according to convention, is it not customary to temporarily conscript subjects for battle? An untrained troop sent to the battlefield is merely a disorganized mob. Can we truly frighten off the evil beasts simply by virtue of our numbers? If they scatter, it will only complicate matters further. Barov asked hesitantly, are you truly intending to hold fast to the border town? If we cannot hold it, we shall certainly retreat. However, I do not believe we are incapable of dealing with a few mutated beasts. Following your plan will incur additional expenses. Roland chuckled at Barov's miserly demeanor. These are necessary expenditures. Go and execute it promptly. He himself had over 300 gold dragons in his treasury, primarily allocated for the construction of the walls. The materials and components required for ordering steam engines from the blacksmith's shop would also come from his own pocket. The first one cost nearly 20 gold dragons, and he would need at least 3 more. It is true that steam engines propelled the first industrial revolution. Yet this does not imply that steam engines equate to industrial revolution itself. Historically, Britain had reached a point where a new form of power was desperately needed to replace human and animal labor to satisfy production in the mining districts. After what improved the steam engine, he immediately received a plethora of orders, and this new power spread across various industries in a remarkably short time. At this juncture, the border town possessed no foundation for an industrial revolution. One could even assert that industry did not exist at all. Hence, Roland did not anticipate earning his first fortune through the sale of steam engines. He merely wished to deploy these machines in the North Mountain mining area for hauling ore and crushing stones. Once the yield from the mines increased, he would expand the use of steam engines, effectively promoting industrial development from the top down. Chapter 25. The militia. Is this the lot you have summoned? Roland gazed at the ragged assembly of commoners before him, a sudden impulse to turn away rising within him. Your Highness, this is precisely as you requested, Carter asserted, counting off on his fingers. Male, non-criminal, aged 18 to 40, physically intact. I have scrutinized them thoroughly. Very well, he knew better than to harbor excessive expectations. After all, in a world with such meager productivity, merely securing enough food to eat was a challenge, and poor attire was even more commonplace. His princely status had allowed him to overlook this reality. Stepping outside the castle, one could witness the destitute, barely clothed, surviving through begging. In fact, even in the capital, Grey Fortress, there existed the profession of corpse collectors, individuals tasked with removing and cremating the bodies of the starving dead found on the streets each day. Roland naturally did not anticipate assistance in battle from the local nobility. In truth, they had little connection to the border town, most being barons appointed by the Lord of Longsong Fortress, with their domains under the fortress's jurisdiction. A military force composed entirely of commoners was an unimaginably bold venture in this era. They were ignorant and untrained, incapable of understanding documents or commands. And how could they possibly compete with knights who had trained with swords since the age of 10? Carter approached Roland, whispering, "Your Highness, this endeavor is inherently impractical. Look at them. Which among them can wield a sword?" In the face of a monstrous beast, they would likely scatter in fear, jeopardizing the stability of our defenses. I recommend hiring professional mercenaries from Willow Leaf Town or elsewhere to guard the walls, while these individuals can be assigned menial tasks. "No, I shall employ them," Roland countered. He harbored no fondness for mercenaries who fought solely for coin. Moreover, his purpose in forming an army extended beyond merely combating monstrous beasts. Throughout history, the most formidable and vibrant forces have drawn their members from the populace. This principle has been repeatedly validated, whether in feudal armies, modern militaries, or contemporary forces. "Very well. It is your decision," the knight shrugged. "Shall I commence their sword training tomorrow? Though its utility may be limited." "Training with swords? No. First have them line up and run." Roland suddenly realized that these training exercises might be unfamiliar even to the chief knight, and amended his instruction. "Bring in that hunter you found last time. You both should observe how I conduct the training." Vanna experienced an overwhelming sense of wonder today, perhaps surpassing all the marvels of the previous 20 years combined. He had come face to face with His Royal Highness, Roland Wimbledon, the fourth prince of the kingdom. The prince walked past him, smiling, and Vanna thought to himself, "Is the prince intoxicated?" 3 days earlier, during his speech in the square, the fourth prince had proclaimed that this winter would be unlike any other. They would not journey to Longsong Fortress, but would endure the long winter right here. Much of what the prince articulated eluded Vanna's comprehension, yet he wholeheartedly agreed with this decision. Vanna's brother had perished in the slums of the fortress 2 years prior, having gone an entire month without food supplies. He had survived on a few copper coins earned from unloading cargo at the docks, purchasing black bread to share with his brother. That winter was unbearably cold. The shanty in the slum was permeated by drafts, and the meager sustenance was insufficient to maintain body heat. After my brother fell ill and lapsed into a coma, he never awoke again. In the border town, he at least had a modest adobe house, free from the fear of relentless snowfall that lasted for days. He witnessed the docks piled high with wheat transported from distant lands, being gradually moved into the castle. Thus, upon hearing the news of the fourth prince recruiting militia, Vanna rushed over without delay. Undoubtedly, the temptation to abandon his work with gravel and enlist was bolstered by the prospect of a monthly wage of 10 silver wolves, a sum that rivaled that of a skilled mason. He was no longer a child. By next spring, he intended to marry the tavern maid, Cheryl, and it was imperative to save as much as possible. As for the duties outlined in the notice regarding the militia, he paid them no heed. Surely, they would not be tasked with carrying burdens for the noble lords or assisting the patrols in scaling the walls to confront the frenzied beasts. The selection process proved rather stringent. The glimmering armored knight's gaze instilled a modicum of fear in Vanna. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to pass the scrutiny, while many emaciated individuals were promptly dismissed from the ranks. In the end, only about 100 candidates remained. However, Vanna was utterly unprepared for the revelation that their trainer would be none other than the prince himself. The successful applicants were escorted to a grassy expanse west of the border town, with a wall under construction at their backs and the sprawling maize forest before them. The prince commanded all to form a line and then stepped aside to rest. The ground, still damp from recent rains, caused water to seep through the seams of his shoes, rendering him uncomfortable. Moreover, the posture demanded by the prince was no ordinary stance. Hands were to be pressed vertically against the sides of the thighs, and backs required to be held straight. After standing for merely a quarter of an hour, Vanna felt utterly exhausted. It was far more arduous than swinging a heavy hammer to crush stones. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The prince had previously stated that any movement would result in one less egg at lunch. Goodness, it had been ages since he had savored the taste of an egg. Evidently, those around him shared similar sentiments. Despite swaying, the majority managed to endure. It was only when the prince announced a break that Vanna realized he was drenched in sweat, and the duration of standing had been brief, at most 15 minutes. Those who faltered were filled with regret, as if they could see the tempting eggs rolling away from them. Yet Vanna could not comprehend the purpose of this exercise. Would merely standing enable them to carry more sacks of provisions? Had it not been for the esteemed prince overseeing their training, he would have voiced his frustrations long ago. To his astonishment, after a brief respite, the prince's second command was even more peculiar. He instructed everyone to line up once more, and this time, if no one moved, they would all receive an additional egg at lunch. However, should even a single individual falter, the opportunity for the added eggs would vanish for all. Vanna heard the sound of many swallowing hard. Goodness, was this a popular trick among the kingdom's nobility? to dangle a carrot and manipulate them like foolish donkeys. He certainly was not a simpleton. However, what if, just what if, everyone were able to achieve it? Wouldn't that mean there would be 2 eggs to feast upon later? It is truly a devilish temptation. Vanna wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. For the sake of the eggs, he was determined to give it his all. Chapter 26. The Lessons of History. Your Highness, what are you doing? Carter previously regarded the 4th prince as merely a bit headstrong, but now his behavior had escalated to the realm of fancifulness. When it comes to training a warrior, the chief knight believed no one could surpass his expertise. His family possessed a comprehensive training regimen that could transform a child into a master of various weapons in just 5 years, from the age of 10 to 15. With an additional 5 years, one could become a knight well-versed in the upper echelons of etiquette, provided that the trainee was not of commoner descent. Looking at the foolish crowd before him, all they seemed to care about was food. Moreover, eggs were quite expensive, in an age dominated by cold steel. The notion of training a batch of competent warriors in 2 to 3 months was far from Roland's intentions. He had no need for Spartan warriors capable of tearing beasts apart in mere undergarments. While individual combat prowess might be lacking, discipline was of utmost importance. Orders must be followed without question. The strength of a team often surpasses that of the individual, a fact dictated by the social nature of humanity. To achieve this swiftly, adapting military training methods to suit the current environment could prove to be a wise choice. Drawing from his personal experience, he knew that within just half a month, students from all corners of the nation could be forged into a cohesive unit. Regardless of the process, the results remained evident. Once this group comprehended the essence of discipline, Roland could proceed with his next plan. Vanna ultimately did not get to eat a second egg. The duration of standing this time exceeded that of the previous occasion by more than double, until someone finally succumbed to fatigue and began swaying side to side, prompting an end to the ordeal. It was at this moment that the 4th prince announced a break for all and instructed his attendants to distribute lunch. This action successfully diverted the crowd's anger towards the rule breakers onto the food. Yet it also led Vanna to suspect that perhaps the prince had no intention of allowing them to receive a second reward. Lunch was served in 4 large earthenware jars, transported to the outskirts of the town by several carts. In addition to food, the carts carried numerous wooden basins and spoons. Just as Vanna licked his lips in anticipation of rushing forward, the chief knight positioned himself firmly in front of everyone. The prince commanded all to form 4 straight lines, receiving their utensils one by one. Anyone who disrupted the order would be forced to be the last to receive food. The crowd jostled to form 4 lines, and fortune favored Vanna as he found himself near the front of the outermost line. Naturally, some expressed their discontent, and a commotion erupted within the ranks. Soon, knights and several guards surged into the throng, expelling the instigators. Fools, Vanna thought, casting a glance at the ringleader of the ruckus, the town's most belligerent brawler. Usually relying on brute strength to stir trouble, he now crouched obediently on the ground, a sword pressed against him. How pitiable he appeared. Vanna felt he had discerned the prince's preferences, a penchant for uniformity. Lines must be straight, formations must be orderly, even dining required queuing. And the order could not be disrupted. He had once heard well-informed merchants from the grand town speak of a peculiar quirk among some nobles. An obsession with having everything arranged meticulously. Any hint of disorder would compel them to rectify it immediately. In the mind of Vanna, such individuals are merely bored, lacking any meaningful pursuits, and resort to intentionally creating troubles for themselves. To his surprise, Prince also embodies this trait. When the lid of the vat was lifted, Vanna was enveloped by an enticing aroma. The alluring scent wafting through the air nearly intoxicated him, and a wave of restlessness swept through the crowd, accompanied by the resounding shout of the night ahead. He mused that they would likely have to queue again. Indeed, the 4th prince insisted that everyone line up in the order they had previously taken their wooden basins and spoons to receive their food. Although the crowd swallowed in anticipation, their stomachs growling in hunger, they obediently formed a long queue, mindful of the example set by the mad fist. The vat contained steaming wheat porridge, and Vanna was astonished to discover that it included a piece of dried meat. Though it was but a thin slice that landed in his wooden basin, it was still meat. After filling his bowl, he was delighted to receive an extra egg. Vanna devoured his lunch voraciously, even licking the bottom of the basin. He swallowed the egg whole, not even pausing to bite into it. In his haste, he inadvertently burned his tongue. Setting down the basin, Vanna patted his belly and let out a satisfied belch. It had been ages since he had savored such delectable fare. Even more astonishingly, he felt a sense of fullness. The sweetness of the meat porridge was a heavenly delight compared to the coarse black bread, leading him to ponder that if he could indulge in such meals daily, what would it matter if he were to battle the vile beasts on the front lines? Vanna knew that very few of his neighbors in the old street were unfamiliar with Iron Axe. His exceptional archery skills left even the town's most seasoned hunters in awe. Wait a moment, Iron Axe is now serving the fourth prince? He had noticed him lingering near the night earlier. Vanna furrowed his brow, wondering what the prince was contemplating. After all, he was a commoner. Did he truly intend to appoint a commoner as captain? Carter harbored the same doubt, as he did not belong to Grey Fortress, nor even to the Continental Kingdom. The witch does not belong to Grey Fortress either, Roland interjected dismissively, but they all belong to the border town. Besides, do you not oversee this place? Yet the prince. Do not worry, Roland said, patting the knight's shoulder. The border town does not concern itself with origins. As long as they do not violate the laws of the kingdom, they remain my subjects. If you are truly uneasy, you may select 2 more outstanding individuals to serve as captains. After all, this team will expand in the future, and nurturing a few promising talents now would be wise. By the way, I have already drafted the training regulations. I believe you should focus more on this than on the commoners. Carter took the parchment Roland handed him and scanned it from beginning to end, his expression turning to one of disbelief. The training content was utterly unprecedented, such as requiring everyone to run laps around the border town from dawn until sunset. The regulations emphasized that everyone must complete this task, allowing for mutual assistance along the way, and if no one gave up, an extra egg would be added to dinner. Furthermore, upon the first howl of the wolves at night, a gathering whistle was to be blown, prompting everyone to dress and assemble as quickly as possible. It seemed that if this continued, the team would likely disperse in just a few days. If the previous points were somewhat comprehensible, the last one left Carter utterly perplexed. Every evening after dinner, the entire group was to proceed to Mr. Carl's Academy for cultural training. Your Highness, what does cultural training entail? Are you suggesting that you will teach them to read and write? I would certainly hope so, but the time is far too limited, at best. We can teach them some basic vocabulary and numbers, sufficient for reading and writing commands. I shall personally explain this to Carl. You need only escort them there. But why must you do this? Such training is of no assistance in battling the malevolent beasts. Who asserts that? Roland yawned, asserting that a proficient fighting team must undoubtedly be a cultured one, a conclusion drawn from the annals of history. Chapter 27. The weather grew increasingly frigid with each passing day, and Roland found himself rising later and later. As a member of the ruling class, he certainly relished the privilege of indulging in slumber, especially with that grand bed, adorned with 3 layers of sumptuous velvet blankets. One would sink into a soft embrace upon lying down, further exacerbating his inclination to linger in bed. By the time Roland completed his morning ablutions and entered his office, Nightingale was already there awaiting him. Here is your breakfast, she said, nodding towards the half-eaten plate of bread on the table. I had a bite while it was warm, but now it has grown cold. She adopted a demeanor that suggested she was the true mistress of the estate. He sighed inwardly, surprised to discover that she was quite the extrovert. Rather than remaining by Anna's side, she now casually wandered into his domain. Previously, she would conceal herself, but now, as long as there were no outsiders present, she moved about the office with abandon, even foregoing her hood. Is this how it is? She leapt down from the table and executed a flawless noble bow. You have been rising later and later, seeing as breakfast was merely sitting there. I took the liberty of resolving a portion of it for you. She leaned closer to Roland, adding, You do not mind, do you? Besides, I can tell you have little affection for those cumbersome formalities. Do you possess some kind of clairvoyance? Roland mused silently, incredulous that she could perceive such things. He sighed again, conceding, Very well, but in the future, if you have breakfast, do consume it all. If I wish to eat, I shall order another. At your command. Your Highness, she replied with a gentle smile, taking the plate and scurrying away. Roland spread open a blank piece of parchment, preparing to complete the design that he had begun the day before, to secure the border town. The battles that awaited in the winter could not be mere victories at a great cost. Although an untested army does not qualify as a proper military force, Roland worried that should they suffer significant losses, these hastily trained individuals might lack the courage to stand upon the city walls. He needed revolutionary weaponry to gain an unequivocal advantage over the vile beasts. Undoubtedly, that weaponry was the firearm. In truth, the era already possessed all the necessary conditions for the emergence of guns. Alchemists often concocted a substance known as snow powder, utilized for ceremonial salutes in the court. This substance was essentially poorly formulated gunpowder, burning slowly and producing little more than sound when placed within a copper tube. In roughly a century, the prototype of the firearm, the matchlock gun, would appear. This weapon, due to its cumbersome operation, required two individuals to collaborate for loading and firing, generally limiting it to single-shot use. Its rate of fire and effectiveness fell short of a well-trained archer. Roland, of course, had no interest in reenacting history. Much like the steam engine, he could easily harness the capabilities of witches to create firearms of practical value. "I glanced at the orders on the table while you were away," Nightingale remarked. Swallowing the last morsel of bread, "What do you intend to do with so much ice fruit? It is winter, if you desire chilled ale. You could simply leave it outside overnight, couldn't you?" "I intend to make frozen cheese," Roland replied. "The current temperature is not low enough. It must freeze first." He was merely deceiving her, for although she was not an enemy, she was not as familiar as Anna. Unlike the steam engine, the firearm presents minimal technical barriers. Once disseminated, it evidently jeopardizes agricultural ambitions. Until I discern her true nature, it is prudent to conceal certain matters. With this in mind, he tentatively inquired whether the witch's cooperative, aside from seeking the sacred mountain, also trains assassins. "No," she replied, waving her hand dismissively. "They are merely a group of pitiable souls united by dreams. I have only joined the cooperative in the past 2 years. Does that imply you were serving others prior?" He was certain that her exquisite throwing techniques, honed through years of relentless practice without any guidance, could not have emerged without prior tutelage. "Is there anyone else, apart from myself, willing to shelter a witch?" "Shelter?" Nightingale's expression shifted to one of perplexity. How could that be possible? Had he known I would become a witch, he wouldn't have even let me through the door. And as for what followed, had I not remained of value to him, I fear I would have faced a secret execution long ago. "Oh, might you elaborate?" Nightingale chuckled softly, shaking her head, though this time her smile bore an enigmatic quality. "Your Highness, when the moment is right, I shall divulge the details. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I attained my freedom 5 years ago and no longer serve anyone." Roland refrained from pressing further, returning his focus to his designs. To his slight astonishment, the typically inquisitive Nightingale had grown quiet, leaving only the crackling of the hearth in the room. When Roland lifted his head to stretch his stiff neck, he found her absence unsettling. "Not even a farewell?" he murmured, folding the parchment and tucking it into his pocket. After several days of labor, along with this blueprint, the design of the weapon, essentially a replica, was complete. He intended to forge the renowned flintlock pistol. This weapon has withstood the test of time, with a manufacturing difficulty comparable to that of the matchlock gun. It employs breech-loading gunpowder and muzzle-loaded lead balls, achieving a rate of fire nearing 3 rounds per minute, more than adequate for dispatching intellectually deficient mutated beasts. Most animals lack the ability to scale walls, thus the effective shooting distance approximates the height from the top of the city wall to the ground, roughly 12 feet. At this range, even aiming with one's foot would suffice to strike the target, and the bullet's initial velocity remains largely uncompromised. Provided the aberrant creature has not evolved a hide harder than steel, a single shot would suffice to bring it down. The primary drawback of the flintlock lies in the time required for its fabrication. Initially, like the matchlock, it is crafted by artisans hammering out each component. From the barrel to the trigger, the construction of the firearm generally spans about 3 months. The barrel is particularly labor-intensive, necessitating the shaping of iron sheets into cylindrical form, binding with iron powder, and then drilling the bore while engraving the rifling. Although precision instruments are not essential, the craftsman must possess considerable skill to produce a satisfactory barrel. This necessity elucidates why Roland sought to construct a steam engine first. With a steam engine, he could utilize a steel drill bit to bore directly into solid iron rods, significantly accelerating the manufacturing process and eliminating the need for highly skilled artisans. Only a workbench to secure the iron rod would be required. Chapter 28. The Grimscar, however. When Roland personally engaged in the task, he soon realized that the reality was far more complex than he had anticipated. After laboring for 4 to 5 days in the backyard, he successfully crafted a drill bit with considerable hardness. Utilizing Anna's intense flames, he was able to easily obtain molten iron exceeding 1,500 degrees Celsius. With the temperature constraints lifted, the conventional steel-making method allowed for the efficient production of small batches of steel by swiftly stirring the molten iron with iron rods. The excess carbon and other impurities in the pig iron could thoroughly oxidize through contact with the air. After several iterations, the molten iron would cool down, yielding high-quality steel. The issue arose with the steam engine prototype. The noise and vibration produced during its operation were astonishing. rendering the drill bit incapable of drilling a complete iron pipe with stability. While such tremors were inconsequential for rough work, they proved detrimental for processing gun barrels. To rectify this, he needed to first construct a centrifugal governor to regulate the steam engine's output power. Then employ gear combinations to diminish the vibrations and adjust the rotational speed of the drill bit. However, the fabrication of gears required a rudimentary lathe. Given these considerations, Roland realized that achieving his goal before the arrival of the demon month was utterly impractical. Ultimately, he had no choice but to revert to the traditional method, relying on the blacksmith's hands to forge each piece through hammering. The ambitious plan for mass-producing firearms had crumbled, based on the number of blacksmith shops in the border town. They could produce a mere 3 to 4 gun barrels in a month, and that was without commencing the construction of a second steam engine. The only silver lining was that the quality of the gun barrels was not a concern. The blacksmiths were tasked with crafting roughly cylindrical pipes, which Anna would then seamlessly join together, achieving results akin to those of seamless pipes produced by a boring tool, effectively minimizing the risk of barrel explosions. In light of these setbacks, Roland found himself compelled to revise his earlier plans. He had initially intended to recruit hunters from the border town to form a firearms squad, as they were predominantly skilled archers, adept with both bows and crossbows. Moreover, the relatively short duration of firearms training would enable them to quickly acquire combat readiness. Yet now, with a maximum of only 4 flintlock guns to be produced before the demon month, he would have to select only the most exceptional hunters to form an elite group. This task, he decided, would be entrusted to Iron Axe, who had spent 15 years in the border town and was widely regarded as the finest hunter. Brian, during the past half-month, had not experienced happiness. Particularly when encountering the militia on the streets, his discontent seemed to amplify, accompanied by a hint of resentment deep within. He felt forgotten by His Royal Highness. A month prior, when summoned by the Chief Knight, he had been filled with excitement. To be in close proximity to the fourth prince, to receive inquiries directly from him, was an immense honor and stroke of luck. Growing up in the border town, he hailed from an ordinary hunting family, yet, through his own abilities, he had risen to the position of patrol leader. He understood that he could not rely on his lineage to become a knight and had to await an opportunity to earn merit and receive recognition from those in power. The prince's inquiries had ignited a sense of hope within him. It was evident that the fourth prince Roland was unwilling to relinquish his territory and was seeking ways to combat the demonic beasts. The subsequent construction of fortifications further underscored this point, leaving no doubt that this year they would endure the demon month in the border town. In order to thwart the incursion of the malevolent beasts, it is imperative to assemble a valiant team willing to engage in direct combat. Brian had initially believed himself to be the most fitting candidate, possessing expertise in reconnaissance, swordsmanship, and horsemanship. Each year, he remained until the final beacon was lit, demonstrating his unwavering courage. However, he was utterly unprepared for the prince's decision to recruit a battalion of commoners to confront the vile creatures. Indeed, a purely civilian force. Not a single member of his patrol team of 10 passed the Chief Knight's scrutiny. This was nothing short of preposterous. Did the prince truly believe that these individuals, who had never wielded a sword, would be more adept in battle than himself? He feared that upon encountering the ferocity of the beasts, they would crumble into disarray. Yet, the prince appeared resolute. Not only was he training this motley crew, but he also provided them with standardized uniforms. Each afternoon, Brian would witness this group, clad in brown and gray leather armor, marching in 2 neat rows through the streets. Initially, their formation was disorganized, but it had become increasingly orderly as time passed. Meanwhile, he remained ensnared in monotonous duties, devoid of any prospects for advancement. One evening, as he tossed and turned in restless slumber, he heard a commotion from next door, followed by the creaking of his door as someone stealthily entered. "Hey, everyone, wake up," came a hushed voice. Brian recognized it as belonging to a member of the patrol, a fellow known as Scarface. Inside his room were 5 others. Apart from himself and Greyhound, the other 3 quickly sprang to their feet, as if they had been anticipating this moment, not even having removed their outer garments. "Captain, rise quickly. I have something of great importance to discuss." Scarface, having a noble relative in Longsong Fortress, rumored to be a person of considerable stature, held a high position within the team, making it difficult for Brian to disregard him. Reluctantly, he sat up and inquired, "What is it?" Greyhound, too, had been roused. "It's so late. Aren't you all going to sleep? I have a lucrative opportunity for you. Would you like to be knighted?" Scarface proposed. "What? A knight?" Greyhound exclaimed in astonishment. Brian's heart raced with intrigue as he pressed, "What sort of opportunity?" You all know my uncle, Hiltai, right? He is a count bestowed by the Duke and a trusted confidant of his. This information comes directly from him. Scarface lowered his voice conspiratorially. The fourth prince intends to sever ties with Longsong Fortress to pursue his own agenda, much to the Duke's displeasure. He has decided to make the prince aware of who truly governs the Western territories. Are you suggesting assassination? Greyhound stuttered, his anxiety causing him to falter over his words, struggling to articulate his thoughts. How could that be? Scarface scoffed. He is still a prince. Should he perish, even the Duke's protection would be of no avail to us. I assure you, this is a promising venture. Brian instinctively sensed that this transaction was unlikely to be as straightforward as Scarface portrayed it, yet the allure of knighthood was far too tempting to resist. He found himself unable to refrain from asking, "Pray, elaborate." You've lost your mind. The prince has stated that this year, the month of the demon may very well extend beyond 4 months. If you burn the food supplies, what will everyone eat? The Greyhound shook his head repeatedly, stating, 2 years ago, is it possible that everyone has forgotten? What does it concern us? Another scoffed, in any case, I have no intention of remaining here. Once we resolve Lord Ryan's affairs, we can enjoy a comfortable life in the fortress. Indeed, do you wish to spend a lifetime subsisting on this wretched refuse? Others echoed in agreement. Damn it, they had evidently conspired together. Brett felt a chill, apart from himself and the Greyhound. Most hailed from various corners of the kingdom and held no sentimental attachment to the town. Realizing he could not dissuade them, he shifted the conversation, saying, but those wheat supplies have been relocated to His Highness's castle, guarded by the prince's personal knights at the entrance. How could you possibly gain entry? That is precisely why I called upon you, the scarred one replied with a smug grin. Having spent your entire life in this forsaken place, no one knows the lay of the land better than you. I recall you mentioning a deserted well in the back hills that connects to the waterway beneath the castle. Through it, one could silently access the castle gardens. Did you not once sneak in as a child? How about it? If you assist me, you could be knighted by the Duke himself. Nay, a knight ought to bravely combat injustice, unafraid of tyranny, and protect the vulnerable. To disregard the threat of hunger and death that Lord Duke's personal vendetta poses to the townsfolk? What honor remains for such a knight but an empty shell? Just as he was about to decline, the Greyhound interjected loudly. So what is your decision? The scarred one leaned closer to Brett, who could even sense the foul breath wafting from him. I believe you must have made up your mind, Captain. Chapter 29. Wrath. The Lord's castle of the border town was not originally situated where it stands today. Initially, while laying the stone foundations, they encountered underground caverns, causing a sudden collapse of the ground that necessitated a relocation. The water conduits that had already been excavated were mostly damaged in the collapse, and even those spared were rendered obsolete due to the change in site. In his youth, Brian often explored these tunnels, and one day, he stumbled upon a route that could lead from a disused well to the castle garden's water source. When Brian shared this discovery with his father, he was met with harsh punishment, being strung up and soundly beaten. His father warned him that trespassing into the Lord's castle was a capital offense, and if discovered, he would face execution. Terrified, Brian never traversed that waterway again, though he boasted on numerous occasions during gatherings that he possessed the ability to reach the castle directly. Now, he deeply regretted those claims. The abandoned well was situated at the very spot of the initial collapse, now a desolate expanse. Brian found himself prodded by the scarred man's sword, forced into the depths below. The once spacious waterway of his childhood now felt exceedingly constricted. With years of neglect and a diversion of water flow, many sections of the tunnel were overgrown with vines. The man who had slain the Greyhound led the way, brandishing a torch and wielding a short-handled axe to clear the path. Clearly, in such an inconvenient setting, he had no chance of escape. Only upon reaching the castle might there be a glimmer of opportunity. What then? Shout for the prince's guards? No. Such an act would merely invite swift retribution from the scarred man. Distance must be created first, lest his fate mirror that of the Greyhound. Remembering the Greyhound, Brian's expression dimmed further. Before the establishment of the border town, he had lived here with him. They had played together since childhood, and it was Brian's idea for them to join the patrol. Unexpectedly, both had been elected as captains of the patrol. Yet, upon the Greyhound's demise, when Brian shouted in fury at the scarred man, he was met with a mocking response, revealing the true reasons behind their election. You fools, the scarred man sneered. The patrol captain must remain on duty through the month of evil, lighting the beacons for alarm. If you are not to serve, should I risk my life instead? Those words pierced Brian's heart like a dagger. The apparent humility, The congratulatory gestures were mere facades, the true motives hideously distorted. His face contorted with a mixture of shock and despair, he struggled to mask the surging fury within. It was utterly unforgivable. He silently ground his teeth, resolving that someone must pay the price for this betrayal. After traversing the parched underground waterway for about half an hour, the group finally heard the sound of flowing water. This signified that their destination was near. Turning a corner, the passage opened up significantly, allowing two individuals to stand side by side. The leader of the group declared that ahead lay a vertical shaft. Looking up, Brian spoke solemnly, "We have arrived." The abandoned aqueduct connects seamlessly to the center of the castle's backyard well, perhaps overlooked during renovations, leaving this junction unsealed. Xiongba pressed against the well wall, peering inside, where rushing water flowed just 3 feet below, while a small circle of night sky was visible above. He instructed his companions to keep watch over Brian, then retrieved a bundle of rope from his backpack, secured a hook, and gently tossed it upward. With a resonant clang, the hook firmly latched onto the edge of the well. Cautiously, Xiongba climbed out, carefully ascending along the rope. Soon, he tugged on the rope, signaling for the others to follow. After considerable effort, the group emerged from the well, and the castle, which had previously been a distant sight, now loomed before them. Xiongba seized Brian, urging him, "Quickly, lead us to the warehouse." Although Brian had only visited this place once, his memories of the castle were vague. Nevertheless, he remained composed as he guided the group, deftly prying open the lock of the nearest wooden door to the well and slipping into the castle. At this hour, most inhabitants had succumbed to slumber. The oil lamps adorning the corridor walls were extinguished, leaving them enveloped in darkness. A member of the group ignited a fire stick, its feeble glow barely illuminating a few feet around them. Brian understood that his opportunity had arrived. As the group approached a junction leading to the basement, he targeted the descending staircase and lunged forward. Although the individual beside Brian had been attentive to his movements, the leap was too swift to react, resulting in the unfortunate man being knocked down alongside him. As they tumbled down the stairs, both vanished from the flickering light into the abyss of darkness. "Damn it!" Xiongba exclaimed, swiftly drawing his short sword and pursuing them. He had anticipated that Brian would use the darkness to engage in a game of hide-and-seek. To his surprise, Brian stood quietly at the bottom of the stairs, seemingly waiting for him. Xiongba observed that the companion who had fallen was now motionless on the ground. In Brian's grasp lay the weapon of the incapacitated man. "Fool, do you truly believe you stand a chance?" Xiongba maintained a defensive stance, waiting for the others to descend before declaring sternly, "We are 7, and you are but 1. With a furious roar, Xiongba fell back, while another stepped forward to impede Brian's advance. This was an excellent place for an ambush. The narrow corridor prevented their adversaries from exploiting their numerical advantage. By standing in the center of the passage, Xiongba could confront his foe directly, rendering the space inadequate for two to wield their weapons side by side. In terms of swordsmanship, Brian was confident he could hold his own against any member of the patrol. While these scoundrels indulged in laziness, gambling, and drunken revelry at the tavern, he had relentlessly honed his combat skills, undeterred by the elements for years. This was also why he chose not to cry out for help immediately. He longed to exact vengeance for the Greyhound. Chapter 30. From the mist, the replacements barely managed to parry Brian's 2 strikes before their weapons were effortlessly sent flying. Rather than being members of the patrol, they more closely resembled a gang of ruffians. Brian thought furiously. What deeds had these scoundrels accomplished apart from extortion and intimidation? He and Grey Dog had diligently carried out the Lord's orders, only to be branded as outsiders within the ranks. Unforgivable, he swung his sword at the throat of the visibly terrified opponent. At that moment, a shadow darted from the target's flank, closing in on Brian's heart with alarming speed. The strike was too subtle. By the time he sensed it, it was already too late to block. In a desperate attempt, he forcefully pushed off the ground, propelling himself backward, while a sharp pain surged through his chest. After rolling twice, he sprang to his feet, instantly adopting a defensive stance. The earlier sneak attack had merely pierced his coat and skin, thankfully causing no grave harm. The critical issue was the assailant. He could recall no member of the patrol possessing such skill in swordsmanship. You actually managed to evade me," the assailant remarked, shoving aside his weaponless comrade and stepping forward. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, Brian realized he did not recognize the individual at all. The man was of short stature, yet his arms were disproportionately long, nearly reaching his knees when allowed to hang. His face was equally unfamiliar. Brian swore he had never encountered such a visage before. "You are not one of the patrol. Who are you?" Though he had little interaction with the five nearby, one could usually recognize faces. This stranger had evidently replaced one of them, infiltrating the castle alongside the group. It was not surprising that he had gone unnoticed during their midnight journey, but the others, particularly Scar, should have detected him. Since they seemed unfazed, it could only mean one thing. This fellow had been deliberately placed among them by Scar. You've already deduced the answer, so why bother asking me? He replied with a nonchalant smile. In any case, you shall soon meet your demise. Damn it. He has wounded me. Scar seethed. Viper, sever his hands and feet. I want to savor the sight of his blood draining slowly. Regrettably, Mr. Scar, I must prioritize the task assigned by the Count. No sooner had the words left his lips than the man known as Viper lunged forward. His attack executed with an unorthodox and sinister angle. Coupled with his extraordinarily long reach, Brian found himself ensnared in a fierce struggle, forced to retreat repeatedly. Unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. Carelessness. A surge of anxiety washed over Brian. After engaging in combat in the underground corridor for so long, the people above must have noticed the commotion by now. Originally intent on avenging Grey Dog himself, he now merely hoped to endure a little longer. Awaiting the arrival of the prince's knights to encircle these rogues. You appear to be anticipating something. Viper suddenly paused his assault. I surmise you are hoping for the prince's men to rescue you? Unfortunately, this stone castle is quite unlike the taverns and inns you are accustomed to. Those wooden structures creak under the weight of revelry, but here, once the doors are closed, you could tear your throat shouting, and no one above would hear a sound. Brian was taken aback, realizing Viper had articulated his thoughts perfectly, and that was precisely the opportunity Viper had been waiting for. He maintained a downward sword stance to disorient his opponent, while his other hand subtly lifted, triggering the hidden crossbow concealed within his sleeve. A bolt, scarcely the length of his index finger, shot forth from the cuff, and Brian only heard the soft hum of the bowstring before the projectile embedded itself in his lung. An unbearable agony erupted in his chest, prompting Brian to hurl his long sword at the advancing Viper and turn to flee. Yet, the blood seeping from his lung quickly filled his trachea, rendering him breathless. He had not run far when he stumbled over the threshold and fell heavily to the ground. The Viper hastened to finish him off, but was intercepted by Scarface. Let me handle this, he gritted through clenched teeth. I want him to know the consequence of wounding me. A flicker of coldness crossed the Viper's face, yet he ultimately stepped aside, urging efficiency. Don't forget our business. Scarface yanked Brian's hair and growled down at him. Trust me, your death will be agonizing. Brian desperately wished to spit blood in his face. But his strength was rapidly dissipating, and he realized his time was short. Regrets from the past flooded his mind, such as the wife he had yet to meet and the unattainable dream of knighthood. But the deepest regret was failing to avenge the Greyhound. Wait, what is that? He blinked, noticing a woman seated atop a box ahead, though her features were obscured by the dim light. Her alluring silhouette undeniably marked her as a woman. Good heavens, is this a hallucination? He hadn't seen anyone in this room when he fell in. Could it be the gods had heard his lament and conjured this vision to comfort him? Hey, you're making quite a ruckus on someone else's turf. Planning to kill in my presence? That hardly seems appropriate. Brian felt Scarface's grip tremble before he abruptly released his hair. A cacophony of weapons unsheathing echoed around them, accompanied by a chorus of shouts. Who are you? Their reaction was somewhat. Wait, Brian thought hazily. Could it be that what he saw was not a mere illusion? I am, of course, one of you, the woman declared as she leapt from the barrel, brushing dust from her robe. In the flickering firelight, Brian glimpsed peculiar embroidery on her garment, 3 adjacent triangles adorned with a large eye at their center. The eye shimmered with flecks of gold in the fire's glow. And you? Are you rats scurrying in from the sewers? Her voice was clear and melodious, yet devoid of any emotion. This was illogical. Anyone witnessing such a scene of murder should not remain so composed. The Viper sensed this as well. His expression turned grave as he circled to the woman's flank, suddenly lunging with his sword. She did not even turn her head, nonchalantly waving her hand. And the Viper barely perceived her weapon before a chilling wind swept through his body. His arm, along with the sword, fell to the ground. Fear seized Scarface's throat. Others might be unaware, but he knew the Viper's true nature, ruthless and cunning. This was the assessment of the esteemed Count regarding this individual. Those who were fortunate enough to be favored and recruited by the Earl possess undeniable prowess. Even Brian struggled to withstand his assault for more than a fleeting moment. Yet now, he found himself at the mercy of a woman who, with a careless strike, severed his entire arm. What are you all dawdling for? Go and kill her. The serpent shouted, clutching his wound. Brian, drained of blood, felt his vision begin to blur as the cacophony of chaotic footsteps, clashing weapons, and the dull thud of bodies collapsing echoed around him. What on earth was happening? He strained to move his eyes forward. And then the patrol captain beheld a scene that defied comprehension. The woman appeared like a specter, gliding through the encirclement of onlookers, now visible, now elusive. With each strike, she pierced the vital points of her foes. Rather than a mere battle, it resembled a dance. He had never witnessed anyone wielding a weapon of death with such rhythmic grace. The shadows of her sword danced elegantly, carving out astonishing trajectories. In stark contrast, the surrounding individuals were nothing more than a troupe of clumsy jesters. They fought back in vain, only to succumb futilely to the ground. Ultimately, she stood alone, proudly and defiantly, the last image Brian beheld before losing consciousness. Chapter 31. The friends of us. Roland sat at his desk, lost in thought. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to invade the castle. Had it not been for Nightingale's timely discovery, he might have met a grim fate. Who could it be this time? The three princesses, or perhaps other siblings? Was it truly necessary to act with such haste? The royal decree had only been in effect for a mere few months after 5 long years. Roland, in a fit of frustration, pounded his fist on the desk, exclaiming how absurd it was. Would he not be allowed a peaceful winter? Outside, footsteps echoed as Chief Knight Carter Lannis entered. Your Highness, we have identified the deceased. Among the 8 bodies, 7 belong to the former patrol team, while 1 remains unidentified. Of the 2 survivors, 1 is still unconscious after being treated by Miss Pine. The other has been imprisoned in the dungeon, under strict surveillance. The patrol team? Roland thought bitterly, realizing the unreliability of this band nurtured by the former lord. 8 out of 10 had betrayed him. Indeed, it was wise to exclude them from the militia. As for the 1 in confinement, ensure your men keep a close watch. We cannot afford a repeat of last time, where someone managed to commit suicide through poison. Last time. What happened? Carter hesitated. May I ask who prevented this assassination attempt? Roland shook his head, as if trying to clear his thoughts. It seems I was roused by Nightingale at dawn, and my mind is still foggy. Regardless, I need to extract every detail from him. Who orchestrated this? Who made contact? Who bribed whom? You will handle the investigation. Yes, Your Highness, Carter replied, but instead of departing, he knelt before Roland. It is my failure that allowed the assassin to infiltrate the castle. I implore you to punish me. Enough, Roland interjected. You were not present in the castle at the time. This is not your fault. Then, may I inquire who thwarted the assassination? Carter continued, with a hint of uncertainty. From what I observed, they all seem to have fallen to the same assailant, without a chance to retaliate. You discerned all of that? Roland asked, intrigued. If the odds had been even, the scene would not have been so pristine, and the wounds would have varied, Carter explained in a hushed tone. All fell in a modest warehouse, and aside from blood and corpses, there was scarcely any disruption to the arranged items. The large boxes used for storing cured meat showed no signs of sword marks. This indicates that the assailant moved freely in a confined space without any cover. Forgive me for saying, Your Highness, but this is simply astonishing. I see, Roland nodded, grasping the implication. In theory, even the mightiest warrior, when surrounded, faces dire disadvantage. Reality does not mirror the films. What appears to be encirclement does not guarantee continuous advance. Attacks from blind spots are especially lethal. Thus, in a one-to-many scenario, the correct strategy is to leverage terrain and environment, confronting opponents head-on. However, Nightingale is no ordinary individual. Regardless, you should attend to your duties, Roland instructed. This person cannot reveal themselves just yet. When the moment is right, I shall inform you. Despite his unwavering loyalty and his awareness that Anna and Nanawa are witches, Roland chose to conceal Nightingale's existence. Unlike the other 2 witches, she did not belong to her side. Her presence in the small town was solely for Anna. Behind her stood the Coven of Witches, and it was only a matter of time before she would depart. Carter, with a look of dejection, took his leave. Roland understood his thoughts. As a swordsman, he had devoted centuries to honing the martial arts he deemed as truths. Yet, when confronted with incomprehensible phenomena, doubts inevitably seeped into his mind. If the swordsmanship could reach such exquisite heights, what then was the value of his own skills, which he held in high regard? I thought you would call me out. Nightingale manifested her presence, perched casually at the corner of the desk, her legs crossed. I had the same thought. Why not settle here permanently as my shadow guard? A monthly salary of 2 gold dragons, double what Anna receives. Would you consider it? Roland began to persuade her. The house comes with a garden, 2 days off each week, and every year there are paid vacations. Essentially, you would be earning while resting. To his surprise, This time she did not outright refuse. Instead, she smiled and replied ambiguously, I cannot simply abandon my companions. Then let us summon them all. Once winter passes, the border town will undergo significant development, and there will be room for many. Moreover, witches will be able to walk freely in the streets without facing discrimination. No one will regard you as malevolent. Let us see if you can achieve that, Nightingale shrugged. Indeed, she was quite frightened, the prince sighed. He had been awakened by Nightingale at midnight and nearly retched upon witnessing the scene. She briefly recounted the events, and Roland instructed her to secretly bring Nana out. The young girl, who had only treated injured chickens, fainted at the sight of a blood-soaked human. After a chaotic flurry, she eventually healed the captain of the patrol. Her face streaked with tears. By the time everything settled, dawn was approaching. What is your perspective on this matter? Can you deduce which of my esteemed siblings may be involved? Nightingale shook her head. They are all members of the patrol. The only exception bore no identification linking them to anyone. If it were bribery, anyone could orchestrate it. But I suspect this incident may not involve your siblings. Why not? Because it lacks rigor. In a multi-person operation, discord arose within the ranks. After the failure, they did not immediately take their own lives, and at least 2 remained alive. Furthermore, their conduct was utterly unprofessional, akin to street thugs. This does not align with your siblings' style. It resembles the machinations of amateurs. I believe that even in my absence, this assassination would have been unlikely to succeed. Do not forget that Anna sleeps just below you. Nightingale lifted Roland's cup, nonchalantly took a sip, and continued, regardless, your knight has already ventured to the dungeon for testimony. I wager he will soon uncover the truth. Compared to your sister's pawns, that fellow is woefully inferior. Previously, he even knelt before me, pleading for his life. The severely injured patrol captain. I seem to recall summoning him. Is that so? The Nightingale tilted its head, and I felt it necessary for you to express your gratitude towards him. Had he not single-handedly occupied the other fellows, I would not have discovered the rodents infiltrating the basement so swiftly, although it remains unclear why he undertook such actions. The adage holds true. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, is it not? Indeed, Roland pondered. Yet the crux lies not in whether he is a friend or foe, but rather in the significance of the Nightingale's words. Our friend. Chapter 32. The night when Brian awoke, the first sight that greeted him was the grayish-white ceiling. The sunlight streaming through the window was somewhat blinding. He squinted slightly and opened his eyes again, yet the scene before him remained unchanged. This was not a dream, he pondered. Am I still alive? He attempted to move his body, but found that he could only wiggle his fingers, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. Soon, he heard someone exclaiming, He has awakened. Quickly, inform His Highness. His Highness? Brian felt as though his mind were muddled, his thoughts sluggish compared to usual. How did I lose consciousness? It seemed he had been pierced in the chest by a venomous snake, on the brink of death, when suddenly, a ghostly woman appeared, defeating all his enemies in an astonishing manner. Before long, a maid reached out to assist him in sitting up against the headboard of the bed. Another brought a basin of water to cleanse his face. Clearly, Brian had never experienced such meticulous and attentive care, and being surrounded by young maidens left him feeling somewhat flustered. Fortunately, this awkwardness did not linger for long. When the 4th prince entered the room, everyone bowed. A surge of warmth filled Brian's heart. He had countless questions to ask, yet he opened his mouth, uncertain of where to begin. Roland nodded and said, I am already aware of your deeds, Brian. You are truly a hero. At the mere mention of the word hero, Brian felt a prickling in his eyes and choked on his words. No, Your Highness, my friend is the true. Roland gently patted his shoulder in consolation. Just as the Nightingale had foretold, Scarface was dragged to the interrogation chamber, and before the warden could act, he divulged all he knew with the ease of pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Once Brian's emotions settled, Roland continued, Your friend, Greyhound, will receive a funeral befitting his status. His family will also be cared for, and they need not worry about food in the future. Thank you, Your Highness. Brian inhaled deeply. May I ask if Scarface, has he died? He is still alive. The patrol captain closed his eyes painfully, wishing he had perished instead, dragging the other down to hell with him. But now that hope seemed bleak. Undoubtedly, Scarface was guilty. Yet the crimes of nobility could often be absolved with wealth. As long as his uncle was willing to protect him, there was a significant chance Scarface would escape death. He might not even serve time in prison. Roland discerned his thoughts. Hills Med, as you refer to him, is a member of the Elk family of Longsong Fortress. The head of the family is Lochin Med, an earl bestowed by Duke Ryan, and he is also his distant uncle. He paused slightly, however. None of this will alter the final judgment. Scarface has been sentenced to hang, and the execution is set for 3 days hence. If you recover enough, you might consider witnessing it. Brian's eyes widened in shock. But your highness, nobles can atone for their sins with golden dragons. Your actions may provoke. Roland waved his hand, indicating him to remain calm. Nobles? To you, it may seem that he hails from a family of moose, his status vastly different from yours. However, in truth, he possesses neither title nor lands, and cannot be deemed a noble. Furthermore, even if he were a noble, his audacious attempt to invade the prince's palace and incinerate provisions, disregarding the lives of over 2,000 residents of the border town, constitutes an unpardonable transgression. While Roland harbors some hesitation regarding Tyr's demise, the heinous scar belongs to the category of complete unforgivable acts. Should he succeed, the foundation of my position in the border town would be obliterated, leaving no opportunity for resurgence, an affront far more despicable than a direct assassination. As for whether this reaction might provoke the Longsong fortress, who cares? Since they have chosen to engage in treachery rather than conduct business amicably, I shall not retreat. This incident serves as a stark warning to Roland that the political strife of this world is not akin to the subtle skirmishes of his past, but rather leans towards overt confrontations, primitive and far more sanguinary. Rest well, you have lost too much blood, and it would be wise not to leave the castle. I have arranged for others to carry out the patrol duties, and once the month of evil concludes, I shall hold a ceremony in your honor, your highness. Upon hearing the latter statement, Brian gazed at the prince in disbelief. Do you mean? Prepare to stab? This marked the 100th thrust he had executed. A tingling sensation coursed through his arm, and Vanna felt he could endure no longer, although he had thought the same at the 50th thrust. A week's worth of training had instilled a reflex that compelled him to obey the command. Frankly, he was astonished to have persevered this long. All personnel, rest. Iron Axe's command was met with a collective exhale, and Vanna too sighed in relief, lowering his rifle and plopping down on the ground. The logistical team would never engage in such drills, signifying they would confront the vile beasts directly atop the walls. The mere thought of this was terrifying. Vanna initially planned to sneak away, but for reasons unknown, upon seeing his comrades in training and reflecting on the bountiful meals and considerable pay, he hesitated to finalize that decision. Chapter 33. Gunpowder, everyone, stand up. His Highness the Fourth Prince has arrived. Iron Axe exclaimed, clapping his hands. The prince and his entourage ascended the city wall, passing by the ranks. Vanna noticed that His Highness slowed his pace as he approached his position. What should one say during a review? Roland pondered. Comrades, greetings. Thank you for your hard work. If no one responded to the latter half of that phrase, it would be rather awkward. Perhaps it would be better to casually engage someone in conversation, showcasing his humility and earning some prestige. With this in mind, he patted a robust-looking young man. You've trained hard. Are you feeling tired? Are your meals satisfactory? When His Highness inquired if there were any opinions or suggestions regarding the training, Vanna suddenly became quite alert. This was an excellent opportunity. If he could convince the prince that the militia alone could not bear the weight of guarding the city walls, perhaps he would no longer have to fret over whether to flee or stay. He carefully formulated his words in his mind. Your Highness, the number of militia members is currently far too insufficient. With the current training ranks, when the evil beasts attack, we can barely defend less than a third of the city walls. You see, even if you recruit more troops, I fear there won't be enough time for adequate training. Moreover, the cost of weapons was a significant burden. It would be exceedingly challenging for the frontier town to muster 300 long spears within 2 months. Even gathering 100 would be quite a struggle. Hence, they were still training with wooden poles. If His Highness could recognize this, perhaps he would recruit a contingent of mercenaries from other towns to serve as the main defensive force. At least they would arrive ready for battle, equipped with weapons and armor, albeit at a higher cost. Roland contemplated for a moment, then nodded. You raise a valid point. Relying solely on the militia to guard the entire city wall is indeed unrealistic. A thrill of joy surged within Vanna. Did the prince agree with his assessment? However, the fourth prince did not utter the words he had anticipated. Instead, he summoned Iron Axe closer. The evil beasts, in a sense, are merely variants of wild animals. They lack the capacity for thought, do they not? Indeed, Your Highness, the ordinary varieties of evil beasts are not unlike wild animals, sharing similar instincts. However, I have encountered few hybrids and cannot be certain. That is acceptable. Although the distance from the Redwater River to the foot of the northern slope spans nearly 1,800 feet, approximately 600 meters, we can lure them to attack specific areas. Are you suggesting we set traps? Iron Axe inquired. It is indeed a trap, but not one of the variety commonly employed by hunters. Typical traps rely on concealment to capture prey, whereas I intend to do the opposite. I plan to establish pocket-like barricades far from the city walls, such as fences, earthen slopes, and ditches, compelling these mindless evil beasts to circumvent them. A continuous series of obstacles will guide the quarry towards designated locations, ultimately concentrating them in our prepared defensive area. As Roland spoke, he turned to Iron Axe. As for how to entice these creatures, I believe no one is more skilled than you. The Iron Axe contemplated for a moment. Guiding them would indeed pose no challenge. The wolf species shies away from water, while the wild boar species is averse to light, and other malevolent beasts possess their own peculiar habits. Yet, Your Highness, would this not result in all the malevolent creatures congregating within the 600 feet radius, creating a perilous situation? If we were to rely solely on long spears and bows, that would certainly be the case. Roland confidently asserted. However, we now possess a new weapon. As they prepared to depart, the prince approached Vanna once more, patting him on the shoulder. You have keen observational skills. What is your name? Vanna, Your Highness, he replied. I shall propose to my chief knight that you serve as the vice-captain of the spear squad, Mr. Vanna. Do well. The 300-square-meter chamber boasted but a single entrance, safeguarded by the most stringent security protocols. 2 knights stood sentinel at the door, requiring all entrants to register and undergo a search to prevent the introduction of incendiary materials. The interior was strictly devoid of any sources of fire, permitting work only during daylight hours, to thwart the nocturnal advance of nightingales. A veil of gauze was draped over the doorframe. Is this what you refer to as the new weapon? Carter, summoned forth, pinched a small amount of black powder between his fingers and brought it to his nose for inspection. Is this not snow powder? Perhaps the Iron Axe was unaware. But Carter, having frequently attended royal ceremonies, was undoubtedly familiar with the contents of the ceremonial bucket. It is snow powder, albeit not entirely, Roland clarified. This is the latest product from the alchemical workshop, which I have dubbed gunpowder. Gunpowder is indeed an indispensable tool for any traveler venturing into agriculture. Its materials are widely accessible, and with knowledge of the optimal ratio of charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter, 1:1:7:5, it can be easily produced without any technical barriers. In this era, the snow powder comprises 60% charcoal, with sulfur and saltpeter each constituting 20%, along with various other peculiar materials, such as mercury, butter, honey, etc., making up the remaining 20%, rendering it a substandard product. Its slow combustion rate and minimal gas release fail to realize the full potential of true gunpowder. Yet, Roland was aware that alchemists were continually experimenting with alternative ratios. Within 30 years at most, a snow powder more closely aligned with the standard black powder formula would likely emerge. However, many overlook the fact that even without the reliance on firearms, gunpowder itself remains a formidable weapon. Chapter 34. Test explosion. The considerable quantity of niter procured from Liuye town has been transported to a nearby warehouse for storage. When needed, it is ground, weighed, and dispatched in batches to the bungalow by the laborers. Similarly, charcoal and sulfur follow suit. The handling and mixing of these 3 raw materials are executed by different groups of individuals, thereby minimizing the risk of leaks. Roland measured out 20 pounds of the prepared black powder and carefully poured it onto a piece of cut sheepskin. This powder has undergone a series of treatments including soaking, compacting, drying, crushing, and sieving, resulting in uniformly sized granules with excellent combustion properties. To prevent static accidents, not a single metallic vessel was used throughout the production process. Most materials were ceramic or made from raw timber. Once the powder was poured, Roland layered the sheepskin in folds, wrapping it to 3 layers, and secured it tightly with rope. Is this sufficient? Carter inquired. Can this be considered a weapon? Although it is an improved version of snow powder, what impact can it truly have merely through sound? It may intimidate farmers who have never seen battle, but trained warriors and mercenaries would likely dismiss it. However, the chief knight pondered. The prince's recent actions appeared illogical at first glance, yet often yielded remarkable results. If the intelligence of the malevolent beasts is akin to that of wild animals, perhaps this device could unexpectedly prove effective? For instance, a sudden explosion might startle them into fleeing, thus alleviating the pressure on the city's defenders. Roland thrust the wrapped powder into Carter's arms and took up a bag of finely ground powder for ignition. That should suffice. Let us proceed to the city walls. Iron Axe should be ready by now. approximately 2 miles west of the city walls, between the mysterious forest and the perilous mountains, lay the area designated for the test explosion. Iron Axe and several other hunters had been awaiting their arrival for some time. Apart from Iron Axe himself, the rest were locals, renowned for their archery skills. Upon learning that the prince had a task for them, they eagerly followed Iron Axe. It was common knowledge that the new lord of the border town was generous with his remuneration for hired hands. Following Roland's instructions, they erected long wooden poles around the perimeter, tying ropes to form a nearly half-mile warning circle. Knights were stationed near the city walls to prevent any accidental approach. Roland circled the warning area for inspection, nodding in approval. Have all the targets been brought? Your Highness, they are all here, Iron Axe replied, dragging a cage forward. Carter noted that it contained several wild chickens and rabbits. Splendid. Place them at distances of 5, 10, 15, and 30 paces from the center, securing each to a wooden stake. Carter privately shook his head and stepped forward to suggest, Your Highness, I fear the animals you have chosen may not yield effective results. They are inherently timid and will scatter at the slightest noise. Even if they are frightened, it does not guarantee that the malevolent beast will be deterred. Deter the malevolent beasts? Roland paused momentarily, then realized, I have no intention of scaring them away, although the explosion's impact is indeed formidable. He guided the chief knight to the center of the circle, placing the powder bag down and using a dagger to make a small incision, allowing some powder to spill forth. He then took out a pouch filled with gunpowder, scattering its contents from the torn opening while retreating. Today's windless weather was ideal for such a primitive detonation method. After retreating nearly 100 meters, Roland finally stowed away the pouch. All right, let's ignite it here, he said, having meticulously estimated the distance and confirming its accuracy before instructing Carter to summon the hunters. At that moment, Roland felt a surge of excitement. Having conducted small-scale flash tests previously, he harbored no concerns about the outcome. What mattered to him was that this would be a monumental occasion, marking the official debut of firearms, with him as the principal architect etched into the annals of history. Once everyone had gathered, Roland ignited the gunpowder. Carter lay on the ground, watching the rapidly retreating sparks, feeling quite skeptical. At such a distance, and without being encased in a bronze barrel, he wondered if the sound of the explosion would even reach them. It was quite absurd for His Highness to have everyone lying flat. However, since the fourth prince had taken the lead, he felt it prudent to remain silent. The winter ground was imbued with a biting chill that seeped through the chainmail. As Carter shifted his position, preparing to turn his chest, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted. Due to their close proximity, the sound and shockwave arrived almost simultaneously, causing a deafening buzz in his ears as the world abruptly fell silent. The earth's tremor dissipated in an instant. He lifted his head to witness a black cloud slowly rising, followed by debris and mud cascading like rain. Roland experienced far less impact than the chief knight. Having prepared for the blast, he was less affected even by the sound of firecrackers. The explosion did not unfold like a cinematic spectacle with a massive fireball. Instead, the flash was fleeting, and a considerable amount of debris was thrust into the air by the shockwave, reaching about 10 meters high. As the dust settled, Roland's sole impression was that this sound far surpassed that of firecrackers. The Iron Axe and several other hunters were left in stunned silence. Only Iron Axe was aware that this endeavor was to test a new weapon, yet he had not anticipated its astonishing ferocity. Surely, only the thunder of divine retribution could rival it. He inspected the other animals, discovering that the pheasants placed 10 and 15 steps away lay motionless on the ground, evidently dead. Though there were no visible injuries, Roland understood they had succumbed to the shockwave of the explosion. The only survivor was a gray rabbit, 30 steps away, its thin ear walls stained with blood. Upon noticing someone approaching, it ceased its struggles as if the recent roar had robbed it of its very soul. Carter swallowed hard, the buzzing in his ears gradually subsiding. It was then he comprehended what His Highness meant by not intending to scare them away. Was this truly a result of the improved gunpowder? With such an achievement, the alchemist would surely eclipse astrologers by far. The look in Iron Axe's eyes toward Roland had completely transformed. Your Highness, if the militia could wield such a weapon, the frontier town would no longer fear the threat of vile beasts. He pondered whether it could be mass-produced. As a trump card, this weapon must be utilized in conjunction with firearms and crossbows. Chapter 35. Homecoming. The nightingale traversed the mist, where the world appeared reduced to mere shades of black and white. The once distinct lines that constituted reality became blurred, with the boundaries between straight, zigzag, and curved lines dissolving into an indistinct amalgamation reminiscent of a child's doodles. This indescribable sensation took the nightingale considerable time to comprehend, yet once mastered, it granted her the ability to traverse the fog unbound by the mundane, navigating freely within its embrace. Seemingly contiguous walls, when viewed from a different angle, revealed entrances that could not possibly exist in the realm of reality. In the mist, the concepts of up and down, forward and backward, ceased to be fixed. They morphed and even overlapped with one another. For instance, as she now ventured into the castle beneath the watchful gaze of the guards, she ascended step by step along the ever-shifting lines, passing through the ceiling to arrive at Anna's chamber. To her, this was a realm of complete freedom. Only amidst the fog could the nightingale truly relax. Despite its silence and solitude, she relished the absence of threat. Most of the time, the atmosphere remained monochromatic. Yet on occasion, she glimpsed other hues. For example, the very presence of Anna. Unlike ordinary mortals, witches embodied a confluence of magical energy. The nightingale perceived the ebb and flow of this power, the soul color amidst the mist. She had never encountered a hue as vibrant and intense as the emerald green that surged within Anna, its core approaching incandescent brightness, almost unbearable to behold. This left the nightingale utterly bewildered. Typically, the color of magical energy closely mirrored its manifestation. During her time at the Witch's Auxiliary, she had witnessed numerous witches wielding the ability to manipulate flames, most radiating hues of orange or deep crimson, resembling a pulsating fireball. Yet none could compare to Anna's brilliance. If this perplexity was merely difficult to grasp, another aspect was utterly astonishing. With such immense magical power coalescing within her, how could she possibly still be alive? In the entirety of the Witch's Auxiliary, the nightingale found no one who matched Anna's prowess. Even among adult witches, none could hold a candle to her. If Anna were to reach adulthood, no, she would not have that opportunity. The nightingale sighed. The greater the magic, the stronger the backlash. She dared not imagine the horrifying torment Anna would endure when the demonic force invaded her being. The agony of being torn apart from within would not render one unconscious. Only when surrendering resistance, accepting death, would one experience the relentless pain that persisted without respite. Emerging from the mist, she temporarily stowed away her somber thoughts and brightened her demeanor. "Good morning, Anna," she announced. The nightingale touched her nose and settled by the girl's bedside. She had witnessed this practice countless times. Initially, Anna would accidentally ignite her own clothing, preparing a full bucket of replacement garments in the garden shed. Eventually, she became adept at making flames dance upon her fingertips, to the extent that Roland no longer needed to urge her to practice. The wooden shed had been dismantled, transformed into a space for enjoying afternoon tea and basking in the sun. Nevertheless, Anna continued to adhere to the prince's previous instructions, diligently practicing for 1 to 2 hours each day within her own chamber. "I brought fish cakes. Would you like some?" The nightingale retrieved a cloth pouch from her bosom, unfurling it and presenting it before her companion. Anna inhaled the scent and nodded in acknowledgement. "Go wash your hands," the nightingale smiled. Fortunately, she did not harbor any disdain for herself. She simply lacked the art of conversation. Intriguingly, she held a genuine concern for Nanawa, yet her words remained scarce. In truth, apart from her interactions with Roland, she seldom spoke. In stark contrast, Roland was loquacious, possessing an inexhaustible supply of discourse. Even regarding mundane matters such as dining etiquette, washing hands before meals, not eating too hastily, and refraining from consuming food that had fallen to the ground, among others. He could elaborate on each rule at length. Initially, she found his verbosity quite irksome. However, recognizing him as the lord of this place, the fourth prince of Grey Fortress, she reluctantly acquiesced to endure his lectures. Over time, she gradually acclimatized to these conventions. For reasons unknown, when jostling with Anna, Nanawa, Roland, and Carter for the sequence in which to wash their hands, she inexplicably felt a flicker of amusement. Here, one could only traverse within the confines of the castle. Did it not feel stifling? Although the abyssal mountains lacked abundant resources, the inhabitants were united as one family, gathered for a shared purpose. Given your formidable strength, they would surely welcome you. This winter, I fear you may struggle to endure. Where did you reside before joining the Coven of Assistants? The nightingale paused, rarely posing questions to herself. I previously lived in a large city to the east, not far from the royal capital. Were you happy? I resided in the old district. Anna recounted her experiences succinctly. My father sold me to the church for 25 gold dragons. It was His Highness who liberated me from that prison. Here I find joy. Yet you cannot leave this castle. Aside from Roland, others still harbor animosity toward witches. I am indifferent. And besides, he has vowed to change all of that, has he not? That is a formidable challenge, as long as the church stands. Witches will forever be deemed malevolent. Anna refrained from retorting, and the silence stretched for what felt like an eternity until the nightingale assumed she would never speak again. Suddenly, Anna inquired, "Are you happier in the Coven of Assistants or here?" What do you mean?" The nightingale was caught off guard by the question. "Of course. It is here. Is it the Coven of Assistants?" Truthfully, she had little interest in seeking the Holy Mountain. Yet it was home to friends she could not forsake. Was it the border town? Had she not heard of witches in peril? She would not have ventured here at all. The answer should have been evident, yet why could she not articulate it instantly? This time, Anna smiled. A rare sight for the nightingale, her eyes mirrored the tranquil surface of a lake at dawn, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance, even amidst the fog. "I heard from Roland that you were searching for the Holy Mountain in the northern peaks. If the Holy Mountain signifies stability and belonging, I believe I have already found it." This place was her holy mountain, the nightingale realized, for although her life was waning, her spirit would reach the other shore long before most witches. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. The nightingale listened intently and discerned that they resembled the footsteps of Nanawa. The door swung open, and indeed, it was Nanawa Payne who rushed in. With a face awash in tears, she plunged into Anna's embrace, exclaiming, What should I do? Sister Anna, my father has discovered that I am a witch." Chapter 36. Negotiation. Roland was roused from his slumber by the urgent tug of Nightingale. Upon learning that Tiguppayan, the father of Nanawa, had arrived, he was initially taken aback, but soon recognized it as a rare opportunity to ensure that the young girl remained to aid in the struggle against the sinister moon of evil. He needed to devise a reason for the Payan family to spend the winter in the border town. This was, however, an exceedingly challenging endeavor. The reputation and standing of the fourth prince had plummeted among the nobility, and given the strained relations with the fortress, it was highly improbable that the affluent families residing in the eastern district of the fortress would choose to stay in a humble town. From the outset, Roland had not contemplated collaborating with the aristocrats. While they might excel in the art of political maneuvering, they were ill-suited for the rigors of combat alongside him. He hastily donned his attire and performed a brief morning routine before making his way to the reception hall. Tiguppayan, having been kept waiting for an extended period by the guards, was visibly incensed. Upon seeing the prince, he immediately rose and demanded, "Your Highness, where is my daughter?" This was Roland's first encounter with Nanawa's father. He was a stout man of modest height, his rugged visage adorned with a thick beard, and he was dressed in a fitted cotton coat with ample pockets and close-fitting leather trousers, resembling a hunter more than a nobleman. "She is well, Mr. Payan," Roland replied. "But why did your guards permit her entry while barring my way?" Tigu interrupted, his voice booming. "I require an explanation, Your Highness. Please bring my daughter out to see me." As for why the guards allowed Nanawa inside, it was entirely due to his prior instructions. She frequently visited Anna to play, and the guards had grown familiar with her. After a moment's contemplation, Roland summoned a maidservant to fetch Nanawa. Regardless of how discourteous Tigu may have been, he remained Nanawa's father. It was prudent to allow them to meet before discussing further. Should he exhibit even a hint of intent to hand the girl over to the church or disregard her, he could take measures thereafter. Nanawa emerged alongside Anna. The instant Tigu laid eyes on his daughter, the impatience in his gaze vanished. He opened his arms, calling out, "Come to Daddy." However, the little girl merely hid behind Anna, peeking her head out. "Are you going to sell me to the church?" This response left Roland somewhat bewildered. According to Nightingale, Nanawa had been seen using her powers by her father, who had furiously pursued her to the castle. Yet now, Tigu's eyes reflected nothing but concern and affection for his daughter, entirely devoid of the typical disdain one might expect towards a witch. Had he misjudged the situation? After a moment of hesitation, Roland resolved to speak plainly. "Mr. Payan, your daughter is a witch. I trust you are aware of this." "What did you say, Your Highness?" "I do not comprehend," Tigu exclaimed, stomping his foot as he stepped forward in an attempt to grasp Nanawa's hand, only to be blocked by Anna. "Father, I have become a witch." "I'm sorry," Nanawa murmured softly. Tigu's anxiety finally surfaced. "Stop this nonsense. A witch? Is this something that Carl has taught you? I should have never let you attend the academy. The church's rhetoric is utter nonsense." Upon hearing this, Roland suddenly comprehended something. Perhaps the other party's various attempts to conceal the truth regarding Nanawa stemmed from a misunderstanding of his intentions. Thus, it was no wonder he felt such unease before meeting his daughter. Anna, he winked at the witch, who nodded in response. As Tigu attempted to pull Nanawa away from him, Roland extended his right hand. Flames erupted from his palm, soaring above Tigu's head. Tigu's eyes widened in alarm as he stumbled back, while Nanawa instinctively clung to Anna's arm, exclaiming, "Sister Anna, no, Your Highness, this is..." Roland interjected. "As you can see, she too is a witch, just like your daughter. The reason Nanawa can freely enter and exit the castle is not as you presume. Now, may we converse peacefully?" At that moment, Tigu seemed to awaken from a stupor, uttering a few startled sounds. "Your Highness, Please, take a seat." Roland gestured towards the table and have a cup of tea. Indeed, he sighed internally, realizing how tarnished his reputation must be. To the extent that even children were not spared from suspicion. He now fully grasped the rudeness exhibited by Tigu earlier. A father concerned for his daughter witnessing her enter the Lord's castle while the guards appeared unfazed. What did that signify? Were he in Tigu's position, he might have been inclined to storm the castle barehanded. As for Tigu's continued denial of his daughter being a witch, the intent was all too clear. He was apprehensive that the prince might use the claim of Nanawa having fallen and needing purification as leverage against him, while Tigu himself seemed indifferent to whether his precious daughter was indeed a witch. After a lengthy hesitation, Tigu finally sat down, gulped down his tea in one go, wiped his mouth, and spoke with a hint of embarrassment. "I apologize for my rudeness. May I inquire when you became aware of my daughter's transformation into a witch?" Before winter, Roland replied. The first to notice her awakening was not I, but her teacher, Karl Vabert. As a friend of Anna's, he entrusted Nanawa to me, hoping I could offer her protection. He elaborated. During the past month and a half, she would come to the castle whenever she had the time to practice her abilities. "By the way, your daughter's gift is healing. Is that so?" Tigu scratched his head. I wondered how that cat suddenly became so sprightly. "Cat?" Before Anna could respond, Nanawa's head nodded vigorously. Tigu's expression softened a bit. Noticing this, Roland asked, "You do not appear to believe that witches are inherently malevolent beings lured by the devil." "My daughter is certainly no evil being," Tigu declared emphatically. "No matter what she has become, there is no doubt about that." He was a stark contrast to Anna's father. And Roland could not help but feel a sense of understanding regarding why Nanawa always seemed carefree, her smile perpetually gracing her face. Such a family environment was akin to a warm cradle for a child. "I share your sentiment, Mr. Tigu," the prince stated plainly. "Your daughter's abilities are invaluable to the injured. I hope she can remain in the border town to assist me in combating the malevolent forces of the Moon of Evil." Tigu hesitated momentarily. "Your Highness, I must respectfully decline. When the sinister month of demons arrives, this place will become exceedingly perilous, and I cannot leave her in this town." Tigu's fiefdom does not fall under the jurisdiction of the border town. Thus, even as a prince, he cannot issue direct commands. However, Roland thought, as long as they are willing to sit down and converse, he need not fear persuading him. Chapter 37. Family history. Danger is relative, Mr. Pine. And danger also signifies opportunity. The fourth prince perused the relevant information gathered by his minister's aide in his mind. "I have heard that your title is inherited from your father? He was once a knight, who later, due to his valor in battle, was bestowed with the title of Baron and granted lands." "Indeed," Tigu nodded. "That battle was an honorable fight on behalf of the innocent, occurring during the month of evil. A small faction of malevolent beasts unexpectedly traversed the Redwater River, breaching the fortress's defenses and penetrating deep into the western lands. At that time, your father was patrolling the area. When he encountered the remnants of the evil beasts, he did not choose to retreat as most would, opting instead to notify reinforcements before engaging. Behind him lay a defenseless town, though it held no personal significance to him," Roland recounted, observing the other's expression. "The subsequent events, you should know better than I. Your father rallied the town's militia, and with his retainers, faced the malevolent beasts head-on, achieving victory. Yet he succeeded. My father stood near a shallow ditch, drawing the enraged giant beast toward him. At the moment it charged, he lay flat in the ditch, propping his broadsword with its hilt resting on a stone at the bottom. The seemingly unbeatable brute crashed directly onto the sword's tip, splitting open its belly, and the entrails and dark blood nearly engulfed my father. A massive horn from that battle still hangs above our hearth." Roland took a sip of tea. Speaking leisurely, an admirable battle. He adhered to the chivalric code, demonstrating compassion and valor. Later, it was Lord Joy Cole, then an Earl of Longsong Fortress, who who conferred upon him his title and lands. 25 years ago, my father, Wimbledon III, elevated Joy to duke and appointed him as protector of the southern territories, with dominions spanning the entire southern region. Regrettably, after the mountain stronghold became independent, Old Pain, remaining east of the fortress, became a thorn in the Duke of the fortress's side. Your Highness, you are quite well informed. Take a side with a hint of resignation. The Duke of the Fortress and Lord Joy have always been at odds. Joy Cole is not one of the dukes appointed by the Fortress Duke. His lineage can be traced back to a royal branch, and both his family and bloodline are no less esteemed than that of Lord Ryan. Such is the nature of politics, Roland mused, a balancing act manipulated by Wimbledon III. The feudal and governing systems among the nobility are exceedingly convoluted. Theoretically, a superior noble holds the authority to issue commands to lower nobles within their territory. However, the practical execution is far more intricate. As exemplified by Joy Cole and Duke Ryan, as an earl directly bestowed by the king, though his lands lie in the western region, he possesses prestige and influence on par with Duke Ryan. Thus, when you inherited this territory, trade and agriculture gradually declined, and your family's fortunes dwindled day by day. Roland remarked slowly. Now, a new opportunity presents itself before you. A new opportunity? Surely you have heard of the famine 2 years ago, during which the fortress withheld the next month's rations under the pretext of insufficient mineral trade. This year, we face a similar predicament. The unexpected collapse of the northern slope mine has left the people of the border town with no retreat. We must stand firm against the vile beasts behind the newly constructed walls. This battle may not unfold smoothly, yet, as I have previously stated, danger concurrently embodies opportunity. Speaking of which, you do not quite resemble a typical noble, Roland remarked with a smile. No one would venture out in such attire. And your hands bear the calluses of hard labor. Mr. Pine, you have not forsaken your father's legacy, have you? The combat skills befitting a knight. Should you choose to remain in the border town, I can offer you the chance to reclaim your father's glory, to earn honor through sword and valor. Just as he did. Should your deeds be commendable, I shall designate a parcel of land to the east of the town as a reward, a tract suitable for a viscount. Though such occurrences are rare, promises hold validity. As a prince of age, he is legally empowered to bestow titles of viscount, baron, and knight. However, it is seldom that he rewards the vassals of others. For one, to undermine another's standing lacks noble decorum, and for another, it could lead to an awkward situation should the recipient decline. Yet Roland cared not for decorum. His desire was solely for Nanawa, the mobile healing station. As for rejection, he felt little concern. The fact that Joy had not taken his father along upon becoming the guardian of the South indicated that the former had already forsaken the Pine family. I have told you from the outset, Mr. Pine, that danger is relative. Have you considered the potential consequences if Nanawa were to be discovered as a witch at the Longsong Fortress? That place is far from the border town. The church has long since established its roots there, with numerous adherents and spies in every corner. Once exposed, even I would be unable to save her. Roland paused briefly, then added, the border town shall not fall. When the month of the evil beast arrives, I shall fight alongside my subjects upon the walls. Our adversaries are merely a horde of mutated beasts, not invulnerable demons. Your father once vanquished them in an open field, and besides, we possess formidable walls that are nearly insurmountable. If an unfortunate event were to occur, I shall ensure Nanawa departs first, he hesitated. And Anna as well. I will leave a small boat at the docks. I promise they will be safe. In that case, I trust you, your highness, Tigu. Payne rose to his feet, kneeling on one knee, chest out and abdomen in, offering the prince a standard knightly salute. I am willing to fight for you. After Tigu and Nanawa had departed, Anna shot Roland an incredulous glance. Are you dreaming? She said. I'm not going anywhere. Chapter 38. The era of firearms Iron Axe was acutely aware of his confinement. That day, the hunters who participated in the test explosion had been relocated to a quaint two-story building near the castle. Peering through the window, he could see a circle of stone walls, guarded by sentinels at the entrance and exit. He regarded this with indifference, even thinking it rather imprudent of the prince to assign merely 2 personal guards for oversight. The thunderous resonance from the test explosion still echoed in his mind. Never before had a weapon evoked such profound awe within him. In the far southern lands, he had witnessed the fiery eruptions from the Earth's core. Capable of burning for decades, he had also seen the tempestuous winds and titanic waves at the endless sea. Yet, the might of the heavens was inscrutable. These were manifestations of the Earth Mother's or the Sea God's will, divine instruments employed to chastise all living beings. However, the prince had usurped the authority of the three gods through sheer personal strength, acquiring a power akin to divine retribution. Though it paled in comparison to the true thunder of the Heavenly Father, it transcended the realm of mortal capabilities. In Iron Sand City, should a participant still hold any value, they would typically have their tongues severed. Yet, this was not the most foolproof method, for only the dead could keep secrets eternally. As for the outsiders, a mere glance was deemed sacrilegious. It was inconceivable for any foreigner to ascend to the core echelon of the Majin tribe. The prince was aware of Iron Axe's mixed heritage, yet allowed him to witness the fire of divine punishment and intended to entrust him with the formation of the hunting team. This trust ignited a fervor within Iron Axe's heart. In Iron Sand City, he had endured countless betrayals and schemes, and after fleeing to the southern borders of Grey Keep, the prejudice he faced due to his mixed lineage left him disheartened. Ultimately, he arrived at the border town, planning to subsist through hunting, yet unexpectedly found favor in the eyes of the prince. He had no doubt that with this new weapon, Roland, Prince Wimbledon, would surely emerge victorious in the contest for kingship. The prospect of serving the future king filled Iron Axe with exhilaration. Everyone assembled downstairs. The voice rang out, and Iron Axe leaned out to see it was Carter Lannis, the chief knight of the fourth prince. He promptly adjusted his attire and hurried downstairs. Standing at attention before Carter, having participated in the militia training, he was aware of the prince's preference for a disciplined and uniformed force. The other hunters, however, were considerably slower, taking about 15 minutes for 6 of them to form a line. To the usual place, follow me, Carter said nonchalantly, leading the group out the door towards the city walls. Present at the scene, alongside Roland, were 4 knights, all subordinates of Carter. Iron Axe noticed the prince was fiddling with an oddly shaped metallic rod while explaining something to the knights. Upon seeing Iron Axe and his party, Roland approached, inquiring, "How do you find your new accommodations?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness," everyone replied with a deep bow, expressing their satisfaction with the new dwelling. In truth, the newly relocated residence was vastly superior to the old one, Iron Axe mused. At least it wouldn't let in the rain or wind. And the roof was not merely a patchwork of straw, but rather neatly laid tiles. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness," the hunters exclaimed with great enthusiasm. This indeed took Iron Axe by surprise. Setting aside the rigid laws of the Sand People, even the management of the Grey Fortress's army ought not to be so lax. Could it be attributed to His Highness's personal leniency? A sense of unease crept in. He had witnessed too many instances in Iron Sand City where a ruthless demeanor was essential in the pursuit of the throne. However, when the fourth prince announced that he would be testing a newly developed weapon based on gunpowder, Iron Axe promptly cast aside his concerns. His eyes remained fixed on the prince as he presented 2 uniquely shaped iron rods to the assembly. "This contraption is called a firearm," Roland proclaimed, "and I shall now instruct you on its usage." Within merely half an hour, Iron Axe had completely mastered the operation of this novel weapon. He poured the black powder, capable of invoking the wrath of heaven, into the barrel, inserted a lead ball, rammed it down with a cleaning rod, and then added more gunpowder into the rear chamber. Aiming at the target, he pulled the trigger. Although he prided himself on his innate talent for slaughter, skilled in wielding swords, knives, hammers, axes, and spears, such proficiency had been honed through years of rigorous training and actual combat. To master a weapon in half an hour was a pace rivaled only by the crossbow. The other firearm was handed to Carter, the chief knight, who similarly found himself captivated by this intriguing weapon and was reluctant to set it down. After simulating a few rounds of operation, Roland directed both men to conduct a live-fire test to observe its effectiveness. The target had long been prepared, a half-plate armor propped up by wooden sticks, placed approximately 30 feet away. Following the prince's instructions on the shooting method, Iron Axe and Carter aimed steadily and pulled the trigger. The resounding blast from the initial shot startled everyone present, Iron Axe included, but soon astonishment replaced their initial shock. A small hole had appeared on the half-plate armor, the lead ball having cleanly penetrated the thickest part of its chest. Prior to firing, Iron Axe had scrutinized this piece of armor. It was evidently not a poorly crafted item from a workshop. The marks of hammer and anvil at the collar indicated that it was standard armor from the Grey Fortress's smithing guild, with the front edge measuring about half an inch thick, sufficient to withstand a direct shot from a crossbow at close range. To contend with such a formidable piece of armor, a heavy crossbow, or hammer, or polearm would be the prudent choice. In comparison, the firearm, equally easy to operate, far surpassed the crossbow in terms of power. Its loading speed was comparable to that of the crossbow, while its accuracy, well, the 30-foot target did not present any conclusive evidence. Your Highness, what is the production capacity of this weapon? Carter inquired. Currently, there are only these two. By the time of the month of demons, we could produce at most 2 more, Iron Axe observed as he noted Carter visibly relax. He could surmise the other's thoughts, should this weapon prove easy to manufacture. A mere few days of basic training could yield a substantial cohort of hastily trained soldiers wielding firearms. They would be unrestricted by age, occupation, or even gender. Vulnerable women could pose a significant threat to knights, though it may not rival the shock brought forth by the flames of divine retribution. It remains a commendable weapon, Iron Axe mused. Its immense power allows him to effortlessly slay robust and formidable beasts upon the city walls. Had he possessed a firearm in the face of the hybrid creatures back then, the outcome might have been far less disastrous. Yet, only Roland at the scene truly comprehended the profound significance of this weapon. He had personally unveiled the dawn of the age of gunpowder warfare. Chapter 39. Winter's Resurgence. The militia's stabbing maneuvers have grown increasingly adept under Carter's rigorous training. They have learned to steady their rifles, waiting for the designated hunter to call out the attack signal before unleashing their long guns. Behind them stands the Hunter's Brigade, composed of those skilled archers and crossbowmen who remained in the border town. These seasoned hunters serve as the primary force against the malevolent beasts. Their shots from atop the 12-foot city walls almost guaranteed to find their mark. Thus far, Roland has orchestrated 2 live drills, which included the use of explosives. Thanks to these exercises, the militia has been spared the embarrassment of dropping their weapons in fear of the thunderous booms during actual defense. Moreover, morale surged when they realized that the prince wielded such formidable weaponry. My lord, Bear have tightened his collar. The revenue from the trade has nearly been depleted. If the month of the evil beast proves as long as the astrologers predict, I fear we may not survive until winter's end. Then let us empty my treasury. Roland replied without hesitation. And do not halt the trade with Willow Leaf Town. The steam engine has been delivered to the mines, and the debris clearance is nearly complete. We can still yield some production throughout the winter. Especially the raw gemstones, there's no need to emphasize their value. Sell them swiftly. It's always prudent to stockpile food and jerky. Bear nodded. I shall attend to it, my lord. However, noticing the assistant's hesitation, Roland understood his concern. Rest assured, I have arranged for a small vessel. If the situation deteriorates entirely, I will depart the town. Then I can breathe easier. Bear exhaled in relief. Roland smiled at him. You may return to your duties. I will remain here a while longer. Once Bear departed, the prince climbed slowly to the watchtower. This was the highest point along the city walls, from which he could gaze upon the vast expanse of the forest and the undulating mountains beyond. The cold wind howled against him, yet he paid it no mind. Only atop this open platform could he find solace from the tension that accompanies impending battle. You are deceiving him, a voice beside him remarked. You have no intention of leaving. Life is already fraught with difficulty. Some truths are best left unspoken. I cannot comprehend your ramblings. If the prince's existence is so arduous, what does that make us? The nightingale revealed herself. Even if you cannot become a king, surviving the 5 years of the royal strife makes you a ruler in your own right. Rather than fret over that, you should spend more time with Anna. I fear she may not have much time left. Roland fell silent for a moment. I do not believe she will succumb to the month of the evil beasts. Why is that? She has said she will not be defeated by the devouring evil. He paused. I believe her. You would place your faith in a witch? The nightingale shook her head. We are but cursed by demons. Is that so? I believe in you as well. Brian, clad in civilian attire, stood before the gravestone of Greyhound. He gently caressed the pristine stone monument, its pure white surface engraved with a phrase, unnamed yet eternally cherished in the hearts of the people. For the heroes who sacrificed in the border town. Grey Dog, I have realized my dream. Once the month of the evil beasts concludes, His Highness the 4th Prince shall hold a ceremony to honor me. Yet, I do not wish to languish upon a sickbed, for my wounds have healed, and it is upon the city walls that I truly belong. The month of the evil beasts is fast approaching. Though the beasts may be fearsome, they shall crash against the defenses forged by our united efforts. Unable to advance a single step further, I shall wield my sword to protect this small town, alongside your spirit. This is not the end. The one who betrayed you still lives, but he shall not live forever. This is the promise made by His Highness to me. When we meet again, I shall bring good tidings. Brian bent down, placing a bouquet before the gravestone. Farewell, my friend. Sister Anna, are you not afraid? Nanawa inquired. Propped up on the bed, her little legs swinging. Afraid of what? The evil beasts devouring us? Nightingale remarked that winter was approaching. I became a witch in autumn. And this is my first time. My first time, indeed, Anna pondered. It will be painful. At times you may even wish for an immediate end. Ah, Nano gasped, quickly covering her mouth. But you will survive, just as I have. I do not know. Nanawa murmured softly. I am not as strong as you. I am not particularly strong. Anna closed her eyes, the memory of her first encounter with Roland flooding her mind. In that dim, cold dungeon, he had draped his cloak over her and softly offered her employment, a moment she still found hard to believe. You too shall encounter things that make you wish to live, even if it means merely struggling for existence. Such as a meat pie drenched in gravy, she sighed. How would I know what you desire? Gazing at Nanawa, who was fixated upon her, Anna wiped her face. Is there something dirty on my face? No. The latter shook her head. I am merely surprised. You have never spoken so much to me before. Sister Anna, you looked so beautiful when you closed your eyes to think just now. Anna rolled her eyes, leaping from the bed to the window. Nanawa followed. What are you looking at? The hide-and-seek forest? The forest lies to the west, Anna retorted. Here we can only see the Redwater River. Sister Anna, look quickly. The girl pointed at the sky. Anna paused, then opened the window. A cold breeze mingled with delicate snowflakes rushing into the room. She extended her hand, capturing a crystalline snowflake, a chill emanating from her fingertips. It is snowing. After a prolonged silence, Nightingale finally spoke. You did not lie. Of course, Roland smiled. I rarely speak falsehoods. Nightingale fell silent again, turning her head away, a hint of inscrutable emotion glimmering in her eyes. Suddenly, she felt a chill at her neck, causing her to instinctively draw back. Raising her head, she discovered that, unbeknownst to her, snowflakes had begun to flutter down from the city walls. In the dim, gray sky, countless white spirits seemed to emerge, dancing gracefully on the northern breeze, swirling amidst the chants of the militia-esh training. Thus commenced the month of malevolence. Chapter 40. Family letter. The bonfire blazed brightly, yet Colin Wimbledon felt little warmth, despite being housed in a large tent crafted from leather. With the edges firmly pressed down with earth to prevent drafts, he still felt a pervasive chill coursing through his body, particularly in his toes, which were nearly numb with cold. In this accursed place, even a simple act of relieving oneself could result in frostbite. He spat, rose to his feet, and gripped the sides of the table, straining to lift it. Veins bulged on the back of his hands as he raised a solid wooden table measuring 6 feet square from the ground. Once he positioned the table closer to the fire pit, he felt considerably more comfortable. He removed his shoes, placing his feet upon the flames for warmth, and unfurled a piece of parchment to continue writing his unfinished letter. To my beloved Livia, thanks to the covenant. The army tasked with monitoring the church's every move has ironically become their ally. Is it not a cruel twist of fate? Speaking of the church, I must confess that their accomplishments are indeed remarkable. I recall my first visit here 2 decades ago when Hermes was nothing but mountains and stones. The towns established by the church now lie at the foot of the mountains. However, they have not only forged a path for carriages to ascend the heights but have also erected a grand fortress city atop the summit. If it were summer, you would truly want to accompany me to witness this so-called new holy city, which surpasses Grey Fortress in grandeur. Do you remember the theater in the royal capital of Grey Fortress? We once attended a performance of The Prince's Revenge there, and you marveled at its ingenious design and spacious interior. Yet, if you were to behold the training grounds of the new holy city, you would find the Grey Fortress Theater utterly insignificant. To call it merely a structure would be to diminish it. It resembles a stunning work of art. The space is the size of 5 theaters, yet it lacks a single supporting column. The outer walls extend with 8 colossal appendages resembling the bones of a great beast, intricately intertwined with numerous branches and ropes, suspending the entire roof in midair like a taut slingshot. How could they have conceived such a design? And those bones, if they were indeed stripped from a malevolent beast, I would wager that creature must exceed 100 feet in length. Such monsters can likely only be encountered in Hermes. However, my dear, please do not fret, for even the mightiest of evil beasts are but minions of hellish demons. Before the stone of divine punishment, no evil can escape divine retribution, whether it be monstrous beasts, witches, or the devil himself. Their fate is assuredly to be reduced to ashes. Upon reaching this point, Colin Wimbledon set down his pen and shook his slightly numb hands. It is curious, he mused, that wielding a 15-pound broadsword could occupy an entire day. Yet gripping a pen for such a brief period leaves me fatigued. He chuckled to himself, acknowledging that he was indeed better suited for more rugged endeavors. Speaking of the evil beasts, I was suddenly reminded that my fourth brother has been assigned to a desolate frontier town. I fear he has likely scurried into the Longsong fortress, despite the fact that the beasts there are nowhere near the caliber of those threatening the Hermes line. I cannot fault him for that. Even I would seek refuge in such a place. This illustrates how unjust my father is, favoring my second brother for the throne simply because he exhibited exceptional cleverness from a young age. His father had forgotten that he did not win the Grey Keep throne through mere cleverness. Since the passing of his mother, I have found it increasingly difficult to decipher his thoughts. The subsequent content left Goran in hesitation. He was uncertain whether to disclose his true intentions to Livia. After a brief pause, he resolved to continue writing. If all went according to plan, by the time this letter reached its destination, he would have arrived at the Grey Keep Palace. My dear, Sir Ong has spoken true. If I take no action, the throne will undoubtedly elude me. He has discerned this from the stars. The apocalypse star is retreating from the radiant sun, and in no more than 4 months, it shall completely depart from its orbit. The scholar has informed me thus. Clearly, time is of the essence, and I can no longer afford to wait idly. Yours affectionately, Goran. He carefully folded the letter and placed it into an envelope, sealing it with wax. After inspecting it multiple times, he rapped the table, and shortly thereafter, a personal guard entered the tent. Deliver this letter into the hands of the Rose at Coldwind Ridge. There is no need for haste, nor for you to ride. Disguise yourself as an ordinary traveler and join the commercial caravan that traverses between the two locations. Just remember, this letter must be delivered by hand. Yes, Your Highness. Excellent. Be on your way. After dismissing the guard, Goran seated himself at the table, allowing both feet to dangle over the hearth. This decision left him with no retreat. Shaking his head, he cast aside the tumult of thoughts. Sentimentality did not suit him. He believed that this confusion would ultimately find resolution once he ascended the throne. At that moment, a deep horn echoed from outside the tent. The long, mournful blast heralded the approach of malevolent beasts. Follow me. He mounted the warhorse led by his guard and jogged towards the ramparts. Only by standing atop the sacred city walls could one truly grasp its grandeur. It loomed like an insurmountable chasm, standing resolute at the fracture of the abyssal mountains. The top was flat and wide enough for dozens to traverse side by side. Before it lay cliffs of glacial ice, while behind, the terrain rose to a flat plateau. This was the very reason the church endeavored to construct the new holy city atop the mountain. Yet Goran Wimbledon's vision extended further. The ability to transport such vast quantities of stone and timber from the mountain's base to its summit, erecting a city within a mere 20 years on Hermes, showcased the church's astonishing prowess. However, despite his disdain for these zealots, Goran had to concede one point. Without their support in holding Hermes, all nations on the continent would face calamity. This was the foundation upon which the covenant of the malevolent moon was established. When the malevolent moon descends, the 4 neighboring kingdoms must dispatch troops to support the church, fighting alongside the church's judgment army. For banners billowed in the wind atop the walls, the morning dawn of the serpent staff, the wolf's heart of crossed blades, the eternal winter of the iceberg rose, and the Grey Keep of the towering spear. Gazing at the distant specks darkening the sky, Goran Wimbledon tightened his grip upon the great sword. Chapter 41. The emergence of the malevolent beast. As Brian had stated, once snow began to fall upon the border town, it would not cease. By the following morning, the town was swathed in a delicate veil of white. As the snowfall lessened, only scattered flakes occasionally drifted down from the overcast sky, leaving Roland with a sense of incredulity at the thought of months without the sun. It was utterly irrational, he mused. Though searching for rationality in a world imbued with witchcraft was inherently peculiar, how could the malevolent beast influence the weather? Regrettably, he lacked meteorological satellites to illuminate the current distribution of clouds across the globe. As he walked towards the western city walls, Carter could not help but remark on the town's newfound desolation, noting that a group of individuals had accompanied the nobility in their exodus. This is for the best. Roland exhaled a breath of mist. I have arranged for Berev to conduct a census this winter. What does that entail? Carter inquired. It involves going door to door to gather statistics, how many individuals remain, their names, and their occupations, all meticulously recorded, Roland elucidated. In this way, whether for the allocation of manpower during wartime or the distribution of pensions post-conflict, we can implement measures swiftly and effectively. Manpower? Carter blinked, then chuckled. Your Highness, you have certainly changed from the past. Oh, Roland replied, intrigued. The old you, while occasionally uttering incomprehensible phrases and engaging in perplexing actions, ultimately behaved in ways unbecoming of a prince. Yet now, Carter paused, seemingly deliberating his words. Whether it's the peculiar training regulations you have instituted or the novel experimental items brought from the alchemy workshop, the outcomes have proven remarkably effective. Perhaps this is what my grandfather meant when he spoke of the extraordinary. Those who possess the extraordinary see what ordinary people overlook. I have a feeling you might truly become the next king. Is that so? A warm surge filled Roland's heart. What could be more fulfilling than gaining the recognition of one's subordinates after diligent effort? For a moment, he felt invigorated, and the dreary sky no longer seemed as bothersome. Upon reaching the city walls, the militia was diligently clearing the snow from the pathways. Upon the princess' arrival, the men bowed in respect. They ought to be taught the proper military salute, Roland thought. How did things fare last night? He nodded in acknowledgement. Let us maintain our vigilance. These measures were all instituted by Roland himself. He had inquired of Brian and learned that Longsong Fortress had no viable strategy for repelling the malevolent beasts. The most unfortunate recruits were tasked with monitoring the movements of these creatures, standing on the walls for an entire day. Consequently, instances of laziness and desertion were not uncommon. Throughout the winter, the number of individuals executed for dereliction of duty or breach of military orders could reach 20 to 30. As he patrolled the walls, everything appeared to be running smoothly. However, Roland realized he had overlooked a critical issue: the guiding barriers. These obstacles clearly directed the malevolent beasts toward the midpoint of the walls. Yet, if Brian's assertions held true, the accumulation of snow over the course of 2 to 3 months would inevitably bury these barriers entirely. By that time, any point along the 600-meter defensive line could potentially become a route for the ominous beasts, and his personnel were utterly incapable of monitoring such an extensive area. It was improbable to dispatch individuals to clear the accumulating snow, as just a few agile wolves could inflict severe losses on the team. Perhaps they must rely on the witch's power. At that moment, a lookout on the left side of the city wall shouted out, "Look ahead." Roland and Carter turned their gaze to the indicated spot, where a small black shadow emerged from the snow, slowly moving towards the wall. According to our previous drills, you must independently assess whether to sound the horn, Roland remarked, and in this regard, you possess more experience than I. After a moment's hesitation, he merely drew back the bowstring and continued to observe from the wall's edge. Roland nodded in satisfaction. Thus far, the order on the wall remained commendable. However, he pondered whether they would be able to swiftly organize a defense according to the rehearsed procedures when confronted with a mass assault by the beasts. As the shadow drew closer, approximately 50 meters from the wall, Roland could discern the beast's appearance. It appeared to be a mutated fox, its fur a smoky gray, eyes glowing crimson, exhaling white vapor as it approached the wall. This creature seemed to have been recently corrupted, posing little threat. Iron Axe spoke as he aimed his bow. You mentioned that they are all infected by the essence of hell and driven westward? Not solely westward, Carter interjected, when the gates of hell opened in the wilderness. Any area without the blockade of the Despair Mountains was susceptible to the beast's attacks, particularly the Great Chasm to the north. The Despair Mountains, extending here, appear severed, with the chasm stretching over 10 miles, serving as the primary direction of the beast's onslaught. This frenzied creature lingered beneath the wall for a moment, raising its head and snarling at the individuals above. Just as it prepared to leap, Iron Axe released the bowstring, and a sharp arrow accurately pierced its neck, pinning it firmly to the ground. Roland noted that the blood oozing from it was black. Why is it that, despite being similarly corrupted by demonic forces, the witch retains her sanity upon awakening, while the beasts descend into madness, their bodies undergoing grotesque transformations? He wondered, if an opportunity arises in the future, I must venture beyond the Despair Mountains, he thought. In the prince's memory, that realm belonged to a forbidden domain, untouched by humanity, the very site where the gates of hell had been unleashed. Yet, as no one had ever ventured there, the rumors derived mostly from ancient texts remained unverified, casting doubt on their credibility. Chapter 42. Occupational hazards. What would happen if one were bitten by a malevolent beast? Roland inquired. Would one become like them? He hoped it was not akin to a nightmarish version of a biological crisis from another realm, for current technology was ill-equipped to extract viral antigens. Of course not. Iron Axe replied with a look of incredulity at such a question. Being bitten would merely result in becoming a lifeless corpse. What about their flesh? Is it consumable? Carter exclaimed, Your Highness, how could one possibly consume such abominable creatures? They are tainted by the essence of hell. Roland turned to Iron Axe, who nodded in agreement. Your knight speaks the truth. I once severed the flesh of a malevolent beast to feed my hounds, and they perished shortly thereafter. Is that so? What a pity. Roland sighed. In this era, sources of sustenance were exceedingly scarce. If the malevolent beasts were edible, winter would be a veritable harvest month. Just imagine. The entire forest's fauna would frantically rush towards the border town, and one wouldn't even need hunting tools. After surveying the city walls, he resolved to visit Nanawa. Currently, the nearest noble residence had been requisitioned by Roland for use as a field hospital, though it was publicly designated as a medical facility. To mitigate potential risks, this had become the most secure location in the town, second only to the walls themselves. Roland demolished all the wooden partitions on the ground floor, uniting all rooms into a singular space aside from the corridors and entrance hall, then arranged 10 beds, thus forming a rudimentary hospital. There were no nurses, no doctors, and it was unlikely all 10 beds would be utilized, for Nanawa's healing did not necessitate prolonged bed rest. It produced immediate results. By day, she remained on the second floor of this makeshift hospital, while Anna would often visit her. Tigu, Pine, and Brian were stationed on the ground floor, with 2 personal guards posted outside, ensuring impeccable security. However, Roland did not anticipate that the first casualty to be admitted to the field hospital would not be a militia member defending the walls, but rather a worker from the northern slope mines. Nail felt his hands trembling. Hearing the hoarse screams of Ironhead behind him, he quickened his pace, wishing fervently that he could fly. It was all due to his negligence, he thought bitterly. How could he have forgotten the knight's admonitions? Had he known, he would never have taken on the task of operating that colossal machine. Ever since the ominous contraption had been installed at the mine entrance, the miners' workload had significantly lightened. Previously, the most arduous task involved transporting the extracted ore from the mine, requiring 3 to 4 individuals to drag a full basket. Typically, 2 would push from behind while the rest pulled from the front. The uneven ground of the tunnel had been smoothed over years of mining, yet the iron plates at the bottom of the baskets required frequent replacement. A week prior, the chief knight had commanded Ironhead and his subordinates to transport a pile of oddly shaped metal components up the mountain, and after several days of assembly, they had constructed a furnace. Nail could never have anticipated that this furnace would move autonomously once ignited, possessing not only mobility, but immense strength as well. The knight had mentioned that this was an invention of Prince Roland, something referred to as a steam engine. As long as the hemp rope is securely fastened to the mining basket and the furnace is ignited, this colossal machine will emit a low hum while operating the winch, swiftly drawing the basket from the depths of the mine. It is truly astonishing. After the knight demonstrated the process several times, he instructed Ironhead to select someone to oversee the operation of the steam engine. When Nails was chosen, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Just imagine. By remaining at the machine, he would no longer need to descend into the mine to extract stones or push baskets. The last incident involving a catastrophic collapse had frightened him deeply. Therefore, Nails committed the knight's instructions to memory. In truth, the operation was not overly complex. During the machine's operation, one merely had to lift the green lever and then press down on the red lever. The knight explained that the green lever controlled the intake valve, while the red lever managed the exhaust valve, allowing steam to flow through the pipes into the cylinder. Once the mining basket was hoisted, to halt the machine, one simply needed to reverse the procedure, lift the red lever and press down on the green lever, causing the steam to escape through the pipe on the side of the boiler. With each cycle, it was crucial to replenish the water in the furnace. Although Nails did not fully comprehend the meaning of valves and cylinders, he dutifully acknowledged each instruction. However, the knight emphasized 2 critical points to heed. Firstly, the sequence must not be mistaken. When starting, the green lever must be engaged before the red, and when shutting down, the red must be engaged before the green. A misstep could potentially lead to catastrophic damage to the machine. Secondly, when venting steam, it was essential to clear the area of miners, shouting warnings until the red lever was fully lifted. Nails had memorized the first point to perfection, confident he could execute it even with his eyes closed. Yet, he faltered on the second. Today, as he routinely shut down the machine, the area was devoid of others. He felt that shouting warnings alone made him appear foolish. So he resolutely pulled the red lever. The lever was slightly jammed, and after considerable effort, he finally managed to move it. To his astonishment, at that very moment, Ironhead appeared before the furnace. Nails swore he had not noticed from where Ironhead had emerged, as the machine's deafening roar masked his approach. The white steam hissed violently from the exhaust, directly striking Ironhead's face. In that instant, Nails was frozen in shock, witnessing Ironhead fall to the ground, clutching his face and rolling in agony, emitting a chilling wail that sent shivers down his spine. Soon, other miners rushed over, restraining the writhing Ironhead and forcibly uncovering his hands. To their horror, Ironhead's face was obscured in a haze, blood seeping from the mangled flesh. His eyes transformed into lifeless white orbs. Those present quickly realized that Ironhead was beyond salvation. Coming to his senses, Nails was overwhelmed with tears. Ironhead had always looked after him, assigning him lighter tasks due to his youth, yet ensuring that his wages were never shortchanged. Now, it was his negligence that had led to this tragic accident. In a whirlwind of sorrow and desperation, Nails suddenly recalled the knight's words about bringing injured miners to the newly opened medical facility near the city walls. Deep down, he understood that such a grave injury could not be healed. The wound was too extensive, and herbal remedies would be futile, only leading to further decay, followed by severe fever and imminent unconsciousness. Yet he still hoisted the iron-headed figure upon his back, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him, gritting his teeth as he sprinted towards the foot of the mountain. If he were to do nothing and merely watch the iron-headed figure perish before his eyes, he feared he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. Chapter 43. Resilience. Where is Sister Anna? Upon hearing the thudding footsteps coming from the staircase, Nana stepped eagerly to the door, only to be met with disappointment as she realized the visitor was none other than His Highness the Prince. She is still at work. Perhaps she will arrive shortly. Work? Nana had recently heard this term frequently from the prince's lips. Are you referring to the process of mixing the gray clay? For the time being, yes. What is the matter? Is Anna absent, leaving you feeling bored? Roland chuckled, pulling out a chair to sit by the fireplace. Nana propped her chin on her hand and replied candidly. It was not that she lacked the desire to treat the injured. It was merely too terrifying. She vividly recalled her first encounter while tending to Brian, who appeared as though drenched in blood, with dark, clotted masses congealed on his chest, his mouth working like that of a parched fish, expelling frothy crimson and white. Then, she had fainted. How utterly embarrassing. Nana raised her gaze, stealing a glance at Roland, only to find he had leaned back, softly snoring. It seemed the prince was fatigued as well, she mused, considering the construction of walls, training soldiers, and safeguarding the town from the onslaught of malevolent beasts. These two were part of his duties. When he had asked her to come here, she had hesitated for a long time but ultimately did not refuse. You will encounter things that make you wish to live, even if it means merely struggling to survive. Nana could hardly grasp the meaning of this statement, yet when she closed her eyes, the image of Anna would materialize in her mind. Those azure eyes, reminiscent of tranquil lakes, slowly enveloped her, and this was the very reason she had consented to Roland's request. She aspired to embody the strength of Sister Anna. Wait, it is not just one person. Nana patted her chest, expressing her discontent. You startled me, Nightingale. The door was soon pushed open, revealing Brian, who was stationed on the first floor. Miss Payne, please come downstairs. Someone has suffered burns. So, it is time to work? Nana inhaled deeply. I understand. She descended the stairs, where two guards were diligently lifting a moaning individual onto a bed, while a short figure stood by, visibly anxious. Brian approached swiftly, efficiently securing the injured person's limbs to the bed's edges, after which the guards carried the small figure out of the room, pulling the curtain that served as a partition. What has transpired? Roland inquired, rubbing his eyes as he descended. Your Highness, a severely injured person has been brought from the Northern Slope mine. It appears they have suffered burns. The prince stepped closer to take a glance, noting, it is a steam burn. The first unit should not be compromised, correct? Where are the individuals who brought him? In the foyer, Brian gestured towards the entrance. I will inquire about the situation. I'll leave this to you, he stated before making his way toward the exit. Nana cautiously edged closer to the injured person, casting a sidelong glance. The features of his face were a distorted mess. What should have been red skin had turned a ghastly pale, resembling tattered rags hanging from his visage. His neck was covered in blisters the size of bowls, some already burst, oozing a viscous fluid mixed with blood that had thoroughly soaked the pillow beneath him. Beneath the flickering glow of the hearth, his visage appeared more terrifying than the demons of nightmares. She took a step back, closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, saw her father gazing at her with concern. Are you all right? Nana nodded, recalling Roland's words to treat the wounded as one would care for small animals, and approached the bedside, extending her hands. An incredible sensation surged within her, coalescing in her palms. She witnessed a stream of pale green luminescent liquid flowing from her hands, cascading onto the injured man's face. Despite the vivid glow, it went unnoticed by those around. Gradually, the wound began to transform. The charred skin peeled away as new flesh emerged at a visible pace. The man's pained groans subsided, his breathing steadied, as if he had slipped into a deep slumber. letting out a sigh. Nanawa mused that her performance this time had surely improved compared to the last. My goodness, is this the healing ability the prince spoke of? It is my first time witnessing it, exclaimed Tigu. My dear daughter, you are truly remarkable. Such power is akin to that of a deity, Brian added, equally astonished. When I was injured, it was Miss Nanawa who came to my aid. I am immensely grateful to you. Ah, that fool, Nanawa covered her face, thinking. Did he not realize it was Nightingale who had sneaked me out that day? When did that happen? Tigu inquired, puzzled. I was unaware. Almost fully healed. Brian exclaimed excitedly. It's as if he has never been wounded at all. Your Highness, with Miss Nanawa as assistance. Everyone stands a chance of surviving the battle during the month of evil spirits. As long as we do not perish instantly, survival should not be a major concern. The prince nodded, signaling for Brian to awaken the man. You are Ironhead, correct? The man dubbed Ironhead rose, bewildered. Am I dreaming? No, Roland replied. You are still alive. You are. The man suddenly recalled, leaping from the bed to kneel on the ground. Your Highness, it was you who saved me? It was this young lady from the Pian family who rescued you. She is a witch with healing abilities. Nanawa felt a pang of unease, questioning whether it was wise to reveal her identity as a witch so directly. As expected, the gaze directed at her shifted. Witch? Your Highness. They are not demons. What nonsense are you speaking? Tigu interjected, indignantly. My daughter has no connection to demons. She is the one who saved your life. Do you truly believe a demon would extend a helping hand? No. Please forgive my rudeness. Ironhead immediately bowed his head deeply. Thank you for saving my life. Miss Pian. A sudden wave of discomfort washed over Nanawa. She felt an overwhelming urge to flee the room, yet a voice within urged her to remain strong. Once Ironhead was escorted away, Tigu voiced his concerns. Is this truly all right, Your Highness? If this continues, my daughter may find it impossible to lead a normal life. Think positively, Mr. Pine, Prince Wan consoled. Only by breaking the deadlock during this period can Nanawa hope to attain true freedom in the future. Otherwise, as she ages, the day will inevitably come when her secrets are revealed, and at that point, she may have no choice but to live in seclusion. True freedom? Nanawa pondered, uncertain. She believed she was already quite free. However, if what His Highness spoke of could indeed be realized, then perhaps Sister Anna could also escape the confines of the castle and return to Master Carl's academy, just as she had. Chapter 44. The hidden answer. He entered the bedroom, shedding his coat and shaking off the snow that had accumulated at the collar, before hanging it on a peg by the fireplace. Your Highness, do you not think this matter is being rushed? The Nightingale manifested before the prince. Nanavier? Roland poured a glass of wine for both himself and her. Although this brew was far more bitter than the beer of later generations, he had gradually accustomed himself to its taste. There is no more opportune moment than now, Roland declared as he downed the wine in one gulp and refilled his glass. To harness Nanavier's powers during the malevolent month, concealing the witch's identity was no longer feasible. The ability to instantly heal wounds that could prove fatal is not something that mere herbs or bloodletting can achieve. This is evident to all. Was this part of your plan all along? The Nightingale inquired. Roland nodded, observing that the heavy snowfall would soon obscure the path to the Longsong fortress. While the control of shipping at the docks rested in his hands, we have at least 3 months to alter the perception that witches are malevolent beings. Mere propaganda is insufficient. We must rely on close contact to swiftly dispel this misunderstanding. This was why he was determined to keep Nanavier with him. He aspired to create an otherworldly version of Florence Nightingale, the legendary nurse whose devoted care for the wounded had reduced the mortality rate from 42 to 2, earning her the title of the Lady with the Lamp and elevating the entire nursing profession to a revered status. Furthermore, her father, a fallen noble, had often mingled with hunters and farmers, treating commoners with remarkable equanimity, even permitting Nanavier to study at the academy founded by Master Carl. Other nobles, even those of the lowest rank, would hardly welcome their daughters associating with such people, viewing them as mere commoners. Is this truly achievable? Even the Nightingale appeared helpless when faced with such a colossal institution as the Church. Without taking this step, one would never discover the answer. Roland did not expect the entire town to alter its views, but he aimed to firmly hold onto the newly formed group he had assembled, relying on these seeds from within the populace to propagate his ideas in the future. 3 months was ample time to instigate significant change. The Nightingale fell silent for a moment before softly asking, "Why are you willing to go to such lengths for the witch?" He pondered his words carefully and replied slowly, "Have I not already told you? The border town does not concern itself with origins. I hope that one day, even witches can live as free individuals within my domain." As she spoke again, Roland felt an illusion of time resuming its flow. In truth, you need not go to such extremes. Her voice was distant and gentle. Please forgive me for lying to you earlier. The Sisters of the Mutual Aid Society have been uprooted for far too long. They harbor few extravagant aspirations and seek only a place to call home, even if it is within this castle. What distinguishes this from a cage? Roland shook his head, then suddenly seemed to grasp the concept, his eyes widening as he gazed at the nightingale. Wait, are you suggesting that you were willing to bring them here? The nightingale sighed, averting her gaze from the prince. In doing so, you will stand against the church. Their influence has already extended far too wide. Unfazed, Roland replied. Once the doctrine of divine right emerges, a clash between the church and the various nations of the continent is inevitable. As for the border town, if we can navigate these next 3 months smoothly, there is little more we can do. This place is 1,000 miles from the church's stronghold. Would the bishop lead a legion of inquisitors across the entire Grey Fortress to confront me? My father would never permit such an affront to royal dignity. Once the nightingale took her leave, Roland reclined on his bed, exhaling deeply. Thus, the greatest peril does not lie with the church, but rather with the witches themselves, a truth only Roland could perceive. Although the witches currently find themselves at a disadvantage, this situation cannot persist indefinitely. Their powers do not stem from hereditary lineage but rather emerge randomly and unpredictably, suggesting that the witches cannot be entirely eradicated. Their numbers will only continue to swell. The church, relying on the stone of divine retribution, may maintain a temporary advantage over the witches, yet this advantage serves solely to counteract their magical abilities. At present, the awakening of witches not only bestows upon them diverse powers but also enhances their physical attributes, cognitive responses, and even appearances, setting them apart from the ordinary populace. Essentially, they have evolved into a new form of humanity. The more brutal the oppression, the more vigorous the resistance. When a revolt, purely instigated by witches, erupts, what devastation might it wreak upon Grey Fortress? The hatred fostered by the church, if left unchecked, could very well morph into indiscriminate animosity towards all citizens of the kingdom. Roland is determined to prevent such a scenario from unfolding. Therefore, he needs to begin in the border town, constructing a framework that can accommodate both witches and ordinary people, and extend it throughout Grey Fortress, even across the kingdoms of the continent, a world where witches and common folk can coexist harmoniously. Chapter 45, Conspiracy, Part 1. As the moon began its descent in the western sky, Gorlan Wimbledon beheld the faint outline of the royal city walls emerging from the encroaching night. If the scheme had not faltered, Master Ong should have replaced the watchman with his trusted allies. After his deputy signaled, they would lower the side gate's drawbridge. He widened his eyes, peering ahead, fearful of missing the glimmer of that distant flame. Thus, he stood merely a step away from the throne. Gorlan rode through the side gate of the city wall, his deputy accompanying him closely. A retinue of over 20 cavalrymen followed silently, reins taut in their hands, guiding their steeds forward at a measured pace. The city walls of Grey Fortress were constructed from stone quarried in Dragonfall Ridge, the brownish-gray material emanating a dark crimson sheen under the torchlight, reminiscent of blood-soaked earth. The formidable wall stretched 20 feet in width. Over 1,000 laborers, slaves, and stonemasons perished during its construction. The impenetrable bastion, once deemed unconquerable by a mighty army, was now easily traversed by him. Gorlan mused that any breach must originate from within. For reasons unknown, he recalled the new holy city. With its seemingly grander and more indomitable walls, would they too succumb to an internal assault? Your Highness, I have awaited your arrival for some time, Master Ong greeted, standing near the gate with a small contingent. Upon seeing Gorlan, the scholar hastily dismounted and bowed in reverence. Gorlan cast aside his distractions. Perhaps his excitement had led him to indulge in unwarranted thoughts. You have performed admirably. Have the guards of the palace been replaced as well? A frown creased Gorlan's brow. This indicated that he could not escort all 20 of his men into the palace. While the guards would not impede his entry, they would surely not allow such a heavily armed group to infiltrate the royal domain. Very well, as long as 2 from the sleeping quarters follow me. The rest should secure the entrance and ensure that no outsiders disturb me, he resolved after a brief hesitation. Although the plan had altered, the situation remained under his control. His father's personal guards typically remained in the outer chambers overnight. As long as someone could occupy them momentarily, he was confident he could strike them down. After all, he was the firstborn son of the king of Grey Fortress, the rightful heir-in-law. The prince and Master Ong traversed the garden and the grand hall, advancing towards the castle where King Wimbledon III resided. The scholar raised his torch, swaying it side to side, and immediately, guards emerged from the shadows, kneeling before the two. "Your Highness, please follow me," one requested. Gorlin inhaled deeply, detecting a metallic scent in the air. Hadn't all the guards in the sleeping quarters been replaced? Illuminated by the flickering light, he scrutinized the guard before him. It was indeed a familiar face, a knight loyal to an earl who supported his claim to the throne. This offered him a modicum of reassurance. "What is this? Has someone entered the castle? A maid, perhaps?" "My father has not lain with a woman since my mother's passing," Gorlin mused with surprise. Yet, this was not the moment to dwell on trifles. He nodded, refraining from further comment, and followed the guard into the castle, the others trailing behind. This castle was as familiar to Gorlin as the back of his hand. He could navigate it with his eyes closed. After more than 20 years of residence, he was entirely aware of its secret passages and concealed doors. However, the purpose of his journey was to persuade his father to bequeath the throne to him. Sneaking into the royal chamber was futile. He needed to eliminate the guards stationed outside, ensuring his father fully comprehended his precarious situation before they could engage in a serious discourse regarding the succession. If he failed to convince him, Goran Wimbledon took a deep breath, gestured for his companions to halt, and unsheathed the great sword from his back. The bronze door at the end of the corridor was the sole entrance to the royal chamber. Beyond it lay the anteroom, the final line of defense, typically manned by 2 to 3 loyal guards who could rush in to protect His Majesty at the first sign of danger. Goran cautiously pushed the door open just a crack. Then, using his shoulder, he forcefully swung it open and swiftly entered, sword raised in a defensive posture. Yet the anteroom was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Simultaneously, a powerful stench of blood assailed his senses. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he dashed toward the royal chamber. What he encountered next was beyond belief. King Wimbledon III sat at the head of the bed, clad in a nightgown, leaning against the pillow with the robe gaping open, a sword hilt protruding from his chest. Blood cascading down his swollen abdomen, soaking the sheets. Standing beside his father was none other than his own brother, Tefiko Wimbledon. How could this be? Goran stood frozen in disbelief. "Just like you, dear brother," Tefiko sighed. "I did not wish for this outcome." He clapped his hands, and a throng of armored warriors surged in from behind the door, encircling the elder prince. "This is a game of chess. I intended to adhere to the established rules. Brother, did you know? Our sister has never intended to play this game. Of course, neither have you. Otherwise, why would you have journeyed so far to the royal city upon hearing Scholar Eng's astrological prophecy? To be honest, had you not come, I would have truly been at a loss." The scholar, Goran, gritted his teeth as he glanced back. Scholar Ong stepped back, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I did not deceive you. The apocalypse star is retreating from the blazing sun, signifying that the seeker has strayed from the right path. Yet it also bears the meaning of a fall." Now, Goran fully understood that from the very beginning, he had fallen into a meticulously devised trap. The scent of blood at the castle gates was likely not left by any maid, and the claim of the Silver Hand Knight being reassigned was also a ruse. Yet, what filled him with despair was that the scholar, who had cared for him for over a decade and taught him to read and write since childhood, ultimately chose the second prince, just as his father had. "Tefiko Wimbledon, you are also a son, yet he poured so much effort into you, granting you the finest lands, only for you to be the first to turn against him. You are nothing but a devil from hell." A flicker of anger crossed Tefiko's eyes, but it quickly vanished. "Is that truly your belief, dear brother? If this journey fails to persuade him to pass the throne to you, do you genuinely intend to cease your efforts? Do not deceive yourself." Chapter 46, The Conspiracy, Part 2. Goran realized he was left with no escape. The only course left for him was to drag his own brother into the abyss alongside him. At this moment, he found an unsettling calmness within himself. "Was your aim in deceiving me merely to eliminate me? Eliminate you? No, dear brother, that would serve no purpose for me." Tefiko's tone remained placid, as if he were merely stating an undeniable truth. "If I were to bide my time for 5 years, I would likely find myself facing the formidable pirate army of our sister. Are you aware of her recent activities?" Goran shook his head, calculating the distance between himself and the second prince. He recalled how his brother had always been exceptionally intelligent as a child, yet lacked prowess in horsemanship and combat. "She is assembling her own army, brother. Honestly, I admire her for taking such a step even before the royal decree for the throne was issued, a move I, too, did not foresee. Given our harmonious childhood, why have we descended to this point where we must seek each other's demise?" He stepped back 2 paces, adding, "For instance, at this very moment, you likely wish to cleave me in two with your sword, do you not? I am well aware of your thoughts, brother." When you desire to kill, your gaze becomes fearsome, Tefiko sighed. Let me be candid. I wish to put an end to the royal decree. Otherwise, 5 years from now, I shall be met by Garcia's fleet. She has controlled the port of Baishui for several years, while Jin Sui City nurtures merchants rather than warriors. Goran shouted as he lunged at his brother, but the distance proved too great. His massive sword was intercepted by 2 armored guards. And then a sharp pain shot through his calf as a dagger pierced his leg, causing him to lose his balance and topple to the ground. In an instant, he was besieged, pinned down by the crowd and bound so tightly that he could scarcely move. Trial? You presume you have the right to judge me? I shall reveal your true nature to all your supporters. Of course you will not, brother, Tefiko replied patiently. There exists a potion in the alchemy workshop known as silencing elixir. It is concocted from the venom of desert lizards and mare's milk. Once consumed, you will be rendered mute. Fear not, it will not inflict any pain. Rather, its flavor is exquisite and intoxicating. If you must assign blame, direct it toward our prodigious sister, were it not for her. I would not have taken this step. He gestured to the captain of the guards, who bowed respectfully and proceeded to drag the elder prince from the chamber. The other armored guards followed suit, leaving only the second prince and scholar on behind. Your Highness, the throne is now within your grasp. And I shall soon address you as your Majesty, Scholar Ong remarked with a bow. You have performed admirably. Once I ascend the throne of Grey Fortress, I shall fulfill our agreement. However, witnessing my brother's dismal state today compels me to believe that some agreements require additional guarantees. The scholar's countenance immediately shifted. Your Highness, what do you mean? Fear not. I simply wish to avoid betrayal, replied Tefiko, producing a wax seal from his pocket. You are no stranger to this item. The outer shell of the wax will completely dissolve in 7 days, which coincides with the time it takes for me to travel between the royal city and Jinsui City. I have enticed you with the offer of the kingdom's chief astrologer, and I would prefer not to see you lured away by another superior bid. Your Highness, you jest. The scholar's face turned pale, and with gritted teeth, he ultimately consumed the wax seal. A wise choice, Tefiko nodded in satisfaction. You may leave now. Once the chamber was devoid of presence, the second prince's expression darkened. He seized the porcelain item from the low table beside his bed and smashed it onto the ground, the porcelain shattering with a resounding crash. Immediately, a guard entered. Your Highness? Get out, he bellowed. Yes, the guard quickly bowed his head and exited, closing the door behind him. Damn it, this should not have transpired. His plan had never included the death of his father. Relying on the favoritism of King Wimbledon's third, he merely needed to direct attention to Garcia's actions and halt them, with the pawn in his scheme being the eldest prince, Golan Wimbledon. Tefiko believed his plan was foolproof. He had lured Golan's mentor, the not-so-prominent Scholar Ong, with the prestige of the chief astrologer, who then penned a letter to the eldest prince. It was not long before Golan took the bait. This aligned with Tefiko's assessment. His elder brother was a superior fighter but lacked an intellect, unwilling to relinquish the throne. Then, their father would shift his focus to his other offspring. Garcia, with her burgeoning military power, would inevitably become a second thorn in his side. Yet, why did it unfold this way? Upon hearing the information he divulged, his father had displayed a strange smile, unsheathing his dagger and plunging it directly into his own chest. Everything transpired too swiftly for Tefiko to intervene, leaving him to witness his father's demise helplessly. He sank slowly to the edge of the bed, for the first time feeling as though he too were merely a pawn in this grand game. The final smile of his father haunted him like a nightmare, sending shivers down his spine. He replayed the entire incident numerous times, including examining the corpse, yet found no clue as to why his father had acted thus. He had even entertained the notion that this person was an impostor, but could find no flaw. Even the concealed wound on the back corresponded perfectly with his memories. As Golan approached the capital, he had no choice but to feign composure, revamping his entire strategy to cast the blame for Wimbledon's third death upon the eldest prince, while leveraging his status as the secondary heir to ascend the throne prematurely. Once crowned, he would no longer be bound by territorial constraints and could directly summon the forces of the Duke of the South to coerce Garcia into relinquishing Bishoport. Thus, the outcome did not seem entirely bleak, yet Tefiko was engulfed in a profound unease, as though an invisible hand had unwittingly inserted itself into the upper echelons of the struggle within Grey Castle, while he remained entirely unaware. At this moment, he had no choice but to firmly grasp the throne. Typhek Wimbledon vowed in his heart that if he could uncover the mastermind behind this deception, he would ensure they understood the dire consequences of provoking a monarch. Chapter 47. Market and circulation. The past week has been relatively tranquil in the border town. According to Iron Axe and Brian, the strength and quantity of the malevolent beast will gradually escalate with the ongoing presence of the demon moon. Seizing the opportunity of a manageable defensive pressure, Roland dispatched a single-masted sailing ship laden with or to Willow Leaf Town once more. Concurrently, he initiated preliminary reforms to the mining production system, transitioning from a fixed salary to a variable pay structure based on output. He instructed Barov to calculate the daily average production over the past few years as a benchmark. For every increment in production, workers would receive additional remuneration, with special rewards for those who discover gem veins. This initiative effectively invigorated the workers' productivity, resulting in a vibrant atmosphere throughout the mining area. With an abundance of, or at hand, Roland naturally sought to undertake new ventures, besides incorporating the steam engine number 2 into the production plan. He also intended to manufacture a batch of handcrafted machine tools. Machine tools boast a rich history. Fundamentally, they serve as workbenches for processing instruments. Thus, an anvil can be regarded as the most primitive form of a machine tool, utilized for manual fixation and crafting. While manual crafting is manageable, manual fixation proves exceedingly inconvenient. Consequently, individuals began to add clamps or grooves to the workbench to secure the components being processed. For instance, the barrels of early matchlock and flintlock firearms were manually shaped on grooved anvils. As time progressed, mere human effort in striking and milling could no longer meet processing demands, leading to the diversification of machine tools. Depending on their specific purposes, they adopted various fixation methods and processing tools, integrating manual and mechanical operations to effectively mitigate the inconsistencies inherent in purely manual labor. Roland contemplated the creation of a hand-operated milling machine. Although milling machines serve a multitude of functions, his primary aim was to produce involute gears, allowing for a simplified framework that necessitated only a pair of slots for securing the gear disc and a rotating steel grinding wheel. With Anna's assistance, the specific shaped grinding wheels required for gear cutting could be easily fabricated. By shaping the top of the grinding tool into a trapezoidal form and heating it to a red-hot state, he could then impress grooves into it using iron rods and subsequently quench it in water, resulting in a customized grinding wheel with enhanced rigidity. With the key issues resolved, Roland promptly summoned Carter to hire 2 carpenters to construct the base of the milling machine, while Anna continued to craft other metal components in the castle's backyard. It must be said that with Anna's presence, metalworking became as effortless as molding clay, especially after she mastered the regulation of flames. Now, the initial processing of small components was largely accomplished by her deft hands, shaping them into approximate forms. Observing her transform iron ingots into a viscous iron liquid and manipulate it with such ease left Roland in awe, without the which the realization of his ideas might have been delayed by a decade or more. 2 days later, the first rudimentary milling machine made its debut in the backyard. Roland also invited 3 blacksmiths along with their apprentices to learn the operation of the milling machine in the courtyard. Since he could not personally operate these machines every day, it was imperative to cultivate a skilled workforce. Once everyone had respectfully completed their salutations, Roland commenced a demonstration on how to utilize the milling machine for gear processing. The chief knight stood nearby, responsible for pouring warm lard during an era devoid of oil lubricants. Although substituting with lard was somewhat wasteful, it was certainly preferable to having nothing at all. This lard, having flowed over the grinding stone, would collect in the porcelain basin below, allowing for repeated use. Roland first carved tooth marks into the gear plate at the precisely designed angle, then positioned the gear plate upright and secured it onto the workbench. Subsequently, he drew the grinding stone above the gear plate, aligning it with the marked lines, and pressed down on the foot pedal. The pedal activated the wooden wheel, transmitting power to the grinding stone spindle via a belt. He then steadied the grinding stone's handle with his hand, gently pulling downwards, as the rotating stone slowly penetrated the gear plate at a right angle. Given that the gear plate was made of cast iron while the grinding stone was crafted from hardened steel, creating the tooth marks proved to be relatively effortless. The air was filled with the fragrant aroma of lard, causing the blacksmiths and apprentices, who had long been deprived of meat, to collectively swallow their saliva. After the demonstration, the signing of the contract ensued. The commerce in the border town was still in its infancy, and industrial advancements were far from being realized. Whether it was steam engines or machine tools, there was no phenomenon of immediate and fervent demand upon their creation. In this age, most people were unaware of the immense significance and latent commercial value these inventions represented. Thus, Roland had to take the initiative to promote the use of machinery. He stipulated in the contract that the blacksmith shop utilizing the milling machine must produce at least one set of gears each week, with the necessary materials provided by the castle and a processing fee of 10 silver dragons. Furthermore, a weekly machinery usage fee of 2 silver dragons was required, as this set of machine tools was not a gift for the blacksmith shop but rather akin to a rental agreement. As the month of demons approached, business at the blacksmith shop declined significantly. Thus, the prospect of a profitable opportunity, particularly one personally assigned by the prince, was met with unanimous agreement amongst the workers. Roland further informed them that this was merely the first milling machine, with several more to be produced in due course. Those interested could submit applications to the town hall. Your Highness, why not simply state the processing fee as 8 silver dragons in the contract? Carter inquired, perplexed, after the blacksmiths had departed. Although the two figures were the same, their implications were not equivalent. Roland explained, this is likely the first commercial lease contract in the border town. I need to establish an industry standard. The chief knight wiped his forehead, realizing that the fourth prince had begun to ramble again. However, he had grown accustomed to this. As long as he maintained a facade of earnest attention, the prince would continue his elucidation. Chapter 48. The Rallying Call. Chapter 49. The hybrid. Roland rubbed his eyes, bewildered by the sight before him. If the mutation of the malevolent beast could still be understood within the confines of biology, this creature appeared utterly absurd, reminiscent of a horror film. From a distance, it resembled a colossal turtle with 2 heads, but as one drew nearer, it became evident that these were, in fact, 2 wolf heads. Was it an experiment of a scientific aberration? Roland pondered, noting that the gigantic beast stood nearly as tall as the city walls, measuring approximately 6 meters in length and possessing 6 legs, which resembled those of a rhinoceros, short and stout. The size of a single leg was comparable to that of an adult human torso. As for its head, the 2 wolf heads did not engage in the typical antics of cinematic 2-headed monsters, alternating between growling and biting each other in a display of dominance. Instead, they hung limply, their eyes vacant and devoid of life, as they trudged forward like mindless zombies. The most striking feature was perhaps the creature's shell, its dull gray-brown surface encrusted with algae, exuding an aura of formidable hardness. It enveloped the beast from head to tail, and if it could retract into its shell like a turtle, vanquishing it would indeed prove quite challenging. However, Roland felt no trepidation. A beast that moved with such lethargy was destined to be an easy target. Even if firearms could not penetrate its shell, striking the exposed wolf heads should suffice. Should it retreat into its shell, explosives would surely send it soaring into the air. My lord, this is a hybrid, Iron Axe said, his expression tense as he leaned closer. I believe I understand why different species of malevolent beasts are acting in unison. They are likely being driven by this hybrid. Much like a lion herding a flock of sheep, Roland nodded, noting the stark contrast to the creature he had encountered previously. This is my first encounter with such a hybrid. Although it appears clumsy, do not underestimate it. Hybrids are notoriously formidable. It's entering our range, Roland declared. Let us first test our arrows. At that moment, delicate snowflakes drifted through the air, accompanied by the unpredictable northern winds, conditions that were hardly conducive for archery. Nevertheless, the 2 hunters selected by Iron Axe exuded confidence. They ascended the watchtower, gauged the wind direction, and launched their arrows into the air. The 2 arrows, seemingly guided by an unseen hand, ascended to their zenith and, influenced by the wind and gravity, descended at a near vertical angle towards the creature's shell. As anticipated, the arrows ricocheted off, and Roland even heard the sound of a ricochet echoing in his mind. Unfazed, the hunters continued to nock their arrows, swiftly firing 2 more rounds. The final volley proved effective, with the arrows landing in the vicinity of the monster's front. One arrow struck true, embedding itself in a wolf head, while another pierced the creature's neck. Yet, contrary to expectations, the beast did not bellow in fury or charge forward. Instead, it merely paused for a moment before retracting its head and legs into its shell, resuming its slow advance. This unexpected turn left everyone in stunned silence. The monstrous beast before them resembled a tank with a lowered chassis, its armored shell nearly grazing the ground as it advanced. In such a position, even the most skilled archer would find it impossible to penetrate its formidable body. Load the firearms, Roland commanded. The target was now a mere 50 feet from the city wall, and even a smoothbore flintlock posed no threat of missing. Carter, Iron Axe, and the others swiftly positioned themselves against the barricade, leveling their gun barrels atop the wall, aiming and firing. A cloud of white smoke wafted through the air, allowing Roland to clearly observe the fragments that erupted upon impact with the beast shell, one small piece of armor shattering. The hybrid creature remained utterly unfazed, maintaining its original speed. It seemed that the strength of this armor still fell within the realm of carbon-based life forms, he mused, lamenting that the lead pellets were too soft and prone to deformation, rendering them inadequate for breaching thick armor. It was unrealistic to expect these 4 guns alone to shatter the hybrid's shell. Explosives were the only solution. Iron Axe's assessment mirrored that of the prince, and he promptly instructed the vice captain of the Pike team to retrieve the explosives. At that moment, the monstrous beast had already pressed itself against the city wall. Feeling it could advance no further, its armored exterior began to vibrate violently, colliding with the wall at an astonishing frequency akin to an electric hammer, sending stone shards flying and causing numerous fissures to rapidly spread along the cement joints. The rough stone wall exhibited remarkable compressive strength, yet its tensile and shear resistance was abysmal, meaning it had virtually no capacity to withstand vibrations. Those standing atop the wall felt a powerful tremor, soon accompanied by a piercing sound of friction as the hybrid's shell began to carve a gash into the surface. The impact was relentless. It began to move once more, embedding the entirety of its front into the wall. Quickly, Iron Axe shouted, "Ignite it, and place it beneath this beast's feet." The salt-soaked fuse burned slowly, requiring approximately 10 breaths to ignite. Vanna observed smoke billowing from the box, and the world around him seemed to fall into an eerie silence. He had witnessed the destructive power of this device. If it detonated in his hands, he feared he would be left with nothing but a remnant of his own being. 9 breaths. Vanna stood, listening to the rapid beats of his own heart, counting down the seconds as he approached the monstrous creature, placing the explosive pack in its path. 5 breaths. It then pressed down upon it, unstoppable in its advance. 3 breaths. Vanna turned and fled. 2 breaths. 1 breath. A muffled thud resonated as Vanna felt the ground quake beneath him, the world erupting into chaos once again. He turned to see a white shockwave bursting forth from beneath the armored shell, a result of the explosion that had sent snow swirling into the air, resembling a cloud of dispersed mist. The beast finally ceased its advance, seemingly unable to bear the weight it carried, and its colossal armor crashed to the ground. Black blood gushed forth from beneath the shell, saturating the surrounding earth. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. Vanna collapsed onto the ground, realizing only then that his cold sweat had drenched his garments. It was finally over, just as everyone shared this sentiment. The resonant blare of a horn once again echoed across the border. Another wave of malevolent beasts surged forth from the horizon, rushing towards this remote frontier town. Chapter 50. The Wall of Flames. Are you feeling better? Anna gently patted Nanawa's back. A tumultuous sensation churned within her stomach, yet she managed to suppress it. When the wounded were brought in, their consciousness remained intact, their desperate pleas of "help me," pleas resonating with a heart-wrenching urgency. Upon witnessing a segment of intestine dangling grotesquely from a wounded abdomen, Nanawa could no longer contain herself and retched. The young girl appeared somewhat listless as she leaned against Anna, whispering, "Is His Highness in trouble? I heard the horn sound for the first time today." "I don't know," Anna replied, shaking her head. She yearned to glimpse what was happening beyond the city walls, but feared her presence would complicate matters for Roland. At that moment, she found herself envying the nightingale, with its silent and swift capabilities. Suddenly, a muffled sound emanated from the direction of the walls, and a slight tremor rippled through the crowd. Brian stood up, pacing anxiously within the room. "Calm down, young man," Baron Payne advised as he polished his longsword. "Losing your composure before even reaching the battlefield will only exacerbate any adverse outcomes. We are not yet in dire straits." "Perhaps," Payne shrugged, "but the responsibility of guarding the town does not rest solely on your shoulders. I have heard that after winter, His Highness will knight you. You must understand that the foremost principle of knighthood is loyalty. Since he requires you to safeguard Anna, you must fulfill that duty. Before long." The horn sounded a second time, its urgency surpassing the first, rolling through the hearts of all like thunder. Payne furrowed his brow. "Anna!" Nanawa exclaimed, turning his head. He saw the witch striding towards the door, prompting Brian to quickly intercept her. "Weren't you the one who wished to guard the walls? Now is the time," Anna stated calmly. "As long as you accompany me, it will not contravene His Highness's orders." Brian was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to Payne. "What an impressive girl," the Baron mused, recognizing that her words were indisputable. After all, the prince had not mandated her to remain in the infirmary. Furthermore, Nanawa had mentioned her ability to summon flames. If the situation were indeed critical, the inclusion of a witch might very well turn the tide. Nodding in agreement, he replied. Protect her. As the two departed, Nanawa inquired, Father, are you not coming? My battlefield is right here, dear daughter, the Baron smiled. Neither beasts nor demons shall harm you. Not far from the infirmary lay the city walls. Anna and Brian sprinted along the cobblestone path toward the east. Upon reaching the central watchtower, they realized the situation had escalated perilously. Hey, it's dangerous here. You need to leave, someone cautioned upon noticing Anna's peculiar attire. Ignoring the warning, Anna continued toward the breach. As the vile beasts surged from the crowd, they pivoted and charged directly at Anna. The steadfast guardian, Brian, swiftly advanced to seize the flank, lowering his body as he swung his sword in a sweeping arc. The frenzied beast showed no intent to evade. Its foreleg collided with the blade, instantly dislodging the sword while the momentum of its charge shattered the bone of its injured leg. It shrieked and toppled to the ground, thrashing like a fish out of water, causing those nearby to hesitate. Anna approached the monstrous creature, pressing her hands against the ground, and flames erupted from beneath the beast, rapidly reducing it to a charred husk. Roland, noticing the sudden blaze, was drenched in cold sweat upon realizing that Anna had taken to the battlefield herself. This was not part of his plan. He had intended for Nana to win the goodwill of the militia, waiting until most had accepted the witch before revealing Anna's presence. But now it was too late. He immediately turned and commanded, Do not concern yourself with me. Ensure her safety. Anna must not be harmed. As a pivotal figure in the advancement of critical industrial processes, her injury would incur immeasurable losses. I understand, Nightingale replied. But please ensure your own safety as well. Anna reached the breach in the city wall, where Roland's guards, having seen the girl in her unusual attire, parted to make way. Standing amidst the shield wall, she extended her arms outward. The flames surged forth like tendrils from her palms, climbing along the edge of the wall. All who witnessed this astonishing spectacle gaped in disbelief as a wall of fire slowly rose, sealing the gap in the fortification. This was no illusion. The intense heat from the flames forced the guards at the breach to retreat, while the surrounding snow melted rapidly, creating swirling clouds of steam. The beast, too, sensed the searing heat of the firewall and began to flee in all directions. Occasionally, one or two would charge headlong into the flames, only to succumb after a few desperate strides. Everyone, to the walls. Roland shouted, seizing the opportunity, reformed the spear line. Hunters, fire at will. With that, he snatched Carter's firearm and ascended the battlements, personally firing at the trapped beasts. This bold action instantly invigorated everyone present. It must be noted that in this age, it was rare for nobility or royalty to lead from the front. Roland, the fourth prince of the kingdom, fighting alongside the militia selected from the common folk, significantly boosted morale. The crowd rallied, chanting their commitment to defend the border town and fight for the prince. They maintained their defensive formation as if the wall had never been breached. The battle continued until dusk, and at last, no living beast remained before the city wall. As the flames gradually dimmed, Anna wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and stepped away from the breach. Then, Roland beheld an astonishing sight. The guards clenched their fists over their hearts, bowing their heads in respect towards her. Soon after, the militia, seemingly inspired, refrained from uttering words like demon or witch, instead silently gazing at her, as a brief tranquility enveloped the post-battle border. Such a previously unseen power was indeed formidable. Yet when this force stood by one's side to confront the malevolent foe, fear gradually dissipated, replaced by trust and gratitude. Roland, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, approached Anna, only to find her pallid complexion, unsteady gait, and a body that swayed precariously. Are you all right? He inquired anxiously, gripping the young girl's shoulders. She managed to offer a faint smile to the prince before collapsing into his embrace. Chapter 51. Her Majesty the Queen through the narrow, lofty window of the terrace. The sun's golden rays spilled across the ground, casting dark red stripes upon the walls. Few places in the kingdom still enjoyed the sight of the setting sun, and among them was the port of Emerald Waters. It was said that the month of the malevolent snow and chilling winds had little impact on this locale. Aside from the black-sailed fleet being unable to set sail, the city bustled with its usual fervor. The mistress of this port city, Garcia Wimbledon, sat at a square table beneath the window, intently perusing a letter in her hands. Her gray hair was kissed by a golden hue in the sunset, and the interplay of light and shadow on her face accentuated her sharply defined features, exuding both charm and a noble spirit. Farron had been standing by her side for quite some time. Although the letter had taken longer to read than usual, he chose to remain silent, unwilling to disturb the tranquility of the moment. At last, Garcia let out a soft sigh and set the letter down. My father is dead. Farron was taken aback. What? My father, Alan Wimbledon, king of Grey Keep, is dead. She seldom repeated herself, he thought. Under normal circumstances, if he were to inquire, she would likely dismiss it. But was she truly jesting? The king was dead? Farron opened his mouth, intending to offer her some words of comfort. But they instead emerged as a question. How did he die? Fortunately, Garcia seemed unbothered by her status as the third princess of the kingdom, Lord of Emerald Waters, and supreme commander of the black-sailed fleet. She needed no consolation. The letter stated that it was my brother, Goran, who killed our father, and was subsequently captured by the royal guards. He did not take his own life in fear of punishment, and thus was subjected to a public trial led by the king and several other ministers, resulting in a sentence of execution by beheading. This is abnormal, Farron instinctively remarked. Of course it is abnormal, Garcia replied impassively. Though my brother is somewhat foolish, he is not so dim-witted as to seek his own demise. If left to his own devices, he would not have acted thus. Someone has framed him? Farron ventured. Let me guess. The third princess closed her eyes, contemplating. Someone must have orchestrated a detailed scheme, tempting him with the promise of assistance to ascend to power, to lure him into the inner court of the royal palace. A meticulous plan would require prior arrangement, including the elimination, substitution, and bribery of key figures. Yet, such machinations are not within Goran's capabilities. Rather, he is too apathetic for such trifles. The individual behind the plan earned his trust, only to betray him in the end. Farron remained non-committal. These were mere conjectures, and the manner of events was of little consequence. The outcome was what mattered. He believed the third princess shared this perspective. Are you implying that it was Tefika Wimbledon who orchestrated this? Who else knows Goran so well? After this incident, who stands to gain the most? Garcia's fingers absently tapped the table, the implications glaringly obvious. Yet, given our father's favoritism towards him, he had no need to resort to such measures. Farron recognized her rising anger. It was seldom that the third princess exhibited such a demeanor, despite her frequent complaints regarding the third King Wimbledon's favoritism. It seemed she ultimately did not wish for her father to meet such a fate. This sentiment is one that Farron can comprehend to a certain extent. Within a grand family, the head of the household often looms like an insurmountable mountain for the younger generation, evoking both reverence and aversion. If she speaks the truth, and this matter indeed stems from the second prince, then his actions are undeniably brutal. But why would he resort to such measures? Because he fears me, Garcia inhaled deeply, seemingly attempting to rein in her emotions. He fears the black sail. Are you suggesting that he desires an army? He covets the throne, Garcia stated, following Goran's demise. He is the foremost heir, and with their father deceased, he is likely en route to the royal capital. Once he assumes the mantle of Wimbledon IV, he will be able to summon vassals and troops without the constraints of his territory. At this point, she shook her head. However, as I mentioned, being the favored son of his father, he ought not to resort to such extremes. Farron immediately knelt on one knee, pledging, I am at your service. Your Highness. Do you mean to? Eagle City, being situated in the heart of the kingdom, is almost an undefended city. One can reach Clearwater Town via the tributaries of the Three Bays River, and from there, it takes merely a day to arrive in Eagle City. Once Joy is subdued, the entire southern region will fall under my dominion. It presents an intriguing temporal disparity. When he ascends the throne and attempts to command Duke Joy, he will discover that the entire southern territory has already become my realm. I wonder what expression will grace his face. However, as you mentioned, Wimbledon III has just passed. Thus, must I first shed tears? Garcia turned away, the setting sun dipping below the horizon, cloaking her in a veil of purplish-red hues. Her visage melded into the encroaching darkness, with only her eyes radiating a subtle luminescence. Those eyes were as steadfast as granite, Farron mused. Even if they harbored anger or regret, sorrow would find no welcome there. Sorrow is not befitting of a sovereign. No, you need not do so, he replied earnestly. Garcia nodded in satisfaction. Very well, summon all the captains to me. Since Tefek is unwilling to wait 5 years, I shall not disappoint him. Once we secure Eagle City, the entire southern region will stand independent. Whether or not this is all orchestrated by Tefek is inconsequential, he thought. She always manages to carve a path suitable for herself amidst the unpredictable tides of circumstance, and once she resolves upon a course, she forges ahead with unyielding determination. This is precisely her allure and the reason he has followed her thus far. As you command, Your Highness. No, Farron solemnly corrected himself. Your Majesty. Chapter 52. The Fire of the Heart, Part 1. Roland rapped gently on the door, and upon hearing the nightingale's response, he pushed the door open and entered the room. Thick curtains adorned the windows, drawn shut to retain warmth and shield from light, only parting during the early morning and twilight hours to allow fresh air to circulate. The solitary source of illumination emanated from 2 candlesticks at the foot of the bed, their flames quietly flickering and casting intertwined shadows across the room's furnishings. He approached the bedside, gazing at the woman nestled within the soft embrace of velvet pillows and blankets, still ensconced in slumber, and let out a soft sigh. How's the situation along the border? The nightingale stepped forward and offered him a cup of warm water. Everything remains relatively stable, Roland replied casually, taking a sip before returning the cup to her. Since that day, we have not encountered any large hordes of the malevolent beasts. With the injured militia members back in action, the collective fighting spirit has become somewhat invigorated. And the damage to the city walls? Carl had utilized felled trees to maneuver the carapace of the hybrid beast into place at the breach, employing a winch and wooden frame to hoist it into position, thereby integrating it into the structure of the wall. Roland understood that the nightingale's inquiry was an attempt to divert his attention, lest he succumb to excessive worry. Yet, the moment he stepped into this chamber, all his awareness inexorably converged upon the sleeping figure on the bed. If the last encounter with the overwhelming onslaught of beasts had yielded a victory worthy of pride, the foremost contributor was undoubtedly Anna. Had she not sealed the breach in the wall with her flames, the consequences would have been dire. However, after she collapsed in his arms, she had remained unresponsive. It has been a week, Roland murmured. Theoretically speaking, if a person is in a comatose state, abstaining from nourishment for a week without external nutrients, such as injections, their bodily functions would deteriorate, and the brain would gradually perish in a state of shock. Yet, Anna exhibited no signs of weakness or impending doom. In fact, she appeared much better than when she initially fell. Her cheeks were flushed, her breathing steady, and upon placing his hand on her forehead, he could discern a normal warmth. All signs indicated that Anna was in a state of health, yet unable to awaken. I have never encountered such a situation before, the nightingale remarked, shaking her head. The magic within her had been entirely depleted during that battle. Yet now it had reached a point of saturation, even more potent than before. If my calculations are correct, tonight marks her coming of age. Are you suggesting she will come of age while in a coma? No, she will perish in her stupor. The nightingale stated bluntly. The suffering endured on the day of maturity must be overcome by sheer will, should one relinquish their resistance. The backlash of magic will irreversibly ravage the witch's body. Roland pulled a chair beside the bed and sat down. But I recall you stating that when the malevolent forces consume the body, regardless of the agony, consciousness remains alert. One either endures this trial or chooses to end their existence. Indeed, within the Convergence Society, there were those who sought to transcend the torment of the demonic infestation through the embrace of unconsciousness. Yet, this was not merely the passage into adulthood. It was an annual ordeal that one must endure. Nightingale hesitated momentarily before continuing, revealing that she had resorted to alchemical substances to induce a slumber. But such measures proved futile. When the backlash of magic struck, she was jolted awake, rendered incapable of resistance. Was this agony not a gradual accumulation? Not at all. When that moment arrives, suffering descends like thunder, yet its duration varies from person to person. My sister is not lacking in strength. It is simply... Her voice trailed off. Roland understood her implication. The uncertainty of such a judgment was torment in itself, akin to a solitary vessel adrift on a tumultuous sea. Lost in time, with no knowledge of how long one had endured or how much longer one must persevere, easily leading to the relinquishment of the will to survive. In the silence, he felt a hand upon his shoulder. Throughout the years of turmoil, he had witnessed too much death, which is treated like livestock, hanged, burned, or tortured to death for the amusement of the nobility. Those fortunate enough to escape were forced to distance themselves from society, living in isolation. The sacred mountain, shrouded in mystery, became a distant yearning in their hearts. Nightingale's voice was softer than ever, yet Anna was different, apart from the sisters of the Convergence Society. It was the first time he had seen someone show such genuine concern for a witch. She was needed, valued, regarded as a normal person. Your Highness, even if Anna does not survive to adulthood, she has already discovered her sacred mountain. Barefoot and clad in tattered garments, confined within a cage. Her face bore no trace of fear, her eyes as clear and tranquil as an untainted lake. She embodied the essence of fire, yet she did not flicker chaotically. The scenes unfolded like a revolving lantern. Have I satisfied your curiosity, my lord? Can you now end my life? I have never used it to harm another. I only wish to remain by your side, that is all. The demonic infestation cannot destroy me. I shall triumph over it. Are you dreaming? I am not going anywhere. Roland suppressed the tumult of thoughts surging within him and whispered, I will accompany her until the very last moment. So will I, and thank you. After dinner, Nanawa arrived, and upon hearing that Anna was approaching adulthood, she insisted on staying as well. Roland had no choice but to allocate a room on the second floor for the accompanying Tigu. Thus, Roland and the two witches gathered quietly by the bedside, awaiting the stroke of midnight. For Nightingale and Nanawa, they too would endure the torment of the demonic infestation that winter, though fortunately, each awakening would not occur simultaneously. Otherwise, all three witches would face the unknown trial at once, and Roland doubted he could maintain his composure in such a scenario. The small town lacked a bell tower, and within the dimly lit room, the passage of time became indistinct. The cold wind battered against the windows, occasionally accompanied by the shrill whistle of air slipping through the cracks. Just as a wave of weariness washed over Roland, Nightingale suddenly remarked, It has begun. Only she could perceive the unsettling surge of magic within Anna, as the verdant flame intensified, its core transitioning from incandescent brightness to a dimmer hue. The restless magic coalesced towards the center, as though ensnared by an unseen force, struggling and writhing in vain. Roland, unable to witness these transformations, nonetheless sensed an anomaly. The flame atop the candle flickered erratically, despite the absence of any breeze in the room. Its light diminished, as if being devoured by the encroaching shadows. And soon the hue of the flame shifted from a vibrant orange-red to an eerie emerald green. He turned his gaze to the woman on the bed. Anna remained in slumber, her countenance unchanged, as if all of this were entirely unrelated to her. At that moment, the candlelight was nearly extinguished, not from the flame's demise, but rather the green fire gradually consumed the orange-red glow until all radiance vanished, plunging everyone into darkness. She slowly opened her eyes. Anna. Roland was taken aback. Had she awakened? The woman blinked and smiled at him, then extended her right hand, palm open, towards the prince. A burst of green fire leapt from her palm, quietly flickering. For reasons unknown, Roland felt he comprehended her intent. After a brief hesitation, he gently inserted his fingers into the flame, only to find that the anticipated searing heat did not greet him. Instead, it enveloped him in a gentle warmth, akin to being cradled in soothing water. Chapter 53. The Flame of the Heart, Part 2. The day after Anna's awakening, Nightingale bid farewell to Roland. Although the reasons were unclear, she seemed to be the first witch to have safely navigated her awakening day. Before departing, Nightingale excitedly proclaimed, I shall bring the sisters from the Guild of Cooperation. I hope you will accept them just as you did Anna. Roland, eager to oblige, recognized that Anna had already bridged the gap to the era of industrialization, illuminating the town's future. The prospect of welcoming a multitude of witches was indeed promising. However, considering safety concerns, he attempted to persuade her to postpone her journey to the Abyssal Mountains until after the month of dark arts. Yet, Nightingale appeared impatient. This winter, many will face this daunting challenge. If I can inform them sooner, perhaps fewer will depart from us. Rest assured, ordinary dark beasts will not detect my movements. Roland then inquired, And when is your awakening day? Nightingale mounted her horse, gesturing farewell as winter yielded to spring. Do not worry about me. The pain of recent years has faded considerably. This response left Roland contemplative. He had also been pondering the reasons behind Anna's seamless passage through her awakening day, particularly since Anna later mentioned feeling no pain at all. This revelation contradicted Nightingale's belief that a witch's power stemmed from malevolent forces, a notion rooted in the grim realities of those who had perished, their blood evaporating and skin charred, serving as irrefutable evidence of the corrupting influence of dark power. However, Roland had never considered this perspective. He sifted through the memories of the fourth prince, finding no evidence of true gods or demons in this world. Since power was not divinely granted, it should not serve as a measure of good and evil. In fact, even in worlds where deities frequently intervened, it was the followers who first chose their allegiance and were subsequently endowed with divine power, not the other way around. Based on Nightingale's description, witches were vessels of magical energy. Could it be that the inability to release this energy caused the vessels themselves to deteriorate? Roland found this possibility highly plausible. Witches, often met with hostility and oppression, would naturally conceal their abilities, masquerading as ordinary individuals, living in trepidation. This led to a scarcity of opportunities to wield their magic before reaching adulthood. Roland certainly did not believe that his castle was a site of extraordinary fortune. He had inquired with Anna and learned that she too had endured unbearable suffering prior to her arrival. If there was any distinction in the past year, it was that since coming to the castle, she had consistently engaged with this newfound power. Consequently, Roland intensified the production of steam engine number 2, simultaneously familiarizing Anna with her emerging abilities. A shelter was erected in the castle's backyard, this time to shield against the wind and snow. As a testing ground, he deemed it safer to construct it on his own territory. According to Nightingale, witches would solidify their powers upon reaching adulthood, potentially developing new branches of ability. He has yet to witness Anna manifesting her newfound abilities, yet her manipulation of flames has already diverged completely from what it once was. Whether it can still be deemed as fire remains a matter of debate. Roland mused that while the flames of yore lay within the realm of common understanding, the emerald green ethereal flame now transcends the boundaries of conventional reasoning. He named it Hearthfire, for it possesses the ability to exist independently of Anna while simultaneously being influenced by her will to alter its form, just as it currently does. A small flicker of flame stands 2 meters away upon a metal plate, swaying gently back and forth as if to pay homage to her. However, Roland is aware that it is Anna who governs its movements. Typically, it can maintain a temperature akin to that of her body, only spiking to greater heights at her behest, its hue shifting from emerald to a deep jade green. Likewise, it can transform from a single flame into a robust blaze, moving at a leisurely pace. Regrettably, it cannot stray too far from Anna. Repeated tests have revealed that should it exceed a distance of 5 meters, the Hearthfire will vanish. Another remarkable trait of the Hearthfire is Anna's ability to summon multiple flames, though she currently struggles to control more than 2 simultaneously. Thus, apart from his daily patrols, Roland has ample time to devote to development. He has designated a parcel of land to the south of the castle, intending it to serve as the residence for the witches upon their arrival. As the project's investor, he has appointed Carl as the overseer, tasked with erecting a series of 2-story brick houses on the site. Consideration must also be given to aesthetics, accessibility, and efficient drainage. Striving to transform it into a model community, he had contemplated whether to disperse the witches across the old and new town districts, integrating them with the townsfolk, but ultimately abandoned this notion. Although such a strategy might hasten the villagers' understanding of the witches, the potential fallout from misunderstandings, should issues arise before complete clarity is achieved, could be irreparable. After all, the witches currently wield only a modicum of influence within the militia. Furthermore, Roland could not guarantee that the witches brought by Nightingale are entirely benevolent. Many have endured the tribulations of the mortal realm and cannot be simply characterized as innocent. Witches like Anna and Nanawa are but a rare exception among them. Roland is fully aware of the myriad flaws in this plan, yet as a pioneer, who else would undertake such a venture if not he? Huddled in this remote town, it may take decades to merely graze the threshold of industrialization. Yet he is no immortal sage, and how many decades can one truly afford? To lead the march of progress and stand at the forefront of reform, one must possess a spirit of adventure. Just as he was documenting these thoughts onto parchment, Bearov pushed open the door and entered, shaking off the snowflakes adorning his attire. He bowed to the prince and announced, "Your Highness, an envoy from Longsong Fortress has arrived." Chapter 54. The grim tidings. Pilo had not anticipated returning to this place so soon. He had intended to remain in the warmth of his home during this frigid winter, especially amidst the chaos wrought by the monstrous beasts. However, Duke Ryan had specifically tasked him with delivering this incendiary document to the fourth prince. He was acutely aware of its contents. Indeed, the upper echelons of Grey Castle were abuzz with the astonishing news. The king of Grey Castle had fallen victim to a murder, and the perpetrator was none other than Goran Wimbledon, the king's eldest son. Subsequently, the second son hurried to the royal capital to declare that no nation could be without a sovereign for even a day, and he would ascend to the throne as the second heir. Nevertheless, this declaration was met with skepticism. Some proclaimed that Goran's trial was fraught with irregularities. Throughout the proceedings, he had appeared only briefly, unable to speak, his hands tightly bound. Many hoped to delay the decision regarding the throne's rightful occupant until the matter had been thoroughly investigated. Additionally, rumors circulated that this was merely a theatrical performance orchestrated by the second son, Thifiko Wimbledon, with the true culprit masquerading in sorrow while eagerly awaiting his ascension, the second prince. Pilo could certainly perceive the urgency within the command. Yet, in the eyes of the 6 families of the fortress, this was a fortuitous directive. Over 2 months prior, The reckless schemes of the Earl of Elk had greatly displeased the Duke, especially since they had culminated in failure. The reaction from the princes was equally severe, leading to the immediate execution of Hillsmead by hanging, thereby openly severing ties between the two factions. As for who would ultimately claim the crown, the Duke remained indifferent. The voyage proceeded relatively smoothly. Grey Castle lay in the southern reaches of the continent, and even in winter, the rivers remained unfrozen. Pilo occasionally peered through the window to observe the riverbanks, noting the absence of fallen corpses or fleeing citizens, which suggested that the border town had not yet succumbed to defeat. This surprised him somewhat, as he had witnessed firsthand the construction of the walls during his previous visit and held little faith in the mud-caked stone fortifications. What astonished him further was the sight of a sailing vessel adorned with the flag of Willow Leaf Town, slowly navigating from the right side of the river. This scene felt eerily familiar, yet now it was the month of the monstrous beasts. How could they possibly be conducting trade amidst the battle against the vile creatures? Surely, all mining workers should have been deployed to the front lines to withstand the onslaught of those savage beasts. 3 days later, the vessel arrived at the dock of the border town. It remained the same dilapidated wooden pier, though a makeshift wooden shelter had been added at its edge. Once the ship had docked, 2 guards emerged from the shelter, scrutinizing the movements of the sailors. Pilo immediately comprehended Roland's intention in establishing this watch. The 4th prince clearly did not wish for anyone to slip away from the town by water. He disembarked, identified himself to the guards, and one of them brought forth a horse to accompany him to the castle. As before, Prince Roland Wimbledon received him in the reception hall. Not only that, but despite the absence of a designated meal time, the prince ordered the servants to lay out a lavish spread. The roasted pork leg, sliced dried fish, a bowl of nameless cold wild vegetables, and the ubiquitous buttered bread accompanied by vegetable soup all suggested that this prince preferred to dine before engaging in serious matters. Perrault mused this as he continued to eat without pause, for opportunities to indulge in a hearty meal were rare, even within the illustrious Geninois family. The fare was largely limited to potato bread paired with salted meat when no guests were entertained. Upon finishing the main course, as dessert was being served, Perrault respectfully presented the document. Roland accepted it, deftly slicing through the wax seal with his dining knife, glancing at the rolled parchment before becoming momentarily stunned. The king had died? He felt no emotional connection to this nominal father. When he had crossed over, he found himself in a remote border town, never having laid eyes on him. Furthermore, the memories of the 4th prince were filled solely with grievances and dissatisfaction towards his father. This left Roland in a peculiar state of discomfort, uncertain whether to exhibit sorrow or sadness. After clearing his throat twice, he lifted his gaze and met Perrault's apologetic eyes. So, that's it, he thought. The Duke of the Fortress would likely welcome this turn of events, regardless of whether he adhered to the new king's directives, leaving him in a dilemma. He had not brought the promised contract, but instead delivered news as grim as a death warrant, which surely weighed heavily on his conscience. Roland quietly chuckled, folding the document once more, signaling his understanding. Your Highness, what do you intend to do? He inquired. Even if I wish to leave, I must wait until the month of evil concludes. It is frigid and treacherous outside. What would become of the people of the border town if I were to depart now? He had made his stance clear, Perrault thought. Chapter 55. A rare opportunity. Roland pushed open the door to his office, where Berev had been waiting for some time. He tossed the documents to the minister's assistant and reclined in an armchair, propping his feet on the desk. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have hummed a little tune. The circumstances of Gorin's death were too mysterious. I wish to observe the decisions made by my 3rd sister and 5th sister before proceeding, Roland stated. Yet, we must take precautions regarding certain matters. Berev looked towards the prince, anticipating his next words. The capital may become unstable due to this change in monarchy. Our foremost task is to relocate your relatives and family members. More importantly, this is to prevent the 2nd prince from using them to threaten his subordinates. At present, it is imperative to maintain the normal operation of the administrative and financial affairs of the border town, and the minister's assistant is indispensable. Roland sipped his tea and continued. You, along with Carter and your subordinates, should write letters to your families. I will entrust them to my guards to deliver to the capital and arrange for their temporary relocation to other towns. Not to the border town? Berev, no fool, understood the prince's deeper intentions immediately, thanks to his over 20 years of political experience. No, Roland replied. He did not wish for his subordinates to feel threatened by the use of their families, nor did he want Berev to leverage his family against him. Thus, He opted for a compromise, relocating them to safer towns for the time being and planning to move them back once the border town had stabilized. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Barov nodded in agreement, which relieved Roland. Ultimately, he had too few capable individuals among his subordinates. Additionally, regarding the ore trade, the recent suspension of iron or exports, now only selling raw gemstones to Willow Leaf Town, needs addressing. I require these iron ores to remain for my own use. He instructed. This will lead to a decline in fiscal revenue, Your Highness. However, it will not be substantial. The miners have discovered a new gemstone deposit that can offset some of the loss, Roland replied. Furthermore, business is typically slow in winter, as few are willing to venture out during days when the vile beasts may roam. In the long, arduous 4 months, there may only be 2 or 3 trading rounds. For the nimble single-masted sailboats, transporting raw gemstones proves to be a more lucrative option. I understand, Barov noted, recording this information. After the minister's assistant departed, Roland summoned Carter. Lannis, I need to expand the militia, recruit personnel, and once dispatched, you shall arrange the details. Select a few quick-witted and capable individuals to lead the new team as captains. Training should follow the methods implemented last time. That is certainly better than a disorganized rabble. Roland gestured for him to proceed as suggested. Although the resulting unit would hardly qualify as a proper army, likely resembling the level of university students post-training. Sometimes combat effectiveness is relative to the opponent. Aside from the mindless vile beasts, the most probable adversaries he would encounter would be a makeshift army composed of private troops, mercenaries, and serfs. Provided they wielded weapons of an advanced era, a unit of university-level combatants could hold their ground. Once Carter had also taken his leave, Roland could not help but chuckle. He never anticipated that such a fortuitous event would transpire. It was akin to receiving timely assistance in dire straits, or being offered a pillow when one is weary. The Duke earnestly wished to witness this moment sooner rather than later, as his restlessness grew day by day. Should he choose to remain in the border town, it would be tantamount to defying the will of the new king. Once the month of darkness passed, the Duke would undoubtedly brandish the banner of Typhcore and impart a profound lesson upon himself. This was precisely what Roland yearned for. If one were to inquire about the most pressing need of industrialization, the answer would indisputably be manpower. It requires a substantial workforce to engage in this vast production endeavor, transforming individuals into mere cogs that drive the colossal machine. It is no exaggeration to assert that Britain's enclosures, which displaced countless farmers and rendered them into free laborers, laid a robust foundation for the subsequent Industrial Revolution. Roland had long been troubled by the issue of population. With merely over 2,000 residents in the border town, even with the advent of new machinery, production remained at a workshop level. The absence of a considerable labor pool rendered many projects unfeasible. But from where could he possibly procure such a multitude of people? Purchasing slaves? Setting aside the difficulty of acquiring 1,000 slaves in one go, adult slaves demanded a hefty price and lacked significant potential for development. The cultivation period for young slaves under 10 was excessively long. Even if he were to disregard his conscience and employ child labor, years would pass before they could contribute. Recruiting talent? In such a remote area, how many individuals could possibly be lured? Moreover, the expenses would surpass those of acquiring slaves. Encouraging population growth, mandating marriages? Such notions were futile. Though he had considered Longsong Fortress, the kingdom was in a state of stability, and taking action against neighboring lords would be akin to jesting with his future. The Duke of Ryan, too, would not dare confront him openly, instead opting to undermine him discreetly. This was the opportunity Roland had awaited for so long. Longsong Fortress, a pivotal stronghold on the kingdom's frontier, had harbored nearly 10,000 residents for a century. Beyond the fortress lay vast expanses of land and defenseless towns. Should he vanquish the Duke of the Fortress and seize the city, he would acquire a substantial number of free citizens, while simultaneously achieving the primitive accumulation of wealth. What could be easier than gaining population through annexation? What could facilitate wealth accumulation more swiftly than plunder? This revelation was akin to a lighthouse dispelling the fog, illuminating the path ahead for Roland. He would not allow such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to slip through his fingers. Chapter 56. Between the mountains, the nightingale traversed the narrow mountain path with measured steps. The trail beneath her feet was scarcely shoulder-width, flanked by towering stone walls, while steep cliffs loomed across a chasm that seemed to plunge into an unfathomable abyss. She carefully adhered to the stone wall, vigilant to avoid slipping into the depths below. Raising her gaze, she discerned a faintly glowing line in the sky, resembling a slender silver thread suspended in the nocturnal expanse. Yet, she was acutely aware that it was merely past noon. Even in daylight, she found it necessary to raise her torch. For the scant light filtering through the rock walls was insufficient to illuminate the path ahead. Prolonged walking instilled within her a disorienting sense that she was traversing the very heart of the mountains. The singular advantage of this desolate place was that, despite the howling winds and swirling snow outside, the ravine remained untouched by their wrath. Occasionally, a few snowflakes would drift down from above, landing on the stone walls or path, only to quickly melt into vapor. Here, the temperature stood in stark contrast to the world beyond, and at times, she could perceive wisps of warm air rising from the abyss beneath her feet. Were it not for this warmth, she would never have dared to venture alone into the treacherous mountain range during the cursed month. The fog may have concealed her presence, yet it offered no respite from the cold. If she were to brave the frigid winds on foot, she would likely succumb to the bitter chill within the hour. However, the nightingale was reluctant to linger, as an unsettling sensation persisted within her, a feeling that something in the darkness was watching her, sending shivers down her spine. If possible, she would have preferred to navigate the entire journey shrouded in mist, but alas, her stamina would not permit such an endeavor. Prolonged exertion would soon leave her utterly drained. With her torch raised, the opposing cliff face flickered in and out of view. In the dim light, she occasionally caught sight of various shadows upon the stone wall. She recognized these as caves, deep enough that light could not penetrate, resembling clusters of dark shapes. The very stone wall to which she clung mirrored this phenomenon, harboring corresponding caverns. This recollection brought to mind the tales of the northern slope mines, rumored to be the lair of subterranean monsters, riddled with countless pathways carved by these creatures. And the northern slope was but a fragment of the treacherous mountain range. Could it be that these caves were interconnected with the mines? The thought sent a tremor through her. West of the treacherous mountains lay untrodden wilderness, and if countless holes could be excavated within the sprawling mountain range, it would likely be the work of the monsters that roamed those desolate lands. She dared not dwell further on such musings, and instead focused her mind on advancing. At last, the path ahead diverged, the shoulder-width trail splitting into two, one slanting gently upwards, while the other plunged downward into deeper darkness, its endpoint swiftly swallowed by the void, leaving its destination unknown. Standing at this fork, the unsettling sensation intensified, as though countless eyes in the shadows were fixed upon her, rendering her parched and her scalp prickling. The nightingale gritted her teeth, summoned the fog, and hastened upwards. Soon, that strange feeling dissipated. As she ascended, the ambient temperature gradually dropped, and the silver line above widened further. A quarter of an hour later, a vast cavern emerged before her, its entrance slightly elevated above the path. She lifted her leg and stepped into the cave, where a flickering glow could be discerned deep within. This was the sanctuary of the sisterhood. The voice from the other side hesitated momentarily, then exclaimed, "Ah, it is Aining and Aishi. They did not survive the transition to adulthood 5 days ago." She forced a smile, remarking that such occurrences were not uncommon. Was it? Let us not dwell on this. We must hasten to the camp. Wendy has been asking about you for quite some time. Aining and Aishi, twin sisters from a wealthy family that had fallen from grace, had tragically met their end in these remote mountains. Nightingale sometimes questioned the righteousness of her actions, had she not taken them away. They might have enjoyed a life of comfort until their demise, rather than enduring a life of wandering and instability. Yet, the thought of Wendy stirred a warmth within her heart. Without Wendy's helping hand, she might still be like a puppet, treated as a disposable tool. Indeed, it was imperative to share this news with her, to inform all the sisters that they need no longer scurry like mice. Someone was willing to accept them, and perhaps they could safely navigate each year's awakening day. Wendy was an exceptionally kind woman and one of the earliest members of the sisterhood, now in her 30s. Her face bore not a single wrinkle, her chestnut hair cascading nearly to her waist, her features mature and captivating, embodying the essence of an elder sister to all. She cared deeply for every sister in the sisterhood, offering whatever support she could, whether in daily life or psychological guidance. Were it not for Wendy, the sisterhood could not have gathered so many witches so swiftly. Nightingale had resolutely distanced herself from her family upon meeting her, embarking on the quest for the sacred mountain together. She was one of the few who still knew her original name. I have said it countless times. I am no longer the timid girl of the past, Nightingale declared with a smile, shaking her head. I am now a powerful witch. Veronica no longer exists. Nightingale stepped forward and embraced her. Thank you. After a moment, Wendy inquired, what of that girl? Were you unable to save her? At the mention of this, Nightingale's spirit ignited. She grasped Wendy's arm, exclaiming with excitement, "No, she did not require my rescue. Rather, she saved us all." She then recounted in detail her experiences in the border town, where the Lord, Roland Wimbledon, the fourth prince of the Grey Castle Kingdom, had offered them refuge. Furthermore, he promised that one day, witches would live freely within his domain, just like the citizens. Chapter 57. The serpent sorceress Hakura, however, unlike her, Wendy did not share the same excitement. Instead, she inquired with a tone of skepticism, "Did he truly say that?" "Indeed, even before I arrived. He had already rescued Anna and Nanawa. The prince has never believed that a witch's power originates from the devil. He asserted that it belongs to us." The Nightingale suddenly halted, realizing that her interlocutor did not entirely trust her words. "Very well," she mused, "it is not Wendy's fault. If the roles were reversed, she too would likely hesitate to yearn for something based solely on the description of a witch. The witches had endured oppression for far too long. Journeying from the eastern realms to the abyssal mountains, with countless living examples before them of betrayal and abandonment, they had long since lost their ability to trust others. As this thought crossed her mind, her exhilaration gradually waned. Perhaps this journey would not unfold as smoothly as she had envisioned. "If you proceed in this manner, he will become a thorn in the church's side," Wendy remarked with a frown. "Even if the prince is unaware of what this entails, do you not comprehend it?" "There was no deception?" "There was no deception," the Nightingale affirmed. It seemed almost unbelievable, and Wendy's tone softened slightly. She could hardly conceive of a reason for her long-time friend to deceive her. Of course, she did not dwell on that minor instance of trickery. It would indeed be peculiar for a stranger, whom she had only recently met, to completely unveil their secrets. Most witches led secluded lives after joining the alliance, making it difficult to envision life beyond their confines, each one listening intently. When the Nightingale proclaimed that Anna had suffered no pain and had passed her coming-of-age day unscathed, the crowd erupted in excitement. This was a matter that had plagued witches for a lifetime. They endured lives of hunger and cold, venturing to the abyssal mountains in search of the fabled sacred mountain. If what the Nightingale claimed were true, that a lord of a territory was willing to accept them, and they might even be spared from the torment of malevolent entities, would that not be more perfect than residing upon the sacred mountain? At that moment, a path parted in the crowd, and a witch with a head of green hair and a half-snake-patterned face approached the Nightingale. "Respected mentor, greetings." The Nightingale bowed in respect. The newcomer was none other than the founder of the alliance, the serpent sorceress Hakura. Within the alliance, the sisters referred to her as mentor. "I have heard the tales you spoke." Her voice was hoarse and hollow. "Are you trying to convey to everyone that what we are doing now is erroneous?" "No, mentor. Those are not mere tales. What I mean is..." "Enough," she interrupted, waving her hand in impatience. "I am unaware of what transpired during your visit to the border town that prompted you to utter such words. A prince who sympathizes with witches? It is as laughable as compassion for frogs." She turned with a cold smirk, spreading her arms wide, and loudly proclaimed, "Sisters, have you all forgotten how those mortals treat you?" Before the Nightingale could respond, she continued her tirade. "Indeed, mortals, those inept beings masquerading under the guise of divine authority, aim their blades and whips at us. Without the stone of divine punishment, what gives them the right to trample upon witches? Our strength does not stem from demons, but rather from the divine grace bestowed upon us. It is not the church that should act on behalf of the deities, but us, the Sisters of the Mutual Aid Society. The sacred mountain chronicled in ancient texts is indeed the abode of the divine." "What?" Nightingale could scarcely believe her ears. Although she had always perceived the leader of the Mutual Aid Society as somewhat eccentric, with an extraordinary obsession for locating the sacred mountain, this was still far from madness. While Hakura may not possess the approachable demeanor of Wendy, she at least exhibited genuine and sincere concern for her sisters. Yet, Nightingale was taken aback by her overt hostility towards ordinary people. Had she been suppressing her hatred and fury all these years? Was her so-called detachment from worldly matters merely a strategy to amass strength for a future, thunderous retribution? Nightingale pondered. What then had prompted her to shed her fade? Could it be her heart had grown utterly cold? Was suffering merely a test? Were those sisters who endured the agony of the awakening day, unable to persevere, merely inconsequential rejects? Such sentiments echoed the very doctrines of the church. To her astonishment, the surrounding witches displayed expressions of agreement, and Wendy remained silent. A sense of disinterest washed over her, and in the blink of an eye, the architect of the Mutual Aid Society, the guiding light for the witches, had transformed into a stranger. She shook her head, resolving that she would take with her those sisters willing to depart, while those who chose to remain. She wished them well. Just as Nightingale prepared to take her leave, a slight sting radiated from her calf. Looking down, she discovered a black serpent adorned with shimmering blue stripes biting her lower leg. This was the serpent of arcane power, silent and stealthy, capable of wielding various toxins. A signature ability of the serpent demon Hakura. Paralysis swiftly coursed through her body. Nightingale opened her mouth to utter something, but was greeted instead by encroaching darkness. Chapter 58. The escape. It is uncertain how much time has passed, but upon awakening, Nightingale finds her hands bound behind her to a wooden post. Her waist and legs ensnared in coils of rope. She attempts to struggle, yet her body is pressed firmly against the pole, rendering her utterly immobile. Longing to summon her abilities, she is met with an unsettling absence, as though the link to her magical essence has been severed. Lowering her gaze, she discovers a transparent diamond-shaped stone hanging around her neck. You are awake. Hakura approaches her, a gleam of malice in her eyes. How does it feel to be ensnared by petrifying venom? To be frank, I had high hopes for you, Nightingale. Yet, you have disappointed my expectations. Nightingale inhales sharply. You would dare to possess the lock of divine punishment, Hakura? Are you aware of the gravity of your actions? Originally intended by the church to subdue witches, it is now wielded by their mentor against her own kind. What infuriates her further is the surrounding crowd, their faces devoid of emotion, seemingly oblivious to the absurdity of the situation. Damn it, Nightingale silently screams. Do you not realize you are becoming the very embodiment of what witches have long despised? A mere tool, Hakura dismisses with indifference. Occasionally, there are unruly children who refuse to heed instruction and require correction. And you, Nightingale, are that child in need of punishment. Or should I call you Veronica? A woman of noble lineage, now fallen to the status of a witch, still yearning to ascend to greater heights? I do not comprehend your words. You have disappointed me greatly. When Wendy liberated you from the clutches of nobility, I believed you would steadfastly ally with the League of Assistants. Look at what you have done. Just as everyone is on the verge of discovering the sacred mountain, you wish to thwart this promising outcome. Hakura scoffs, shaking her head. You intend to lead your sisters to seek refuge with a prince? Perhaps you have been coddled for too long, and your servitude has become ingrained, so much so that you require a master to know how to live, or maybe you wish to sell them out to the nobles to reclaim your former status. Everything I do is for the sisters of the League of Assistants. Nightingale suppresses her fury, realizing that an outburst would serve no purpose. I hope they will no longer suffer the torment of awakening day, that they may live without the worry of hunger or cold. I have no intention of obstructing your plans. My sisters deserve the freedom to choose their own paths. A transformative upheaval is occurring in Border Town, and the blueprints for the steam engine I brought are among the changes. This machine can operate autonomously and possesses immense power. With such a contraption, water can be extracted directly from the ravine, sparing individuals the daily toil. Hakura snickers derisively. Is this what you speak of? She turns, retrieving a stack of parchment from a witch behind her, brandishing it before Nightingale. Though I cannot decipher its contents. Do you truly believe that a heap of cold metal can move with the autonomy of a living being? Do you think us mere children? She strides to the fire pit and tosses the scroll into the burning coals. No. Nightingale cries futilely, helplessly watching as the designs are reduced to ashes in the flames. My patience has run thin, and I now extend to you a final opportunity. Hakura withdrew an iron mace from the fire pit, its tip aglow with a fierce crimson hue. Should you confess to all the sisters of the cooperative, acknowledging that you have been beguiled by the nobles, I might spare your life, though the last shall remain unavoidable as a lesson in your gullibility towards the enemy. Should you remain obstinately unrepentant, I shall have no choice but to pierce your heart with this iron mace, nailing your corpse to a stake as a cautionary tale for all. She articulated each word deliberately, urging you not to squander my last act of mercy. Declare your decision. The Nightingale fixed her gaze upon the approaching mace, feeling the searing heat emanating from its tip. Had she still been the timid version of herself, she might have bowed her head in submission long ago. Yet, she had bid farewell to her past and was no longer that fearful girl. She was the Nightingale, a formidable witch, unyielding even in the face of death. She closed her eyes, awaiting the inevitable moment. For reasons unknown, the visage of Roland flickered in her mind. Stop! A voice cried out, startling her into opening her eyes. Wendy stepped forward from the crowd, addressing Hakura. Mentor, behold the white cloth wrapped around your arm. We have endured countless farewells. Do you wish to add another? How is it that even you have been deceived by her? Wake up, Wendy. Those are merely lies. I do not know. Wendy shook her head. I had no intention of accompanying her to the border town. But one thing I believe she speaks truthfully about is that the sisters should possess the freedom to choose their own way of life. Silence enveloped the crowd, no one daring to respond. Let her leave alone, Wendy continued. She has not committed any act against the cooperative. I cannot stand idly by while you take her life. At that moment, the nightingale comprehended the essence of Wendy's words. A wave of sorrow surged within her. Even Wendy did not wholly believe in her. Thus, she remained silent when the nightingale sought her aid in persuading the crowd. Nevertheless, she remained the compassionate witch, extending her hand even when her views diverged. As Wendy spoke, murmurs rippled through the crowd, and soon several others stepped forward. The church and affliction have claimed too many of our sisters. Mentor, I implore you to reconsider. Silence. Hakra thundered in fury. To let her depart freely, what happens when a second or third nightingale appears? If she sells our camp's location to the church, we shall have nowhere to flee. Before her words could settle, she thrust the iron mace forward with force, but Wendy was swifter, conjuring a powerful gust that propelled Hakra away. Then, she flung a coin into the air, and with a wave of her hand, the rushing wind enveloped the coin, hurtling it towards the nightingale. As the wind dissipated near her, the coin continued on its trajectory, striking the divine punishment stone at her neck with unerring precision. The crystalline, faceted stone shattered in response. Traitor! Hakala rose from the ground, screaming as she extended her hands towards Wendy and Nightingale. Two serpentine shadows materialized from thin air. One lunged forward, sinking its fangs fiercely into Wendy's hand, while the other missed its mark entirely. The rope fell to the ground, retaining the shape it had when it was bound, yet Nightingale had vanished without a trace. Realizing the extent of her opponent's abilities, a cold sweat broke out on Hakala's brow. She summoned all her magical energy, and a dazzling array of magical serpents surged forth from her chest, forming a formidable wall of snakes as she hurriedly retreated. However, Nightingale was swifter still. In a mere stride, just a single step, she appeared behind Hakala. With outstretched hands, the iron mace, which was intended to pierce Nightingale's heart, instead drove straight through Hakala's body. Chapter 59. The Explorer Master Mentor. Upon witnessing Hakra's collapse, the witches hurriedly encircled her. Fools! Coughing, she clutched her wound, feeling her lower body succumb to numbness. Quick, go and eliminate that traitor. Meanwhile, Nightingale had already taken Wendy into the depths of the mist. Returning to the crossroads, she noticed that Wendy's forearm had turned black from the venom that was progressively spreading. There was no time to hesitate. Gritting her teeth, she rolled up Wendy's sleeve, binding the upper arm tightly with a strip of cloth. Drawing a dagger from the sole of her shoe, she plunged it down forcefully. Having spent 3 days here alone, carrying someone would only slow her down. If she rushed and slipped down the narrow path, she doubted her ability to climb back up. Wendy's arm continued to ooze blood. At this rate, she wouldn't last 3 or 4 days, but Nightingale had no choice. She could not abandon Wendy, who had been injured for her sake. Do you need help? The sudden inquiry caught Nightingale off guard, and she instinctively spread the mist, adopting a defensive posture. Yet, before her stood nothing but emptiness. Do not be alarmed. I do not wish to fight you. Nightingale looked up to find the figure floating in the air. Who are you? My name is Lightning. I have only recently joined the Assistants Guild and have been running about outside every day. It is normal that you do not recognize me. She laughed lightly. But I know you, the illustrious Nightingale, the killer in the shadows. Did Hakra send you? No, do not misunderstand. Lightning gently descended, landing on one foot. I wish to accompany you. Nightingale momentarily questioned her hearing. What? You said it yourself. We should have the freedom to choose our own way of life, she paused. I choose to follow you. It is that simple. For what reason? Nightingale, who had become utterly disillusioned with the Assistants Guild, could not even fully trust Wendy. Yet, the girl before her seemed but a child, around 14 or 15 years old, akin to Nanawa, with her fresh, cropped golden hair and spirited demeanor. Her words radiated a confidence that belied her age. She was not clad in the long robes issued by the Assistants Guild, but rather in form-fitting attire suitable for movement. Complemented by a well-worn leather jacket riddled with pockets and patches, its age indiscernible. 2 thick leather belts, scavenged from who knows where, cinched her waist, giving her an appearance reminiscent of a young man. It is because of what you described, those black machines that huff and puff steam, turning to stone-gray powder upon contact with water and the thunderous explosions of snowlight. I wish to see them, she declared proudly. I aspire to be an explorer, naturally. I want to venture into intriguing places. What kind of reasoning is that? Nightingale was taken aback, finding it utterly absurd. Yet an undeniable intuition informed her that the girl was not lying. I do not understand. If you wish to be an adventurer, why join the Assistants Guild? Not an adventurer, but an explorer. Lightning emphasized, I am not like those who work for money. To call them adventurers is merely to label them as wolves that undertake any dirty work. The explorers act solely out of curiosity. As for her reasons for joining the cooperative society, she boldly declared, isn't the quest for the sacred mountain a magnificent adventure? However, Hakara lacked an understanding of the true spirit of exploration. She was entirely absorbed in that ancient tome, attempting to draw connections between every discovery along the journey and the content inscribed in the book. What she perceived as a stone gate rising from the ground was merely two weathered stone pillars. If she continued in this manner, she would never locate the genuine sacred mountain. An explorer must honestly document all that they observe. Relying solely on maps is not the hallmark of a true adventurer. A principle my father repeatedly emphasized. Although Nightingale was curious to know who her father was to have raised such an oddly minded daughter, she understood that this was not the time for idle chatter. Wendy's life hung by a thread. Since there was no malice in her companion, having an additional ally could prove beneficial. Your ability is flight? Nightingale inquired. Indeed, Lightning nodded, asserting that even with the two of them, they could advance like the wind. Then I must trouble you, Nightingale said, deftly binding Wendy behind her and then climbing onto Lightning's back, wrapping her arms around the latter's chest. You are rather heavy, Lightning grunted as she slowly ascended, realizing she might not be able to move as swiftly as the wind. Thus, the two alternated in their journey. When Lightning exhausted her strength, Nightingale would maneuver through the mist with Wendy in tow. Once Lightning regained her energy, Nightingale would hang onto her back, allowing her to lead the way forward. Only when both were utterly fatigued and forced to pause for rest would Nightingale cautiously probe her companion with basic inquiries regarding her father and family. Eventually, she traveled westward, crossing the strait to reach the southern borders of Grey Fortress. After much effort, she finally joined the cooperative society. She believed that as long as she persisted in her exploration, one day she would reunite with her father amidst some extraordinary sight, assuming he were still alive. Nightingale gleaned little useful information from their conversations. Her ability only enabled her to discern whether the other was lying, not the veracity of the content. In other words, if someone were to assert that the sun was square and believed it wholeheartedly, her ability would likewise deem it true. Nevertheless, certain inferences could be made. For instance, she must have been born into affluence, for a family struggling to make ends meet would hardly have the leisure for adventure. The possession of a maritime fleet supported this assumption, suggesting that a wealthy merchant of the seas might be Lightning's true identity. Furthermore, Lightning's golden hair bore no resemblance to the lineage of the kingdom's mainland, but rather appeared akin to the folk from the fjords across the sea. During their journey, Wendy stirred back to consciousness several times, and Nightingale exerted great effort to provide her with a few sips of water, only for her to swiftly lapse back into unconsciousness. Sensing Wendy's declining body temperature, Nightingale grew increasingly anxious. Under their alternating pace, the path through the strait, which would typically require 3 days, was traversed in just a day and a half. At the entrance, the horses procured from the prince remained tied in place. Having consumed most of the straw piled before them, Nightingale mounted the horse with Wendy on her back and, leading Lightning, pressed onward towards the border town without pause. P.S. To those who are eagerly following the updates, are there still free appreciation votes and starting point coins available? The countdown for the 515 red envelope leaderboard is on, and I'm here to gather votes. I humbly request additional support and appreciation votes for a final push. Chapter 60. The layout. The number of qualified individuals far exceeded Roland's expectations, prompting the expansion of the second militia to 200 members, who would be trained under Carter's leadership. When the horn sounded, they would proceed to the city walls, standing by as auxiliary forces. Both the chief knight and the chancellor's aide had raised objections, believing that the first militia was already capable of repelling the beasts. The recruitment of a second unit, especially one that surpassed the first in numbers, seemed utterly unnecessary. Providing food and wages superior to those allocated to the general populace would inevitably strain the treasury, and the expenditure of gold coins would yield little tangible benefit. Nevertheless, Roland remained resolute in his decision, for these individuals were not being prepared to confront the beasts. He dared not disclose the ambitious plan brewing in his mind to his subordinates. Before the Duke took action, revealing his intentions to assault the fortress would likely be beyond Carter and Barrow's comprehension. Unlike the border town, Longsong Fortress represented the formal boundary of the Grey Castle Kingdom. Its walls towering at 10 meters, constructed from solid bricks. The Duke and the 6 prominent families were stationed within the inner city, with a mobilizable force estimated at over 1,000 individuals. Theoretically, with fewer than 300 militia members at his disposal, it was inconceivable that they could capture the fortress in a siege, even with the cutting-edge firearms they possessed. Moreover, the existence of the Stone of Divine Punishment rendered witches ineffective as decapitating weapons, a fact Roland had confirmed repeatedly with Nightingale. Nobles of the stature of Duke Ryan and the 6 esteemed families would undoubtedly spare no effort in acquiring the Stone of Divine Punishment, which was publicly referred to as a donation. These stones, obtainable only through a significant exchange of gold coins, could inhibit a witch's abilities within a certain range, serving as the church's proclaimed strongest weapon against demons and constituting their greatest annual revenue. Roland's sole opportunity lay in open field battles. In this era, conflicts among lords predominantly followed a conscription model. To prevent their subordinates from fleeing mid-battle, lords typically led their troops into combat, thus granting Roland the chance to execute a decisive strike. However, he remained at a loss as to how to seize this opportunity, as his knowledge of baiting enemies and forming strategic layouts stemmed solely from films or historical tales, devoid of any practical experience. Resigned to his lack of clarity, he decided to focus on what he excelled at. Stretching his limbs, Roland exited his office and made his way to the wooden shed in the backyard. The assembled steam engine number 2 stood quietly in the center of the yard. At first glance, its exterior appeared significantly more polished than that of steam engine number 1, with the seams of the major components no longer rough and uneven. This was the result of Anna's newfound abilities. Her green flames could penetrate minute crevices for welding, resulting in a greater overall integrity of the assembled parts. In keeping with the spirit of development that each subsequent model surpasses the initial design, and that modified versions excel beyond their successors, steam engine number 2 had been outfitted with a centrifugal speed regulator. As the first automatic control and feedback system in human history, its introduction was nothing short of extraordinary. The structure of the governor is remarkably simple, consisting of 2 articulated rods with iron balls at their ends and a rotating main shaft. At first glance, it resembles the bamboo dragonfly toys of childhood. By rapidly twisting the bamboo rod, the 2 spinning blades automatically rise due to centrifugal force. In the case of the governor, the 2 iron balls function similarly to the blades, driving the main shaft's rotation when the output is excessive. As the speed of the small balls increases, they gradually ascend under the influence of centrifugal force, thereby pulling the lever to close the valve. Conversely, when the output diminishes, the balls slow down and lower in position due to gravity, consequently enlarging the valve. This mechanism ensures that the steam engine operates consistently at a relatively fixed power level. With the governor in place, the steam engine number 2 is now capable of undertaking more intricate processing tasks. The gears previously delivered to various blacksmith shops have all been completed and are neatly arranged in a corner of the shed. In addition to the gear assemblies, the base and support frames prepared by the carpenters, along with other components, are ready. He instructed the guard outside to summon Anna to begin assembling the first steam-powered boring machine. In Roland's vision, this represents the most expedient method for mass-producing firearms. The manual forging of a gun barrel by a blacksmith is a labor-intensive and time-consuming process, whereas with a boring machine, he can simply cast iron rods and directly bore holes, producing dozens of gun barrels in a single day. Furthermore, by changing the cutting head, the boring machine can also engrave rifling, significantly enhancing the shooting accuracy of flintlock firearms. Thus, he is confident that before the winter concludes, he can fully arm 2 militia companies, nearly 300 men. Nevertheless, Roland remains uncertain whether his subjects will maintain their composure to load, aim, and fire when faced with a cavalry charge, rather than abandoning their weapons and fleeing. After all, these 2 units have been established for too short a time and lack any combat experience. Therefore, he must bring more formidable firepower to the forefront, completely annihilating the enemy before they can mount a charge. That firepower is artillery. As the god of war in the annals of human conflict, the destructive and intimidating power of artillery far surpasses that of firearms. A 6-pound field cannon possesses a range sufficient to initiate an assault while the enemy is still assembling. In this era, mixed armies cannot maintain discipline under artillery fire. Equipping 3 or 4 field cannons would deny the enemy even the opportunity to charge. He has meticulously planned. With a manual milling machine, he can produce usable gears, with the gears and the controllable steam engine number 2. He can obtain a steam-powered boring machine. With the steam boring machine, he can manufacture various gun barrels and cannon tubes. With at least 2 months remaining until the end of the month of the evil demon, provided that the plan proceeds smoothly. The militia of the border town will possess the strength to contend comprehensively with the Duke's forces. Chapter 61. Return tomorrow marks the 515th anniversary of the starting point. A day brimming with benefits. Aside from the gift packages, the 515 red envelope frenzy is certainly a sight to behold, after all. Who would resist seizing a chance at fortune? Setting the alarm, just as Roland knelt on the ground to assemble the base, 3 figures suddenly materialized from thin air. Stumbling as they landed and collapsing to the ground. Anna was startled, and a cluster of green flames erupted in an instant, forming a fiery barrier before the 2 individuals. Roland looked up and recognized one of the women as the long-absent Nightingale. She appeared quite disheveled, with an unusual flush of red on her cheeks. And despite the chilly winds outside, her forehead was beaded with sweat. "Your Highness, please summon Nanawa quickly," she exclaimed, urgency evident in her voice. Roland noticed that the woman bound to her back was pale, her eyes tightly shut. One of her arms was entirely missing. The bandage wrapped around the severed limb stained dark red with blood. "Cadden, go to the infirmary and bring Nanawa here." His heart tightened as he called towards the entrance. "Yes, Your Highness." In addition to these 2, there was a little girl tucked under Nightingale's arm. She seemed unharmed, her eyes curiously surveying her surroundings. "Are you injured?" Roland approached and unfastened the strap on Nightingale's back, carefully lowering the woman with the severed arm. But how could this have happened? He pondered. Could it be that the cooperative camp was attacked by the vile beasts, leaving only these 3 to escape? If that were the case, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. He anxiously paced outside, and after approximately half an hour, the door creaked open. The first to emerge was the seemingly unscathed little girl who had accompanied Nightingale back. She nodded at Roland. "You truly are as Nightingale described, a prince concerned for witches." She gently closed the door behind her, but alas, this revelation was so shocking that most members of the cooperative camp did not believe her. In truth, I was skeptical as well, but as my father says, the world is vast, and all kinds of people exist. My name is Lightning, Your Highness. It is a pleasure to meet you. With that, she lowered her head, her right hand forming a blade-like gesture atop her left shoulder, presumably a form of greeting. However, Roland's mind was elsewhere. He keenly sensed that most did not believe her words. Was the cooperative camp not attacked by the vile beasts? Attacked? No, not at all. Why do you ask? She tapped her forehead with her index finger, a look of realization dawning upon her. Ah, I understand now. The sister with the severed arm is named Wendy. She was harmed by the mentor Harkala from the cooperative. Subsequently, Lightning recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Roland fell silent, reflecting on the situation. So, it was this way, he mused, realizing he had underestimated the brutal oppression faced by witches in this world. After years of accumulated mistrust towards the church and the upper aristocracy, the witches' disdain had reached a tipping point. Harkala was, in fact, one of the more radical figures among them. Listening to the description of Lightning, it appears that the leader of the cooperative association, upon acquiring sufficient power, would likely seek to eliminate individuals akin to herself. "Are you also a member of the cooperative association?" Roland inquired with a furrowed brow, considering how the Nightingale had survived after being pierced by a blade. "Perhaps there is a witch named Yezi in the camp who can amplify the efficacy of herbs severalfold." After some contemplation, Lightning deduced that utilizing more hemostatic herbs and blood-cleansing agents should suffice to save Hakura's life, though the results would pale in comparison to those of your witch. Indeed, that presents quite a conundrum, he mused. It is somewhat ironic to be pursued by witches after not fearing the church's scrutiny. Fortunately, the primary objective of the other party is to seek the Holy Mountain, leaving them little time to trouble the Nightingale. You previously mentioned that you did not wholly trust the Nightingale's words. So why did you choose to flee the cooperative association with her? Because of the black machine exhaling white vapor, the gray powder that turns to stone upon contact with water, and the snow light that erupts with a thunderous roar. Lightning reiterated the Nightingale's words, asserting that while a prince who treats witches with kindness may be a rarity, these elements should not be fabrications. Otherwise, they could not have been conjured with such vividness. This is the instinct of an adventurer. By the way, the hulking machine I saw in the yard earlier is indeed the one that expels white vapor? The Nightingale seemed to refer to it as a steam engine? Adventurer? Roland instinctively disregarded the final inquiry. Indeed, adventurer, she emphasized, articulating each word with care. This is why I chose to accompany the nightingale to this place. Adventurers are filled with curiosity for all that is unknown. Roland let out a quiet sigh. Could this be classified as a case of adolescent fantasy? To pursue something beyond mere survival in this era undoubtedly signifies a background of privilege. Observing her boyish attire and the shimmering golden short hair, he jested. Are you not called Ezreal? Who is that? I am called Lightning, the young girl declared proudly. Just then, Anna and Nanoa stepped through the door. How did it go? Roland inquired. Is the treatment proceeding smoothly? The young girl appeared somewhat fatigued, indicating that this treatment had demanded considerable energy from her. Roland offered words of encouragement, commending her efforts, and suggested, after dinner tonight, you should rest alongside Anna. Of course, he thought, we must also bring Tigu. Paint over as well. Chapter 62. The Oath tomorrow marks the 515th, the anniversary celebration of the starting point, a day filled with the most generous benefits. In addition to gift packages, the 515 red envelope frenzy is certainly worth anticipating. After all, who could resist seizing a red envelope? Setting the alarm was imperative. This anticipation left Roland with little desire to assemble the steam drill. For dinner, he specially instructed the chef to prepare an extravagant feast, featuring unlimited black pepper steak and fried eggs, leaving both Anna and Lightning quite satiated. Nana, striving to maintain her decorum, nonetheless found her lips glistening with grease by the end of the meal. Beyond the dining experience, he also had the maid prepare thermal porcelain containers filled with tender meat strips and wheat porridge to be delivered to Nightingale's room, ensuring that once they awoke, they would be greeted with warm sustenance. Following dinner, the next order of business was arranging the accommodations. Fortunately, the previous lord of the border town had a penchant for grandeur, despite being a town born from mining and early warning systems. Its castle was built to the standards of a medium-sized town. In Roland's familiar terms, it spanned an area of 900 square meters, comprising 3 stories, with a split-level design, watchtowers, and arrow towers at each corner, complemented by a front yard and a back garden. He designated Lightning's room directly across from Anna's, while the adjacent room was intended for the recovering Wendy. Observing Nana stick to Anna like glue as they entered the room, he couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Upon returning to his office, Roland poured himself a cup of barley wine. Plans often succumb to unforeseen changes. He had initially believed that through Nightingale, he could amass a substantial number of witches to illuminate all branches of the technological tree, including chemistry, agriculture, and biology. However, he was taken aback by the leaders of the Mutual Aid Association's profound hostility towards the aristocracy. Neutral parties like Nightingale and Lightning were, in fact, the minority. As for Wendy, according to Lightning, she did not leave the Mutual Aid Association voluntarily. Rather, she was compelled to bring Nightingale here after being attacked by the serpent demon Hakura in her effort to save her. 2 witches would suffice. He downed his drink in one gulp, preferring this over having none at all. During the meal, he inquired about Lightning and Wendy's abilities, discovering that the young girl could soar through the skies like a bird, while Wendy wielded the power of the wind. Although these abilities may not greatly benefit technological advancement, they could still prove advantageous in the impending war if utilized wisely. He also took the opportunity to probe into the abilities of other witches within the camp, finding a diverse array of powers that defied any discernible pattern. Some could barely be explained through scientific theories, while others were utterly baffling. For instance, the creator of the Mutual Aid Association, the serpent demon Hakura, could condense magical energy into snake-shaped venomous creatures that were not mere illusions. They could be touched and could attack foes. Each snake pattern represented a different toxin, and from Lightning's observations, at least 2 effects, paralysis and death, were evident. However, Roland noted that both Anna and Hakura, like most witches, exhibited their powers primarily at close range. For instance, Anna's green fire extinguished abruptly beyond 5 meters. Hakura's serpents could not stray too far from her body, and the abilities of Nightingale and Lightning had even shorter ranges, necessitating physical contact to exert influence on external objects. Consequently, when faced with the church's army equipped with crossbows and the stone of divine punishment, their only recourse was to scatter and flee. As he pushed open the bedroom door, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The scene before him felt oddly familiar. A woman sat at the head of his bed, her figure partly shrouded in darkness, while the flickering flames cast her silhouette upon the wall like a mural. Yet, there were numerous differences. She was no longer clad in her unchanging long robe, but had donned ordinary attire. Her appearance, once unfamiliar, was now strikingly recognizable. It was the Nightingale. Roland felt a surge of anxiety, Could it be that fortune was finally smiling upon him? The nightingale had spotted the prince and rose to approach him slowly. After merely half a day of rest, her complexion had improved significantly since their initial encounter. Her cheeks were now flushed rather than pale, and her hair regained its luster. One could not help but marvel at the witch's remarkable ability to recover. "You have worked hard," Roland said, clearing his throat to break the silence. "Why not rest a little longer? Lightning has already informed me of everything." The nightingale shook her head. A sense of unease crept over Roland. Her demeanor was solemn. Her eyes filled with an indescribable determination. She had made a decision, and Roland recognized that such resolute expression was rarely observed even among men. It compelled him to suppress other emotions and await her forthcoming words with heightened focus. "Roland, Prince of Wimbledon," she declared with unwavering conviction, in the name of the nightingale and Veronica, hereby swear allegiance to you. As long as you treat the witch with kindness, I shall be at your service. Whether as a steadfast shield against malevolence or a blade that cleaves through the night, unafraid and unrepentant, until my last breath." "Oh, I see," Roland mused. The actions of the alliance had left her deeply disappointed, and she had placed her hopes for guiding the witch's advancement upon him. For someone like him, who had traversed worlds, such an offer should have been declined. He was more accustomed to hiring or collaborating with others. If he were to delve deeper, those with shared ideals and ambitions would be comrades. Yet, he understood that incessantly emphasizing equality and freedom could prove futile. Without the proper soil for growth, even the most carefully sown seeds would wither into decay. As a prince, he could not forsake his class until he unified the entire kingdom. After a brief silence, adhering to the courtly etiquette, Roland accepted the dagger, gently tapping its hilt against her shoulder 3 times. "I accept your fealty." The nightingale's shoulders quivered slightly, as though she had finally relaxed. He then extended his right hand toward her. She took his fingers and softly kissed the back of his hand. Thus, the ceremonial exchange came to a close. Although it seemed quite incongruous for a witch to perform such an oath of loyalty, her ability to complete the ritual indicated that the nightingale was not of common birth. Moreover, when she mentioned Veronica, "Is that your true name without a surname?" Roland inquired, pulling her upright. "Yes, Your Highness. I have no intention of concealing the truth from you. 5 years ago, I severed ties with the Grant family. That surname is no longer relevant to me," the nightingale replied candidly, lowering her final defenses and recounting her past in simplicity. Chapter 63, Tales of Year. It was during that winter when the nightingale awakened as a witch. She meticulously concealed her powers, yet was ultimately discovered by old Grant, who seized her brother from her side and threatened her with his life to compel her to serve him. The nightingale had no choice but to comply. She underwent rigorous training at the hands of members of Grand Stephen Guild, engaging in unspeakable deeds, such as infiltrating the homes of commercial rivals to steal contracts and documents, eavesdropping on municipal meetings, and, eventually, even poisoning the water jugs or wine goblets of potential competitors. As the Grand family's business flourished, old Grand's demeanor towards the nightingale grew increasingly harsh. Even the slightest displeasure would result in physical violence against her. Apart from carrying out his bidding, she was confined to her room, where the door was reinforced with iron bars. What troubled the nightingale most was the near absence of her brother, Hyde, from her life. She began to suspect that old Gran might have already murdered him. After much pleading, he disdainfully brought Hyde before her. However, Hyde, with a look of contempt, expressed his wish that she were not his sister, declaring that witches deserved to suffer in hell alongside the devil. The nightingale was devastated. Yet the nightmare was far from over. Old Gran delivered the final blow by revealing that her transformation into a witch was a secret divulged by Hyde himself, who wished to distance himself from her as much as possible. After bidding farewell to Hyde, old Gran coldly warned her that once her brother came of age, he would inherit their father's title. Yet should the nightingale fail to obey his commands, he could ensure that Hyde would meet a silent and untimely demise. Thus, ensnared in despair and profound sorrow, the nightingale became a mere puppet under the control of the Grant family. On the eve of her coming of age, while returning from a task, she encountered Wendy, or rather, it was Wendy who sought her out. Upon learning of the existence of the Sisterhood of Witches, and discovering that there were many others who, like her, had suffered misfortune yet refused to surrender, a flicker of hope ignited within the nightingale's shattered heart. From a state of confusion to resolute determination, she did not linger long. On the day of her maturity, she endured the torment and experienced a monumental transformation in her powers. The mist was no longer merely a veil for concealment. She realized that the iron bars could no longer restrain her. Once the symptoms of her coming of age subsided, one fateful night, She ghosted into old Grand's chamber and slit his throat with a dagger. As blood sprayed several feet high and the sound of his gasping breaths filled the air, she was unexpectedly calm, far more so than she had anticipated. Subsequently, the Nightingale departed from the Grand household, indifferent to her brother Hyde's fate. Thus, she embarked on a journey with Wendy to seek the sisterhood. To traverse into this world and emerge as a prince was indeed an extraordinary stroke of fortune. The following morning, Roland visited the Nightingale's chamber to check on Wendy. After a night of rest, Wendy appeared considerably improved, her previously pale arm regaining its color. Though still somewhat frail, she managed to rise and bow respectfully to the prince. "Your Highness." The Nightingale blinked, words unformed on her lips. "I too wish to delay the discussion of this matter, yet certain issues grow increasingly perilous with each passing day." Roland paused momentarily, and Wendy refrained from interjecting, patiently awaiting the continuation. "I believe I may have discerned the method by which the witch endures the day of awakening unscathed." "What?" Upon the utterance of these words, both witches' expressions shifted dramatically as they inquired in unison. "It is merely a conjecture, devoid of concrete evidence." Roland gestured dismissively. "The harm the witches endure within the camp is considerably less than that experienced during their exile. The sole distinction lies in the fact that during exile, you concealed your identities, fearful of discovery, whereas in the camp, you must constantly wield your powers to sustain the daily operations." Wendy nodded, acknowledging, "Your assertion is indeed valid." Moreover, Anna, while residing in the castle, trained her abilities daily, even exhausting her magical energy to the point of unconsciousness prior to her coming of age. Upon awakening, she had successfully navigated the most arduous trial of a witch's existence, emerging unscathed. Thus, I surmise that this may hold the key to resolving the affliction of the malevolent force. Witches are vessels of magical energy. As they mature, this energy accumulates. And when it surpasses the limits of their physical form, it inflicts harm upon themselves. The month of malevolence, in itself, represents the zenith of a witch's power. If one can continuously release their magical energy, maintaining it within a safe threshold, perhaps the torment of the day of awakening could be significantly diminished, or even completely eradicated. Roland paused again before continuing. "As the lord of the border town, I can provide a sanctuary where witches may freely unleash their powers, without fear of arrest, judgment, or execution. Should my hypothesis prove correct, then without a doubt, the border town is the sacred haven you have long sought. From birth, witches have been indoctrinated to believe that this perilous ability is a curse bestowed by demons. And even those with a modicum of awareness perceive their self-destructive powers as a dreadful cycle. The more one seeks to refrain from utilizing it, the stronger the backlash becomes. Conversely, as a traveler from another realm, Roland harbors a fundamentally different perspective on this force. After sifting through the memories of the fourth prince and dismissing the existence of true divinity, he regards magical energy merely as a form of energy, a power to be wielded at one's own volition. Wendy remained silent for a considerable time before asking, "If I were to sign a contract and pledge my service to you, may I inquire, what would be the first step I need to undertake?" Over the centuries, certain witches, due to their unique abilities, have been surreptitiously imprisoned by a select few ambitious individuals, treated as expendable resources. Despite the Church's stringent penalties against such actions, eradicating them remains a formidable challenge. They wield witches without restraint, and once their utility wanes, the consequences are nothing short of horrific. Chapter 64, Curiosity 3 days later, in the castle garden. "Sister Anna." Nana pulled at Anna's sleeve. The latter turned her head. "Don't you think Nightingale is a bit peculiar?" "Peculiar?" Anna paused. "Are you referring to her attire?" Nightingale stood beside Roland, not clad in her usual peculiar patterned robe that never seemed to see a wash, but instead donned an eccentric outfit invented by His Highness the Prince, much like her own. Although Anna was reluctant to admit it, Nightingale's tall figure showcased the advantages of the garment perfectly, her well-proportioned legs, slender waist, and cascading long curls. Coupled with a cloak and a pointed hat, anyone would naturally find their gaze drawn to her first. "It's not about the clothes," Nana muttered. "Don't you think her tone when speaking to His Highness and the way she gazes at him has changed from before?" "Has it?" Nana pouted. "Well, Sister Anna, just don't say I didn't warn you later." Quite inexplicable, Anna shook her head, disregarding her, and redirected her attention to the other two new witches. The one named Lightning appeared to be of similar stature to Nana, yet her attire was extraordinarily distinctive. Anna roughly counted at least 12 pockets sewn onto her tattered coat. As for the other witch, Wendy, she was not wearing the identical patterned robe she had at their first meeting with Nightingale, but rather donned ordinary women's clothing. However, What particularly caught Anna's attention was the impressive stature of her bosom. Since you all agreed to sign the contract, we shall commence the first training session, Roland. Having gained experience from training the first two witches, now proceeded with confidence. Lightning, you go first. Oh. Lightning raised her hand and stepped out from the canopy. Outside, light snow was falling with no wind, and the young girl effortlessly floated into the air, awaiting Roland's next command. Let us first test your maximum flying speed. Roland called out, tilting his head upwards. Hee, watch me. She gave a thumbs up, assumed a starting position, and swiftly circled around the castle. What does it mean to take off with a weight of 100 kilograms? A vision of a piston aircraft hanging with 100 kilograms of ordnance floated in Roland's mind. But the ensuing trial shattered his pleasant fantasy. When the weight exceeded 50 kilograms, approximately 110 pounds, Lightning's flying altitude plummeted sharply from over 100 meters down to around 10 meters. And with nearly 100 pounds of weight, she could barely manage to fly 2 meters above the ground. This meant that if she were to transform into a bomber, even a few kilograms of explosive would bring her within range of the opponent's powerful crossbow due to altitude issues. However, Roland quickly conceived a new purpose for the young girl. Whether for reconnaissance or artillery calibration, she was an exceptional candidate. The encirclement plan that had troubled him for so long now seemed to glimpse a ray of hope. While the prince tested Lightning's abilities, Wendy quietly observed him from the side. After departing from the convent, during a 15-year odyssey, she encountered a multitude of individuals, commoners, farmers, craftsmen, soldiers, and nobles. They seemed as if cast from the same mold, displaying desire and admiration when unaware of her witch identity. Yet, once their awareness dawned, their longing and affection swiftly morphed into fear and loathing, accompanied by an insidious malevolence that nearly made Wendy retch. She had believed that her life would be forever entwined with witches, and that the prospect of approaching any man was utterly inconceivable. This was her rationale for rejecting Nightingale, not out of distrust, but from deep-seated trepidation. However, Roland Wimbledon's presence transformed her perspective. He regarded himself with an ordinary gaze, akin to those innumerable times she had witnessed, and when she first encountered him in Nightingale's chamber, she assumed he was exceptionally adept at concealing himself, especially with Nightingale at his side. Yet, in the days that followed, his demeanor remained unaltered. Could it be that the prince's discernment surpassed that of the typical nobility? As for the contract, Wendy had initially perceived it as mere formality. However, upon unfolding its contents, she found it densely packed with stipulations, detailing not only responsibilities, but also delineating her rights. This was utterly astonishing. To incorporate a witch under one's purview without stripping her of freedom was already an extraordinary concession. Yet to enumerate her rights within the contract was remarkable. For instance, Clause 2.1, which was the first time Wendy had encountered such phrasing, indicated her entitlement to paid leave, implying she could receive remuneration without performing labor. The subsequent clause stipulated that the witch was to fulfill experimental tasks assigned by her employer. However, should she find certain projects excessively challenging or distressing, she could propose amendments or decline requests. Following that, it stated that the employer was obligated to provide and ensure the witch's safety, accommodation, sustenance, and remuneration should these conditions remain unmet. The witch held the unilateral right to terminate the contract, though these provisions were somewhat convoluted. Their meaning was unequivocally articulated. The witch who signed the contract was not merely the prince's property. She possessed rights commensurate with her responsibilities. Within this contract, she sensed the sincerity of the other party. If it were merely a formality, there would be no need for such meticulous detail. Contemplating this, Wendy involuntarily cast a glance at Nightingale, fully aware of her past and her profound disdain for the nobility. At this moment, while conversing with Roland, Nightingale exhibited a nuanced emotional shift in her tone and demeanor, an alteration she likely remained oblivious to. It had only been 2 months since they departed from the main force to venture alone to the border town, and in this brief span, Nightingale had placed her complete trust in this man. Wendy offered an apologetic smile as she stepped outside. Having resolved her decision, she felt compelled not to be outdone by her junior, wouldn't she? Chapter 65. Ominous signs. There had been several instances of horns being sounded before, usually signaling the gradual assault of dozens of malevolent beasts upon the borders, which the militia had adeptly learned to counter. However, Lightning expressed his discontent. As an adventurer who had traversed the western expanse of the continent for quite some time, he had yet to witness a large-scale invasion of malevolent creatures with his own eyes, a fact that filled him with shame regarding his own identity. I demand to accompany you. Roland, unhesitatingly, dismissed Lightning's protest, and instructed Wendy to keep a watchful eye on him, forbidding him from wandering about during the time of the beast's rampage. He then turned to Nightingale, who nodded in agreement, taking Roland's hand as they stepped into the mist, proceeding in a straight line towards the city walls. Ever since he discovered that Nightingale could envelop objects in contact with her into the mist, Roland had become enamored with this mode of travel. It allowed them to traverse obstacles, disregard terrain, and cover several meters with a single stride, providing a delightful sense of freedom. Upon reaching the foot of the city walls, Roland found a secluded corner to emerge from the mist and ascended the defensive line alone. The distant fields lay blanketed in white. He did not observe any signs of a massive assault by the malevolent beasts. Was this a false alarm? He was not the only one pondering this. As murmurs arose among the assembled militia, the prince sought out Iron Axe, only to find him gazing solemnly into the distance, the horn still tightly gripped in his hand. "Did you sound the alarm?" Roland inquired. "Indeed, Your Highness. Look." Iron Axe's voice was notably more hoarse than usual. "That creature has arrived." "That creature?" Roland squinted into the distance, where a faint dark spot was barely discernible against the pristine white backdrop. According to protocol, the alarm would only be sounded if the patrols could not handle the situation. Yet, as a seasoned hunter, Iron Axe surely had his reasons. "It is a hybrid." He swallowed hard. "The one I encountered 6 years ago." "Is that so?" Roland furrowed his brow. Theoretically, malevolent beasts would perish during their assault on the fortress. They lacked intelligence and had no concept of retreat. The fortress had never been breached, yet this creature had somehow survived. Living on for 6 more years? An ominous premonition began to stir within him. However, at such a distance, he could only vaguely discern the dark spot. While Iron Axe could clearly identify the type of malevolent beast, such vision was astonishing. Perhaps he was mistaken, the prince mused. The malevolent beast did not keep Roland waiting long. It began to approach the city walls, swiftly drawing the attention of all present to its uniquely shaped form. Unlike the previous hybrid, which had been massive, this one resembled an enlarged feline at first glance, yet it possessed a pair of fleshy wings along its back, concealed against its body when not extended. Its head bore resemblance to that of a lion, yet it sported 2 pairs of eyes. If the extra pair was not merely ornamental, it could perceive much of its rear without turning its head. Carter and several hunters had readied their ammunition, standing at the ready. However, the lion-like hybrid did not charge forward. It halted just outside the range of their crossbows, scanning its surroundings. This distance fell within the effective range of flintlock firearms. Yet the likelihood of a successful first shot was nearly zero. A chill coursed through Roland, confirming his sense of foreboding. The ability to discern the strengths and weaknesses of an adversary through observation and to exploit their vulnerabilities is a testament to one's intellect, an attribute that beasts sorely lack. While they may occasionally attack the weaknesses of their prey, such behavior is merely a product of instinct honed over millennia and in the face of an unknown opponent. They are utterly incapable of making judgments, let alone conducting a comprehensive analysis of multiple targets. What does possessing intelligence signify? Humanity, armed with a remarkable brain and extraordinary endurance, has ascended from the savage plains to the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy. Roland dared not ponder further. He gestured for the chief knight to accompany him, while the other hunters followed Iron Axe to track the malevolent beast. Upon entering the old district, visibility was obstructed by rows of modest houses, and the narrow, snow-laden paths severely hampered their movement. Roland was reluctant to disperse the group in search of the creature, opting instead to navigate the labyrinthine alleys in hopes of catching a glimpse of the vile beast. He regretted not bringing Lightning, with a witch surveying from the skies. They would not appear like headless flies darting aimlessly. After approximately 15 minutes of searching, a sudden scream from the depths of the alley pierced the air. The team promptly altered their course, hastening toward the source of the sound. Fortunately, as most of the militia were residents of the old district, they adeptly maneuvered through the alleys, even traversing the backyards of others when necessary. Upon arriving at the scene, Roland was met with a gruesome sight. A man had been torn in half, his entrails strewn across the ground, clearly lifeless. "My God, it's Iron Fork. I know him. Damn it, has it escaped? Be careful. Look to the right." Someone suddenly shouted, before the warning could fully register. A dark shadow erupted from the wooden house on the right, accompanied by splintering debris as it barreled through the wall and lunged into the unsuspecting group, pinning a militiaman to the ground and preparing to bite. Iron Axe was the first to react. He aimed to shoot, only to discover that the scattered militia had blocked the alley, leaving him without a proper shot. He had no choice but to push through the crowd, advancing step by step toward the target. The other hunters encountered similar dilemmas, securing their firearms under their arms as they leapt to grasp the eaves. Swiftly climbing onto the rooftops, the hybrid beast, unfazed by the long spears thrusting toward it, spread its wings to deflect the panicked attacks. As it seized the bloodied militiamen, preparing to leap away, a gunshot rang out. Black blood flowers erupted from the creature's body. Enraged by the lead pellets striking it, the hybrid roared in fury, releasing its prey and turning its attention to the hunters on the roof. Just then, Iron Axe managed to extricate himself from the crowd, raising his gun swiftly before the beast, pulling the trigger. With nearly point-blank precision, the shot was unlikely to miss. The gunpowder's fumes even wafted into the creature's nostrils. The bullet flew forth with unyielding speed, piercing through the monster's eye and into its skull. The hybrid beast stiffened, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 66, The Battle of Hermes, Part 1. The icy rain fell incessantly, diluting the sanguinary atmosphere within the holy city. Elysia, wielding her great sword, gasped heavily. This was not her first engagement at the Hermes defense line, yet she had never fathomed that the new holy city could face a day of capitulation. The walls were utterly compromised. Elysia had never encountered such a terrifying creature. A colossal, insect-like amalgamation erupted from the ground, its form clinging to the icy cliffs. Bone-like claws embedded into the wall as it ascended step by step, even before its body was fully exposed. If its sheer size were the only concern, it might have been bearable, but no one anticipated that the creature would open its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of hybrid abominations. Chaos ensued atop the walls. The once orderly ranks disintegrated under the assault of the foul beasts, and Elysia's vanguard of the Judicators was torn asunder. She watched helplessly as comrades were devoured. Unable to intervene, the warm blood of the fallen mingled with the dark ichor of the monsters, flowing through the cracks in the stone pavement. As the retreat horn sounded, the trebuchets stationed within the holy city were activated, hurling granite blocks from above, heedless of the many allies still upon the ramparts. Elysia distinctly recalled a boulder striking Captain Dicardo, who had been guarding her side. Upon regaining her footing, she beheld him, armor and all, embedded into the shattered stone. His body resembling crumpled parchment, intestines spilling from a gash in his abdomen, steaming blood pooling beneath him. Had she not leapt just before the stone struck? She feared her fate would mirror his. As for how she ultimately fought her way through the chaos and retreated beneath the walls, the details eluded her. Surrounding her were the cacophonies of screams and curses. All were frantically wielding their weapons, unsure whether they battled the abominations or each other. Of the 100-strong Judicator squad, only 12, herself included, remained alive. What should we do next, Captain? Elysia. She bit her lip until the metallic taste filled her mouth. We shall head to the northern gate. If the beasts wish to invade the new holy city, they must pass through there. This command signified relinquishing the residential areas between the walls and the inner city, but she had no alternative. Nothing was more vital than the central church, the Cathedral of Hermes. Additionally, a thought lingered unspoken. If the icy cliffs could not deter these monsters, what could she and the remaining 11 possibly achieve? Perhaps today was destined to be her day of sacrifice for the kingdom of heaven. May you be merciful, she prayed silently, then shouted, the Judicators shall never yield. Let us advance. The Judicators shall never yield. The others echoed in unison. The 12 formed a line and hastened towards the northern gate. The sounds of battle from the wall gradually fading, ultimately succumbing to the din of wind and rain. Upon reaching the northern gate, Elysia observed a gathering of Judicators before the drawbridge. It seemed they all harbored the same intent, which brought her a modicum of solace. However, during this time of crisis, the drawbridge remained lowered. Elysia furrowed her brow as she approached a handsome warrior clad in the crimson robes of the High Judge, and with a clenched fist, she saluted. My Lord High Judge, I am Elysia Quinn, captain of the 4th Vanguard Squad. I am Tuck Tor, the head of the Northern Gate Defense, he replied with a nod. We have established a first aid station behind the northern gate. If there are any injured in your squad, they may be taken there. My lord, I do not understand why the drawbridge is not raised at this moment. The vile beasts upon the walls could swarm us at any time. We must ensure the inner city remains secure. Calm down, Captain. I know you and your men are unafraid of sacrifice, but needless loss is without purpose. The church has not yet reached its final hour, he said, wiping the rain from his brow. Proceed to the assembly point. And should your supply of warming pills run low, do not hesitate to request more from the quartermaster. Upon hearing this, Elysia realized how intensely she was freezing. Having departed from the battlefield, the sweat on her body mingled with the icy rain, rendering her nearly frozen. The biting cold wind swept against her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She retrieved a sheepskin pouch from her inner pocket, shaking it into her palm, but only a viscous liquid trickled out. It seemed she had inadvertently crushed the pills during the skirmish. With a sigh, she lifted her gaze, only to find a reddish-brown warming pill extended toward her. "Here, take mine," Tuktor smiled at her. "You can return it later." Alicia accepted it without hesitation, biting it apart before swallowing it whole, pondering that perhaps they would not have another chance to consume such a thing. "Indeed, that would be quite agreeable," Tuck nodded in agreement, "for it is truly dreadful. But not today," the High Judge interjected, raising his hand. "The Divine Punishment Army is en route from the cathedral. The vile beast shall not breach the northern gate. Take your men to the assembly point and ensure to check their pills. Do not wait until the last moment to discover they have run out." The Divine Punishment Army, the Church's most elite force. Alicia had heard of them for ages, but had never witnessed their prowess firsthand. Nevertheless, even if the Divine Punishment Army was indeed as formidable as the tale suggested, they remained human after all, with mere mortal strength. No amount of training could guarantee victory over a horde of hybrid vile beasts. Yet, since the High Judge had decreed thus, she had no choice but to lead her 11 comrades away from the northern gate and towards the assembly point to the west. Here, hundreds of retreating judgment soldiers had gathered, standing in clusters amidst the rain, allowing the water to stream down their faces. Some even sat despondently on the ground. Only a small fraction remained orderly, poised for the potential arrival of adversaries. Had this been days prior, Alicia would have sternly reprimanded them. Yet now, she too felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Countless brethren had perished to establish this new holy city, and it could be said that every brick and tile here was imbued with the blood of both the faithful and the judgment soldiers. The bishop often proclaimed that to possess Hermes was akin to claiming the divine kingdom upon the earth. Yet today, it seems that the kingdom of heaven is on the verge of falling into the clutches of the devil's minions. The vile beasts have arrived, someone shouted. Preparing to confront the enemy, Alicia mustered her strength, lifting her colossal sword as she gazed at the rapidly approaching shadow in the sky, proclaiming with fervor, "For Hermes, for the new holy city." Chapter 67, The Battle of Hermes, Part 2. However, the anticipated final confrontation did not transpire. A figure approached the female warrior, pressing down on the hilt of her sword. "Step back," he commanded, his voice low yet resonant. Alicia recognized him as a member of the orderly line still standing firm. The commander of the Divine Punishment Army had arrived. She turned her gaze to the north gate, where a battalion of towering warriors emerged, clad in gleaming full armor that reflected a silver sheen in the rain, their crimson capes billowing behind them. Armed with a diverse array of weaponry, some wielded shields and swords, while others brandished halberds or iron axes. Upon crossing the suspension bridge, they did not regroup but scattered, charging directly into the fray against the oncoming abominations. What manner of strategy is this? It is sheer madness. Faced with hybrid monstrosities possessing strength and speed far surpassing that of humans, victory could only be achieved through maintaining formation and uniting their might. Did they intend to engage in one-on-one combat? Moreover, would they abandon the Divine Punishment Army to fight alone while they merely observed? "We must lend them our support." "No." The man shook his head, his expression darkening. "We shall merely observe. To intervene recklessly would only burden them." Burden? Alicia glared at him, indignation rising within her. Could it be that she had misjudged him, that he was merely a coward? Gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, she prepared to circumvent him and join the fray. Though uncertain of the future of the new holy city, in the face of the enemy, her only recourse was to perish gloriously on the battlefield. Yet, before she could take 2 steps, the female warrior witnessed an unbelievable spectacle. A flying abomination swooped down from the sky, its terrifying form reminiscent of a harbinger of doom. With massive wings cloaked in gray feathers that spanned 12 feet when fully extended. Its head resembled that of a bird, adorned with a pair of ram's horns, and its talons bore hooks sharp enough to pierce a warrior's breastplate. Its customary attack involved a vertical dive from the heavens, stealthy and exceedingly difficult to evade. Even a heavily shielded warrior could be overpowered, as the force of impact could shatter bones and crush the chest cavity, rendering survival nearly impossible. The only viable response was to roll away just before the abomination struck the ground, a slim chance to escape such a perilous blow. Yet, the Divine Punishment Army did not flinch. A silver-armored warrior assumed a stance of defiance, and as the creature lunged at him, he extended his hands, bracing them against its clawed pads. The force of the collision echoed like thunder, a sound akin to a roaring avalanche. A cloud of mist erupted from the point of impact, and the armor creaked under the strain. His right leg bent, while his left remained straight, his body forming a taut line directed towards the heavens, astonishingly resisting the weight of the abomination. Another warrior, seizing the moment, hurled a short spear aimed at the immobilized creature. The projectile moved with such swiftness that Alicia barely caught a glimpse of a silver flash before the spear pierced the beast's skull, shattering it. The silver-armored warrior discarded the twitching carcass of the abomination onto the ground, his arm contorted in an unnatural manner, clearly indicating that his earlier confrontation had not left him unscathed. The bone in his arm had been broken. Yet, without a hint of hesitation, he unsheathed the axe from his waist and charged towards the throng of malevolent beasts. Alicia could hardly believe her eyes as hundreds of the Judgment Army's warriors plunged into the oncoming horde of fiends. Their crimson capes flowed like a torrent of blood, imperiously halting the advance of the enemy. She now grasped the meaning of the captain's earlier words about burdens. These warriors possessed the prowess to face 10 foes at once, each of them endowed with strength, agility, and reflexes rivaling, if not surpassing, those of hybrid abominations. Ordinary fiends stood little chance against them. Truly remarkable. Alicia felt a surge of genuine joy. With such valiant and formidable warriors, the Cathedral of Hermes could never fall. Ah, I have yet to ask for your name. I am Alicia, Quinn, captain of the Judgment Army. You seem to have been aware of the Judgment Army's combat capabilities? The other glanced at her, his gaze as frigid as icy rain. He did not disclose his name but replied solemnly, "My brother is one of the Judgment Army." It appeared victory was within reach. At the cathedral's pinnacle, Bishop Maine held a spyglass aloft. This was the highest point in the new holy city, and utilizing the maritime merchant's telescope, one could survey a significant portion of the battlefield. Seize the catapults. The Judgment Army is about to seize the walls. Wasn't victory anticipated? Another voice interjected. Clad in a golden bishop's robe akin to Maine's, this speaker's tone was notably more aged, underscoring the fact that the armies of the four kingdoms were utterly defeated. Indeed. Thus their border defenses lie in tatters, the last speaker remarked, appearing the youngest among them, in her early 30s, and the sole female among the 3 high bishops. With over 5,000 well-equipped, trained regulars and nearly 1,000 knights, even a complete reinforcements would require 4 to 5 years. She sighed, clicking her tongue. What a splendid deadlock. Yet, to achieve this objective, we have also sacrificed many of the Judgment Army, the backbone of the church, Maine lamented. If it weren't for the necessity of this plan to yield swift results, I would never wish to cast them into this inferno. The elder stroked his beard and said, We have no other choice. The beasts of the wasteland have emerged, just as recorded in the Holy Scriptures. Time is running out. If we fail to unify the entire continent and consolidate our strength, only annihilation awaits us. Annihilation isn't entirely undesirable, the woman retorted with a flippant smile. Humanity is greedy, malicious, and profit-driven, committing acts far more dreadful under the guise of righteousness. Perhaps the demons of hell are far kinder than we. Hether, the elder, incensed, trembled with indignation. Such words are utterly blasphemous. Do you wish to defy the divine will? There is no need for your concern, Lord Typhon. Hether shrugged, her expression one of dismissive nonchalance. I am the one who presides over the tribunal, not you. Besides, does the divine require us to survive? How do you know that he does not favor the demons more? You. Enough. Typhon, Hether. Maine, with a hint of displeasure, declared that their meeting would conclude for the day, and he would later report the situation to the Pope. He instructed the others to attend to their respective duties. Once the two departed, Maine stood before the expansive window, gazing towards the jagged edge of the North's Desolation Mountains, beyond which lay the eternally frozen realm blanketed in snow. Further westward lay the untamed wilderness, the very origin of all things. He acknowledged the truth in Bishop Tavern's words. Divine retribution warriors were exceedingly rare, requiring unwavering loyalty to the Holy See coupled with formidable willpower for their transformation. After nearly a century of cumulative efforts, the church had managed to assemble a force of barely 1,000 souls. This number paled in comparison to what was necessary to combat the forces of evil. Yet, the North could only yield so many divine soldiers. To acquire more knights, unification of the continent appeared to be the sole option. Moreover, Bishop Hether's assertions held equal validity. As the church's arbiter, she presided over the judgment of countless villains and witches. Those nefarious individuals, regardless of their malevolence, had not inflicted as much devastation as the orchestrated Pyrrhic victory of the day. The higher one ascended within the church, the more acutely one perceived the absence of good and evil, of right and wrong in the divine realm. How could one ascertain that the Almighty did not harbor a greater affection for the devils? Reflecting on Heather's words, Maine could not suppress a chuckle. It seemed only she possessed the ability to render Lord Tavern speechless with frustration. He pondered, however, that the divine neither shielded humanity nor favored the demons. Its sole allegiance lay with the triumphant. Chapter 68. The funeral in a barren stretch of land to the southwest of the border town. A funeral is taking place. To call it barren seems somewhat inaccurate. At some unknown time, this desolate plot had been surrounded by a low wall constructed of rough stones, now blanketed in a thick layer of snow, giving it the appearance of being edged with silver from a distance, although one could easily step over it. The sight of it invariably evokes in Vanna memories of the border walls, which share the same hue and design. He had only heard of such ceremonies through the lips of traveling merchants, when a great noble or a member of the royal family passes away. The deceased's family gathers at the burial site, playing mournful melodies and accepting condolences, ultimately interring the coffin in the earth. The higher the status, the grander the spectacle. Even the deceased outshines the living, he had once thought enviously. What happens to those who die in the border town? They are likely buried in the forest of hide-and-seek. One wonders if the creatures of the evil month ever unearth the bodies to feast upon them. Death is no stranger to the inhabitants of the border town, especially during the winters when they seek refuge in the Longsong fortress, huddled in the shanties of the slums, dying from hunger and the bitter cold. Succumbing to diseases and injuries, such fates are commonplace. There is little time for sorrow. It is better to wait for dawn and scavenge for a morsel of bread in the town center. Yet today, the prince has chosen to hold a funeral for a soldier. Rumor has it he met his unfortunate end while pursuing a hybrid beast, being knocked to the ground and having half his skull bitten off. Vanna recognizes this unfortunate soul. He is a familiar face from the old district, known simply as Aji. He has a wife and 2 children, the elder seemingly 6 years old, the younger just learning to walk. Under normal circumstances, this family would surely be doomed. The woman might find another man to survive, but who would take on 2 burdensome children? They could be abandoned by the roadside, left to fend for themselves. Or she could raise them while resorting to the trade of flesh in taverns, ultimately succumbing to a myriad of strange ailments. However, it appears the prince truly intends to fulfill his promise made during the militia recruitment. Those who die in battle not only receive their full wages but also a significant compensation. What is it called? Vanna mused. Ah, yes, a pension. Moreover, this sum amounts to 5 gold dragons. In addition, a monthly allotment of food and charcoal will be provided, meaning Aji's wife can sustain their 2 children even without seeking work. Well, these seemingly benevolent assurances may very well be mere words of comfort. But the gold dragons are undeniably real. He witnessed the prince personally hand over the pension to the chief knight, who then passed it on to Aji's wife. Goodness, why does he suddenly feel a twinge of envy towards Aji? No, Vanna shook his head vigorously, dispelling such foolish thoughts. He certainly did not wish for his demise to benefit another's wife, especially one who might belong to another man. Following the distribution of funds, the prince delivered a brief address, which Vanna absorbed fully. Particularly resonant was the phrase regarding the sacrifices made to protect loved ones and innocence, stirring a warmth within him. Thus it was, he pondered, no wonder that recently, apart from bread and silver wolves, he felt an increase in other aspirations. At least this winter. Their survival depended upon their own hands rather than the charity of Longsong Fortress. As he stood aside, his gaze conveyed this sentiment to the next grave digger. Aji's tombstone was a pure white rectangular stone, inscribed with characters that Vanna could not decipher, and he was not the first inhabitant of this desolate land. Beside Aji lay another identical stone, its apex blanketed in snow. As everyone gradually departed, Vanna observed the newly appointed captain of the 2nd Militia, Brian, gently pouring a jug of ale over that gravestone. If this were to be his final resting place, it did not seem so bad, he mused. Was it inappropriate? No. After some reflection, he shook his head. He could not articulate it, but he felt that never had the conscripted subjects been treated in such a way. They held neither titles nor lineage, not even surnames or given names. Yet, one still felt good, did one not? Roland chuckled, fully aware of how profoundly this notion would resonate with Carter, who was equally committed to battle and protection. When people begin to contemplate for whom they fight and why, the transformation within the ranks becomes unimaginable. For Carter, this meant that when honor ceased to be merely a privilege of the nobility, those impoverished commoners, through his training and guidance, could also gain honor by defending their homeland. This doubled sense of achievement was truly beyond words. No spirit emerges from nothingness. Only by persistently upholding these principles day after day and continually instilling these ideals would tangible results gradually materialize. to ensure the reliable operation of the aftermath system. He even organized a triad of personnel from himself, the town hall, and the militia to oversee the subsequent distribution of food and charcoal. The further he descended, the heavier Roland felt upon his shoulders. The border town was lacking in so many respects, although it appeared that the mining and livelihood were on the right track. With ample food reserves and no reported deaths from starvation or frostbite thus far, which was a miracle compared to other towns, wherein many homeless or orphans were discarded by winter, even in Grey Castle. Yet, what he desired extended far beyond this. The operational burden of the town hall had reached its limit. With the assistance of Minister S. A. Barev and the dozen apprentices he had brought, they were sustaining the entirety of the town's financial and administrative management. To expand the department further, it was imperative to recruit additional managerial staff. He had inquired with Barev about any esteemed former students or colleagues still remaining in the capital, but received a disheartening reply. Even if there were, they would be unwilling to come. Your Highness, are you truly aware of how poor your reputation is in the capital? Well, that certainly sounded reasonable, he thought gloomily. Upon returning to the castle courtyard, a nightingale emerged from the mist, offering a warm embrace to Wendy, who awaited outside the wooden shed. Lightning circled the incomplete steam drilling machine, and upon seeing Roland, she immediately clamored to assemble this rumored autonomous contraption together. As he gazed upon it all, he suddenly realized that every ounce of effort he had invested was indeed worthwhile. Chapter 69, The Crafting of Cannons 4 days later. In the backyard of the firing chamber at the North Slope mine, a 12-pound iron ball was measured at approximately 12 centimeters in diameter using a rudimentary iron rod ruler. The thinnest part of the wall was determined to be 4 centimeters, while the thickness of the rear chamber was increased to 7 centimeters to prevent bursting, thus establishing the internal diameter of the mold. Although he was aware of the concept of caliber-length ratios in artillery, his knowledge was primarily limited to the main guns of battleships and tanks, leaving him uncertain about the antiquated front-loading cannons. Considering the advantages of a shorter barrel in terms of weight and material efficiency, Roland decided on a length of 1.5 meters. Should the trial firing yield unsatisfactory results, adjustments could be made later. When cannons were first invented, they were constructed by wrapping iron strips around a wooden core, securing them with iron powder, and reinforcing them with iron hoops before removing the core, akin to the process of crafting wooden barrels. Roland was well aware of the risks associated with such designs, particularly the potential for gas leaks and explosions, which led him to opt for a solid casting method combined with drilling on a boring machine. For the steam-powered boring machine, drilling for a 6-pound cannon or a 12-pound cannon posed no fundamental difference in difficulty, upholding the principle that caliber equates to authority. He naturally chose the larger 12-pound cannon for its greater bore and thicker barrel. Beyond this size, it would be impractical for field artillery. The weight of the projectile, whether calculated as a lead ball or an iron ball, was of little consequence. It sufficed that it could be fired. After all, he was drawing inspiration from history rather than merely replicating models. Let us begin. Roland inhaled deeply and addressed Anna. She nodded, grasping a steel ingot and suspending it above the opening. Green flames ignited, rapidly turning the ingot red, which subsequently melted into a delicate cascade of molten steel flowing into the cavity. The surface of the molten steel glimmered in shades of red and orange, while the core glowed incandescently, its brilliance almost blinding. To protect the witch's vision, Roland had thoughtfully erected a support at the opening, allowing her to rest her arms on the cushion without having to directly observe the flow of molten steel. These steel ingots had been gradually accumulated over time. Anna alone could not usher in the era of mass steel production, yet small-scale manufacturing was well within her capabilities. Having resolved the challenging temperature barrier, she could produce relatively high-quality steel using the steel frying method. This was also the reason Roland felt confident in determining the dimensions of the cannon barrel. Compared to cast iron and bronze barrels, steel cast barrels evidently boasted superior strength. Even with dimensional discrepancies, the cannon was unlikely to burst easily, as the molds were filled. Anna's cheeks flushed a vibrant red. Roland produced a handkerchief, gently wiping the perspiration from her brow. Initially, Anna had shown some resistance, but now she remained still, eyes closed, allowing Roland to assist her. The strands of hair framing her face reflected a hint of red from the molten steel, and her delicate neck provoked an almost primal urge to kiss. When positioned above her, the glimpse of her slender collarbone peeking through her neckline captivated his gaze. Drawing closer, he could catch the faint, enchanting fragrance wafting from her. Not yet, he thought, as he recognized the potential implications of taking advantage of her vulnerability. A moment longer, until she truly attained her freedom. Anna opened her eyes. Although the sweat had been wiped away, her complexion appeared even more flushed than before. She nodded slightly at Roland, softly responding with a murmur of acknowledgement. In the ensuing days, Roland traversed between the castle and the northern slope mining area. Beyond the cannon barrels, he also needed to produce a sufficient quantity of boring tools. Unlike the sophisticated drill bits of modern boring machines, Roland required merely a sturdy iron rod capable of creating holes. Considering the higher wear rate, he and Anna crafted 5 rudimentary boring tools within a week. Prior to this, the steam boring machine had already demonstrated its prowess, rapidly increasing the output of cast iron gun barrels from 2 per month to 10 per day. Once everything was prepared, the cannon blanks were excavated from the earth by the miners, their surfaces cleansed of debris, and then loaded onto carts for transport to the blacksmith's workshop. These 2 cannon blanks nearly depleted Roland's accumulated supply of steel, rendering them invaluable treasures. During the journey, the prince commanded Carter and 2 knights to oversee the entire operation, a decision that the chief knight deemed somewhat superfluous. Who would dare to steal such heavy objects? At the prince's behest, the blacksmiths meticulously smoothed and polished the surfaces of the cannon blanks, and after the whetstone had done its work, the items were swiftly delivered to the castle's courtyard. By this time, the 2 stout solid steel rods had taken on a deep gray hue, exuding a weighty metallic luster. Roland, unable to contain his excitement, donned the boring tool and, alongside Carter, secured the cannon blanks in place, ensuring the tip of the drill aligned perfectly with the center of the steel rods. In this historic moment, Roland turned the valve of the steam engine. The boring tool began to rotate slowly, soon achieving a stable speed. "Feed the tool," the prince commanded. The chief knight adjusted the sliding base to control the depth of contact between the cannon blank and the boring tool. When the drill bit made contact with the cannon barrel, a piercing noise erupted, drowning out the roar of the steam engine. Lard, serving as a lubricant, was forced into the drilled hole, producing black foam and twisted metal shavings. The onlooking witches retreated from the wooden shed, yet lightning remained steadfastly in place. For her, these dark, mechanical marvels appeared more enchanting than any picturesque landscape. Chapter 70, The Spy, Part 1. The anxious groundhog, Cole, gazed out of the window. Even though this wretched place was engulfed in an unrelenting snowfall, the sky resembled his grandmother's unwashed sheets, dingy and gray. He possessed other means to discern the time. He feared that within a fortnight, he would become a sacrificial offering to the devil alongside the local inhabitants. This was no mere exaggeration. Since the onset of winter, peculiar occurrences had been rampant. Perhaps others had yet to notice, as the townsfolk were largely ignorant bumpkins, indifferent to anything beyond their sustenance, even dismissing the divine. Yet, Cole was different. He was a groundhog. Gathering intelligence and pilfering secrets were his forte, which is precisely why His Highness, the second prince, sought him for such endeavors. The walls that had erupted from the earth overnight, emitting eerie sounds while toppling malevolent beasts with iron rods, paled in comparison to his most astonishing discovery. The esteemed fourth prince was openly harboring a witch. Was there any event more ludicrous than this? Had the prince succumbed to the devil's control? He could conceive no other explanation. Even if the prince wished to indulge in the novelty of a witch, confining her within the castle to amuse himself at will. Cole had heard tales of nobles clandestinely keeping witches. These enchanting yet dangerous creatures, disregarded even in death, were indeed favored by those with peculiar tastes. However, to publicly acknowledge such a thing was an entirely different matter. This was not a figment of his imagination, but a truth he had witnessed firsthand. He had seen the walls breached by a colossal beast, the devil striking it down with thunder, only for a swarm of vile creatures to be consumed by hellfire summoned by a witch, who ultimately collapsed into the prince's embrace. While not a single member of the militia raised a question. Subsequently, he had heard various rumors from neighbors, claiming another which possessed healing abilities. Tales of a son's injury miraculously healed, or an elderly woman's broken foot mended after being sent for treatment. Such words were blasphemous. To accept healing from a witch? Was that not akin to succumbing to the devil's corruption? Undoubtedly, the devil had transformed the Lord's castle into a den of malevolence, and the residents were gradually falling under its sway. He must escape this place swiftly, holding the secret to rapidly constructing border walls. He knew that if he presented the alchemical powder he had stolen from the walls to the second prince, not only would he face no punishment, but he would likely be richly rewarded. Considering his escape, the land route was certainly impractical. The perpetual winter storms would obscure all pathways. His only opportunity lay with the merchant ships of Willow Leaf Town, allowing him to depart by water. Cole had observed that on the first day of each month, These vessels would arrive bearing provisions, spending 2 to 3 hours unloading and loading before setting sail once more. He had to seize this moment to stow away aboard a ship. Otherwise, he would be forced to wait another month. Today, fortuitously, was the first day of the month. 1, 2, 3, for 1, 2, 3, for. Just then, Cole heard the familiar chant. Outside the window, a spirited group of young men clad in brown leather armor dashed by. Had he not already discerned the devil's nefarious plot, he surely would have been deceived by this vibrant scene. It is time to depart, he mused. Donning his fur coat and tightening his belt, Cole stepped out of the wooden cabin. His neighbor, busy drying fish outside, greeted him, inquiring about his early venture. It must be noted that although the lord of the border town was under the devil's control, the lives of these simple folk had surprisingly improved, to the extent that they dared to hang fish outside. One must understand that when hunger strikes, even the hardest, frozen fish can be swallowed whole. As Cole approached the dock, he spotted the long-awaited ship from Willow Leaf Town. Bags of wheat were being unloaded from the hold, guarded by several soldiers. He reached into his pocket, finding 2 gold dragons and 16 silver wolves, his entire fortune. With 6 guards present, the silver wolves would likely be deemed insignificant, and the gold dragons insufficiently enticing. Thus, he fixated on the laborers. The piled cargo created a blind spot, and incapacitating a laborer was a task he excelled at. If he could manage to sneak aboard, he believed that, tempted by the gold dragon, the captain would likely harbor him and whisk him away. Just as Cole prepared to make his move, shouts erupted from behind him. Realizing escape was futile, he immediately raised his hands and knelt on the ground. In his line of work, one must never resist stubbornly. Merely divulging the employer's information typically ensures one's safety, or they might even offer to rehire him at a higher price. The principle of receiving a fair wage for a task performed was paramount to the groundhog Cole. Yet, he could not comprehend how he had been discovered. Chapter 71, The Spy Part 2, Aside from the flickering flames of the fireplace. Bairov's desk was adorned with a mahogany lampstand, its top branching into 4 limbs, with the central branch standing tallest, while the other 3 formed a triangular embrace around it. Each limb bore a burning candle, their serene glow resembling a resplendent mountain peak. The room was enveloped in the scent of turpentine, reminiscent of sweet, damp decay, lulling one into a state of drowsiness. Yet, in this border town, he could not demand more. Refinement and elegance were foreign to this impoverished locale. And simply having a roof over his head was a considerable fortune, let alone the multitude of rooms he currently possessed. His workspace was situated in a spacious courtyard not far from the castle, the former seat of the municipal hall erected by the previous lord. Of course, upon his departure, the lord took all his retainers, leaving this place entirely under the dominion of the minister's assistant. The sporadic sound of quills scratching against parchment within the room contrasted sharply with the howling winds outside, creating 2 disparate realms. Before a wooden table overflowing with books and ancient scrolls, Bairov was fervently writing. Flanking him were 2 low wooden tables, typically unoccupied, designated solely for manuscripts. When the need arose, he would summon his disciples to lean over the low tables, assisting him in organizing materials or drafting documents. The candles on the lampstand had been replaced thrice, yet Bairov had not paused his relentless writing for even a moment. Time was an exceedingly precious commodity for him. A stack of documents awaited his attention, and the financial expenditures proposed by His Highness required meticulous scrutiny. Currently, Bairov worked an average of 5 hours each day. Yet he felt no fatigue. Rather, here he could fully unleash his potential, brimming with inexhaustible energy. This was the essence of power, he mused. No longer trailing behind his mentor in trepidation, all apprentices now obeyed his commands, and none dared to impede or sabotage his efforts. As long as he executed the prince's orders, the particulars of governance were firmly within his grasp. As for the first mandate, he could comprehend its rationale. Presently, the municipal hall was devoid of personnel, as Bairov had brought over a dozen individuals tasked with overseeing trade, compiling statistical reports, and managing financial accounts. He had taken on the administrative and legal duties, which was evidently impractical. If His Highness wished to segregate these departments, the staffing of the municipal hall would need to expand. A perfectly reasonable argument, yet the minister's assistant was reluctant to relinquish control so swiftly. The satisfaction of consolidating all power into one hand was overwhelmingly fulfilling. He mused that even his mentor, the kingdom's finance minister, merely handled the purse strings of Grey Fortress, while he himself wielded the king's authority. Ahem, well, only effective within this border town, he mentally added. Although Prince Roland had made such a promise, the path to the throne was fraught with challenges. Berov found himself, unbeknownst to him, reintegrating the fourth prince into the ranks of royal contenders. Previously, he would never have deemed this ill-tempered, unlearned scion worthy of a crown. Since arriving in this border town, his astonishment had been unceasing. Thus far, the town stood resilient under the guard of the militia, unwavering in the western frontier, and it appeared it could endure for a considerable time yet. A fact deserving of commendation. Moreover, aside from the peculiar contraptions he tinkers with, even his grasp of human nature is utterly unlike that of the fourth prince during his time in Grey Castle. Rather, he resembles a devil with an omniscient insight. At that moment, a series of firm knocks echoed from outside the door, compelling Berov to reluctantly cease his current endeavors and call out, "Enter." The door swung open to reveal one of his esteemed disciples, Yarrow. "Master, yet another rat has been captured." "Oh? Did he divulge anything?" "He claims to have been sent by the second prince. We found a package of cement powder on him, along with some coins and a letter." Yarrow stepped forward, presenting Berov with an envelope wrapped in leather, while other inquiries were still underway. "Master, regarding his fate, similar to before. Compile all the information into a dossier post-interrogation, then declare him guilty. Hang him." Berov stated matter-of-factly. "Yes." Yarrow bowed respectfully. "Then I shall take my leave." "The fourth one," he mused. Long before the arrival of the month of evil, Roland Wimbledon had summoned him to discuss this very issue. The prince believed that a cement, the new snow powder, and the witches were gradually exposed. The spies planted by the siblings would inevitably reveal themselves, emerging from the shadows, an opportune moment to eradicate the rats. Berov concurred with the prince's initial assertion but disagreed with the latter. In his view, with over 2,000 residents in the border town, it was implausible for everyone to keep vigilant watch. They lacked both the manpower and the time to guard against such petty thieves. The prince dismissed his concerns nonchalantly, stating, "How could there be no one? Every subject in the border town is our eye." At that moment, Berov simply thought the other was utterly fanciful, entrusting these ignorant and dull commoners with the task of monitoring potential rats. It was simply impossible. Yet the truth revealed his misjudgment. During the first census after Winter's arrival, Roland had specifically instructed that all native residents who had dwelled there for over 5 years be informed clearly. Although the conspiracy to burn grain at Longsong Fortress had failed, the enemy remained undeterred and had dispatched infiltrators among them. Most were disguised as relatives of the townsfolk or merchants who had been unable to evacuate, perpetually seeking opportunities to wreak havoc. Anyone who spotted any suspicious individuals was to report immediately to the town hall. Upon verification, a reward of 25 silver wolves would be granted. Surprisingly, this strategy proved remarkably effective, though initial reports included some false alarms. It wasn't long before the first rat was ensnared. Berov distinctly recalled Roland's triumphant utterance of a phrase that sounded rather peculiar. What was it again? He pondered briefly. Yes. To ensnare the enemy in the vast sea of popular warfare. Such an odd construction and syntax. The ministerial assistant shook his head, spreading open the letter in his hand. This individual, referred to as the groundhog, repeatedly emphasized in his correspondence that various phenomena indicated that the fourth prince, Roland Wimbledon, had been replaced by a devil. Berov could even discern the fear woven between the lines. Reflecting on the prince's manipulation of human sentiment, the ministerial assistant could not help but feel a flicker of agreement. He inhaled deeply, moving the letter towards the candlelight, and soon the paper was consumed by the flames, reduced to mere ash. Even so, it is the devil, unafraid of the stone of divine retribution, that can bestow upon him power, is it not? Chapter 72. The royal council. Tyfek Wimbledon sat upon the throne, his palm resting on the ruby-encrusted scepter, surveying the assembly of ministers within the grand hall. "This is the sensation I have yearned for," he mused, rather than squabbling endlessly over trifling matters in the city of Golden Spike with those merchants. He struck the scepter against the polished marble floor, producing a resounding chime, and as the gaze of the assembly converged upon him, he nodded, signaling the commencement of proceedings. "Your Majesty, I have pressing matters to report." Sir Weymouth, known as the steel-hearted knight and responsible for the defense of the royal city, was the first to speak. "Proceed. May we temporarily halt the witch hunt?" "Your Majesty, this pursuit has escalated beyond measure. Yesterday, I learned that several women from humble backgrounds were apprehended and subsequently subjected to indignities in the dungeons, one of whom tragically perished while imprisoned. It has since been established that they were not witches. The atmosphere in the outer districts is fraught with fear, and should this continue, we risk a mass exodus of the populace." Typhek furrowed his brow. The witch hunt was an initiative he had mandated. The truth surrounding the demise of his father, King Wimbledon III, remained elusive. Yet he could not entertain the notion that his father had taken his own life, particularly given the eerie smile that lingered upon his lips in death, sending chills down Typhek's spine. His father had worn the highest quality of divine punishment stone, confirmed by the church to be neither altered nor ineffective. However, this did not preclude the involvement of witches in the matter. When it came to the uncanny, none could rival the craft of those sorceresses. He shifted his gaze to Ranley, the executor of the witch hunt, and his own protege. The latter immediately stepped forth, declaring, "Esteemed Majesty, it was merely an unfortunate incident. I have imposed severe penalties upon those responsible." He began to enumerate on his fingers: the warden, the jailer, and the guards have each received 10 lashes and a fine of 25 silver wolves. 1 woman is dead. 3 others have endured brutal torment. And you deem it sufficient to merely whip the villains and impose a monetary penalty? Sir Wamos retorted coldly. Moreover, who bestowed upon you the authority to render such judgments? Was it the Prime Minister, Lord Wick, or the Minister of Justice, Sir Lau? Your Majesty, in these extraordinary times, I am compelled to act decisively, Ranley knelt, pleading his case. Disregarding some trivial setbacks, the witch hunt has achieved considerable success. We have apprehended at least 15 witches lurking within the royal city, and they are currently undergoing rigorous interrogation. Soon, we shall ascertain whether they are linked to your father, or rather, whether they are conspiring against us. Typhek shot him a glare. This fool had nearly divulged his true intentions. While the ministers present could largely surmise the underlying motives of his actions, the narrative presented to the outside world must remain that the Crown Prince Golan had slain the king. This could not be undermined. 15 witches? The steel-hearted knight scoffed with disdain. How splendid! It appears the royal city has transformed into a haven for witches. Only a few years ago, the church captured 6 accomplices during their hunt in the eastern forests of the kingdom. It seems your lackeys surpass even the church's inquisitors. You. Enough. Typhek seethed internally. Ranley was a fool, and so were his subordinates. Were it not for the absence of capable allies at the onset of his reign, he would never have elevated such imbeciles. Even if one wishes to take credit, it is not appropriate to fabricate figures in such a manner. I fear that among these 15 individuals, the majority may share the same unfortunate fate as those hapless common women. He had not intended for the church to intervene in this matter, but at this juncture, there exists no alternative. You are to summon Father Faley at the church to authenticate the identities of these 15 individuals. Cease any form of torture. Subsequently, each individual you apprehend must be verified by the priest. Should I hear again that your subordinates are unable to maintain order, I shall cast you into the moat of the royal city to feed the fish. Yes, your majesty. I shall attend to it immediately. After dismissing Lonley from the hall, Tefiko turned to the Minister of Finance and stated that if any among them had been wronged, alongside the previous 3, they were to receive a compensation of 2 gold dragons. For the one who perished in prison, a payment was to be sent to their family. He paused, adding one more. As you wish. The Minister of Finance nodded. Your Majesty is gracious. Sir Wymasi also bowed in acknowledgement. But what of it? He addressed you as Your Highness on the envelope, rather than Your Majesty or King. Let it be. Tefiko waved his hand dismissively. What of my 5th sister? Your Majesty, she is missing. What do you mean, missing? She initially agreed to my envoy, but a week later, she vanished from the palace, along with her steward and 2 maidservants. I have arranged for a search, yet to this day, there has been no trace of her. What is the outcome of this? Are 1 or 2 of you so reluctant to believe me? Tefiko felt a sense of suffocation within, as he had harbored great expectations for his sister, hoping she would assist him. After all, Tilly had always demonstrated exceptional intelligence, even outshining him. The only advantage he possessed was that he was a boy. Tefiko had been quite confident in her, and based on their father's arrangements, he had no intention of embroiling Tilly in this turmoil. The territory granted to her was Silverlight City, not far from the royal city. Its commerce was ordinary, and it lacked the soil for raising an army. Who would have thought that the 5th sister would actually run away? Is this the decision of an astute individual? Since she has fled, let the former lord continue to manage Silverlight City. The search must persist. I cannot allow a member of the royal bloodline to be lost among the common folk. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his vexation. Thus, only the 3rd sister remains defiant, does she not? Indeed, Your Majesty. Marquis Waka responded accordingly, stating that this matter should not be delayed, and urged the king to issue a declaration of war at the earliest opportunity, to be conveyed by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Tefiko nodded in satisfaction, intending to summon the secretary to draft the document, when suddenly, the urgent sound of hooves echoed from outside the hall. Following a commotion, a knight clad in a blue-striped cloak pushed open the door and strode into the hall. Tefiko recognized him as the renowned Windrider knight, Naaman Moore. He approached the center of the hall, kneeling on one knee, and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I have just received news from the south." He took a breath, his voice laden with urgency. "Your sister, Garcia Wimbledon, has defeated Duke Joy Cole of the Southern Territory 5 days ago and has occupied Eagle's Nest. Moreover, she proclaimed herself the Queen of Clearwaters." And the lords responded in unison. Thus, the entire southern realm has achieved independence. Chapter 73. The artillery test fire at the western boundary of the border town. Beside the Chishui River, the accumulated snow rendered the horse-drawn carts nearly immobile. It took the group half a day to transport the first field cannon, recently crafted, to the outskirts of the town. What new contraption was this? Carter had grown somewhat accustomed to the prince's incessant innovations. An oversized firearm, perhaps? Indeed, it was close. Roland directed his subordinates to unhook the apparatus, personally adjusting the angle of the cannon's carriage to level the barrel, propping the support into the snow. The principles governing artillery and firearms were fundamentally identical, making the description of it as a magnified version of a firearm quite apart. This cannon was designed to fire 12-pound solid iron balls, with both the projectile and gunpowder loaded from the front, ignited by a fuse. Inspired by established designs from history, Roland instructed the carpenter to construct a wooden carriage for it, to enhance durability. Areas subject to considerable friction with the ground and stress during firing were reinforced with iron sheathing. Thus, in Roland's eyes, this handcrafted, limited edition 12-pound field cannon radiated a brilliant aura. The test fire was accompanied by a considerable entourage. Not only were the Chief Knight Carter and the militia commander Iron Axe present, but also all the royal guards and knight apprentices participated, while 20 militia members were assigned to clear the area and maintain vigilance. Additionally, for the first time, he brought along Nightingale and Lightning. Thanks to Tanawa, the militia's prejudice against the witch community had significantly diminished, with Tanawa herself becoming second only to the prince in prestige within the group. With great enthusiasm, Lightning withdrew a mop-like cleaning rod from beneath the cannon, inserting it into the barrel. Unlike the contracts of other witches, Lightning stipulated that as long as she could personally operate various novel inventions, she would willingly serve Roland without the expectation of payment. Naturally, Roland accepted this frugal arrangement, knowing that when it came to confidential projects, she could conduct her research discreetly. His mind brimmed with ideas and inventions waiting to be realized. Even a few of them would keep her occupied for quite some time. After a few attempts with the mop, no debris was extracted, yet protocol dictated a second cleaning. Swapping for another mop, she repeated the process until the barrel was deemed clean. "Is everyone clear on the procedure?" Roland inquired of the observing knights and militia. This test fire also served as a drill. With the production of firearms having surged, the militia would inevitably evolve into formal infantry, with wooden rifles soon replaced by guns and cannons. Extensive shooting practice was essential for proficient operation of these two forms of artillery on the battlefield. Seeing all heads nodding in agreement, he instructed Lightning to proceed with the next step. The young girl retrieved a bag of gunpowder wrapped in paper, inserting it into the cannon's chamber and driving it down with a wooden rod. Next, she placed the projectile inside, ensuring it was tightly packed. Extracting a drill, she inserted it through the fuse hole at the rear of the cannon, puncturing the powder bag, and subsequently inserted the fuse, thus completing the preparations for firing. To avert any mishaps, everyone stepped back 30 paces, taking shelter behind cover. Lightning brought a torch close to the fuse, and as sparks ignited at the tip, they swiftly penetrated the cannon's barrel. A thunderous roar erupted, and as the smoke cleared, Carter and Iron Axe rushed toward the target. Before him lay the armor, its front completely concave, the front plate pressed against the rear, with a palm-sized hole at its center. Evidently, the cannonball had traversed 100 meters forward after penetrating its target. Even as it rolled upon the ground, it still harbored astonishing power. "What a terrifying penetrative force!" Carter exclaimed, envisioning the grim fate of enemies huddled together, pierced by multiple cannonballs. With the divine trio above, Iron Axe began to entertain the notion that Roland was indeed a messenger of the Mother of Earth. Who but a divine envoy could unleash the fury of flames to such an extent? He had studied those particles of gunpowder meticulously. When ground to a fine powder and ignited, they transformed into a mere flammable substance. The flames embodied the Mother of Earth's surging wrath, and they were her mightiest weapon. The thought of the relentless orange fire erupting from the depths of the earth in the far southern lands ignited within him a profound reverence for the prince. Roland was not taken aback by this outcome. The 12-pound field cannon was a classic, having shone brilliantly during the American Civil War, exemplifying the truth that larger calibers are indeed more beautiful. He proceeded to test the cannon's strength with varying charges, fully aware that it might lead to the cannon's destruction. Yet this was a necessary undertaking. Upon reaching a charge of 3 bags, he observed the cannon's muzzle rise and a carriage shift. Yet the barrel displayed no significant deformation. It appeared that the steel-cast barrel performed exceptionally well in terms of strength. Ultimately, Roland settled on a standard charge of 1.2 times the tested amount, and the remaining task was to select the gunners for repeated practice. Your Highness, this weapon is indeed formidable, but it is excessively heavy. Encountering a mere puddle could render it immobile. Carter immediately recognized the new weapon's shortcomings. Each shot necessitated cleaning the barrel and reloading. And considering that both the gunpowder and shells were significantly heavier than those used in muskets, it would likely require 5 to 6 men to operate just one cannon. Indeed. However, all was worth it. Equipping 2 to 3 cannons would ensure that the vile beast, the giant turtle, could never breach the city walls. Roland coughed twice, realizing how precarious the situation was. As for the 12-pound cannon's weight, he intended to resolve that through transportation, transforming a steam engine into a steamboat. Even the most rudimentary paddle boat constituted a complex and massive mechanical system. Rather than undertaking such modifications, it would be far more prudent to purchase a 2-masted sailing vessel, utilizing Windy's wind-controlling abilities to swiftly ferry the militia and cannons behind the Duke's forces, thereby encircling and annihilating the living strength of the besieging Duke. Chapter 74. The shipbuilding enterprise what? Can't afford it? Roland sat in his office. The document requesting an expansion of administrative personnel and the purchase of a sailing vessel lay on his desk. Bearov cleared his throat. Your Highness, that is indeed the case. The price for a 2-masted sailing ship ranges from 80 to 120 gold dragons, but that only covers the cost of construction, including the crew. The total estimate exceeds 200 gold dragons. I have already stated that I do not require sailors or a helmsman. I only need the ship, Roland insisted, tapping his fingers on the desk. With Wendy's presence, he would not need so many individuals to operate the sailing vessel. Most inland boats utilize square sails. Operating them is akin to raising a flag. Rowers and sailors are superfluous, and anyone can be pulled in to serve as a helmsman. With the advent of vector wind power, what concern is there about the ship not moving forward? Your Highness, such a transaction does not exist. At least not in Willowleaf Town, Bearov explained meticulously. You may not be fully acquainted with this industry. Generally, the owner of a vessel is also the captain. It could be a merchant or a noble. The former recruits their own crew and travels between various town docks, engaging in trade or transporting goods. The latter typically hires an agent captain to manage the vessel on their behalf. Moreover, crew members are not paid monthly, but rather receive their wages every 1 to 3 years. In most instances, the ship and its crew are intertwined. If you intend to purchase a ship from the captain without his hired hands, he would incur a loss in wages. The sum of 80 gold dragons, even for a grand noble, is not an amount that can be easily dismissed. At the beginning of the month, considering the gemstone transactions in Willowleaf Town, the municipal treasury currently has a surplus of 315 gold dragons. If a significant portion is spent on the ship, your militia will not be able to disburse salaries next month. The minister's assistant concluded in one breath, raising his cup to take a sip of ale. You mentioned that in most instances. Roland nodded. Indeed, there are 2 scenarios in which an empty ship might be for sale. One is when a merchant urgently requires cash and liquidates their assets. In such cases, they would dismiss all crew members and expedite the sale of the ship. The other is when a new vessel is acquired, which is quite understandable. However, it must be noted that both situations are exceedingly rare. Wait, Roland furrowed his brow. You mentioned acquiring a new ship. Where do these vessels come from? From Bluewater Port, Sea Breeze County, and North Lookout. Only port cities possess shipyards, and only they can construct vessels. After the minister's assistant took his leave, the prince fell into deep contemplation. In the strategic plan he was devising, maritime transport was an indispensable component. Without swift and convenient shipping, he would be unable to maneuver artillery effectively. The forces of the Duke of the Fortress are generally comprised of farmers, knights, and mercenaries, and their marching speed is bound to be less than optimal. They are merely slower than himself. As Carter had noted, relying solely on land routes, a mere muddy patch could render artillery immobilized. The roads of this era are not paved highways, nor even cobbled streets. They merely form a path worn by many feet. While the weather is fair, it suffices. But once rain falls, it becomes a quagmire. In the end, must it come down to constructing the vessels oneself? Roland unfurled a sheet of paper, meticulously recording the specifications he required. Firstly, he envisioned a vessel capable of transporting 1 or 2 cannons, along with approximately 30 personnel, without the need for propulsion, relying instead on sails. Secondly, this ship was to navigate inland waterways, necessitating stability and reliability to prevent capsizing, with a shallow draft. Thirdly, it had to be easy to operate, enabling militia members to quickly master its handling after a brief training period. Synthesizing these points, only one answer remained: a flat-bottomed barge. Prior to Roland's crossing, such vessels, characterized by their shallow draft and low center of gravity, were ubiquitous, found along numerous river routes. The barges of yesteryears, laden with river sand or gravel, often floated with their gunnels nearly level with the water's surface. With a tugboat, one could effortlessly tow several barges along, much like operating a train. Once the ship type was determined, the next crucial decision was the choice of materials for construction. Roland inscribed 3 options on his paper: wood, iron, and cement. Building a ship from wood represented humanity's earliest maritime technological advancements, evolving from rafts to sailing battleships and enduring across rivers to oceans. Regrettably, Roland lacked the expertise to assemble a flat-bottomed vessel from timber, and his workforce possessed no relevant craftsmen. Relying on a handful of carpenters could result in a large raft prone to disassembly at any moment. Constructing an iron ship would involve a framework akin to building a house, with intersecting primary and secondary beams forming the keel, subsequently clad in iron sheets. If Anna were to handle the welding, the overall rigidity would be assured. However, this approach would deplete their limited iron ore reserves, which, unless absolutely necessary, would be more judiciously allocated for the production of steam engines and gun barrels. Thus, cement ships emerged as the final option. With the city walls already completed, surplus raw materials remained, and Anna could produce ample cement powder with just 1 or 2 firings. The construction process was also far simpler than that of an iron ship. One merely needed to create the shape with wooden forms, arrange iron bars as reinforcement, and fill in with cement. Even in his rural hometown, they could craft several small cement boats for fishing. In contrast to the iron ship, which required regular rust removal and repainting, the cement vessel would need no maintenance once completed, rendering it cost-effective, robust, and durable. Even if he had never learned to construct ocean-going vessels, crafting a relatively low-technology inland cement barge should not pose a significant challenge. With a spirit of experimentation, Roland grasped a quill and swiftly sketched the barge's design. A walled shelter was erected by the banks of the Chishui River. To facilitate launching, Roland positioned the construction site as close to the riverbank as possible. The shelter provided protection from wind and snow, while 2 braziers burned within to prevent low temperatures from adversely affecting the cement's hardening process. The wooden forms crafted by the carpenter had already outlined the basic contours of the hull. The bow was rounded to reduce resistance, while the stern was squared to maximize cargo capacity. The vessel measured approximately 24 feet, 8 meters, in width, with a length-to-width ratio of 3:1. Making it considerably stockier compared to the elongated 8:1 ratio of conventional ships. Twin masts were situated in the center, with the masts inserted into the hull and connected to an iron beam running along the ship's centerline. A wooden post was erected at the stern, serving as a rudder's reserve space, while iron bars were laid out in a crisscross pattern throughout the vessel. The absence of wire for binding was inconsequential, as Anna meticulously welded each intersection of the iron bars, creating a robust lattice that spread across the bottom of the vessel. Once the framework and rebar were prepared, Roland commanded the workers to commence the pouring operation. The mixed cement was poured into the mold in basinfuls, forming a flat bottom with walls rising approximately 1.5 meters high, serving as the sides of the cargo hold. At first glance, it resembled a uniquely shaped large bathtub. None of those involved in the construction, including Anna, could have anticipated that this peculiar contraption, fashioned from the same materials as the city walls, would ultimately become a ship. Chapter 75, The Sacred Mountain, Part 1. Hakala felt the breath of the person beneath her quicken. Switch, she commanded in a low voice. Yezi, carry me. Yes, esteemed Minner. A witch knelt before her, summoning a magical serpent to entwine around her arm and pull her closer. Simultaneously, she sensed the slight tremor of her companion, betraying an involuntary reaction. Damn that nightingale, Hakala thought bitterly. If she had not repeatedly spurned my compassion, I would not have had to resort to such drastic measures against a sister. At this crucial moment, on the brink of discovering the sacred mountain, Hakala could not afford any missteps. And what happened? This traitor, once freed from her bonds, wasted no time in attempting to take her life. Behold, this is the fate of mercy. A tempest of fury churned within Hakala's mind as the stab pierced her spine. Although the herbs modified by Yezi swiftly healed her wound, her lower body became paralyzed, and her feet lost all sensation. Mentor, there are malevolent beasts approaching, reported Chitong, the scout. Her eyes could penetrate barriers and obscurities. No trap could escape her notice. With an exceptional ability to track moving objects, she had once personally felled a bolt from the Inquisition during a confrontation with the church. Put me down, Yezi. Go assist them. The witch carrying her nodded, crouched down, and set her upon a stone. As her hands sank into the snow, the cold sensation seeped through her palms, prompting Hakala to think with displeasure, could you not have brushed away the snow first? Yet, she held her tongue. Yezi was an irreplaceable member of their party. If Wendy's amiable disposition had drawn the witches together in the alliance, Yezi was the assurance that emboldened them to follow Hakala's lead. Without her abilities, many witches would likely perish in the wake of the church's pursuit. The thought of Wendy caused a pang in Hakala's heart. She had never anticipated that the very person who co-founded the alliance with her would betray her at the hands of the nightingale, even when Wendy had blown her away. Killing her had never crossed Hakala's mind. The venom secreted by the serpent of magic acted slowly. It caused excruciating pain but did not claim a life immediately. After being bitten by the void, the toxin could be swiftly purged. She merely wished to teach Wendy a lesson. However, if left unattended, the toxin would infiltrate the brain, rendering it untreatable. Allowing the nightingale to take her away had been a grave error. Without the antidote from the void, Wendy would not survive a day. Was it destined that she, once a nun of the church, could never walk alongside her sisters to the end? As for the other defector, Lightning, Hakala cared little. Her time in the alliance had been short, and her abilities seemed to pertain to flight. She often proposed differing views during the search for clues to the sacred mountain and even openly questioned the holy texts. Were it not for the principles of the alliance, Hakala would have relished the thought of petrifying that loquacious young girl and leaving her in the snow. Emerging from the hillside were two wolf-like creatures. The witches of the alliance were well prepared to handle such situations. The sisters without combat abilities began to cluster towards the rear. The leaves first summoned their magic, causing the weeds beneath the feet of the malevolent beast to grow wildly. In an instant, the verdant leaves burst forth from the snow, entwining around the enemy's legs. Another witch, Wind Chaser, siphoned the air from around the sinister creature, watching as the two monsters swiftly succumbed to asphyxiation, frothing at the mouth and convulsing on the ground. Such was the power of the witches, Hakra mused. Mere mortals, armed only with swords, stood little chance against two wicked wolves. One careless moment could cost them their lives. Only the witches, endowed with extraordinary magical prowess, were favored by the divine. If not for the accursed stone of divine punishment, nay, the stone of hell. She spat upon the ground. How could the church dare to dominate them? Master, please step forth. Leaf beckoned, approaching Hakra and bowing slightly. Let us change places, Hakra sighed. You must be weary from your exertions. The group continued their journey, and by noon, as the snowfall began to wane, the stone woman discovered a sheltered spot from the wind. They decided to pause here, replenishing their strength with a meal. The stone woman swiftly transformed the land. The snow was buried beneath the soil and debris that she conjured, the ground seemingly coming alive, weaving and shifting until it became flat and firm. Each member of the group took on their respective tasks, setting up the pots they carried and igniting a fire to prepare porridge. The snow water was boiled in cups, infused with herbs enhanced by the leaves, releasing a rich aroma. This seemingly trivial ability greatly aided their mission, especially in the perilous mountains, where lacking a source of warmth could easily lead to hypothermia amidst the biting winds and heavy snow. After finishing their wheat porridge, they packed their belongings, ready to continue their journey. Hakra speculated that the so-called gates of hell were, in fact, the key to the holy mountain. The church had deliberately shrouded it in darkness, hoping to deter the witches from reaching the sacred site. According to ancient texts, they needed to traverse 3 stone gates, the last of which lay in the wilds, usually concealed underground, only rising to the surface when a blood-red moon appeared in the sky. Having embarked from their camp, they had been navigating the treacherous mountains for nearly half a month and were soon to emerge from the mountain's grasp into the untamed lands. Recently, sightings of malevolent beasts had become increasingly frequent. Quick, look. What is that? Someone suddenly cried in terror. Hakra looked up, her astonishment rendering her speechless. A city materialized on the horizon. Snowflakes continued to fall from the gray sky, the clouds hanging low, and the outlines of the city were faintly visible within the mist. The architecture was unlike anything she had ever seen, with spires standing in close formation. If the multitude of dark spots atop them were windows, then these towers must reach heights of at least 100 feet. Such a feat was beyond human capability. Even the church's pride, the Hermes Cathedral, the pinnacle of the Tower of Heaven, barely stood at 15 feet. If this was not the work of humanity, then only one conclusion remained. It was a city constructed by the divine. Hakara's excitement was overwhelming, and a voice within her incessantly proclaimed, she had found the holy mountain. Chapter 76. The Sacred Mountain, Part 2. Sisters, behold the sacred mountain. We have found it. Hakara exclaimed, her joy erupting like a fountain. Many witches stood frozen, awestruck by the magnificent sight before them, while others reacted by embracing their companions in tears. However, Chihong furrowed her brow. Is this truly the sacred mountain? What is it? Is something amiss? Yezi inquired softly, sharing the same unease. The city in the sky bore no resemblance to the opulent descriptions found in ancient tomes. It was not the golden, resplendent marvel they had envisioned. The spires, though grand, were cloaked in a grim gray, casting a shadow even in daylight. Moreover, a crimson mist hung thickly in the air, as if it were the remnants of coagulated blood. There is something crammed within those openings. Chihong's voice was hoarse. I cannot see clearly, but those entities do not resemble deities. Goosebumps prickled Yezi's skin at Chihong's unsettling words, for she was the one with the keenest sight among them, and her statement stirred a sense of foreboding within Yezi. Alas, lightning had departed with Nightingale. Otherwise, they could have ventured closer for a better look. Sisters, the sacred mountain is within our grasp. The mentor raised her hands and cried out, urging them onward. We shall soon attain eternity. Turning back, Yezi beheld the towering mountains that loomed behind them, an insurmountable barrier. This led her to ponder whether it was indeed the perilous mountain range that prevented the wicked beasts from invading the heart of the continent directly, compelling them to take a detour through the frigid north. Regardless, if they could truly locate the sacred mountain, her days of wandering would come to an end. Filling her with contentment, she sighed softly. Truth be told, when Nightingale recounted her tales of the border town at the camp, Yezi felt a stirring within her. When Wendy asked who wished to depart with Nightingale, she nearly took a step forward to declare her name aloud. Yet, in the end, she could not surmount the barrier within her heart, succumbing to the shadows of her past. Yezi shook her head, striving to cast aside those bygone thoughts as she quickened her pace to match the rhythm of the group, traversing the yellow and white fields with urgency. However, strange occurrences soon unfolded. No matter how swiftly they moved, the city appeared to recede at an equal pace. After an hour of travel, the sacred mountain still hovered amidst the clouds, neither enlarging nor diminishing, as if they had not moved at all. Mentor, please take a moment to rest. The sisters are weary, said the stone woman. Several others had already taken turns carrying the mentor, and she had persevered the longest. No, we cannot halt now. Hakara immediately rejected her suggestion. This is a test from the divine, sisters. Without unwavering resolve, we shall never reach the sacred mountain. We cannot stop. We must press on until the gates of the sacred mountain appear before us. Seeing that persuasion was futile, the group had no choice but to continue onward. Yet, the situation did not improve. During their journey, the witches encountered two waves of malevolent beasts. The second wave brought forth two grotesque hybrids. Yezi's binding of weeds faltered too quickly, and a sister was caught off guard as her throat was slashed by a claw, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. After a hard-fought battle against the monstrous entities, the group realized that dusk was steadily approaching, casting an ominous shadow over their surroundings. The city loomed ahead, yet its outline had grown increasingly indistinct, as if it were on the verge of vanishing altogether. Based on their past experiences, they knew they must seek a suitable location to establish camp, but this terrain was entirely different from the treacherous abyssal mountains. The landscape stretched before them, nearly flat and devoid of refuge, compounded by the lurking threat of malevolent beasts, rendering any hope of a safe night's rest utterly futile. What about Sherry? Someone pointed to the lifeless witch on the ground, their voice tinged with sorrow. We lack the time to bury her, the mentor replied, shaking his head. Let us leave her here. The earth will embrace her. Leaf closed her eyes in grief, mourning the loss of yet another sister. If only she had possessed greater strength. Perhaps Sherry would not have perished in this desolate land, leaving no gravestone to mark her passing. Just as the group hesitated, torn between advancing or retreating, Stone Girl suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the sky. The city has vanished." Leaf opened her eyes and gazed upward, witnessing the heavens transformed into a dark gray expanse. The clouds obscured by the encroaching night. The city had disappeared without a trace, as though it had never existed at all. Stunned, all stood motionless. The silence around them oppressive and terrifying. The city, eternally unattainable, an illusion suspended in the air. Fading into nothingness as the sun set, Leaf's mind was abruptly flooded with the adventurous tales narrated by Lightning, recounting the bizarre mirages witnessed upon the vast ocean. A shiver ran down her spine as she murmured, "We have been deceived." In a moment, her voice rose in urgency. "We have been deceived. That was not the holy mountain. What we witnessed was a mirage." Lightning's tales had mentioned that such phenomena were often encountered during long voyages, yet were exceedingly rare on land. What they had seen was merely an illusion. The true city might be far from their grasp, or perhaps it did not lie ahead at all. Does that at least imply it truly exists and has not vanished? Leaf faltered, "I do not know." At that juncture, Red-Eye suddenly issued a warning, "Be cautious. Something approaches." She fixated on the left side of their group, her expression one of deep concern. Another vile beast? Windrider assumed a defensive stance, inquiring how many there might be. No, Red-Eye retreated a couple of steps, her voice trembling. "I do not know what that is." As she spoke, a shadow surged towards them with blinding speed, aimed directly at Red-Eye. Although she had spotted the incoming threat, it was too rapid for her to evade. Unlike a crossbow bolt, it was swift beyond comprehension. In the blink of an eye, the shadow pierced Red-Eye's chest, lifting her and pinning her against a nearby tree trunk. It was a spear. Chapter 77, The Sacred Mountain, Part 2. Yezi felt as though her blood had turned to ice. In the left side of the night, two enormous and peculiar shadows materialized, distinctly unlike any common malevolent beasts. As they drew closer, Yezi realized that they were two humanoid beings riding on the back of a hybrid creature. Their towering figures, nearly twice the height of an average person, were devoid of armor, clad in garments that were difficult to identify, resembling more the bloated hides of animals, tightly encasing them from head to toe, with numerous areas swollen and distended. The most striking feature was the headgear they wore, evidently fashioned from the skulls of wicked beasts. Fierce and terrifying, the eye sockets had been hollowed out, replaced with patches of reddish-brown crystal. A tattered leather tube extended from the lower edge of their headgear, trailing back to a massive shell-like sack on their backs. One rider had several spears embedded in his mount, while the other adorned a uniquely designed iron gauntlet, which, upon closer inspection, revealed only 3 fingers. A single word flashed through Yezi's mind: demons. Confront them. However, the foes did not act according to the witch's expectations. They urged their mounts forward, plunging into the swamp. Then, using the momentum, leaped from the backs of the wicked beasts, covering several yards, and landed behind the stone maidens, where the non-combatant sisters had gathered. "Scatter!" Yezi shouted, but before her voice could fade, the demon with the 3-fingered gauntlet was already wreaking havoc among the crowd. His agility was astonishing for one of his size, and nearby which barely had time to react before her skull was crushed by a single blow. 2 more sisters soon fell victim to the brutal grip of his iron hand, snapping their necks. Only then did the others comprehend the danger, and panic ensued as they fled in all directions. Only Cinna remained rooted to the spot. Though her abilities were ill-suited for battle, she did not turn to flee. Instead, she retrieved her crossbow from her back and aimed it at the enemy. The iron-handed demon sidestepped her shot, retaliating with a kick that sent her flying. The force was akin to a thunderclap. The young girl soared through the air before crashing to the ground, blood gushing from her mouth. Yezi poured all her magical energy into the earth, causing an array of plants to surge forth, entwining into a thorny vine that advanced towards the iron-handed demon. The agony serpent summoned by Hakra clamped down fiercely on his arm. Just as he swatted away the bothersome serpents, the vine, stealthily approaching from behind, suddenly lunged, ensnaring his legs and yanking him backward, sending his massive form crashing to the ground. "Run, sisters, run!" Yezi cried, her voice trembling with fear. "Flee from these terrifying creatures. They are the very embodiment of evil chronicled in ancient texts, demons that have crawled forth from the gates of hell." The serpent's venom seemed ineffective against them, and the fallen iron-handed demon arched his body, attempting to seize the vine that was dragging him about. The spear-wielding demon, noticing his comrade in peril, swiftly directed his attention towards Yezi, who was controlling the vine. He raised his spear, assuming a throwing stance, as his arm swelled rapidly. The once bulging hide stretched thin, revealing dark red veins and bones beneath. "Yezi, be careful." The stone woman once again transformed the ground into a quagmire, this time directly beneath her opponent's feet. The demon abruptly sank downward, and the spear it had thrown instantaneously altered its trajectory, embedding itself at an angle into the earth before Leaf, its length nearly entirely submerged, causing her to break into a cold sweat. The once bulging arm rapidly withered after casting the spear, soon resembling dried kindling. The spear-wielding demon could not throw again in quick succession. She immediately recognized that this was a prime opportunity to flee. The other witches also caught on to this realization. The stone woman, alongside Red Pepper, dashed past the Iron Hand, who was still struggling on the ground, toward the unguarded Hakura, eager to rescue their mentor and escape together. Only Leaf noticed the demon, ensnared by vines, reaching out its hands toward the three. What did it intend to do? Wait. She scarcely had time to utter a warning when a blinding blue light erupted from the demon's iron hand, akin to a lightning bolt tearing through the heavens, twisting and striking the three sisters. The blue light leaped among them, producing crackling sounds. They were enveloped in white smoke, convulsing as they collapsed, their garments igniting in flames. This attack seemed to have drained the foe of immense energy. He exhaled heavily and ceased all movement. Meanwhile, Leaf's magical power had reached its limit, the vines disintegrating and swiftly transforming into withered weeds. Everything was over, she thought. The desperate cries of her mentor seemed to fade into the distance, her strength ebbing away like a receding tide, leaving her weakly collapsed on the ground. After merely a brief respite, the Iron Hand slowly rose from the snow and approached the terrified Hakura, now with no one to impede him. The demon grasped the mentor's throat, who, in her despair, attempted to pry apart his fingers, but it was futile against such a vast disparity of strength. As she struggled, venomous serpents surged forth, biting at the enemy's arms and neck, yet he remained unaffected, tightening his grip. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. One of the serpents, in its frenzied attacks, severed the tube beneath the demon's headpiece. A crimson mist erupted from the ruptured section, swiftly enveloping Hakura and the demon. The former let out a horrifying scream, her skin rapidly disintegrating under the red fog, exposing tendons and white bones. The latter released his iron grip, frantically attempting to stem the flow from the tube, but as the mist dissipated, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, and soon he collapsed, motionless. The spear-wielding demon, half buried in the mire, let out a cry that Leaf had never heard before, a chilling blend of sharp hisses and deep roars that pierced her ears with agony. Yet the enemy's furious bellow did not drive Leaf to flee. Rather, it illuminated her solitary chance for victory. For my lost sisters, Leaf thought resolutely, aiming at the tube and pulling the trigger. The bolt accurately pierced the tube, causing the red mist to hiss as it gushed forth from the breach. When the mist finally cleared, the opponent's head hung limply. She had slain the demon. Chapter 78, Companionship. It is neither the frigid stone slab of a mountain peak nor the confines of a narrow tent, she mused, realizing that she had been away from the fellowship for more than half a month. I wonder if my esteemed mentor has successfully guided the sisters to the sacred mountain? Taking a deep breath, she inhaled the warm, somewhat stifling air of the room, which, though lacking the refreshing coolness of the cave, still offered a sense of comfort. Wrapped in the soft embrace of a velvet quilt, with layers of cotton blankets cushioning her beneath, she sank slightly into the bed. Even when fully stretched out, her toes remained hidden beneath the covers. The temptation to linger in bed filled her with a twinge of guilt, despite having only recently arrived. She felt an unexpected sense of peace. In the castle, no matter how late she rose, she was never disturbed. At this moment, Wendy turned her gaze toward the window, where the grayish-white sky appeared almost blinding. It was likely past the hour of the fox 10 o'clock. During the years of her wandering, moments of restful sleep had been scarce. Even the slightest noise would rouse her from slumber, and before dawn, she would be preparing the day's meals. Whenever she ventured out, the constant fear of being discovered by the church loomed over her, with no assurance of surviving another encounter with the malevolent forces. Even in the remote peaks of the abyssal mountains, she should have been engaged in various tasks, whether it be aiding in the drying of food and herbs, or tending to the sisters' garments soaked by the snow, or cleaning the campsite. Wendy did not shy away from such duties. The sight of everyone's smiles brought her immense joy. Yet, she found herself unable to resist the allure of this languorous lifestyle, becoming somewhat enraptured by it. No, she could not afford to be so indolent any longer. She slapped her cheeks gently, mustering the resolve to rise from her bed. After all, during her time at the convent, the abbess often reminded them that the slothful do not receive the blessings of the divine. Perhaps she should practice controlling the wind in the back garden later, while also clearing the accumulated snow. The thought of His Highness's expectations for her practice never failed to elicit a smile from Wendy. His peculiar requests, such as after witnessing a demonstration of her abilities, included a desire for her to blow the wind 10 paces above her head. Yet, no witch had ever managed to extend her power so far. When informed of her limitations, he surprisingly did not express anger, but instead concocted a strange idea: to have her stand on a stool to create a strong gust both above and below. Wendy tested this approach and found it indeed feasible. The results delighted His Highness immensely, and in addition to encouraging her to practice further in this manner, he inquired whether she suffered from acrophobia. As the Nightingale had said, Roland Wimbledon's character was elusive, yet he was undeniably a prince who cared deeply for witches. With this thought, Wendy sighed softly. A prince who harbors no disdain for witches truly exists. Dear Minner, you were mistaken. Dressing in a brand new outfit. Wendy felt a slight constriction around her chest, a sensation she had grown accustomed to, just as she contemplated finding a needle and thread to adjust her attire. A knock resonated from outside the door. Come in, she called. The Nightingale entered, and Wendy paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Has His Highness not yet risen? I can hardly believe you have the time to visit me. What are you saying? I certainly do not have the luxury of following him every day. The Nightingale raised the basket in her hands, exclaiming that she had brought breakfast. Typically, the maids were responsible for delivering meals to the rooms. But aside from the times when His Highness, the Prince, had retired for the night, the Nightingale often came to keep her company. It was rare to see her at other times. Wendy smiled inwardly. The Nightingale had certainly snuck in to check on her a few times since she had come running to deliver food right after she had awakened. Speak up. What is it? She asked, taking the basket and extracting a piece of cheese-filled bread to place in her mouth. The Nightingale settled beside the bed, mentioning that Nana was to face that day. Wendy fell silent. Although it was the first instance of magical backlash and would not be as violent or enduring as the day of adulthood, it still could not be deemed entirely safe. The younger one was, the lower the tolerance for pain. She placed the basket on the low cabinet beside the bed, approached the Nightingale, and patted her shoulder. Didn't the prince say that as long as she maintains the release of her magic daily, the torment can be minimized? Yet, that was merely conjecture. At least it sounds reasonable, Wendy consoled her. Didn't Anna manage to get through it this way? Even on the most arduous day of adulthood, she suffered no harm. You witnessed it yourself. She paused before inquiring, what about Nana? She is currently at the infirmary, the Nightingale replied, unable to suppress a smile as she continued. I heard her father, Baron N, acquired a large number of wild rabbits from the hunters, and they have all been sent to the infirmary. She is to practice until tomorrow. How fortunate to have such a father, Wendy remarked. I can scarcely recall my childhood. It's strange. As if there are blank spots in my memory, no father, no mother. I have been in the convent since I became aware of things. It seems I am a bit luckier than you. Indeed, quite a bit, Wendy affirmed, sitting closer. Are you feeling anxious? The Nightingale remained silent for a moment, then nodded gently. Wendy understood all too well what her anxiety was about. Today was not only crucial for Nana, but also a pivotal moment that could alter the fate of witches. If Nana could safely endure this backlash, it would signify that witches could finally liberate themselves from the shadow of the devil's minions. The border town would eventually transform into a true holy mountain where all witches could gather, living lives indistinguishable from ordinary people. No longer needing to wander and evade the church's persecution. No amount of worry will help. Let us simply take a day off to accompany Nana, Wendy suggested. Take a day off? The Nightingale gazed at Wendy with wide eyes. Yes, who told you to share the news with me so early, making me anxious as well? Wendy replied candidly. Since we are not in the mood to practice, let us visit Nana instead. Didn't the contract state this? It's called a paid leave. After dinner, Nana's room was filled with people. Anna, Lightning, the Nightingale, Wendy, Tigu, and Roland. Faced with this crowd, the little girl appeared conflicted. Am I going to die? Of course not. Everyone replied in unison, shaking their heads. It is merely the first time. The backlash will not be overwhelming. Wendy grasped Nana's right hand and encouraged her to concentrate, assuring her that she could endure. If it hurts, just squeeze your father's hand, Tigus said, gently shaking his daughter's left hand. You have grown remarkably strong in the medical facility, and I am proud of you. The little girl nodded, her gaze drifting past the others until it settled on Anna. Anna stepped forward and kissed her forehead, whispering, survive, will you? Chapter 79. The answer. All the curtains were drawn, and the flames in the fireplace blazed fiercely, maintaining a comfortable temperature within the room. Unlike the celebration of Anna's coming of age, Nanawa was wide awake. To ensure she could gather her spirits swiftly before the onset of pain, everyone engaged her in storytelling or simple games to keep her from succumbing to drowsiness. Roland performed several coin tricks, leaving everyone astonished, especially Nanawa, who gazed intently at his hands, likely ready to demand lessons if it were any other time. As Lightning finished recounting an adventurous tale, Roland could not suppress a yawn. He glanced at Nightingale, who shook her head, indicating that the magical energy had yet to change. The lack of precise timing devices was indeed inconvenient, leaving them unable to ascertain how long they had been waiting. Pouring himself a cup of warm water, Roland sat down to continue his vigil. Upon lifting his cup, he realized it was empty. He approached the fireplace to fetch the kettle and refill it. As he passed the window, he could not resist lifting the curtain slightly to peek outside, curious if the snow had altered in intensity. To his delight, he noticed a hint of dawn breaking through the previously pitch-black sky. Nanawa had safely navigated the day of magical backlash. Nightingale and Windy exhibited no signs of fatigue, only palpable excitement. "Are you certain that Nanawa's date is today, or rather, last night?" Roland inquired. "Yes. The changes were so subtle at the time that I believed we had not yet reached the critical moment of backlash," Nightingale affirmed. "Your assessment is indeed correct, Your Highness. As long as one continues to release magical energy, the total amount will increase, while the physical suffering will diminish. If a consistent training regimen is maintained, all witches stand a significant chance of surviving their coming of age. In the entire kingdom of Grey Fortress, only your domain allows witches to freely exercise their powers. In a sense, this place is a sacred mountain for them," when he continued. "I implore you to ensure as many witches as possible are informed of this news, so that our sisters may arrive at the sanctuary sooner. I am certain they would be eager to serve you." "That has indeed been my intention," Roland nodded. "Once the month of evil concludes, the common folk will gain a better understanding and familiarity with witches. At that time, I will arrange for the news to spread through rumor. You must realize I cannot openly recruit witches. Such an act would cause a tremendous uproar domestically." He paused momentarily. "Unless the church were to fall or I were to ascend to the throne." Upon rising, Wendy smiled at Nightingale. "How did I perform?" The latter pursed her lips, offering a reluctant response. Roland shook his head in resignation. "In that case, you should rest early. You haven't slept all night." "Your Highness, I have one more request." Wendy, who had just risen, knelt once again. "Speak," Roland replied, his amusement fading as he asked earnestly. Her posture indicated that this was a request not easily granted. "Wendy," Nightingale exclaimed in surprise, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. "This situation is indeed the most perilous," Roland remarked with a furrowed brow. "Your esteemed mentor has betrayed your trust and launched an attack against you." Roland fell silent, knowing that, for the sake of prudence, he ought to decline Wendy's request. Yet, he also understood the profound significance of such a plea. Should there be a chance to save more witches, she would willingly embrace the risk. If he were to refuse, she might comply with his wishes, but the loss of her sisters would leave an indelible scar upon her heart. "I shall grant your request," Roland eventually nodded. "But it must wait until 2 months after the month of evil has concluded, and you must travel alongside Lightning. I will provide you with firearms for your protection, as well as the Stone of Divine Punishment. Lightning will stand by at a distance, while you, adorned with the Stone of Divine Punishment, shall negotiate with them. This way, Hakara, or any other which will be unable to harm you with their powers. Your Highness, please allow me to accompany her," Nightingale implored. "No, Veronica. The safety of His Highness is of far greater importance than my own. He embodies the hope of all witches," Wendy replied with a smile, shaking her head. "Take good care of him." Chapter 80. Artillery Unit. After a week's placement in the maintenance room, the concrete vessel finally arrived at the day of launching and outfitting. The summoned workers were left in astonishment when the prince commanded that this basin, which had been painstakingly constructed, be pushed into the water. Doubts filled the air as everyone questioned their hearing. Yet, Roland's orders were unequivocal. He instructed the temporary dismantling of the shed and the excavation of a sloped path leading directly to the river at the vessel's bottom. This task demanded utmost caution. As concrete products possess poor tensile strength and seismic resistance, even minor cracks would be tolerable, but shattering upon impact with the ground would render the effort futile. With wooden rollers in place and ropes secured to control the descent speed, the workers prepared to wind thick hemp ropes around the newly driven wooden posts, forming a taut line. Following a series of commands, they gradually loosened the ropes, allowing the vessel's bottom to glide over the rollers, producing an ear-piercing friction sound. Fortunately, all proceeded smoothly, and Roland observed as the concrete vessel gradually descended into the river, its draft approximately half a meter deep, with about a meter of the hull still visible above the water's surface. The workers were astonished to see that this object, heavier than stone, did not plunge with a resounding thud to the riverbed, but instead floated on the surface like a leaf. Wrap the rope around the post a few more times. Then secure it tightly, Roland directed. The hemp rope tied to the vessel could not be released, lest the concrete boat drift southward with the river's current. Though the nightingale did not reveal herself, her incredulous tone unmistakably expressed her astonishment. How can it float? Silence descended once more, and he surmised that she had fallen into deep contemplation. Even Anna might not immediately grasp the situation. Roland smiled and continued directing the workers for the next phase. The so-called upper section was merely a wooden shed erected between two masts, designed for storing cannons and ammunition. In case of rain, it provided the crew with a shelter. A platform for a single person was specially added atop the shed, evidently for Wendy. As long as she stood on the roof, her abilities would allow her to cover the entire area of the sails. The rudder at the stern was cast from wrought iron, making its installation somewhat complex. It required the rudder stock to be threaded through a pre-prepared hole underwater, emerging onto the deck, where an iron ring was fitted and a locking clasp welded in place. The clasp consisted of a right-angled triangular iron plate, with the longer side welded to the rudder stock and the shorter side able to rotate freely within the slot of the iron ring. Naturally, the welding task fell to Anna, who, after expressing her astonishment and confusion over the floating concrete basin, posed an identical question to that of the nightingale. Roland reiterated the answer, observing Anna squatting thoughtfully to the side. The journey of popular education is indeed a long one. Meanwhile, Vanna found himself in a quandary over whether to join the artillery unit or the musket squad. The dilemma stemmed from the command issued 3 days prior. His Highness the Prince decided to select outstanding individuals from the 1st and 2nd Militia to form a special unit, and Vanna was delighted to find his name among those chosen. However, when Iron Axe inquired whether he would join the artillery or the musket squad, he found himself bewildered. He understood the muskets well. They were efficient against the vile beasts atop the city walls, possessing far superior penetration compared to crossbows. Currently, only the Iron Axe, the esteemed chief knight, and several hunters are capable of wielding such formidable weapons. Vanna should have joined the rifle squad without hesitation, yet he foolishly inquired, "What is artillery?" Upon learning that it was a weapon magnified tenfold in power, far surpassing the rifle's might, he found himself in a quandary. Clearly, the ability to wield such a powerful weapon would signify princess regard for him. Thus, joining the artillery unit appeared to be a more favorable option than the rifle squad. However, the image of parading through the town streets with that upright rifle, capturing the attention of onlookers, was a scene he had always yearned for. While artillery wielded tremendous power, it was certainly not something one could carry with ease after being magnified. Ultimately, on the final day of decision, he gritted his teeth and chose the artillery. The final straw that tipped the scale was the artillery's monthly salary, exceeding that of the riflemen by 5 silver wolves. Thus commenced the rigorous training. 1 cannon required 5 individuals to operate, and Vanna was assigned to a team with Yuzu Peel, Cat Paw, Nelson, and Rodney. Due to his previous role as the vice-captain of the spear squad, he was appointed as the gunner. Compared to the rifle, this contraption was tenfold more complicated to manage. For over a month, he had secretly observed Iron Axe's handling of the rifle, believing he had mastered the process. However, transitioning the cannon from a moving state to a ready-for-fire state entailed a series of intricate maneuvers. Dismounting the horse, pulling out the pin, lifting the latch, maneuvering the gun carriage, pushing it to the firing point, and lowering the supports. All these steps required seamless cooperation among the 5. For instance, while lifting the latch, the others had to swiftly push the cannon, allowing the latch to detach from the towing vehicle, converting 4 wheels into 2, thus facilitating the lowering of the supports. The conversion phase required adept coordination. Otherwise, the heavy gun carriage would be challenging to detach from the towing vehicle. Once in position, the next step was to load the ammunition and prepare for firing. This part bore a striking resemblance to the rifle, though cleaning the cannons necessitated the use of 2 brushes alternately. The gunpowder was pre-packaged, allowing for direct insertion into the cannon's barrel. The ignition method employed a fuse, leading Vanna to ponder the challenges of its efficacy in inclement weather. Fortunately, the gunner primarily needed to oversee and direct the others on their tasks, sparing him from exhausting physical exertion. Chapter 81. Artillery training. However, he also perceived something amiss. The villagers who had recently joined the musket team had only trained for a few days before honing their shooting skills in battles against the malevolent beasts, while the artillery team had yet to fire a single cannonball. Furthermore, the weighty artillery pieces seemed utterly impractical for transport to the ramparts. Observing the parapet, he noted that two individuals standing side by side nearly filled the passageway. It was customary for everyone to run along the inner slope of the wall. Even if it was steep, it was preferable to obstructing teammates attempting thrust with their pikes. As for the cannons, the mere width of their wheels surpassed that of the parapet, and with the requirement to fire downwards, they appeared decidedly unfeasible. Could it be that these were not intended to combat the malevolent beasts? The subsequent exercises confirmed Vanna's suspicions, for artillery teams were led by Iron Axe to the riverbank. To his astonishment, he discovered that a colossal vessel had inexplicably materialized in the Redwater River. Yet, he could not definitively ascertain whether it truly was a ship. Its exterior resembled the stones used to construct the walls, broad and short, devoid of any semblance of a vessel save for two bare masts. This led to a heated debate within Vanna's group. "This is clearly a floating bridge," declared UP, who had accompanied a mineral transport sailing ship to Longsong Fortress and often boasted of his extensive travels. "The deck, several zhang wide, is clearly designed for stability. I've roamed far and wide. If it were a ship, how could it move without wind? The river once flooded, sweeping away the wooden bridges that had stood for over a decade. The townsfolk replaced them with floating bridges, securing wide planks to flat boats, then tethering them with iron chains to create a stable passage. You've been to the furthest place, Longsong Fortress, and you think you know it all," Rodney scoffed. "Floating bridges require two masts, lest they be blown away by the wind. And look at the rear. Isn't that a rudder? A floating bridge would have no use for such a feature." Nelson chimed in, as the two brothers always spoke in unison. The arrangement of wooden frames in the middle appeared to be intended for a canopy, though it was clearly incomplete. "This is undoubtedly a ship." Vanna was less concerned with whether it was a ship and more focused on the forthcoming training. The answer soon revealed itself. As Iron Axe instructed them to drive the horses pulling the artillery carts onto the vessel, aptly named the Little Town, a title personally bestowed by His Highness the Prince. Upon hearing Iron Axe's introduction, UP's expression stiffened, while the two brothers triumphantly secured the cannon wheels to the designated stanchions. There were a total of 2 sets of these stanchions, each comprising 4, positioned along the center line of the deck, arranged fore and aft. It was evident that they could accommodate 2 cannons simultaneously. "Well," Vanna mused, "this confirms that our adversaries are not the malevolent beasts." The Redwater River flowed from north to south, and no such broad river existed within the mysterious hiding forest. Upon his first step onto the deck, Vanna immediately sensed its remarkable stability. The river's water flowed alongside the ship, yet the stone vessel remained utterly motionless, as if he were standing on solid ground. Only when the horses were brought aboard did he feel a slight swaying. By the 7th day, Vanna finally anticipated the long-awaited live-fire training. On that day, His Highness the Prince graced the scene to observe the artillery exercises. Each member of the 4 groups stood tall with pride, exuding vigor as they marched. Having become well-versed in the ammunition loading process, the first cannon was swiftly fired by the Vanna group. This marked the first time he witnessed the formidable power of artillery. Amidst the thunderous roar, a cannonball, twice the size of a fist, landed a mile away in the snow, sending up a cloud of snow and mud, and ricocheting forward for quite a distance. His naked eye could hardly trace the trajectory of the iron sphere. This spectacle filled Vanna with a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. How could the prince have devised such a terrifying weapon? If faced with an artillery strike, even encased in armor, it would likely be of little help. After each group completed a round of firing, the prince would instruct his attendants to plant a flag at the location where the first projectile landed, while also securing a length of twine from the flag to the cannon's muzzle. Once 4 rounds were completed, it was again Vanna's turn, and he heard the command to adjust the cannon's angle. At the junction of the cannon barrel and carriage, there was a marked dial inscribed with the numbers 0, 5, 10, 25, and 30. Although he did not fully grasp their significance, he followed the instructions diligently. Iron Axe shouted, "Angle 5. The strongest among them, grapefruit." Immediately positioned the rammer into the powder chamber, leveraging the cannon upwards. Vanna twisted the screw on the carriage until the first white line disappeared into the hole, at which point grapefruit released the rammer. Once again, there followed 4 rounds of firing, flag planting, twine securing, and angle adjustments. Vanna gradually comprehended the prince's purpose. He was collecting the distances of each cannonball's flight. The greater the elevation angle of the cannon, the farther the projectile would land. This was a concept Vanna was familiar with from archery. An arrow could only soar far when launched upwards, while a flat trajectory would see it fall swiftly. He couldn't help but wonder, if a cannonball were to achieve sufficient velocity, would it then never touch the ground? Meanwhile, along the banks of the Chishui River, the trials of the town No were proceeding apace. Considering the need to utilize Windy as the power source, the crew aboard the vessel had to be utterly reliable. Thus, Roland selected a cadre of politically steadfast individuals to serve as the inaugural crew for Town No. The captain, who also assumed command, was the chief knight Carter, with Brian as the helmsman, sail raising and lowering managed by Carter's attendants, and the messenger was Tigu Pine. These individuals frequently interacted with the witches, and through Roland's subtle ideological reform, they held no lingering biases against them. Tigu, in particular, extended his affection for his daughter to encompass the entire witch community. Chapter 82. The Maiden Voyage of the Little Town. As the sole individual with seafaring experience, Lightning took on the role of navigator without hesitation. In truth, she was quite intrigued by the peculiar design and unusual materials of the barge. Although it appeared rather crude, it possessed all the essential components of a vessel, though she could not ascertain whether it would actually sail. After all, during her time at sea, she had primarily been a mere observer, as her father consistently denied her requests to take the helm or raise the sails. In accordance with the tradition of christening a new ship, Lightning smashed a jug of ale against the bow, then commanded the sails to be raised. However, Carter, as the commander, was reluctant to allow the young girl to usurp his position. Thus, he would always echo her command with the same order after she shouted it. The sails of the little town were constructed from animal hides, predominantly cow and sheep leather, interspersed with local specialties such as wolf and bear pelts. Consequently, the colors varied, presenting a patchwork of browns, whites, and grays, resembling tattered fabric. The sails were trapezoidal, with 4 wooden beams serving as crossbars in the center. The rigging passed through iron rings at the mast's peak, cascading down to the deck. By pulling on the rigging, the entire sail could be raised. To simplify operations, both masts of the little town were equipped with single sails, arranged parallel and perpendicular to the centerline. If a conventional 2-masted vessel were configured this way, one sail would catch little wind, rendering it nearly ineffective. However, with Windy's wind-controlling abilities, this design would allow for a balanced distribution of power on either side of the centerline, facilitating the helmsman's directional control. Upon seeing the sails fully raised, Lightning instructed the workers on land to untie the ropes. The weather was relatively pleasant, with occasional snowflakes drifting down, and propelled by a gentle breeze and the flowing waters. The ship gradually pulled away from the shore. The young girl descended to Brian's side and shouted, "Hard to starboard." Carter echoed, "Hard to starboard." What does hard to starboard mean?" Brian scratched his head. "Does it mean to turn right a few times?" "No, turn all the way to the left," Lightning said, resting her hand on her forehead. "Never mind, I'll handle it." She had forgotten that this group was operating a sailboat for the first time and did not even understand the basic commands. If it were a standard 2-masted sailboat, they likely would not have even unfurled the sails by now. With fewer than 10 individuals, they still managed to set the stone vessel afloat, which spoke volumes about the innovative design of the little town. Windy summoned the wind. When he stood atop the canopy, bemused, it turned out that the prince's inquiry about her fear of heights was for this purpose: to propel the sailboat using herself. Reflecting on her usual tasks, such as drying meat or blowing dry her robes, she suddenly felt a peculiar contrast. She spread her arms, entering the practice state, allowing the wind to flow evenly beneath her feet and above her head, striving to ensure that both sails received equal force from the wind. To be honest, Windy had not anticipated that this seemingly simple request would prove so challenging. Although she had awakened as a witch 15 years prior, she had never endeavored to delve deeply into understanding and mastering her powers. Whether summoning swift currents to envelop stones for attacking foes or conjuring a tempest to sweep enemies away, it had always involved a one-time expenditure of substantial magical energy. While attending to various tasks at the camp, the wind fluctuated unpredictably. As long as the objective was achieved, that sufficed. Reflecting on Anna's earnest demeanor during practice, Winnie suddenly felt a twinge of shame. The first step was to repeatedly hone her abilities until she mastered them, much like Anna had done. This was not merely a glitch. Thus, she resolved to begin at this very moment. Taking a deep breath, she focused all her attention on sensing the wind. Although the gusts were not entirely uniform, the sails billowed, and the continuous thrust caused the mast to creak. with the bow of the ship beginning to veer to the right. It truly moved, Carter exclaimed in astonishment. His Highness has fashioned a vessel from stone and caused it to float, Tigga chuckled, stroking his stubble. Is there anything he cannot accomplish? The little town gradually drifted farther from the riverbank, now navigating the center of the stream. Windy could only conjure the wind, unable to dispel the existing northern breeze. Consequently, the direction of the ship's progress was not a straight line, necessitating adjustments via the helm. This nuance was challenging to articulate. Only first-hand experience could convey it to Brian. To expedite his understanding of the sensation, the young girl directed him through several significant helm maneuvers, allowing him to grasp the relationship between the wheel's rotation and the bow's oscillation before making finer adjustments. After over half an hour of sailing on the Chishui River, Wendy was the first to falter. It was not a depletion of magical energy, but rather her physical limits being reached. Even wrapped tightly like a dumpling, she could not fully shield herself from the biting cold. A thin layer of snowflakes had accumulated on her cotton cap, and her hands and feet were nearly numb, teetering precariously on the canopy. Had Lightning not noticed something amiss while soaring above, she might have persevered until losing consciousness. Lightning swiftly flew to Wendy's side, grasping her tightly while shouting for Brian to steer the vessel to shore. Brian turned the helm sharply to the right, causing the bow to gradually pivot left. Lightning accompanied Wendy as they descended, and although she could only stir one side of the sail on deck, it provided at least a brief respite from the frigid wind, preventing rapid heat loss. Moreover, the delicate task of docking required precision, something Lightning hesitated to leave to a novice helmsperson, despite her own limited proficiency. After a tumultuous effort, the little town finally approached the shore, and as it collided with the bank, a collective apprehension gripped everyone on board. The impact produced a dull thud, but fortunately, it appeared there was little damage. The crew quickly gathered the sails and set up a gangplank to disembark. Chapter 83. The northern carriage driver. For the majority of the northern folk, winter signifies a season devoid of harvest, particularly in towns near the Hermes Plateau. The malevolent month brings not only incessant rain and snow, but also biting cold, hunger, and death. However, for the legless wight, winter presents a different narrative. Each year, the emissary of the church pays him a visit, requesting his services to drive to the borders of the Wolfheart Kingdom, collecting the suffering orphans and transporting them to the old holy city. This arrangement is quite lucrative, yielding nearly 20 silver wolves per trip, while also serving the noble cause of charity. This year, as the month of malevolence approaches its conclusion, this journey should be the last. My lord, perhaps you should stay inside the carriage. The snow is set to continue for quite some time. Unlike us, who endure the elements daily, you might catch a chill, White suggested. It is of no consequence, the emissary replied, taking a swig from his flask. The new holy city is far colder than here, up on the plateau. Even leather and armor offer no respite from the frigid air. They are like insidious demons, infiltrating every part of your being. Without warming pills, that place is hardly habitable for ordinary folk. Indeed, White nodded, having never ventured to the new holy city, nor did he have any desire to. What could possibly draw one to a realm of solid ice and malevolent beasts? Yet, as a seasoned carriage driver, he was adept at conjuring new topics of conversation. And this emissary was far more amiable than his predecessor. Your gloves, they must be crafted from the special wolf skins of the western borders of Greyfort? Oh, you are quite knowledgeable, the emissary exclaimed. Ah, my lord, I have been in this profession for nearly 30 years, White boasted. First, I drove for the Baron, then for the Countess, and even for the little Princess of Wolfheart. Had it not been for an unfortunate accident that left me with a broken leg, I might still be at the Count's estate. They may lack in many things, but they abound in golden dragons, endless tales of Greyfort furs, silverware, Everwinter jewels, and feared crafts. Once aboard, they would chatter endlessly, leaving my ears calloused. I see, the emissary nodded. Is that the origin of your nickname? What kind of accident did you encounter? Ah, it was a riot of the destitute. Those ruffians would do anything for a morsel of food, White spat disdainfully. They surrounded the carriage, and to protect the Countess, I had no choice but to spur the horses into a frantic gallop. The horses panicked, and I was thrown from the carriage, which overturned. And thus you broke your leg? The emissary inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. What became of the Countess? Alas, it is a lamentable tale, the emissary paused. Yet, the divine has not forsaken you. You now drive for the church. A testament to heavenly kindness. Indeed, my lord. A testament to heavenly kindness, White echoed, though he mused inwardly that if the heavens were truly kind, They would not have allowed him to endure such calamity when he needed salvation the most. At that moment, the sound of a girl crying emerged from the carriage. Hold on a moment. White tightened the reins, gradually bringing the two horses to a halt. The emissary leapt from the carriage and circled to the rear. Soon, the crack of a whip resonated from within the carriage. Poor child, White sighed. Bear with it. This is your savior. Without the esteemed messenger, you would not survive this winter, becoming mere corpses unattended on the streets. You are seated comfortably. Go. White shook the reins, and the carriage resumed its journey. Are they all from various parts of the kingdom of Wolfheart? Almost. The churches in every town of the kingdom take in some orphans. Especially during the winter when food and clothing are scarce, the number of those we shelter increases severalfold. The clergy alone cannot manage. So they also commission reputable drivers to assist in transportation. You have performed admirably, White. My predecessor spoke highly of you. It is my honor to partake in such benevolence. White beamed. Esteemed sir, will they all be sent to the convent? Forgive my curiosity. Though they are all orphans, their natures vary. Some, despite their youth, have experienced much. Could such individuals tarnish the sacred grounds? The divine will render judgment. Even if guilty, they shall have the chance for redemption. Is that so? That is indeed a comforting thought. White lifted her gaze to the sky. It is getting late, sir. Shall we find lodging in the next town for the night? If the weather is fair tomorrow, we should reach the old holy city by noon. The ambassador sighed. Find an inn. One with a courtyard where the carriage can be parked. Prepare some food for them. Certainly, White replied. In the evening, he heard some commotion in the courtyard. Rising to lift the curtain, White saw the inebriated ambassador unlock the carriage door and slip inside. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, dragging two orphans behind him. Two others stood by, dressed in noble attire. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar. The former ambassador often behaved similarly. To be alive is the greatest fortune, he reflected. Better to endure a moment of pain than to despair. Upon reaching the holy city, they would embrace a new life, at least in the convent. They need not fear hunger or cold. White yawned and sank into a deep slumber. This is your reward. The ambassador tossed a cloth bag over. After receiving it, White opened it in his palm and counted twice, indeed, 20 silver wolves. He nodded and bowed. I hope to see you again next year. The ambassador offered no reply, merely gesturing for him to depart. White noticed that, besides himself, several other carriages were engaged in similar tasks. Perhaps they were sent from other kingdoms? He pondered. Though one thing struck him as odd, all the individuals disembarking appeared to be young girls. Does the church exclusively take in female orphans? He shook his head, casting these questions aside as he set the carriage on its return journey. Chapter 84. The Hermes mechanism. Bishop Maine traversed the spiraling staircase, descending deeper into the abyss. This was a naturally formed sinkhole, its depth sufficient to engulf four towering spires, with a diameter exceeding 20 zhang, ample enough to accommodate a lord's castle. Initially, the cavern was not shrouded in darkness. The lofty dome retained apertures that allowed shafts of light to cascade into the depths, casting meandering patterns upon the ice-forged stone walls. However, as he descended, the light gradually waned until it melded seamlessly with the stone. Yet, at the center of the pit, a faint blue luminescence began to emerge, growing ever more pronounced with each step downward, ensuring that, even without a torch, one would not succumb to utter darkness. The staircase coiled around the pit like a serpentine creature, clinging closely to the rocky wall. The steps, hewn from granite, were rectangular, 3 fingers thick, wide enough for two to walk side by side. One end was embedded within the rock, while the other dangled precariously in the void, secured by wooden railings connected by ropes to avert any untoward falls. He had not counted the steps, yet he was acutely aware of the arduous effort required to lay each stone. The masons of the church, relying on ropes, descended to carve deep grooves into the unyielding rock, into which the heavy slabs were meticulously fitted. Each maneuver demanded utmost caution, for the potential for ropes to slip or snap would mean a harrowing fall for the 300 souls below. If the Grand Hermes Cathedral above symbolized the indomitable spirit of the church, then the concealed Hermes mechanism at the pit's depths constituted its true essence. Embedded within the stone walls were the punishment stones, with a sentinel of the judgment army stationed every 100 paces, and within the mechanism, a contingent of punishment soldiers stood ever ready to confront intruders. Between the dome and the cathedral floor lay a cache of sandbags and rubble. Should the defenses of the holy city falter and a retreat become necessary, the Pope would activate the trap, burying the location under a torrent of sand and debris. Though this was not Maine's inaugural venture to the Hermes mechanism, the sensation of traversing midair still induced a vertiginous disorientation. It was particularly disconcerting to gaze down, as it often evoked the illusion of plummeting into the abyss. Only upon his feet meeting solid ground did he exhale in relief. At the pit's base lay a colossal, circular white grindstone, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting his image with startling clarity. Through the artisan's ingenious design, the light filtering through the dome's apertures refracted multiple times within the cavern, ultimately converging upon this grindstone at the bottom. Even in the absence of torches, the pit's floor was not engulfed in darkness. Only upon reaching the depths did one discern that sunlight was not devoid of color. The grindstone, illuminated, emitted a soft blue radiance, casting a chill hue that illuminated the entire sinkhole. A closer inspection revealed countless specks of dust dancing in the brighter areas, reminiscent of the minuscule life forms chronicled in ancient texts. By utilizing the naturally occurring apertures in the cavern walls, the church had interlinked and expanded these openings, constructing the Hermes mechanism. Thanks to these extensive passages, the air circulated freely, dispelling any sense of the decay and oppression typically associated with such subterranean depths. In truth, only he and the Pope are permitted to enter the mechanism, with even the esteemed archbishops, Heather and Tefren, barred from the sanctum. After traversing 3 checkpoints, Maine paused. Beyond lay the clandestine zone of the mechanism, the source of all the church's research and inventions, accessible solely with the Pope's consent. In his tenure of over 3 years as archbishop, he had ventured there but once. Maine turned left, diverting into a short passageway. Before long, he reached its end, where he encountered a bishop. The sentinel of the judgmental army immediately clenched his fist to his chest, proclaiming, "My lord." Maine nodded and opened the door. Inside was a corridor adorned with flickering pine resin torches, resembling myriad dancing lights in the darkness, stretching endlessly along the passageway. On either side stood numerous sturdy wooden doors, each adorned with a numbered plaque. Maine remained undeterred. He instructed the warrior to guard the entrance, stepped into the room, and closed the wooden door, isolating the cacophony outside. Through the iron bars, the bishop beheld an elderly man reclining against the headboard. Perhaps he was not truly old, yet his hair had turned gray, and his forehead was etched with deep wrinkles. His beard, unshaven for an extended period, nearly cascaded to his neck. Having been deprived of sunlight for so long, his skin had taken on a ghastly pallor, and his limbs were as emaciated as twigs. Maine glanced at the meal box beside the iron bars, noting that the food remained largely untouched. He sighed, "You ought to take better care of yourself. The church does not lack for provisions. Your meals are prepared to royal standards, save for the absence of wine. Even the fish is of the finest cod from Crystal Bay. You must be quite familiar with its flavor." King Wimbledon. Chapter 85. The Thorny Path. After a brief moment, the elder finally reacted. He slowly lifted the blanket, shifted to the edge of the bed, and fixed his gaze upon the archbishop. "If you were confined in this wretched place, could you still manage to eat?" He spoke, his voice thick and indistinct, as if his throat were obstructed. "It has been half a year trapped here, with no news. What has become of my son, my daughter?" Maine observed the numerous scratches adorning the walls, seemingly etched by fingernails. Was this how he counted the days? He pulled a stool and sat before the king. "Must you inquire about matters that will only sadden you?" The other remained silent for a moment. "I am of no use anymore. You have come to send me on my way, haven to you? Indeed. Then what does it matter to a dying man whether he feels joy or sorrow? Before I depart, I merely wish to know their fates." By the time he uttered the last sentence, Wimbledon's voice had nearly escalated to a roar. He could no longer restrain himself. Maine mused, notwithstanding everything, as a king, his dignity and composure had remained intact. After being replaced by the devout and en route to Hermes, he had made multiple attempts to escape. In this confinement, he had not succumbed to madness, but had endeavored to negotiate for his freedom. There were no curses, no hysterical outbursts. Such behavior was indeed rare in a prison of such design. If not for the impossibility of altering the plan, he would have been loath to squander such a person on internal conspiracies. Perhaps his personal visit was also motivated by a desire to update him on current affairs. The archbishop thought, otherwise, a mere command would suffice to have the executioners end his life. "Your eldest son, Goran Wimbledon, is dead," Maine slowly articulated. "Executed by your second son, Tefiko Wimbledon, on charges of treason and regicide. Your third daughter, Garcia Wimbledon, has declared independence in the Southern Territories. Self-styled as the Queen of Azure Waters, and war with Tefiko is now inevitable. As for your fourth son and fifth daughter, we have not received much information. It is likely they are still alive. What are you saying? Treason? Independence?" What have you done? The king's challenge, he enunciated, dispatching your children to various regions, declaring that whoever governs their territory best shall become the next king. Wimbledon painfully closed his eyes. After a long pause, he murmured, "Why? You took advantage of the day of prayer, confined me in a cell, stripped me of my garments, and the stone of divine punishment. You used a witch to replace me with another. You could have gradually claimed this nation, allowing the church to stand tall in every town. Why issue such a decree as the king's challenge? I could never." Coughing violently, he hunched over as he became increasingly agitated. "I could never issue a command that would incite my children to turn against one another, could I?" Maine silently completed the thought for the king. "Perhaps you could not. But your children may not adhere to your wishes. They have grown, and they too will harbor their own ideas. For instance, your third daughter, Garcia, obtained the port of clear waters 5 years ago, even in the absence of a royal decree. Would she remain passive as she witnesses Gorin ascend the throne upon your natural demise? More critically, we lack the luxury of time. You must have observed that the witch's powers are not everlasting. Damn it, what benefit does their conflict yield to the church? The edifice would be engulfed in flames. Believers would perish in the turmoil of war, and the kingdom would descend into chaos." At this juncture, Wimbledon suddenly froze, raising his head in disbelief. "Could it be that you desire a more intense conflict?" A violent fit of coughing interrupted the king's words. Once he managed to regain his composure, his voice became as fragile as a whisper, as if that bout of coughing had drained all his energy. "You wish to annihilate the monarchy. Indeed. But more accurately, it is the royal authority that you seek to extinguish." Maine could not help but admire the astuteness of this judgment. Having endured nearly half a year in this lightless dungeon, merely retaining one's sanity is a testament to formidable will, and the ability to think is a rarity. The royal authority, regardless of its feebleness, invariably obstructs the church's progress, akin to a sapling gradually reaching for the sun. Only by uprooting it entirely can the church truly inherit this kingdom. Wimbledon's countenance suddenly aged considerably. Perhaps he had only appeared aged superficially until now. But his spirit had begun to wane, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Grey Fortress is the largest expanse among the continental kingdoms, rich in military resources, and direct warfare would be detrimental to the church. We have strategized for this for quite some time. Your kingdom will inevitably suffer tremendous losses of soldiers and mercenaries during the Civil War, within 2 to 3 years. Our judging army will easily seize the entirety of Grey Fortress. You need not grieve excessively. You are not the sole fallen monarch. The other 3 kingdoms share your fate. In the future, there will no longer be divisions among the 4 great kingdoms. Dawn, Woolheart, Eternal Winter, and Grey Fortress will all vanish. Upon this fertile land, there shall exist but one regime, that of the church." Wimbledon fell silent. The man who had seized the throne by force from his brothers now appeared to have lost all vitality. Even Maine felt a twinge of compassion. Yet there was no hint of regret within. The church had also sacrificed immensely, with numerous distinguished believers willingly becoming pawns, recklessly dedicating themselves to this grand design. The individual impersonating King Wimbledon III was, in fact, a devout chief judge within the judging army, steadfast in his faith and utterly loyal to the church. Originally set to undergo the transformation ritual of the divine punishment army. However, in devotion to his mission, he was replaced by the witch to assume the guise of the king, dying without honor in the royal palace of Grey Fortress. He could have had his name inscribed upon the monument of the Hermes Church, but now the church can only bury his name in perpetuity. Believing that Wimbledon would remain silent, Maine retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket, preparing to administer its contents, when the king unexpectedly spoke. "A curse. I curse you. I shall await you in the depths of hell." His voice grew increasingly faint, and Maine had to concentrate intently to discern his words. "Regrettably, this world has no hell. Even if there were, that place does not belong to us. Everything we do is for the sake of continuation. Only by unifying the 4 nations can the church harness its greatest strength to vanquish the true enemy. Otherwise." The bishop paused at this point. Noticing that Wimbledon's hand had already helplessly fallen, his head tilting to one side, the rise and fall of his chest completely ceased. "This is the end of a king, yet it marks our brand new beginning," he thought. Chapter 86. The witch's choice leaf was uncertain how she had endured these past days. The method of moving while constantly evading had drained her magical energy significantly, allowing her to travel but a mere 10 miles a day, particularly as she needed to reserve power for nightly rest. Once her provisions were exhausted, she resorted to transforming wild fruits into sustenance to quell her hunger and thirst. The emblem of the Mutual Aid Society had long since lost its warmth. forcing her to wrap herself tighter in tree bark. The thought of Sino, who had perished at such a tender age, brought forth an unceasing stream of tears. To worsen her plight, on the fourth night, the relentless torment from the demonic devourer struck her with a series of blows that nearly made her forget her previous sufferings. A sudden, searing pain erupted from her chest, swiftly radiating throughout her body, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. She bit her tongue, filling her mouth with blood, yet summoned her resolve to combat the agony. Despite the excruciating torment inflicted by the demonic devourer, Leaf had contemplated surrendering. However, thoughts of her 20-some sisters, some waiting for her return in the camp, others injured and in need of her healing, compelled her to grit her teeth and persevere. Fortunately, the assault from the demonic devourer was not prolonged. When she finally extricated herself from the torment, her body was riddled with lacerations, blood staining the interior of the tree. To prevent the scent of her blood from attracting beasts, she endured the pain, shed her garments, and made her way to another colossal tree. There, she coaxed the barren branches to sprout green leaves, which she fashioned into garments for warmth. Guided by her magic, branches became her needles, and leaf veins served as her thread. Upon glimpsing the familiar figures of her sisters, Leaf collapsed to the ground. When she regained consciousness 2 days later, the prolonged exposure to cold had severely injured her feet, and herbs could not stem the advancing gangrene. Reluctantly, her sisters amputated 2 damaged toes from her left foot and 2 from her right. From the 42 sisters who had set out, only 6 remained. After comforting Leaf, the eldest among them recounted the group's harrowing experiences. During a struggle with a demon, a non-combatant which had seized the opportunity to flee towards the camp. That same night, they encountered a horde of wild boars, and with no strength to resist, they scattered in disarray. Those captured by the beast were likely doomed. But they could not dwell on such thoughts. By the next morning, they were pursued by a wolf-like hybrid, leaving only 8 who managed to escape. Fortunately, once they entered the abyssal mountain range, the beasts did not follow. But what of the others? Red Pepper, Wind Chaser, and their esteemed mentor, how fared they? Leaf shook her head, realizing she was the sole survivor. Is that so? The elder replied softly, revealing her premonition of this outcome. Then, do take care of yourself. She added, hesitating momentarily. Leaf. What? Leaf responded, momentarily taken aback before closing her eyes. Indeed, the Mutual Aid Society, having suffered such a grievous blow, would likely crumble without the election of new leadership. Yet the Society's mission was to seek the sacred mountain, to attain freedom and a haven of rest. The quest for the sacred mountain has dissolved into mere illusion. Indeed, the mountain itself is but a ruse, non-existent in the desolate peaks or the savage wilderness. In light of this revelation, is there still a necessity for the alliance to persist? Her heart was in turmoil, even without looking at them. She could sense her sister's eager gazes, yearning for someone to step forward and guide the bewildered multitude onward. Let us seek out the nightingale. Yezi finally spoke after a prolonged silence. What? Seek her? Are you suggesting we venture to the border town? What if she deceives us? Wendy is there too. Perhaps she has already perished, her sisters clamored, voices overlapping in a cacophony of concern. Shuan clapped her hands to bring calm, addressing Yezi. What if the nightingale's words are also a fabrication? You could wait in safety outside the town. She opened her eyes. Allow me to ascertain the truth first. If she speaks falsehoods, I shall assume the role of mentor. If I perish in the town, Shuan, you must lead our sisters onward. But Yezi forced a smile. I understand your abilities do not lend themselves to combat, nor are they particularly beneficial for the camp's daily operations. Yet, I have come to realize that strength of ability bears no correlation to one's suitability as a mentor. A mentor is a guide, not merely the most powerful. Regrettably, I have grasped this insight too late. Had the mentor of the Alliance been the patient and meticulous Wendy, would the outcome have been entirely different? You, like Wendy, were among the earliest to join the Alliance and are a venerable elder among our sisters, accompanying us from the eastern edge of the kingdom to the desolate peaks. Your extensive experience and cautious demeanor are recognized by all. No one is more fitting than you to assume the role of mentor for our sisters. Shuan paused thoughtfully. But what if the nightingale's words are indeed true? Then the Alliance would no longer need to exist. Yezi replied slowly. The border town shall become our new sacred mountain. Chapter 87. Winter's Twilight, Part 1. Prepare. Thrust. Vanna forcefully drove the spear in his hand forward, his hands trembling violently as the shaft emitted a cracking sound. A wolf-like creature was impaled on the spear's tip, its fur bristling and its blood-red eyes wide as copper bells, revealing rows of sharp teeth, the largest of which was comparable to his own thumb. This was his first encounter with a malevolent beast at such close quarters. The creature swung its claws in the air, and snowflakes even splattered onto his face. Vanna's mind was blank. Instinct honed through training taking over as he instinctively gripped the spear tightly, exerting pressure forward. An instant felt like an eternity as he witnessed the shaft bending to its limits, the spearhead deeply embedded in the beast's belly. He feared that in the next moment, those razor-sharp claws would tear into his cheek. With a sharp crack, the shaft could no longer withstand the wolf's force and broke into two. It was this sharp sound that restored the flow of time to normal. The creature fell downward, its claws scraping against the battlements, sending shards flying, as it crashed heavily to the ground along with the broken spear. The firearm squad, loaded and ready. Fire at will. Immediately, two barrels extended beside Vanna. He quickly stepped back half a pace, tilting his head to avoid having gunpowder residue and smoke blown into his eyes. As for his ears, he could no longer afford to care. The firearms discharged in quick succession, and as Vanna returned to the battlements, he discovered a pile of various malevolent beasts lying at the base of the wall. Someone nudged him, and he turned to see his roommate grinning broadly at him. Artilleryman. Your weapon next. The cat paw passed him a new wooden spear. Had these beasts gone mad? Had it already been 2 or 3 hours? They were inherently mad. Vanna thought as he positioned his spear, preparing for the next wave of attack. What time was it now? Nearly noon. Cat paw exhaled, glancing quickly to the sides while the hunter was distracted. Where's Grapefruit? Where's Brother Rodney? I'm a substitute for the team, he chuckled. Wherever there's a need, I shall be. Just then, the observer's voice broke in. Prepare. Hunter. Vanna saw a dozen malevolent beasts rapidly approaching. He could now quickly discern the types of beasts. This wave consisted of 2 wolf-like creatures, along with wild boars, foxes, and a bear, posing little threat to the battlements. This repetitive sequence of actions had persisted from dawn until now. When the initial horn had sounded, most were still lost in slumber. Vanna yawned. This assault was more intense than usual. Typically, there would be only 1 or 2 waves of attacks, but now it continued unabated, with the corpses of malevolent beasts nearly piling up at the base of the wall. Midway, he had already been replaced once by the second militia squad, hastily consuming some food before returning to the battlements. Surprisingly, Vanna found himself more composed than he had anticipated. Upon hearing the command to thrust and retract the spear, he seamlessly transitioned to the fire squad, just as he had practiced countless times before. Initially, the seemingly perplexing regulations and demands for action have now proven to be remarkably effective. Others around him are much the same. Although their hands grip their weapons tightly and their expressions appear rather grave, some of the substitutes seem exceedingly tense, yet they all stand erect, resolute, unwilling to retreat a single step. As the horn sounded, His Highness promptly arrived at the city wall, standing shoulder to shoulder with everyone on the same defensive line. Without a moment's respite since then. Even when he was rotated out for sustenance, the prince remained atop the watchtower, receiving breakfast personally delivered by the chief knight. Reflecting upon the previous lord, during the annual retreat in the month of evil spirits, he would leave early by ship. Next came the nobles, and only then the common folk. Those with spare coins could pay a few silver wolves for passage, while the less fortunate were left to rely solely on their own feet to reach Longsong Fortress. Simply contemplating this fills him with a sense of vigor. Indeed, they belong to the Prince of Grey Castle's troops, a stark contrast to the patrol teams of the border town. That group, emboldened by their armor and weaponry, often ran rampant through the old and new districts, extorting local merchants. In Vanna's eyes, aside from the 2 captains of the patrol, the rest were hardly distinguishable from ruffians. Conversely, the militia is a formidable force. Under the prince's leadership, they can repel the fearsome beasts that once terrorized the town, preventing them from advancing even a step. Such feats were once the sole domain of Longsong Fortress. Take, for instance, Fishball, renowned in the old district for his cowardice and often mocked. After joining the 2nd militia team, he now wields a spear with commendable poise. Then there's Femi, a towering figure who was always a beat behind, often the subject of jest among the old district's residents. Now, his shooting technique is swift and fierce, exceeding the proficiency of most. Vanna knows that while others conclude their training, he practices an additional 100 shots, motivated by the princess' own words, the less agile the bird, the earlier it must take flight to keep pace with others and ultimately surpass them. What began as a mere pursuit for 2 eggs has transformed into a profound sense of gratitude for his inclusion in the militia. Each day brings subtle changes. Each day surpasses the last. Vanna is confident that he is not alone in this sentiment. Everyone feels it. He struggles to articulate his emotions, but perhaps it can be succinctly captured by the prince's frequent assertion during training. They are a team unlike any other in this era. The two short blasts of the horn jolted Vanna into alertness. It was a warning of the emergence of a hybrid beast. He gazed into the distance and discerned yet another lion-headed hybrid, strikingly similar to the one that had previously breached the city. This was the second encounter of the day, he thought, yet this time would be different. In addition to the musketeers, they had other allies. Vanna slightly turned his head, and, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a small girl with golden hair levitating beside the prince. Chapter 88. Winter's Dusk, Part 2. Do not be so hasty. It has yet to arrive, Roland remarked, gazing at the eager lightning with a sigh. Heaven knows why she would be so intrigued by challenging the foul beasts. She is clearly not the type suited for battle, yet displays not an ounce of the fear that a normal person would feel in the face of such monstrosities. Stick to the method we used to deal with the first one. Do not overextend yourself. You are merely to lure the beast, drawing its attention to you. Maintain your altitude. While it cannot fly, it poses a significant threat when leaping. I know, Lightning replied confidently. I discerned its weaknesses the moment the first one approached. Worry not. It won't even brush against the hem of my garment. Then let the special operations against the hybrid beast commence, Roland declared solemnly. What is it? Lightning pondered for a moment before shaking her head in confusion. Never mind. I shall set forth. Watching the young girl dart away, Roland chuckled awkwardly and turned to Anna and Nightingale. Do you both find this strange as well? Indeed. They nodded in unison. Very well. It seems that even in another realm, melodramatic lines remain melodramatic. Off you go then, and do take care. Your Highness. You too. Nightingale bowed, then took Anna's hand as they ventured into the mist. This incursion of foul beasts has surpassed any previous assault in intensity. According to the Iron Axe, in years past, only 1 or 2 hybrids would emerge throughout the entire month of evil spirits. Yet this year, on top of the current situation, the border town has already encountered 4 hybrid beasts. The duration of their appearance has also been exceptionally prolonged, with the beasts continually emerging from the Enigma forest in groups of dozens, relentlessly advancing toward the city walls. Meanwhile, Lightning had soared above the hybrid beast. She fished a stone from her pocket and hurled it at the creature. The stone struck squarely on its head, the unexpected blow causing it to recoil sharply, only to realize the assault originated from above. In a provocative manner, Lightning lowered her altitude, darting past it and flying toward the center of the town. Though the hybrid possessed some degree of cognitive ability, the little girl before it was evidently deemed non-threatening. It lunged forward, wings spread wide, gliding nearly 100 meters with a few powerful leaps. Lightning swiftly ascended, executing a turn in mid-air, weaving between several low buildings and veering into another street. In this manner, through a series of twists and turns, she led the enemy to the town's central square, the designated attack point agreed upon with Nightingale. Given the keen sense of smell possessed by the lion-headed hybrid, even Nightingale, concealed within the mist, would be detected. Thus, before she and Anna initiated their strike, it was imperative for Lightning to divert the beast's attention as much as possible, and she executed this task flawlessly. The hybrid was now in a furious frenzy, its escalating primal instincts eclipsing the scant reasoning it possessed. It gaped wide, leaping into the air multiple times, yet Lightning, unburdened, proved far more agile than the beast. She taunted it, evading its every jump with grace, rendering each of its efforts futile. The Nightingale has arrived at the square from another direction. Unlike the Lightning, upon entering the mist, she completely disregarded the houses and fences along her path, advancing in a straight line. Anna's flames were merely 10 steps away, 5 meters, and she needed to approach from behind to minimize the risk of detection by the malevolent beast. No, the Nightingale exclaimed. She swiftly retreated, the searing heat waves crashing upon her, inflicting a sharp sting, in temperatures hot enough to melt steel. The beast barely had time to struggle before it transformed into a fireball, crashing to the ground. Evidently, they had resolved the situation. Wendy, who was temporarily acting as a guard in place of the Nightingale, observed the emerald flames rising in the distance and smirked. It seems I haven't contributed much. If only you all need not step onto the battlefield. Roland maintained a relaxed demeanor while standing with his hands behind his back. Yet, he was acutely aware that without the witches joining the defensive line today, the militia would undoubtedly falter in the face of the hybrid beasts capable of leaping over the city walls. Even Nana had arrived beneath the walls, swiftly tending to the injured warriors under the protection of Baron Tigu. This was Roland's first public display of the witch's powers before all the militia members, and the outcome filled him with great satisfaction. Nanawa, renowned within the ranks as the healing angel, had evidently elevated the witch's reputation to new heights. After Anna and the Nightingale jointly vanquished the first hybrid beast atop the walls, a cheer erupted from the crowd. Of course, he understood that not everyone would be entirely unfazed by this development. Such a situation was indeed rare. With a preliminary consensus forming within the militia, the subsequent plans would be much easier to implement. Suddenly, the gunfire atop the walls dwindled, and Roland noticed the malevolent beasts beginning to retreat from the walls. They were actually retreating? He could hardly believe his eyes. At that moment, a beam of light pierced through the thick clouds, cascading down to the ground. Followed by a second, and a third. Soon, the gray sky was riddled with countless rays of light, merging into a blinding brilliance. The earth suddenly became illuminated. The day the sun rises again marks the end of the wicked month. A brief calm settled over the walls, followed by a tidal wave of cheers sweeping across the border defense. Gradually, the townsfolk emerged from their houses, joining in the jubilant cries. For this long-awaited sunlight. For their safe passage through winter, for their prince, they rejoiced. All voices ultimately converged into a torrent, resonating throughout the border town. The Song of the Wicked Month drew to a close. Chapter 89, The Celebration, Part 1. This year, the town of Borderland stands in stark contrast to its past. The accumulated snow has swiftly been cleared away, and colorful paper flags, bestowed by His Highness the Prince, now adorn the doorsteps of every home. From a distance, the once monotonous and dilapidated town has transformed into a vibrant spectacle, a veritable ocean of colors as the flags flutter together. The townsfolk eagerly share the news. On the first day following the month of malevolence, His Highness will host a grand celebratory ball in the square. Everyone is welcome to attend, and not only is there no admission fee, but it is rumored that free food will be provided. What is a ball, you ask? It is an exclusive social event reserved solely for the upper echelons of society, something the common folk have only heard of through the tales of well-traveled merchants. Even the merchants themselves could not partake in such an affair. They say that mere wealth does not guarantee an invitation. Yet, the prince has decided to open the doors to all? Carter, who had attended only one ball in the capital, a celebration hosted by a marquis for his daughter's birthday, recalls how the elegant strings and the spirited drums intertwined, as ladies danced gracefully to the lilting melodies while gentlemen showcased their swift and powerful footwork, spinning and tapping in rhythm. During intermissions, servants wove through the crowd with drinks and delicacies, while gentlemen sought out their favored ladies, mustering the courage to extend an invitation as the final tune played, promising a romantic encounter once the festivities concluded. As for the lead dancer, indeed, Roland ordered the militia to dismantle the stone sculptures and gallows from the square. The iron axe and the militia were the ones to carry out this task. That man from the desert? Carter was taken aback. As the captain of the musketeers, the iron axe had finally earned the recognition of the chief knight through his actions during the month of malevolence, and the mention of his foreign title had ceased. However, how could a member of the Majin tribe possibly grasp the customs of the continental kingdom? Roland smiled enigmatically. Because the event I intend to host is not a ball in the conventional sense, you shall see in due time. The preparations required were minimal, primarily the removal of obstacles from the square and the construction of a wooden pyre at the center. Brick tables were erected beside the pyre for the purpose of barbecuing food. Indeed, this was Roland's whimsical fusion of a celebratory ball, a bonfire gathering, and an outdoor barbecue. What means could foster a sense of belonging among the people? This question had long occupied the prince's mind. Nationalism and ethnic pride are concepts far too profound for the peasants, who have labored under lords their entire lives and can scarcely read. Their own wealth and kin are their only concerns. The more primitive the society, the more short-sighted its views, a principle of civilizational development. Ultimately, civilization expands in proportion to its ideologies, a notion Roland firmly believes. However, this does not imply that spiritual cultivation can be overlooked. The victory celebration is one of the methods he has devised for transformation. In truth, he finds it perplexing that there has been no celebration following the month of malevolence. The annual onslaught of evil beasts is akin to a natural disaster. Triumphing over such malevolence is certainly a cause for grand commemoration. Thus, he resolved to designate the first day following the month of malevolence each year as Victory Day. On this day, all that belongs to his domain not only enjoys a holiday, but also hosts a myriad of celebratory activities. If this continues for 3 to 4 years, it will evolve into a cherished tradition passed down throughout the territory. The subjects will gradually come to realize that their experience differs significantly from those under other lords. Before noon, the square was already teeming with people. The militia formed a circle, keeping the crowd at bay from the stacks of firewood. It seems that the prospect of free food is quite enticing, Roland mused, noting that at least half of the town had gathered. Unfortunately, the square was somewhat small, and apart from a ring of open space around the woodpile, over 1,000 people were almost shoulder to shoulder, leaving little room for movement. He noticed some children had already climbed onto the nearest rooftops to peer into the square. Being the inaugural celebration, some imperfections were to be expected. Sensing that the time was right, Roland ascended the platform to deliver his speech. My dear subjects, good afternoon. I am Prince Roland Wimbledon, the fourth prince of the kingdom of Grey Fortress. He chose the same opening as before, but the effect this time was markedly different. Before he finished, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Long live His Highness. Long live the prince. A warmth surged in his chest. This time he had not arranged for any theatrics. Witnessing the spontaneous cheers from the militia and the people, a profound sense of accomplishment and satisfaction filled his heart. When the clamor subsided, he gestured for silence. The month of evil has come to an end. Thanks to the brave efforts of our militia, the vile beasts never managed to breach our walls. Our border town has triumphed over a terrifying foe at an insignificant cost. This proves that as long as we unite, even without the charity of Longsong Fortress, we can firmly establish our presence here. They attempted to threaten our town with food scarcity, aiming to compel us into submission through hunger and harshness. Yet today's victory tells them that all their efforts are in vain. With His Highness, no one has gone hungry this winter. Finally, we are free from their extortion. Your Highness, how gracious you are. Seizing the rising fervor of the crowd, Roland continued with fervor, let us celebrate this glorious victory. This is a day worthy of remembrance. I hereby declare that the first day after the month of evil shall henceforth be known as Victory Day. The celebratory ball is established for this very purpose. My dear subjects, revel in this day. Now, let the ball commence. Torches were tossed into the oil-soaked woodpile, and with a resounding crack, flames surged forth, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire square. Chapter 90. The Celebration, Part 2. 6 whole marinated oxen were transported to the bonfire. Roland suspected that, without the watchful escort of the militia, the enthusiastic crowd would have devoured the oxen as the cart passed through. This was all that remained of his stockpile in the castle's cellar, and the thought of having no steaks to eat until the arrival of the next merchant ship brought tears to his eyes. In organizing this celebration, he had truly exhausted his resources. The royal chef brought from the capital was only responsible for seasoning and monitoring the cooking, while the task of roasting was entrusted to 6 robust members of the militia. A metal rod was inserted through the mouth of the ox and placed on a brick platform beside the fire. The flames blazed brightly, and even from 2 or 3 meters away, one could feel the intense heat radiating. Soon, the skin of the ox began to sizzle, fat oozing from its pores, releasing an enticing aroma. Of course, it would not do to have everyone waiting idly while the meat cooked. At Roland's signal, Iron Axe led a troop of militia members onto the scene. The ornate and intricate court dances were ill-suited for this occasion, without extensive training. Even the fundamentals would be hard to recall, let alone perform gracefully. To ensure simplicity while allowing for self-expression, the dance of the common folk was far more fitting. Iron Axe and his comrades placed their hands on their hips, one arm interlocking with that of a companion to form a chain, encircling the bonfire in 2 concentric circles. As several horns of varying pitches sounded, they began to move in a clockwise direction, kicking 1 foot forward with each step, while shouting "Ha hey." "Is this what you call leading the dance?" Carter exclaimed, eyes wide. "Is this even a dance?" "Indeed, it is," Roland replied with a smile. "And it is simple and memorable. The militia practiced for merely a quarter of an hour last night and mastered the steps. Would you like to give it a try?" Iron Axe helped a fallen comrade to his feet and shouted to the crowd, "Did everyone catch on? Who wants to give it a go? If you fall, that's the end of your round." Those who joined in the dance would be rewarded with a piece of succulent honey-roasted meat, and the longer they could keep it up, the greater their portion would be. If the invitation had come from nobles or wealthy families, the townsfolk might not have been so eager to participate. Subconsciously, they viewed the upper class as superior, often regarding commoners with disdain, and it was not uncommon for them to go back on their word. However, when they saw familiar neighbors and friends from the militia beckoning them to join, they could hardly resist. This was precisely the scene Roland had hoped for. In addition to the roasted meat, there were loaves of bread, fish cakes, and ale, which would be distributed after the beef was handed out. The celebration would continue into the evening, but Roland would not remain there for long. He had assigned Carter to oversee security at the site, and the assistant minister was to deliver the closing remarks, after which he would depart. He had a private celebration to attend, located in the castle's rear garden. As evening fell, the backyard remained brightly illuminated. Similar to the central square, a bonfire had been kindled here as well. Though the chicken intended for roasting had all been cut into pieces, the seasonings and oils were prepared by themselves, entirely mimicking the outdoor barbecue style. This novel self-service approach captivated the witches, and to Roland, it was a rare spectacle. For instance, Anna coated the chicken pieces with spices and then enveloped them in green flames, instantly producing a fragrant piece of chicken. Nightingale showcased her extraordinary knife skills, the blade flickering in and out of sight as it danced around the chicken, expertly peeling it away to reveal the bones, which fell away intact. There was also wine. The bottled wine brought from Willow Leaf Town clearly suited the female palate more than ale. Lightning consumed half a bottle on her own, and although Roland considered admonishing her about underage drinking, he found it futile as she floated in midair with the bottle. He decided to let it be. As the barbecue progressed, Roland began to feel a slight intoxication. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed at the cheerful group of young women before him. A wave of contentment washing over him. This was the life a prince ought to lead, he thought, and it should be the same for the witches. Possessing exceptional abilities and beauty, they should not be seen as prey. Had they lived in the era before his own crossing, they would undoubtedly have been the dazzling focal points wherever they went. All he could do now was provide them a semblance of a normal life within this confined space. At that moment, lightning descended, plopping down onto Roland's lap. Before he could react, she unexpectedly planted a kiss on his cheek. Although swift, the action did not escape the notice of the other witches. She giggled as she took flight, noticing Anna, Nightingale, and Wendy staring at her in astonishment, and waved her hand to explain. According to Fjord customs, during a victory celebration, a woman may initiate a kiss with the leader. My father always had me kiss him. Surely, Grey Fortress does not maintain such customs? Lightning protested. When I was sailing, I often challenged everyone to drinking contests and never lost. Roland sought assistance from the witches, glancing at Wendy, who nodded and conjured a downward gust of wind that gently lowered Lightning. As she neared the ground, Wendy stepped forward and embraced the girl, disregarding her incessant protests, and proceeded directly toward the castle. Don't mind her. She's merely had too much to drink. Continue your meal. There will be dessert later. Roland felt an awkwardness in the atmosphere, particularly from Anna's gaze, which sent a chill up his spine. The only one unaffected was Naneva, who remained focused on grilling her chicken wings as if nothing had occurred. However, when they reached the door to the third-floor bedroom, the prince's heart skipped a beat as he spotted Anna leaning against the doorframe. Chapter 91. The Heart Prison moonlight streamed through the window in the corridor, illuminating one side of the woman's face. Her eyes shimmered with a faint blue glow, reminiscent of stars in the darkness. Anna leaned against the door, most of her figure swallowed by shadows, yet her silhouette remained discernible. The ample nourishment she had received rendered her far from the emaciated appearance she once bore. As a newly adult woman, her form was perfectly proportioned, exuding the unique charm of youth. Roland feigned calmness as he approached slowly. Upon noticing him, Anna straightened, locking eyes with him. It was merely an accident. I did not foresee your actions, he began. I understand, she replied. She is still quite young. I hardly took it to heart. I comprehend that as well. Contrary to Roland's expectations, Anna did not appear to be sulking. There was no trace of displeasure on her face, only a demeanor of earnestness. Her cerulean gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Roland realized she was still the forthright woman he knew. She neither favored pretense nor required it. Indeed, she took the initiative to speak. I cannot, like Lightning, dare to act so boldly before others. Thus I find myself waiting for you here. Following her words, a faint blush colored her cheeks, yet she did not waver. Maintaining her steady gaze upon Roland, her expression profoundly serious. Roland's heart skipped a beat. He wished to articulate something, but at that moment, words felt superfluous. She might have been affected by Lightning's actions, yet grievance or complaint were not her ways. She simply expressed her desires with candor. A straightforward and earnest child should not be turned away, he thought. Leaning closer, Roland pressed his cheek against Anna's. Her breath brushed against him like a gentle spring breeze, stirring something within. The sound of their slightly anxious breaths resonated in the quiet corridor, and then, a soft lip lightly pressed against his cheek. Good night, Your Highness, Anna whispered. Wendy reclined against the headboard, perusing the book in her hands. This was a rare moment of leisure for her. a life she had never dared to imagine during her time in the communal aid meetings. Shortly after arriving in the small town, she had developed a habit. Before sleeping, she would cleanse herself thoroughly, don a silk nightgown, leaving it untied and unbuttoned, sitting cross-legged in bed with a plush pillow supporting her back. Reading the tomes borrowed from the prince. The book was a historical account of the origins of the church. Although she had grown up in a convent, her knowledge on the subject was scant. The Mother Superior had repeatedly instructed them to heed divine guidance, yet never mentioned the name of God, which confounded her as a child. Everyone had a name. Why was it that the most exalted deity did not? The accounts recorded in the book aligned closely with the rumors she had later heard. Initially, there were 3 major churches on the continent, each deeming the others heretical, worshipping what they considered malevolent deities. This war of faith endured for nearly a century, culminating in the overwhelming victory of the present church, which proclaimed the eradication of the false gods. Henceforth, the divine would possess but a singular appellation, the term deity itself. The subsequent passages eloquently depict the glory and immortality of the church, encompassing the establishment of both the old and new holy cities, as well as the triumph over the malevolent witches' disruptions. This struck Wendy as rather peculiar. She had previously borrowed the history of Grey Fortress and a brief history of the continent from His Highness Roland. The former meticulously chronicled the kingdom's foundation, evolution, and significant occurrences, detailing the names of each king, their marital statuses, and the fates of their offspring. The character section resembled a comprehensive family tree. Meanwhile, a brief history of the continent focused on the evolution of the 4 great kingdoms, the shifts in power, and political strife. Yet it still contained vital records about the rulers' lives. However, the church's historical text conspicuously omitted any mention of a pope's name, instead substituting the term pope in place of the names of its past leaders. Reading through the text, it seemed as though a single individual had woven through centuries of history, which defied logic and appeared to be an intentional obfuscation rather than a genuine record. At that moment, Nightingale suddenly entered the room. Wendy set down her book, gazing at her with curiosity. "How is it that you have the time to visit me so late?" she inquired. Nightingale plopped onto the bed and quickly fell asleep, mumbling "Papa, Papa" repeatedly. Wendy shrugged. Despite her audacious demeanor, she was still a child at heart. "In your eyes, everyone is a child," Nightingale remarked, snatching the book from Wendy's hands. "His Highness has advised against reading at night, especially while sitting in bed. Insufficient light can harm your eyesight." Yes, as His Highness said," Wendy replied. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while, discussing everything from Silverlight City to the Desolation Mountains. From rumors of a witch's demise in a small town to their joint efforts in combating the malevolent moon of evil. Nightingale spoke intermittently, while Wendy chimed in occasionally, reflecting the rapport cultivated over 5 years of companionship. Time drifted slowly until the candle flickered low, prompting Wendy to stifle a laugh. "What is this? The sight of lightning has left you restless? What are you talking about?" Nightingale replied. "What else could it be?" Wendy chuckled, shaking her head. "Veronica, we are witches. You should know this." Nightingale fell silent, and after a long pause, she softly responded, "Yes. This is fate, a destiny from which all witches cannot escape." Wendy's smile faded as she sighed softly. "Roland Wimbledon is the 4th prince of the kingdom, and our duty is to support him in ascending to the throne as the king of Grey Fortress. He will govern the realm well and provide a sanctuary for our sisters. Yet, ultimately, he is a king. When the time is ripe, he will marry the daughter of a duke or a princess from another kingdom, and they will have heirs, whether one or many, whether boys or girls. The boys will inherit the kingdom, while the girls will be wed to other illustrious nobles." At this juncture, Wendy paused momentarily, uttering the words that Nightingale, or indeed all witches, would prefer not to hear. "Veronica, we are witches. Witches cannot bear offspring, even with the most optimistic outlook. After a century of your Highness's reign, the sisters will finally be able to roam freely across every corner of the kingdom, indistinguishable from common folk. Occasionally, exceptional witches may ascend to the upper echelons of society, being ennobled as aristocrats, yet the immutable truth of their infertility remains. They shall bear no offspring to perpetuate their family's legacy, and thus, those noble families will not consider marrying a witch. The heavens have bestowed upon us certain gifts, yet simultaneously they have taken away others. Such is the nature of fate," she murmured. "May you be merciful." "I understand," she replied softly. After bidding the Nightingale farewell, Wendy felt a heavy heart. Nevertheless, she held faith in her ability to overcome, for they had surmounted numerous trials together and would not falter at this hurdle. Her conviction was unwavering. Chapter 92. Reorganization of the troops indeed. I share your reluctance to engage with those stones, replied Yupi. The most significant factor is the disparity in remuneration. Where else can one find a position like that in the artillery unit? Where there is meat to consume daily and a monthly salary of 15 silver wolves. What nonsense are you uttering? Vanna, holding a torch to illuminate the surroundings, retorted with irritation. This time, it was the princely distribution of grain that prevented anyone from starving during the month of evil spirits. Just think back to the previous 2 years. Half of those in the old district did not survive the winter. Do you still long for that? Furthermore, the unit will not be disbanded. His Highness recruited us into the artillery brigade, burning through so much gunpowder merely for the sake of an echo? But the demonic beasts are no longer present. What purpose does His Highness have for the artillery unit now? Rodney inquired, leaning on a broom. The next morning, the assembly signal that resonated throughout the camp confirmed Vanna's assertion. Among the 300, not a single person stirred, except for Cat's Claw, who raised his hand and declared, "Report." This was yet another peculiar rule established by His Highness during training. Team members were prohibited from whispering to one another and were required to call out report when inquiring about matters. Iron Axe nodded and remarked, "What does it mean to be a regular army? Does it imply that we are being knighted?" Knighted? That would indeed qualify as nobility, possessing not only estates and retainers but also land grants. To pose such a question is a disgrace to the artillery unit. No, Iron Axe patiently explained. Evidently having inquired this of His Highness himself, a regular army refers to a military force dedicated solely to combat, existing to protect His Highness and his territories. In other words, while workers mine in the mines, you will be training. While farmers harvest wheat, you will be training. While merchants sell their goods, you will still be training. All training is geared towards achieving victory in future battles, just as you did during the month of evil spirits. What distinguishes this from the militia? Cat's Claw asked once more. Vanna sighed, pondering why the young men in his group were so restless. Although he too was eager to uncover the answer to this question, he continued, the regular army will implement an officer system. In combat, tasks will be completed according to specified plans, and those who perform exceptionally well may be promoted to officers, Iron Axe proclaimed loudly. For instance, to reach my position. Is this what His Highness stated? Vanna mused, contemplating that if this were to be enforced, it would encourage insubordination. He discreetly scanned his surroundings. Yet the others appeared oblivious to this issue, still listening intently. Officers would receive higher salaries and their own lands. The final statement elicited a wave of murmurs throughout the ranks, and Vanna was no exception, doubting whether he had misheard. If land were to be obtained, what then would distinguish them from knights? A profound silence fell over the crowd. After counting several moments, Iron Axe noted that no one had moved. He couldn't help but smile broadly and exclaimed, "Very well. From this day forth, you shall be a regular army directly under His Highness Roland Wimbledon." Good observation. What is your name? Mr. Vanna, he replied. Do your best. Reflecting upon the encouragement from His Highness, he reaffirmed his belief that he belonged to the militia and would henceforth also serve as a member of the regular army, continuing to fight for His Highness. The Iron Axe swiftly announced the first training exercise of the day, an outdoor endurance march. Initially, Vanna regarded this with a sense of indifference. Running was a common training regimen, seldom interrupted even during the month of malevolence. After breakfast, regardless of the weather, it was customary to complete a couple of laps around the town, unless a heavy snowfall ensued. According to the prince, this was beneficial for loosening the limbs, ensuring that one wouldn't be stiff and unable to wield a weapon while defending the city walls. However, once the troop ventured beyond the borders of the town, he immediately sensed the stark contrast. The snow in the wilderness had yet to reach the point of melting. The intermittent snowfall over the past 3 months had accumulated to a depth surpassing his knees. Rather than running, it felt more akin to crawling through the snow. The formation quickly grew sparse, each step requiring considerable effort to extricate one's foot from the frigid embrace of the snow. Undoubtedly, such a torturous exercise could only have been conceived by the prince. Vanna had discerned the prince's intentions. At this juncture, protest was futile, and the only recourse was to endure to the end. Snow had seeped into their boots, melting into cold water, and even standing in the sunlight, most remained shivering uncontrollably. The immense physical exertion only exacerbated the chill, and even the Iron Axe felt somewhat overwhelmed. He announced the disbanding of the troop, postponing lunch by half an hour to allow everyone to change out of their soaked shoes and trousers. A slight comfort to the weary was the cancellation of the afternoon training. Unbeknownst to them, lightning had been tracking their endurance march. This was also part of the young girl's daily training, mastering the precise control of her magical flight. When she reported her observations to Roland, he was left in a state of amused disbelief. The total distance covered by the troop throughout the morning was a mere 4 kilometers. Chapter 93. Military Framework. In the days following the victorious celebration, Roland immersed himself once more in the agricultural enterprise. Seated in his office, the incessant ticking from outside resembled the gentle patter of rain, a sound born from melting snow. During the Lunar New Year spent in the countryside, he cherished moments spent by the window, observing icicles transform into crystalline droplets, cascading slowly to the ground. Though leisure was now a luxury he could not afford, the act of drafting plans while attuning himself to the Earth's awakening was rather pleasant. Based on prior experience, the thought typically necessitated about a week. However, the overland passage between the town and the fortress would require at least a month to become traversable. Roland could easily envision the state of the unpaved roads, lacking proper drainage after the snow had melted, should he successfully capture the Longsong fortress. His foremost task would be to construct a solid road suitable for carts between the two locations. Although he had played military strategy games in his youth, the details had long since faded from memory. After considerable contemplation, Roland resolved to devise the military structure himself. As the architect of this new army, no one would question his unconventional approach. Thus, the organizational structure of the border town's first army was swiftly established, employing divisions, brigades, battalions, companies, and squads as the overarching framework, with 5 individuals constituting a squad. Considering that a single artillery piece requires a minimum of 5 operators, 10 squads forming a company, and 10 companies comprising a battalion. The specifics regarding the number of divisions and larger units would be addressed at a later time. Given the prevailing combat capabilities of the era, possessing 2 or 3 battalion-level units would suffice to overpower the majority of adversaries in open-field engagements. With the foundational framework in place, Roland exhaled a sigh of relief. The myriad drawbacks of allowing his subordinates to engage and plunder were immeasurable. The adverse effects inflicted upon the local populace would take years to rectify. This rationale underscored his insistence on incorporating civilians into the military ranks. When nobles rallied to their lord's call to arms, the notion of refraining from looting after vanquishing the enemy seemed utterly fantastical. Indeed, the primary allure for these nobles to follow their lord into battle lay in the prospect of freely pillaging the wealth and territories of their foes, which regrettably included the innocent civilians residing therein. As for mercenaries and bandits, their reputation for ferocity belied an inherent dependency on favorable conditions for combat. With robbery serving as a significant source of income, military discipline held no value for such individuals. To ensure that the rewards were sufficiently motivating, Roland resolved to unveil the ultimate incentive: land grants for military merit. Those who distinguished themselves in battle would be bestowed with parcels of land, sourced from the unexploited territories between the border town and the fortress. In an era where 90% of land belonged to the aristocracy, this constituted an extraordinary prize. Once these individuals acquired fixed assets, they would forge an unwavering allegiance to him. Any attempts to undermine his authority would be met with fierce resistance from those who had benefited. Mobilizing the populace relied not on rhetoric or coercion, but rather on tangible benefits. In essence, as long as he consistently represented the fundamental interests of his subjects, his position of power would remain unassailable. Unlike traditional feudal holdings, Roland would limit the land grants to a few acres to a dozen, sufficient for constructing modest homes, purchasing serfs, or hiring farmers to cultivate the land, yet prohibiting the establishment of industries. In contrast, a knight's domain approaches 2,000 acres, an expanse comparable to a small village. The industries operating within can generate sufficient revenue to support the knight and his retinue in their martial endeavors, such as procuring weapons, armor, and steeds. This modest allocation of land serves as a reward that neither provokes vehement opposition from the noble factions nor undermines the independence of the vassals. To Roland, it serves akin to a retirement pension, ensuring that soldiers have a stable income post-service. Simultaneously, to fortify central authority and avert the scenario of servants having servants, whereby the granted landholders possess ownership without autonomy. This land remains governed by the laws, regulations, and systems of the lord's jurisdiction. In a sense, they resemble the agricultural proprietors of later generations. After meticulously transcribing these preliminary institutional concepts, Roland indulged in a stretch. At last, he could immerse himself in the development of weaponry, his forte. As the production speed of firearms accelerated, Continuing to deploy pikemen to safeguard the gunmen would result in a waste of manpower. The latter must possess the capacity to engage independently in close-quarter combat. The solution was straightforward, affixing a bayonet to the firearm. Roland did not anticipate his troops would initiate a direct charge against the enemy. Rather, he required them to be capable of striking when the adversary, cornered and desperate, found their morale compromised due to the ineffectiveness of artillery. The creation of a bayonet is not particularly challenging. A simple sharp cone suffices. The crux lies in the method of connecting the bayonet to the firearm. The earliest designs involved wrapping a slender wooden rod around the handle, allowing it to be inserted directly into the barrel. This method, while easy to manufacture, had its drawbacks. During close combat, the gun could not be fired. An extraction post-battle proved laborious. Roland intended to produce an improved second-generation bayonet with a sleeve design. The end of the handle would feature an angle, connecting to a segment of iron tubing, the inner diameter of which would slightly exceed that of the barrel, equipped with a latch. A segment of iron would be welded onto the barrel to accommodate this latch, securing the blade. The blade itself would be triangular, with a V-shaped cross-section, sharpened on all three sides, facilitating extraction without hindrance and leaving behind grievous wounds. Once the sleeve-type bayonet is affixed, it would extend slightly above the barrel, influencing ammunition loading to some extent. However, compared to folding bayonets, its advantage lies in its simplicity, allowing for mass production. A single prototype would suffice for the blacksmiths to replicate. For the bayonet to prove effective in actual combat, the training of soldiers in its use is paramount. Roland, however, found himself at a loss regarding this aspect. Fortunately, he recalled the chief knight's boast that he could adeptly wield any military weapon. Thus, he resolved to enlist him to instruct the firearms squad on the intricacies of bayonet combat. Chapter 94. Forced demolition requires no justification with a stroke of fortune. A month hence, he would possess a splendid array of 4 12-pound cannons. The advantage of firepower was indisputable. However, the question of how to convert that advantage into a decisive victory had been a matter of persistent contemplation for Roland. Prior to his crossing, he had merely been a mechanical dog, and like the majority, his understanding of warfare stemmed from history, cinema, and games. Had it been a complete melee combat scenario, he would have willingly entrusted command to Carter and the Iron Axe. Yet, this battle was distinctly different. No one could comprehend the operational methods of firearms better than himself. In light of this, he could only amalgamate all the knowledge he had acquired and devise each step of his strategy from a perspective that transcended the norms of this era. To ensure triumph, Roland instructed Lightning to traverse daily between the fortress and the border town. This served a dual purpose: to observe the road conditions and to accurately measure the distance. Roland firmly believed that the key to victory in warfare lay in extensive reconnaissance and calculation. Both tactical formulation and battle simulations were inextricably linked to these two elements. Utilizing the dimensions established during the last cannon casting, he fashioned several iron rods, each measuring 1 meter, along with 100 meters of hemp rope. Subsequently, at the artillery firing range located west of the border town, he delineated a flight path of approximately 1,000 meters, guided by the projections of the hemp rope and wooden rods. Lightning practiced controlling her magical energy expenditure, repeatedly traversing this 1,000-meter distance at a consistent speed. Once she had adeptly memorized this energy output, Roland commenced measuring the distance from the fortress to the town. By utilizing the time taken for a round trip as indicated by a sundial, he calculated the distance between the two locations to be roughly 54 kilometers. Of course, this was merely the straight-line distance. In reality, the terrestrial route required 2 significant bends to circumvent the foothills descending from the abyssal mountain range. In any case, should the Duke opt for a land advance, it would take at least 3 days to reach the border town. With Lightning serving as a scout, Roland could maintain a clear understanding of the enemy's position and the requisite actions to undertake. Within a 2-kilometer radius to the west of the town, he had planted numerous markers to denote distances. As soon as the enemy entered this zone, the artillery team could swiftly adjust the cannon angle without the need for a firing table. Now, he began to harbor concerns regarding the possibility of the enemy not approaching at all. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. The nightingale, who had been languidly perched on the armchair, munching on dried fish, vanished in an instant. Roland cleared his throat and said, "Enter." The door swung open to reveal Baron Barov, the assistant to the minister. "Your Highness, a noble from Longsong Fortress wishes to see you." "Who?" Roland momentarily struggled to grasp the situation. Had they sent another envoy? initially inclined to acquiesce. He swiftly reconsidered and instructed the Baron to wait for him in the reception room. Perhaps he could exert some pressure on behalf of Longsong Fortress through him. The prince mused. Esteemed prince, Baron Corys, barely settled in his seat, hastily began. How can you allow those foolish masons to demolish my house? That is a fine residence, with walls constructed from stone bricks, and the beams and roof crafted from only the highest quality timber. When it was built, it cost me 150 gold dragons. He gestured emphatically with his fingers. 150, Roland scoffed inwardly. If it were when I first arrived in the border town, perhaps I would have believed it based solely on the prince's memories. But now, are you referring to the house at the far west of the town? Corys nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed, that very one. It is the second largest residence in the town, following that of Baron Simon. How unfortunate. It is too close to the city wall, obstructing the passage of my subordinates. Roland paused momentarily. However, the town hall has already made compensations. How much? Roland raised 2 fingers. 20 gold dragons. That is far too little, Your Highness. Corys opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to argue, but ultimately refrained. He took out a handkerchief to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. Very well, 20 it is. Where should I go to collect this sum? Collect? Roland feigned confusion. That amount has already been disbursed to the owner of the house. What? Wait. I am the owner of that house. It is not you, but Blair, my malicious second squad leader. Who is that? The Baron exclaimed loudly. Your Highness, you are mistaken. I am the rightful owner of that residence. Is that so? Yet I did not see you during winter. Roland raised an eyebrow. How can you claim that house as yours? Fool, Roland mused internally, maintaining a calm demeanor in his speech. So you are implying that you fled from your lord out of fear of the vile beasts. Is that correct? Oh, aye. The Baron was taken aback. Guards. Roland clapped his hands, and 2 of his personal guards entered the parlor, sandwiching Corys in between them. Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Quite simple. Now you have 2 choices. Roland stood up from his seat, looking down with disdain. One is to admit your mistake. That house does not belong to you, and I may consider it a farce and let you go. The other is that you betrayed your lord during the month of the demon, absconding from your territory without permission and shamefully fleeing to Longsong Fortress. I shall imprison you and then hang you for treason. Which do you choose? Sweat poured from Corys's forehead. He swallowed hard, hesitating for a long moment before tremblingly saying, Your Highness, I was mistaken. That is not my house. So, this is a misunderstanding. Roland shrugged, turning to the guards. Escort Mr. Baron out of here. As you wish, Your Highness. Corys forced a smile as he exited. But in that fleeting moment of turning away, Roland caught a glimpse of the biting resentment in his expression. Thus, the fortress shall surely be stirred into a commotion, he thought. Chapter 95. Encounter. Damn it. What kind of wretched prince is he? Nothing more than a pitiful creature abandoned in the wilderness. Corys seethed inwardly. Yet out of deference to the 2 guards trailing behind him with their hands on their sword hilts, he begrudgingly swallowed his indignation for the time being. Upon exiting the castle gates and witnessing the guards turn away, the Baron finally exhaled in relief. He produced a damp handkerchief to wipe his brow, spat vehemently on the ground, and envisioned the saliva striking the prince's face. Merely doing this did not suffice to alleviate his frustration. He stomped vehemently on the spit, feeling somewhat better within. Who, pray tell, is Lord Farino? He is a favored individual in the presence of the Duke, having ascended from a municipal officer to the position of treasurer in a mere 5 years. Were it not for the distant familial connections that afforded him 2 fine pelts annually, how would he ever fathom the thoughts of the ruler of the Western Territory? Undoubtedly, the Western Territory belongs to the Duke. If it were solely a unilateral command from King Fico, it would be open to debate. However, when the Duke himself prepared to intervene, Roland Wimbledon was rendered no different than a dog bereft of its home. This urgency was precisely why Corys hastened to the border town. First, to procure some pelts while they were still available, and second, to expedite the sale of his property. He calculated astutely on the first point. In previous years, the local populace would flee to Longsong Fortress for refuge, leaving little inventory behind. Yet this year, they remained. So surely he could acquire a few decent goods? Not only would this yield a modest profit, but it would also serve as a tribute to Lord Farino. As for the second point, Corys had solicited Lord Farino to arrange a position for him at the town hall. Though it was a mere sinecure, it was certainly preferable to this accursed impoverished locale. With the house no longer of use, it was wise to sell it as soon as possible. Who could predict when the Duke might act? Should these wretched commoners resist and inadvertently set his property ablaze, it would be a significant loss. Little did he anticipate that instead of the commoners burning his house down, it would be the fourth prince who would raze it to the ground. The thought of this made the Baroness' teeth grind in frustration. Such a fine residence. While 150 gold dragons seemed a tad extravagant, 30 gold dragons was undoubtedly a fair price. To hasten the acquisition of funds, he had even reluctantly accepted a reduction to 20. Yet the prince treated him with such disdain. Not a single coin was offered, and he was threatened with charges of treason. Did he not know that every year during the month of the evil spirits, all nobles vacated this place? Having departed from the castle district and descending the long slope, Corys brushed past a hooded woman. Ordinarily, there would be nothing strange about this. Among the townsfolk, women often donned such attire. To encounter a beautiful young lady or a noblewoman, one would have to journey to the royal capital. Yet when a gust of wind lifted the corner of the woman's hood, Corys felt his heart leap, as if the very air around him had solidified. My heavens! What an enchanting woman! With rare emerald green hair cascading down her back, even the fleeting glimpse of her visage was breathtaking. Enough to overshadow the so-called princesses and debutantes of Grey Castle. How could such a person appear in a border town? Boarding his single-masted swift vessel at the dock, the boatman hoisted the sail, and the small craft swiftly departed the pier, heading toward Longsong Fortress. In the snow-laden expanse approximately 5 miles from the remote border town, a substantial congregation emerged within his sight. Clad in identical deep brown leather armor, they bore elongated wooden spears upon their backs, forming an orderly procession as they traversed the snowy terrain. Though obscured by a thicket of trees, the sheer number of individuals was unmistakable, surpassing 100. Could this be the farmers employed by the fourth prince to combat the malevolent beasts? In the early days of the month, when the snow had yet to melt, the roads were notably desolate, and the arduousness of trudging through the snow was not lost on Corys, even without having experienced it firsthand. This group, heads bowed, continued their journey, seemingly undeterred by the nearly foot-deep accumulation of snow beneath their feet. He felt an urge to mock them, yet discovered he was unable to muster a laugh. An unsettling question arose from the depths of his mind. Could the knight-serving Lord Ryan truly achieve such a feat? Chapter 96. Leaves Chapter 97. The New Witch and Her Emerging Powers, Part 1. Chapter 98. The New Witch and Her New Abilities, Part 2. The third witch is named Hummingbird, a petite figure who embodies her moniker. When inquiring about her abilities, she exhibits a demeanor markedly more reserved than her counterparts. This winter marks her coming of age. Her symmetrical dimples and delicate features, complemented by a soft, mellifluous voice, render her exceedingly endearing. Her unique power allows her to lighten objects, imbuing them with magical energy that significantly diminishes their weight. She claims it approaches zero. Roland requested Hummingbird to demonstrate her ability using her teacup, revealing that it could almost float in midair, suggesting its weight is nearly equivalent to that of air. Indeed, in the eyes of people in this era, air is considered weightless. This seems to elucidate why the cooperative society can traverse the western territories of Grey Fort without resupply. With the assistance of this young girl, sacks of wheat and dried fish can be easily carried, enabling a small number of individuals to transport substantial supplies, thereby alleviating logistical burdens considerably. Although Hummingbird has reached adulthood, she has not developed any supplementary abilities. Her primary skill necessitates physical contact with the target for activation and proves ineffective on living beings. The larger the object, the longer the transformation takes and the more magical energy it consumes. Once transformed, the effect can endure for several hours. This ability appears particularly suited for the transport sector and holds great potential in the face of the impending war. However, numerous unknown variables necessitate further experimentation to ascertain its efficacy. At the bottom of the parchment, Roland noted, practice with stones of varying weights as subjects to control magical output, ensuring the duration of effect and decay are precise and manageable. After finalizing the training plans for the 3 witches, he instructed his attendant to add a candlestick, brightening the room slightly. Nevertheless, even with this enhancement, reading and writing under the flickering orange-yellow candlelight remained a taxing endeavor. Yawning, Roland unfurled the parchment detailing the information of the 4th witch. This 4th witch, notably, possesses a surname, Soroya Luan. Hailing from a merchant family in the royal capital of Grey Fort, she sports a cascade of short, brown curls and elongated eyes. The smattering of freckles across her nose does not mar her overall beauty. Rather, it imbues her with a distinctive youthful vitality. At the tender age of 19, her powers are remarkably unique. Upon reaching adulthood, she can accurately depict individuals and scenes she observes or imagines. Coupled with her supplementary ability, the magical pen, She can create lifelike images without the need for paint or paper, akin to the functionality of a camera. The applications of such a remarkable ability are virtually limitless. For training, she could simply be tasked with drawing several pieces each day. He then drew the next sheet of paper. Roland designated her power as illusory voice, though its applications elude him for the moment. As for training requirements, perhaps she could simply raise her voice a few times. The sixth witch to be interviewed is Lily. A mere 16 years old, with her hair styled in two playful pigtails, her visage as delicate as that of a porcelain doll, appearing somewhat stiff upon encountering her reflection. Her ability is to prevent food from spoiling, having awakened her powers as a witch only a year ago. She has already become the most cherished member of the cooperative society. Without her preservation abilities, many provisions would spoil and mold during their exodus. Alongside Hummingbird, Lily bolsters the logistical support of the cooperative society. As for whether this preservation ability is achieved by magically annihilating bacteria, it remains to be verified. Roland decided to have her practice with various meats and fruits, testing the longest preservation time under depleted magical energy. He rubbed his sore neck and stacked the files of the 6 witches into a neat pile, leaving only the final piece of parchment on the table. This parchment also revealed another delightful surprise following Yezi. The 7th witch, Miwa. When she entered the office, she appeared exceedingly anxious, prompting Nightingale to comfort her for quite some time, even providing a brief explanation in her ear. It turned out that Miyue's abilities were considered the least effective in the camp, nearly rendering her utterly useless, as she was relegated to menial tasks that relied solely on physical labor. Moreover, frequently scolded by Hakura, she acted with trepidation, fearing that Roland would deem her unworthy and expel her from the border town. Her primary ability was to magnetize objects. Prior to adulthood, this was limited to metallic items. But upon reaching maturity, she could bestow magnetism upon any object she touched. Lacking any branching abilities, the magnetization process was exceedingly slow, according to her. It took half a day to magnetize a square stone of 1 foot on each side. This proved to be of little utility to the cooperative, as magnets were hardly a novelty, with vessels navigating between fjords and continents already equipped with navigational compasses. On land, the abundance of reference points rendered such devices unnecessary for rapid orientation. Conversely, magnetized objects could create complications. For instance, iron pots and tools, once lightened by hummingbirds, could inadvertently soar towards Miyue, prompting Hakura to prohibit her from using her powers within the camp. Yet, to Roland, this reticent girl was an invaluable treasure presented before him. This was also the reason he was inclined to hum Superstar. Were their lyrics more fitting than "You are electricity, you are light"? Magnetism generates electricity, and electricity generates magnetism. Knowledge familiar to any engineer. In his mind, he expressed gratitude to Faraday, Gauss, Ampere, and Maxwell. With electricity comes light. And perhaps it would not be long before he could unveil another marvel within his territory. A witch forbidden to use her powers had survived the malevolent onslaught, demonstrating that although she was self-effacing and introverted, her will was not fragile. Her desire to survive was perhaps stronger than that of most. Roland silently rejoiced that she had joined the cooperative for less than a year. Otherwise, through the years, Hakura might have effectively buried her alive. He decisively outlined her training for the coming days to focus on magnetizing various items, while also determining the relationship between magical energy consumption and the magnitude of magnetism. With the inclusion of these 7 witches, Roland's coven had surged to a total of 12. After examining such a diverse array of samples, he gained a clearer understanding of the manifestations of magical energy. The traditional classification of combat and non-combat types appeared inadequate. He preferred to categorize them based on the inherent characteristics of their abilities. Overall, the witch's primary capabilities could essentially be divided into 3 major categories. The first category is self-enhancement abilities. This type of ability is exceedingly rare, with only the volume belonging to this category thus far. The ability to passively activate remains unaffected by the Stone of Divine Punishment. Even while adorned with it, she retains her remarkable photographic memory. The third category pertains to enchantment types, such as the Hummingbird and the Riddle Moon. The manifestation of magical power is achieved through contact with the target, a transformation process that is gradual and requires significant magical energy, all the while being susceptible to interruption by the Stone of Divine Punishment. However, once the transformation is complete, it becomes an inherent attribute of the object, remaining effective even within areas of magic suppression. Enchantments possess a temporal quality, with their duration contingent upon the size of the object and the state of the enchanter's magical power. This, he surmised, elucidates why the Stone of Divine Punishment cannot eliminate magical backlash. It does not impede the gathering and flow of magical energy, but rather influences the process of transforming that energy into capability. In simpler terms, it targets the client interface rather than the backend data. Roland set down his quill and rubbed his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, it seems he would have much to attend to in the future. Chapter 99, Nocturnal Conversations. Chapter 100, Ancient Texts and Relics, Part 1. Chapter 101, Ancient Tomes and Relics, Part 2. Chapter 102, Honeysuckle and Elk, Part 1. Chapter 103, Honeysuckle and Elk, Part 2. Chapter 104, Planning and Recreation on a Sunlit Afternoon. Roland fulfilled a promise he had made. He bestowed the title of Viscount upon Tigu Payne, designating his territory to the south of the Red River. Across from a small town, that area remained a dense forest, still awaiting development. To persuade Tigu to relinquish his autonomy over the territory, Roland assured him that Tigu's land would be prioritized for future development, with certain shares from the industries established there allocated to the Viscount and his descendants. Naturally, Roland employed his persuasive skills to depict this arrangement as an advantageous opportunity, free from the burdens of management, allowing Tigu to profit while reclining. Tigu readily acquiesced, as he had never been particularly fond of such matters. In his eyes, nothing was more exhilarating than engaging in horseback combat. However, with a daughter now in his life, he redirected his focus toward hunting. Given that the industries within Tigu's original territory had long since languished, he requested the prince to send someone to assist in selling the land east of the fortress, relocating his entire family to the border town. Roland naturally agreed. Another individual was Brian, whom Roland knighted, inquiring whether he preferred land or military service. Should he choose land, he could not join the first army of the border town. If he opted for military service, he would have to earn his promotions and land through merit, like others. Without hesitation, Brian chose the latter. Thus, Roland gained a clearer vision of land usage planning. The territory delineated by the Red River and flanked by the Despair Mountain Range would serve as the residential area, narrowing to approximately 3 kilometers and widening to 7 or 8 kilometers in certain places. This area could be developed into residential complexes or designated as reward land for promoted officers. Across the Red River lay the future industrial and agricultural zones extending southward, though presently dominated by vast stretches of woodland and distant undulating hills. Once the population warranted, Roland would undoubtedly commence the reclamation of this forested land. To the west of the border town, the Maze Forest represented another significant development prospect. The forest harbored a plethora of treasures, including timber, edible fungi, wildlife, and medicinal herbs. The timber could serve multiple purposes, from construction to industrial use, and even as fuel. The expanse of this forest was astonishing. After sending lightning to scout, it was revealed that even after flying 30 kilometers, the end was not in sight. Even if all the timber were utilized for firewood, it would provide warmth for an extended period. Lastly, the uncharted territory between the Maze Forest and the Despair Mountain Range remained an untouched wilderness. Based on the orientation of the mountains and forests, the intervening region appeared extraordinarily vast, potentially larger than the kingdom of Grey Fortress. The prospect of such unclaimed land stirred a yearning within Roland. However, he recognized that, for the time being, his attention must remain focused elsewhere. The most pressing need for the border town was an increase in population. Upon returning to the castle office, he summoned the artist Soroya. "How has the collaboration with the municipal office progressed?" he inquired. "I have never painted so many works in a single day," she replied, appearing considerably more vibrant than when they first met. By today, she had nearly completed her task, though she had left only a window the size of a head while painting, which felt somewhat peculiar. Soroya's photographic abilities had brought a remarkable enhancement to Roland's citizen registration initiative. The town hall has allocated a room for the archives of the plan, designated to store the information of the townspeople. Similar to a household register, each sheet contains their names, ages, residences, and kinship details. This information had been briefly compiled by Berev during the winter, and this recording has now been significantly expanded. The most notable change is that each individual's record is accompanied by a colored photograph. At Roland's request, the town hall has constructed a small booth in the hall for individual access, wrapped in burlap, with a square window left open at the front for Soroya to see the other person's visage. Thus, while the witch paints the portrait inside, the other party will not perceive the magical brush. As for encouraging the residents of the territory to eagerly come forth and declare their information, Roland proposed a simple incentive. Each visitor would receive a subsidy of 10 copper eagles, funded by the town hall. Today, I have summoned you to create something different, Roland said, laying out the prepared sheets of paper before Soroya. The latter noticed that all the pieces were identical in size, each merely half the size of a palm. Rectangular in shape. What would you like me to draw? She inquired. Some entertaining props, Roland replied. This idea had long been conceived in his mind. The witches had little to do aside from practice daily, leading to a somewhat monotonous existence. The same applied to the prince, especially while waiting for the snow to melt, which confined his activities largely within the castle. Therefore, devising some recreational activities and finding a few witches to accompany him in relaxation became imperative. The simplest option, of course, was playing cards. However, ordinary soft paper was not suitable for handling, and shuffling posed a hassle. Now, with Soroya at his disposal, he could consider crafting something more sophisticated. Entertainment? She tilted her head, pondering, seemingly unclear about how painting on square paper constituted amusement. Well, as you say. First, draw a soldier wielding a crossbow on this sheet of paper. Imagining? Precisely. His armor, physique, age, and the environment, everything is up to your imagination. As long as he holds a crossbow. I'll give it a try. Soroya closed her eyes and contemplated for a moment. A brush of colorful light materializing in her hand. Soon, the figure of a middle-aged crossbowman sprang to life on the paper. After completing the drawing, Roland instructed her to add a number in the first circle and the emblem of a bow and arrow in the second. The wondrous aspect of Soroya's ability lies in her capacity to paint without regard for material, rendering blank sheets and patterned paper indistinguishable to her. The subsequent drawings perfectly overlay the former, akin to layered coverage. Consequently, an exquisite crossbowman card emerged before Roland. Is this satisfactory? She asked. This is merely a unit card. There are many similar cards to be drawn, ultimately forming a complete deck, and I shall teach you how to play. Observing Soroya in the act of painting with closed eyes, Roland felt a premonition stirring within him. Perhaps such dialogues would soon permeate his castle. What will you do next? Let us begin with a round of Gwent. Chapter 105. Military Music. Chapter 106. Different reasons. The book gently rapped on the door, and a voice soon called out from within, "Come in." She pushed the door open to find Anna seated at a table by the window, perusing a hefty tome. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting an elongated shadow of the woman. Her soft cheeks and neck glowed almost blindingly under the illumination, while her flaxen hair cascading over her shoulders appeared to be tinged with a delicate golden hue. After nearly a week of acquaintance, the book had discerned Anna's temperament. She spoke candidly, never beating around the bush, exuding a calm and quiet demeanor, and possessed an insatiable thirst for knowledge. In essence, it was rare to find a child of humble origins possessing such a pure and tranquil spirit as Anna. I wish to read more, Anna stated, turning to the next page. I lack your abilities, so I must invest more time into this. She devoured a wide array of literature, from historical biographies to lengthy poems, including the myriad folk tales she had overheard in the streets. As long as it could be compiled into a book, she would relish every word. The book affectionately ruffled her hair. There is no need to rush. Everything I remember, I will share with you, one by one. This child was destined to alter the fates of the survivors of the Mutual Aid Society, the book mused. Without her, the Nightingale would not have ventured to the border town, nor would she have met Prince Grey from the Four Kingdoms, and consequently, nothing that followed would have transpired. In a certain sense, she was the savior of all witches. This was also the reason behind the book's initial fondness for Anna. The latter, upon witnessing the grimoire, had swiftly accepted her and expressed immense envy, which elicited a bemused smile from the book. Within the Mutual Aid Society, no sister had ever envied her abilities. In contrast, Anna possessed the most substantial magical capacity the Nightingale had ever encountered among witches, her vibrant green flames both versatile and formidable. Your hair is getting a bit long, the book remarked, lifting Anna's bangs that were nearly obscuring her eyes. Has no one helped you with a haircut? Anna shook her head. I've always done it myself. The book's interest piqued. Hair that is self-cut rarely looks appealing. Allow me to assist you with a trim. You can do that? Indeed. During my time in the Mutual Aid Society, I often cut the hair of my sisters. The book chuckled lightly. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch my tools. With practiced ease, the book unfurled a white cloth and tied it around Anna's neck, beginning to snip away the excess length of her hair. I have a few questions for you. What is it? The book's fingers danced nimbly, scissors clicking rhythmically in her palm, flaxen strands gliding past her fingertips and cascading to the floor. The book you showed me yesterday contained many tales, and nearly all of them concluded in the same manner. Must the prince always marry the princess? Her hands hesitated momentarily. That collection of stories was not a true book in the conventional sense, but rather a compilation of folk tales sung by sailors over the years in Seabreeze County. The book had deliberately curated the content, excluding tales without happy endings. Those where the prince did not end up with the princess, ultimately assembling a volume that manifested for Anna's reading pleasure. It is often the case that princes marry the daughters of Grand Dukes or Dukes, as exemplified by King Wimbledon III of Grey Castle, whose wife is the daughter of the Duke of Silverlight. After recounting this, the tome let out a sigh within. Wendy had mentioned to her the concerns of the Nightingale. And unlike the mature and composed shadow assassin, she was far more worried about Anna, who was becoming increasingly close to His Highness. It was apparent to anyone how significant this woman was to the prince. Whenever Anna was present, Roland's gaze invariably lingered upon her. Her daily endeavors were several times more demanding than those of her sisters, and after transforming the rooms of the Nightingale and Wendy into a shared space, the prince made no adjustments to Anna's quarters, justifying it by stating that should Joanna stay overnight in the castle, she could share a bed with Anna. He failed to realize that as the host, he need not provide such explanations. Anna, too, was reserved when among the other witches, often serving as a quiet listener. It was only in Roland's presence that she became more engaged. If anything could draw her attention away from her books, the tome would wager it would undoubtedly be the prince. Unfortunately, Roland was the fourth prince of Grey Castle, destined to become the king supported by the witches, while Anna was merely a witch herself. The tome could not directly remind His Highness, so it had to devise a subtle approach to gently guide Anna. It wished to avoid any rift between them, and more so, to prevent an unresolved tragedy. Why? Anna shook her head, seemingly attempting to clear the stray hairs from her neck. What if the prince does not favor princesses or noble ladies? Anna chose not to pursue the matter further, which allowed the tome to breathe a sigh of relief. Such discussions must be broached gradually, and it believed that one day she would come to understand. After trimming her hair, the tome smiled and playfully tousled Anna's ends, noting the refreshing change. "Thank you," Anna said, lowering her head. Now, regarding today's book, the tome pondered for a moment before deciding to summon a history of the royal lineage of Wolfheart to reinforce today's imparted impressions, opting for a family biography. Just as she prepared to take her leave, Anna, clutching the Book of Transformations, suddenly remarked, "I believe Roland is not like the princes in the tales." Her voice was resolute, devoid of any semblance of self-deception. "He will only do what he wishes, and everything else is irrelevant." The tome was taken aback. "Why do you say that? If he were that kind of prince, he would not have saved me." Chapter 107. Inquiring the heart, he lacked the remarkable ability of photographic memory. In fact, his recollection waned as time passed. Due to his profession, he frequently utilized mathematics and physics, while subjects such as history, geography, biology, and chemistry had likely regressed to rudimentary levels. Therefore, irrespective of their future utility, it was prudent to transcribe the knowledge he had yet to forget, preserving it for posterity. Each time he filled a page, he would allow the nearby tome to glance over it. The content she perused was effectively preserved indefinitely. Unfortunately, her abilities were confined to memory alone and did not grant her the aptitude to comprehend the mathematical concepts from secondary education. Thus, during his spare moments, Roland would elucidate these concepts for her. For someone who relished the role of a mentor, imparting knowledge was an immensely gratifying pursuit. Particularly, witnessing the tome's expressions of surprise or her moments of epiphany imbued him with a profound sense of achievement. Nonetheless, Roland recognized that this was also contingent upon the pupil. Although the tome was nearing her 40s, her magical essence significantly slowed her aging process. Her cheeks remained taut and rosy, and her long, dark hair was simply tied back, exuding a mature and competent aura. The faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes did not detract from her overall beauty. Rather, they accentuated her composed demeanor. In a cinematic portrayal, she would undoubtedly embody the role of an elegant and versatile educator. Now, he found himself capable of rendering his teacher speechless, a delightful contrast that he relished. As Roland engaged in his transcription, he pondered the nature of magic in this world. It permeated every corner. From the depths of the northern mines to the treacherous mountain ranges, from the wilds of the west to the coastal regions of the east, where witches wielded it to unleash extraordinary powers. If one were to liken magic to electrical energy, witches could be seen as diverse appliances, each serving a unique function. Yet, it was evidently far more enigmatic than electricity, resembling a form of energy that approached the very essence of existence. Take, for instance, the Hakera of the Cooperative, whom Wendy claimed could summon 4 serpents of magic: execution, agony, petrification, and nihility, each with distinct effects. Or consider the Nightingale, whose unfolding mist nearly distorted the very fabric of space. The manifestations of these abilities were endlessly varied, aside from the term essence. Roland struggled to conceive of a more fitting word. If one were to define this essence, it might encompass rules that are universally applicable and generalizable. In the latter part of his life, Einstein aspired to unify the 4 fundamental forces of the universe under a singular theoretical framework, known as the Grand Unified Theory. In a certain sense, his endeavors were a quest for the essence. Could there exist a universal rule applicable across all universes? This notion sparked Roland's imagination. Might there have been a similar force in the world he traversed before? One that remained unnoticed due to the absence of witches as conduits for its release? Regardless, Roland could only contemplate these ideas, for with the current level of technology, he was utterly incapable of deciphering such power. Hence, advancing industrial development and fostering the progression of civilization remained his primary objectives. Perhaps one day, humanity will harness this power directly without the aid of witches, a versatile super energy capable of manifesting multiple effects simultaneously. The mere thought of it is exhilarating. Your Highness? The book observed the prince, lost in reverie, and could not help but inquire. Yes, she bowed her head in deference, yet as she prepared to depart, she unwittingly slowed her pace. Roland, noticing the absence of the closing door after a prolonged silence, raised his gaze with curiosity, discovering her still lingering at the threshold. Is there something amiss? Your Highness. The book hesitated for a moment. I wish to pose a question to you. Might you consider marrying a witch? Roland nearly sputtered the water in his mouth. Why do you ask such a question? The book opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. To marry a witch? The first image that sprang to Roland's mind was that of Anna. From the moment he encountered her in the cage, her lake-blue eyes had made an indelible impression upon his heart. Witches are women awakened from ordinary humanity. Their abilities are extraordinary, and in both appearance and physique, they surpass the common folk. In modern society, they would undoubtedly be the center of attention. Thus, why should he hesitate? Considering this, the burden of her ample bosom had long been a source of trouble for her, particularly when standing atop the wooden structure of the town number 1, where she had to raise her arms slightly backward to maintain balance against the wind. Based on the initial trial run, numerous improvements had been made to town number 1. For instance, a simple canopy had been erected at her standing point, providing shelter from rain and sun alike. A ring of tree bark had been affixed around the hull to mitigate collisions upon docking. Additionally, 2 concrete short piles had been installed on either side of the ship's rail to facilitate the securing of ropes. After nearly a month of training, her wind control abilities had seen significant progress. The vessel now sailed with greater stability, and its speed could be adjusted according to the wind's influence. She had even learned to modulate her magical energy consumption in accordance with the prevailing winds, allowing her to endure for longer durations. Nightingale had finished her bath before Wendy, already donned in her nightgown, seated at the head of the bed awaiting her. However, Wendy found it curious that her companion wore an uncontainable smile. Has something good happened? Wendy could not resist asking, to which Nightingale simply shook her head, saying nothing, but her smile deepened. Wendy pouted. After their last midnight conversation, Nightingale had seemed rather low-spirited. And it was only recently, with the rise of Gwyn in the castle, that her spirits had lifted. What had caused the sudden bloom of joy today? Where had the expressionless, taciturn shadow assassin she first encountered in Silverlight City vanished? Oh well, Wendy shrugged off her musings, shedding her clothes and stepping into the wooden tub filled with warm water. Perhaps she had drawn a fortunate card after all. Chapter 108, Echoes, Part 1. 2 weeks have elapsed since the malevolent month, and the snow has transformed into streams that converge into the Redwater River. As the pristine veil of white recedes, the trees along the banks have once again sprouted new buds, now flourishing in vibrant green. The land beyond the eastern edge of the town, having been scorched by Anna, has been temporarily designated by His Highness as a training ground for the First Army of the border town. In the midst of the training field, Carter Lannis grips the blade S socket, twisting it slightly to ensure the bayonet is securely affixed. This new contraption, an invention of His Highness, pales in comparison to the automated black contraptions and the improved gunpowder that detonates at the slightest spark. It is, in essence, rather rudimentary. The moment Carter holds it, he realizes that it is not a weapon of merit. Essentially, it is merely a sharp triangular piece of iron, slightly folded along its midpoint. Though it has been sharpened, it is utterly incapable of delivering a cleaving blow. The sides of the blade are too short, the tip nearly non-existent, and the rear barely the width of a fingernail. Even against an unarmored foe, a horizontal strike might not even sever fabric. This weapon serves but one purpose, thrusting, and it must be affixed to a firearm to be of any use. Held alone, it is even inferior to a dagger. The sheer waste of iron to produce a weapon with a singular mode of attack is, in the eyes of the chief knight, a blatant failure. Had any blacksmith in his domain dared to craft such a thing, he would have surely bound the individual and administered a sound thrashing. Bayonets up. At the command, the members of the rifle squad, each equipped with a bayonet, swiftly draw the blades from their sheaths. Currently, only over 40 of these new weapons and their accompanying sheaths have been produced. Those who have yet to receive them must temporarily utilize short wooden rods of equal length to their rifles. After nearly a morning of practice, most can now affix their bayonets within 2 to 3 breaths. According to His Highness, this is a final push. He does not wish to see his subordinates engage in close combat, unless absolutely necessary. Carter, however, regards this notion with skepticism. Without having personally thrust a blade into an enemy, one remains merely a fledgling. It is only through the shedding of blood that they can transform from miners and hunters into true warriors. Iron Axe is also among the ranks. Though he claims to be a hunter, Carter can discern from his dexterity that this individual has undoubtedly undergone specialized combat training, his skills rivaling those of a knight. Initially, when commanded by His Highness to instruct the soldiers in the art of stabbing, Carter felt a twinge of apprehension, for he had never encountered a bayonet before. What if he lacked the skill to wield it? However, upon seeing the prototype, his confidence surged. It resembled nothing more than a shorter version of a spear, and due to the blade's unique design, it proved far easier to handle than a long spear. The singular method of attack with the bayonet offers the sole advantage of straightforward training, devoid of slashes, thrusts, blocks, or sweeps. There exists but one motion, thrusting. The chief knight arranged all the soldiers into several lines, teaching them the most effective thrusting technique, standing with legs apart, bending at the waist and knees, and exerting maximum force forward with both arms. The repetitive nature of this training was exceedingly tedious. However, Carter was astonished to observe that each individual diligently executed their thrusting motions. Prior to the onset of winter, they had been a group of feeble and indolent commoners. Yet now they appeared to embody a semblance of martial prowess. Upon the command being issued, they would promptly comply, and training them proved to be less burdensome than raising retainers. Of course, when armed with swords, or the cold weapons referred to by the prince, these individuals would still falter after merely 3 moves. Nonetheless, in terms of their resolve, their progress warranted a degree of self-admiration. After half an hour of practice, Carter allowed the firearms squad to sit down for a brief respite. At that moment, His Highness the Prince fortuitously appeared on the training grounds, accompanied by a hooded woman. The knight was not taken aback. The prince had previously informed him that today's training would involve the collaboration of a witch. The woman in question was indeed tall, nearly matching the prince in stature. Carter mused that a more petite girl would have been preferable. He then instructed everyone to rise and pay their respects to His Highness the 4th Prince. Your Highness, the soldiers exclaimed in unison, raising their hands to salute. Thank you for your hard work, Roland nodded, approaching the knight, just as a burly man suddenly broke from the ranks. Carter Lannis furrowed his brow, stepping forward to shield the prince, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. Nightingale promptly revealed herself, seizing Roland's arm, should the situation escalate. She could swiftly pull the prince into the mists. The man who had rushed forth was Iron Axe. Rather than approaching the prince, he knelt directly before the woman, not in the customary single-knee salute of the Continental Kingdom, but prostrated himself on the ground, his forehead buried deeply into his arms. My chieftain. The firearms training was abruptly halted. Discipline. Discipline. Carter emphasized, having reiterated this countless times. The troops ought to possess ironclad discipline. It was unacceptable to be swayed by the presence of a chieftain. Even upon encountering the king, they should remain unmoved. Those with legitimate requests could always submit a report. He couldn't help but sigh, recalling how he had held high hopes for Iron Axe. Ultimately, it was a matter of cultural understanding. They simply could not grasp the true essence of discipline. Your Highness, Iron Axe began, unable to restrain the impulse to kneel once more, his knees bending halfway before Roland halted him. Stand. Why yes, he stammered, swallowing hard. Lady Silvermoon is the chieftain of my clan from Iron Sand City. Nay, you are. Iron Axe countered. After your father and brother perished, according to the customs of Mo Jane, from that moment forth, you became the chieftain of the Aushok clan. I heard you were sold to Blue Water Port, but I could not find you there. I had presumed you were deceased. Yet I obey, your highness. This tale was not overly complex. Roland quickly discerned the general course of events. Echo had originally been a member of the Aosha clan in Iron Sand City, her birth name being Zua's Silver Moon, and her father had been the chieftain of the Aosha clan. The Sand People do not constitute a singular entity, rather. The population capacity of Iron Sand City is limited. Consequently, every 3 years, the various clans engage in sacred duels in the Scorching Grounds. Only the 6 victorious clans are granted the privilege of residing within the city, while the others must either dwell outside its walls or gather in the verdant sea. Although these habitats possess water sources, they are fraught with peril from wild beasts and sandstorms, posing significant threats to the Sand People. Thus, during each sacred duel, the warriors of each clan exert themselves to the utmost. Chapter 109 Echo, Part 2. Subsequently, one individual was rescued by the witch and became a member of the Alliance, while the other, disheartened, journeyed towards the western borders of the Grey Fortress. Until today, the two unexpectedly reunited in a border town. No, your highness. Iron Axe knelt on one knee, declaring, I have already sworn an oath to the 3 gods to serve you for the rest of my life. I was merely overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing Lord Silvermoon and failed to control my emotions. Please punish me. Echo also knelt, stating, when I awakened as a witch, I contemplated vengeance. But now I have long abandoned such thoughts. She bit her lip, pleading, please allow me to remain here. I have nowhere else to go. I understand. Roland replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. You need not be so formal. I have yet to say anything. After a brief pause, he continued, in fact, avenging you is not out of the question. Of course, not now, he gestured dismissively. This was not a mere whim, an Iron Axe's description of the extreme south. He had heard some exceedingly intriguing details about the land, which was scorching and arid, with an environment replete with oddities. Notably, the orange fire that erupted from the ground could burn for decades without extinguishing. Near the orange fire, one could often observe significant geological faults, at the bottoms of which the black river of the underworld flowed incessantly. Whether it was the orange fire or the river of the underworld, Roland could not shake the notion that it resembled oil, flowing openly. The significance of this black liquid for industry is almost self-evident. Modern warfare is partly waged over it, and fluctuations in oil prices can shape the rise and fall of nations, even altering the global landscape. Should he find a means to intervene in the affairs of the Aosha clan in the extreme south, he might secure a stable source of oil. However, Roland had no time to engage in distant disputes for the moment. He would have to leave this as a pretext for future endeavors to unfold in a manner as old as time itself. Now, let the training continue. Roland instructed the chief knight, and you shall be responsible for the upcoming march. Carter nodded in agreement. Brian had anticipated that the day's training would conclude there. Yet everyone remained seated in the practice field, not a single person departing. This was because Carter had issued orders to rest on the spot before leaving with the prince, rather than dispersing. Such a scenario would have been unimaginable in the patrol team he previously belonged to. Sir Knight, do you think Iron Axe will return? A member of the same group, Nail, approached and inquired. His earlier action startled me quite a bit. How many times must I say it? Do not address me as sir. Brian corrected him. In the First Army, you should refer to me as group leader. His Highness is said to address one another by rank. After being knighted by the 4th Prince, his status within the group had risen significantly, causing others to hesitate in conversing with him. Only Nail, a small fellow who had transitioned from the mines to the military, frequently sought him out to chat. By Nail's account, he had even conversed closely with His Highness Roland himself. Such matters. Surely the prince would not hold it against him too harshly, Brian mused, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. He had witnessed the tragic fate of a civilian who inadvertently collided with the carriage of the former lord, only to be fatally pierced by the guards on the spot. The Iron Axe, being a man of foreign descent, knelt before a woman in the presence of the prince, addressing her as the chieftain, an act that could certainly be deemed inappropriate. I suppose that is understandable. Nail repeatedly nodded. I have even conversed with His Highness the Prince. He is quite different from those nobles. He scratched his head, seemingly pondering the best way to articulate his thoughts. They appear similar, yet the essence feels entirely distinct. Brian, too, harbored no desire for any misfortune to befall the Iron Axe. After more than a month of collective training, he had developed a deep admiration for this foreigner, particularly during the outdoor exercises, where the Iron Axe instructed everyone on how to erect tents. His exceptional skills and tireless guidance proved immensely beneficial to all. In the eyes of the knights, the iron axe was even more suited to command the first army than Carter Lannis. They are coming. Nail nudged Brian's arm. And upon glancing around, he realized the absence of Lord Ironaxe. Yes, Your Highness, Brian exclaimed alongside the others. Upon hearing the resolution regarding the iron axe, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Nail mischievously made a face at him. What is a marching song? Brian queried, his expression one of confusion. Is it the kind of tune occasionally played in taverns? Would such a soft melody be suitable for directing everyone's advance? The so-called marching song is, in fact, a battle hymn designed to inspire and motivate all to press forward. Chapter 110, The Battle of Eagle City, Part 1. Through the hazy morning mist. Tefiko Wimbledon's keen eyes could discern the fluttering banners atop the city walls. He raised his spyglass, attempting to identify the heraldry emblazoned upon the flags. The ship and crown insignia upon a green field undoubtedly belonged to his sister, Garcia Wimbledon, and it was the most prevalent banner among the lot. A close second was the white banner, featuring a tower entwined with a serpent, the emblem of the Balia family. He silently scoffed, recognizing the audacity of those who had aligned themselves with the Water Queen while still displaying the tower's insignia. When I capture you, traitor, I shall make you swallow that flag, Lord Balia, he mused. Next in line was the crimson banner bearing the lion atop the tower, the equally shameless emblem of House Sita. Tefiko maintained a stoic expression, yet within, he had already condemned Island Sita to death, just as he had with Tomon Balia. Naturally, they would both face the same fate of having their flags forced down their throats. Surname in, raise the flag of the Grey Castle Kingdom. Tefiko commanded. As you wish. Your Majesty, replied the Knight of the Gale, spurring his steed towards the awaiting troops. By the King's command, raise the banner. Upon receiving news of Garcia's independence, he had swiftly mobilized forces from the eastern territories and the capital to advance on Eagle City. Though a tempest of turmoil raged within him, he maintained an outward calm, bolstering the confidence of his loyal ministers. Gathering his vassals and troops consumed nearly a month. A week was spent traversing the eastern territories, and another fortnight was devoted to arriving at this location. Tefiko finally reached Eagle City yesterday at sunset. Fortunately, the capital was not severely affected by the month of evil, and the southern routes remained passable despite the snow, the ground frozen solid by the cold, allowing supply wagons to move faster than the freemen. His force was considerable, comprising his personal guard, the Knights of the Royal City, and the troops of Duke Francheliot from the eastern territories. The combined strength totaled over 6,000, with 1,000 of them being well-trained and well-equipped knights. According to reliable intelligence, Garcia's forces numbered less than 3,000, primarily composed of freemen from Waterport, who were adept at pillaging defenseless farmers and merchants but stood no chance against seasoned knights in direct combat. Sir Gode, the Minister of Finance, had raised objections, arguing that with the month of evil's conclusion, cultivation would soon commence everywhere, and conscripting a large army at this time would adversely affect the harvest. Consequently, Tefiko refrained from demanding that his vassals summon serfs to the battlefield, instead gathering the freemen of the realm to handle logistics. This strategy ensured that even while engaging in combat in the south, they would not neglect the spring planting. Regardless, Tefiko Wimbledon could not permit Garcia to linger any longer in the southern territory. Eagle City was not a formidable fortress. It had once been a marketplace, conveniently situated between surrounding towns. Over time, with the growth of commerce, it had gradually evolved into a city, its establishment barely a century old. Moreover, previous lords had not erected insurmountable walls to promote its mercantile image. A combined force of 3,000 commoners and the retainers of 2 earls did not constitute a formidable army. The sooner countermeasures were executed, the greater the odds of success. If she is granted a moment's respite to fully consolidate the southern territories, it would become exceedingly challenging to defeat her thereafter. After a night of recuperation, his troops were well fed and poised for action. The sun gradually transitioned from a vibrant orange to a resplendent gold, shrouding the landscape in a dissipating mist, revealing the earthy brown walls of the city. In the eyes of the new king, these structures hardly constituted true fortifications. They were, at best, mere earthen slopes. The incline from the base to the summit was such that one could ascend it using only hands and feet, without the need for siege ladders. At the top, a circle of logs, standing taller than a man, formed a barricade that could deter vagrants and bandits, but would prove ineffectual against fully armed warriors. The defenders atop the walls stood sparse and unprepared for a siege. Tefiko handed the spyglass to Duke Fran, speaking in a relaxed tone. It appears she wishes to flee. The Duke scrutinized the scene for a moment before nodding. Such a swift decision was indeed a testament to her decisiveness. Eagletown was not suitable for a steadfast defense. Her forces within the city would be easily ensnared by us. The Duke chuckled at this, noting that, as you predicted in last night's war council, she did not anticipate our rapid approach. Tefiko added, our timing is impeccable. Even if she desires to escape, she cannot maneuver under the cover of night. Thus, my dear sister will have to wait until dawn to command her troops to retreat. Tefiko gazed contentedly at the easily attainable Eagletown, reflecting that her actions had not exceeded his expectations. Garcia's excessive desire for the symbolic status of Eagletown led her to station her troops in a stronghold historically guarded by southern lords, making it easier to win their hearts, yet such advantages were accompanied by peril. He had intentionally dispatched a feigned army to advance slowly while he led the cavalry ahead towards the eastern territories, transporting supplies solely by wagon. Upon reaching the east, the Duke would augment the remaining forces and approach Eagletown by circumventing it, with cavalry leading the way to secure the roads and minimize the likelihood of scouts relaying information. The Grand Army could not simply depart on a whim. Garcia had likely received ambiguous reports 2 or 3 days prior, and her retreat at dawn today was indeed a hasty decision. The journey from Eagletown to Springwater Town required a full day's march on foot. 2 legs could never outrun 4. He merely needed to concentrate 1,000 knights to pursue her forces relentlessly, and her ludicrous coalition would inevitably collapse. Ultimately, he mused, it would be necessary to confront her stronghold to bring this farce to a conclusion. Your Majesty, shall we proceed as previously planned, splitting our forces? Duke Friend inquired. Will you wait for me to breach the city and pursue through the southern gate, or would you prefer to take the longer route? I believe it is prudent to circumvent from the southwest, Tefiko considered. Cavalry maneuvering within narrow streets is cumbersome, and Garcia may very well obstruct the paths with debris, hindering troop movement. Even if we take the longer route, it will not impede our subsequent pursuit. Then I shall set forth, Your Majesty. Exercise caution, Tefiko advised. Garcia is unlikely to leave any troops behind in the city. There will likely be numerous traps. Moreover, one must remain vigilant in areas where streets are narrow and residential houses abound. Should a group of assassins lie in wait, they could pose a significant threat to your safety. Ha ha ha, Duke Friend chuckled heartily. Rest assured, Your Majesty, during my campaigns alongside your father, I personally severed hundreds of heads and have never sustained an injury. He gestured to the guards beside him, signaling for the horn to sound and the charge to commence. The army surged forward, with several contingents emerging from the ranks, stepping towards the city of Eagle's Nest under the guidance of a number of knights. These were the freemen, acting as the vanguard, followed closely by armored mercenaries, the mainstay of this siege. Meanwhile, the knights brought by the Duke had all gathered under his command, as the main force began their assault on the city walls. Tefiko led the remaining knights and attendants southwestward. Chapter 111, The Battle of Eagle City, Part 2, The First Wave of the Free Men, serving as mere cannon fodder, encountered little resistance as they ascended the earthen embankment. A wooden fence, angled skyward, obstructed their progress, yet it was not entirely impenetrable, as gaps were left open for their spears to pass through. While the attackers dismantled the logs, the defenders could simply stand behind the fence, wielding their spears to inflict harm upon their adversaries. However, to the surprise of Duke Fran, the soldiers who had once occupied the walls had vanished, leaving the entire perimeter devoid of defenders. The vanguard swiftly carved several breaches with small axes, and after toppling a few logs, the throng surged onto the city walls. Before long, the wooden gates were also brought down. Let us proceed, the Duke commanded, shaking the reins as he led the remaining forces toward the gates. From the onset of the siege to the moment the gates fell, scarcely 2/4 of an hour had elapsed. What in the world is Garciana Wimbledon's doing? Friend furrowed his brow. Any seasoned warrior would recognize that when abandoning a city, it was imperative to leave behind a contingent of loyal guards or to hire fearless mercenaries with a penchant for danger to hold the walls and buy time for the retreating forces. The third princess was no fool. Her rapid garnering of support from the southern territories attested to her cunning. Why had she not stationed a handful of subordinates to defend the walls? No matter how formidable the defenses or clever the traps, without personnel to operate them, they would merely become lifeless objects. Contemplating this, Duke Fran resolved to send his personal guard into the city first to ascertain the situation. As they passed through the gates, the Duke was struck by a peculiar odor, not the familiar stench of decay typical of battlefields, but rather a blend reminiscent of pine nut oil, orange peels, and incense. A deep inhalation revealed an unexpected fragrance. What could the scent be? He glanced around, yet discerned nothing amiss. The drainage ditches, employed for the earthen walls, had become clogged, and foul water overflowed, trickling slowly across the ground. The murky accumulation appeared to have been neglected for some time, its dark hues reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun's rays. Ah, it must be the odor of this foul water, he mused, shaking his head as he led his party toward the castle district. Having captured Eagle City, it was only fitting to explore the Lord's castle and the town hall to see if there were any valuables to be claimed. Undoubtedly, the city had likely been thoroughly plundered by Garciana, and while gold dragons may not remain, larger artifacts and decorations would serve as excellent spoils of war. The supply wagons he had brought could be slightly tidied up for the purpose of transporting their loot. As for the mercenaries, they had likely already made their way to the shops and farms. What did it matter? After all, Duke Joy had perished, and who would succeed him remained uncertain. At this moment, thoroughly ransacking the city was of utmost priority. Upon completing his tour of the Lord's castle, Frank Kelleret discovered some unsettling discrepancies. The castle felt eerily vacant. Not only were there no coins, but the entire cellar lacked even a scrap of fabric or grain. In places adorned with murals, only blank walls remained, and the bookcases held not a single tome. Even the grand bed in the Lord's chamber had mysteriously vanished, rendering the castle stripped bare. Is this truly feasible amidst a hasty retreat? A foreboding sensation crept into Fran's mind. Had they not begun the slow transport of these items from the outset, the castle could not have been so thoroughly ravaged. Just as he contemplated visiting the town hall, a thick plume of black smoke suddenly billowed from the northern gate. I do not know, my lord, the captain of the guards remarked. I have already sent Moriel to investigate. Perhaps the enemy is intentionally setting fires. Indeed. The Duke's initial thought was also of a trap, but he quickly realized that such a method of sealing the gates with fire was utterly futile. Not to mention that one could bypass the city gates and simply scale the earthen slopes, even if a fire were to be ignited. An organized force could swiftly extinguish the flames if no one took advantage of the chaos to attack. The correct strategy would have been to station troops within the city, and when fires ignited in various locations, to launch a surprise assault amidst the enemy's disarray, effectively disrupting their formation and potentially driving them back. As he had stated, a trap without an operator is merely an inanimate object. At that moment, the other three gates also began to emit black smoke, and flames were now visible at the northern gate, rapidly expanding as if a mound of straw had been ignited. The anguished cries of civilians echoed through the city, indicating that some homes had caught fire. This is not right, the Duke pondered, recalling that he had entered through the northern gate, where there was nothing to ignite a fire, just an expanse of open ground. But if there were no combustible materials, how could the flames spread so swiftly? Suddenly, a thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that Garcia Wimbledon's clandestine recruitment of witches was at play? Fran touched the divine punishment stone hanging around his neck, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. If it were indeed witch fire, he could simply stride through it. The flames of the infernal could not harm him in the slightest. Moreover, each member of his personal guard bore such an item, rendering them relatively safe. As for the freemen who could not afford to donate to the church, the Duke could scarcely concern himself with them at this moment. At once, the group promptly set forth, but upon reaching the vicinity of the southern gate, they discovered that the flames had engulfed the urban area, entire blocks of houses ablaze, and a searing wave of heat compelled them to retreat. The townsfolk, who had previously remained indoors, now spilled onto the streets where panic reigned. And even the swords of the guards could not deter their frantic flight towards the unburned open spaces. In an instant, it seemed as though everyone was ensnared in a sea of fire, surrounded by thick smoke and fierce flames. Stay calm. Find a well and fetch water to extinguish the flames. Duke Frenz swiftly issued a series of commands, instructing them to disregard the houses and focus solely on dousing the burning obstacles in the streets to clear a passage. Do not cease the calls for assembly. Let others know our position. My lord, a knight galloped in from the direction of the town center, dismounting before he could pull the reins. It was Moriel, the one previously dispatched to the northern gate by the captain. My lord, the fire at the northern gate is utterly inextinguishable. What do you mean? Fran exclaimed in astonishment. Inextinguishable? The flames are consuming the black waters, she replied swiftly. Not only are they impervious to water, but they also flow along with it. My lord, the entire northern district is ablaze. The unquenchable flame, he murmured. Indeed, it appears to be the infernal fire. The Duke then shouted loudly, urging everyone not to panic, for this is the wicked fire unleashed by Garcia through the malevolent witch. As long as you wear the stone of divine punishment, this flame may seem terrifying, yet it cannot harm you in the slightest. So it is. May you be merciful. Muriel instinctively placed her hand over her heart. My lord, what shall we do? With the stone of divine punishment, what is there to fear? Everyone, mount your steeds. We shall charge forth. The Duke gestured. These vile flames will vanish without a trace upon encountering the divine stone. He paused for a moment. Muriel, you take a group and venture out first. I will remain here to gather those who follow. Yes. The female knight nodded. My lord, take care. Others, be sure to keep up. She then mounted her horse, unhesitatingly galloping towards the blazing end of the street. Chapter 112. The Battle of Eagle City, Part 2. The Royal Knight Brigade descended upon the rear of the Garcia forces like a gleaming silver blade, inciting immediate chaos among the throng. Many, in their frantic attempts to flee, stumbled and fell, only to be trampled mercilessly by galloping steeds. Occasionally, a desperate soul would draw a weapon in futile resistance, only to be pierced by the lance of a skillful knight. Leading this unstoppable torrent was the formidable knight Naaman Moore, his blue cloak billowing dramatically behind him, causing adversaries to scatter in his wake. After a brutal onslaught, both his lance and sword were drenched in blood. From a distant hillside, Tefiko Wimbold observed the unfolding battlefield. The once orderly formation of the 3,000-strong force had disintegrated. The crowd spreading increasingly apart, their advance nearly grinding to a halt. They could not endure much longer, Tefiko mused. With a couple more waves, the forces of his sister would surely collapse, for these individuals were ill-equipped to withstand the charge of the elite knights of Grey Fortress. Most bore no armor, and a single strike would render them utterly incapacitated. This one-sided massacre severely dampened morale, and Tefiko noted with concern that some within Garcia's ranks had already begun to abandon the formation, fleeing in various directions. Your Majesty, they are on the verge of disbanding, Naaman remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow, the bloodstains on his palm marking his face, evidence of his enemy's blood. He had fought thus far without a scratch. Tefiko produced his handkerchief and handed it to him. Well done. Take a moment to rest. Soon we shall deliver the final blow to our foes. As the anticipated wave of enemy attacks failed to materialize, Garcia's forces sensed the impending confrontation. The once mighty host came to a complete standstill, gradually coalescing into a tight cluster. The individuals on the periphery raised their wooden spears in a desperate show of defiance. Tefiko scoffed. This was merely a death-throw struggle. Without caltrops or armor, relying solely on flesh and blood to withstand the onslaught of the Royal Knight Brigade would only culminate in a tragic defeat. Regardless of whether his sister remained among them, the outcome would remain unchanged. Perhaps she had already donned a different guise and departed, leaving these individuals as mere pawns to buy her time. However, he soon realized he was mistaken. Once again, the banner of the Queen of Azure Waters was raised amidst the crowd, the green silk flag fluttering in the wind, adorned with the emblem of a ship and a crown, prompting Tefiko to furrow his brow. He lifted his spyglass to peer into the enemy ranks and discerned a blurred figure of a woman standing atop a platform constructed by several warriors, hands raised as if shouting something. Though her features eluded him, the flowing gray hair revealed her identity, Garcia Wimbold. She had not fled. Tefiko inhaled deeply. This was fortuitous, for the farce would conclude here, and he would no longer need to journey to Azure Harbor. Once the horses were sufficiently rested, the new king issued the command for a full-scale assault. Over 800 cavalry, composed of knights and their retainers, surged forward under the banner of the Royal Knight Brigade, with Knight Naaman Moore at the forefront. Just as the knights were about to breach the enemy lines, a vast throng of horsemen suddenly emerged on the horizons to the east and west. They emitted a series of eerie cries, rushing towards the heart of the battlefield with fervor. Tefiko stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment, questioning who these individuals could be. Lacking banners or family crests, this sudden force bore no resemblance to any faction of the kingdom. Through the telescope, he noted that most were unarmored, wielding an eclectic array of weapons. Yet, their towering physiques and peculiar features conjured a singular association in Tefiko's mind, the men of the Southlands. However, it was too late. The advancing army, caught in a furious charge, could not easily alter their course. The knightly order plunged into the ranks of Garcia, cutting through them with all the ease of a hot knife through butter, directly targeting the position of the Water Queen. Tefiko gazed longingly at the flag fluttering in the wind, hoping it would soon snap, for the encircling Southlanders numbered around 1,000. If so, Garcia's forces would swell to 5,000, a number far beyond his capacity to contend with. Moreover, the individual prowess of the Southlanders was formidable, posing a significant threat to the knightly order once engaged in close combat. Should he succeed in eliminating the enemy leader at this juncture, severing the flagpole, and breaking the morale of Garcia's militia, a glimmer of hope might still remain. Yet, the flag wavered but stood firm amidst the fray. The Southlanders completed their encirclement, following the path carved by the knights into the fray. Without this reinforcement, Garcia's 3,000 desperate souls would have undoubtedly shattered by now, yet they persisted, like a mire, gradually pulling the knights into their depths. The horn of retreat echoed across the battlefield, and one by one, knights began to rally towards Tefiko, though many remained ensnared within enemy lines, including the Frostwind Knight. The blue cloak slowly descended, vanishing into the throng. Half an hour later, the number of knights still engaged in battle dwindled. As the Southlanders turned their attention towards Tefiko's position, he gritted his teeth and issued the order to withdraw. The group began their retreat northward, and compared to the once mighty contingent, only 300 remained by the new king's side. Chapter 113. Early warning since the conclusion of the month of demons. The western region has experienced only 2 rainfalls, with the remainder of the time basking in brilliant sunshine, seemingly compensating for the dearth of precipitation throughout the winter. The office has discarded its previous mustiness, and the air has transformed into a refreshing breeze. Upon opening the window, one can occasionally catch a whiff of the delicate fragrance wafting from the garden. At this point, the overland route connecting the town to Longsong Fortress has largely returned to its former state, and Roland has become particularly attentive to the movements of the fortress. Based on the previous year's circumstances, once land transportation is restored, it is expected that merchants will soon flock to the border town to peddle their everyday wares. However, thus far, he has yet to encounter a single trader from Longsong Fortress. Lightning conducts reconnaissance missions twice daily to ensure the town is adequately prepared before any potential enemy approach. Roland meticulously drafted a new procurement list, detailing items such as saltpeter, grain, and seeds, intending to send bearer of a new apprentice to the capital of Grey Fortress in hopes of good fortune. The supply of goods there is abundant, particularly saltpeter, which, as summer approaches, will likely see the capital's niter works operating at full capacity. In a city populated by a multitude of nobles and affluent merchants, the demand for saltpeter skyrockets with the heat. He aspires to establish a stable supplier to ensure a continuous flow of raw materials for gunpowder to the border town. After completing the purchase order, he handed it to Scroll, instructing her to deliver it to Berev at the town hall. Once Scroll departed, Roland stretched languidly, yearning for a sip of water, only to discover his cup was empty. As he slowly savored a drink, a perplexing thought crossed his mind. Of late, Nightingale's demeanor has been unusually amiable. She greets him with a constant smile and even offers to serve tea, leading him to wonder if she is angling for a raise. Previously, she would simply plop down onto the sofa, snacking on dried fish for the entire afternoon. Though Roland had inquired about the change, she merely responded with a smile and offered no explanation. Thus, he resigned himself to accept the situation without further question. Could it be that Gwent truly brings such delight? Perhaps in the future, he could introduce poker and mahjong, establishing an entertainment venue and effortlessly reaping the profits. Shaking his head, Roland dismissed the frivolous thoughts. Now is not the time for indulgence. He must contemplate the matters that will arise after securing the fortress. Relocating the administrative center to Longsong Fortress? Roland pondered this for a considerable time. While the allure of moving to a more prosperous location is tempting, it is, in reality, not a prudent choice. The fortress, unlike the border town, has existed for over a century, with power structures deeply rooted in a plethora of nobles. The territory is managed under a feudal system, making it exceedingly difficult for even the lord of the fortress to extend influence into other domains. To fully transform it into his own territory without instigating a revolution seems nearly unfeasible. Moreover, in such a tumultuous environment, his personal safety could not be assured. He certainly does not wish to be struck down by an arrow from a radical noble while strolling down the street. Conversely, the border town presents a stark contrast. Here, he has complete authority, and the surrounding lands are vast, eliminating the urgency for territorial expansion. The populace is primarily composed of miners and hunters, creating a homogeneous community. Having successfully repelled the month of demons, his reputation in this region has soared. Most significantly, following the thorough promotion of the First Army's ideology, which is entirely composed of the citizenry. The majority of the subjects have come to accept the existence of witches. Compared to the far-reaching influence of the Longsong fortress or other urban populations, a small town can easily evolve into a haven for witches. Therefore, Roland has resolutely decided to designate the town as his core region. As for the fortress, he can delegate its management to others, as long as it continues to provide him with a steady supply of labor and taxes. What he currently lacks most are people and funds. However, these remain merely a rough framework. For instance, the choice of whom to support for management and the specifics of the tax policies will have to be addressed once the battle concludes. At that moment, a yellow figure flew in through the window and gracefully landed before the princess' desk. It was lightning. "You've worked hard. Have some water," Roland said, lifting a cup and offering it to her. She took it but, without pausing to drink, exclaimed loudly, "Your Highness, they have arrived." To be continued.